The title of Destiny Master signifies the mastery of the art of fate. I, and Jiming, am the sole Destiny Master in this vast world, endowed with the extraordinary ability to perceive, alter, and even reshape the destinies and fates of all living beings. If you possess mediocre talents, yet harbor dreams of cultivating formidable martial prowess, fear not. I can assist you in transforming your fate. Perhaps you have endured years of arduous training, achieving remarkable martial skills, yet find yourself stalled at the final threshold of ascension? Worry not, I can meticulously forge a divine seal of destiny to help you break through your limitations. In the Summer Kingdom, at Huhai Airport, the night was profound and somber. A flight originating from Sakura Island descended gracefully, the jet bridge swiftly connecting, and the cabin doors swung open. The flight attendant, her complexion slightly pale, inhaled deeply the air within the jet bridge. She then grasped the communicator and, adhering to protocol, notified the passengers to prepare for disembarkation. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept across the first-class cabin curtains, her meticulously made-up visage twitched imperceptibly, her eyes flickered. Her jaw quivered, rendering her unable to utter a word despite several attempts. Ultimately, she gestured for a nearby attendant to take the communicator while she steadied her breath, her eyes furtively glancing toward the first-class section. The young attendant's voice resonated within the cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have safely arrived at Huhai Airport in the Summer Kingdom. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. In accordance with the Summer Kingdom's entry regulations, to prevent unlawful warriors from concealing their identities and engaging in illegal entry, all passengers must sequentially undergo nucleic acid and blood screening at the airport. Passengers identifying as warriors, please proceed to the designated warrior inspection channel." The cabin fell into a hushed silence, the only sounds being the music from the broadcast and the attendant's voice. Passengers, visibly fatigued, silently rose and gathered their belongings, disembarking in an orderly fashion. The attendant sensed the unusual atmosphere, casting glances toward the chief attendant, who raised her hand, signaling for silence. Her gaze refocused on the first-class cabin curtains. Once all passengers from economy class had exited, she ended the communication, turned off the cabin power, and instructed the attendants to wait in the economy section. She then tiptoed toward the first-class seating area. Peering through the curtains, the chief attendant slightly bowed and in a trembling voice said, "Greetings. The flight has successfully arrived at its destination. The esteemed guests may now disembark." The cabin remained eerily quiet, the area behind the curtains seemingly devoid of life. Nervously, the chief attendant repeated her previous statement, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead, silently dripping onto the carpet, creating a small damp spot. Still, there was no response from behind the curtains. Just as she prepared to speak again, a low, hoarse voice of a middle-aged man emanated from behind the curtain. "Bring me a drink." That voice drained the color from the chief attendant's face, causing her stomach to churn. However, she suppressed her discomfort and signaled to the attendants. One attendant promptly responded, bringing forth a glass of juice. At that moment, the chief attendant was focused on adjusting her breath and failed to notice the attendant behind her. The attendant boldly addressed the area behind the curtain. "Hello? Your requested drink has arrived, please." Before she could finish her sentence, the chief attendant's expression changed drastically. The curtain was gently pulled aside from within, and the attendant, holding the drink, caught sight of the scene within first class, leaving her utterly speechless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the sound of a drink being spilled accompanied by the attendant's scream shattered the tranquility of the cabin. In the early hours, within the security division of the Marshal Services Bureau stationed at the airport, Chao Mingjian set down the photo of the Sakura Island flight attendant, stifling a yawn as he gazed out at the night. "Kunchuan Yaza. This attendant from Sakura Island possesses quite an allure," he remarked casually. "Boss, the attendant isn't even 30, in the bloom of youth. Your description of her as alluring seems somewhat inappropriate," a staff member, engrossed in his computer, replied. "Sakura Island truly is a fascinating place, with the beautiful Miss Qing Chuan, the enigmatic ninja warriors, and those nauseating beast warriors." Chao Mingjian turned his gaze out the window and inquired, "How is the passenger screening for this flight progressing?" "The nucleic acid screening has been completed. A few require re-examination. The blood screening has only one batch left among the already screened samples. for ordinary passengers exhibited abnormal blood indicators, one of whom is confirmed to be a Sakura Island warrior who concealed their identity and entered illegally, preparing for repatriation. The other passengers are set for release, the staff member reported. The staff member began to gossip. Boss, I've heard that in your younger days, there were no warriors and you didn't have to undergo nucleic acid and blood tests to fly. You could just walk into the airport? How convenient. At this, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Chao Mingjian's face. After a moment, he smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Not quite. When I was in my 20s, I still had to undergo nucleic acid testing regularly for 3 years." What was that for? The staff member asked, puzzled. Chao Mingjian refrained from answering. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a short-haired girl in a work uniform entered, holding a tablet, and addressed Chao Mingjian. "Boss, the situation regarding the Sakura Island flight has been clarified. There were several Sakura Island warriors on flight CL-26-1, was a serpent-type beast warrior, and the female attendant was startled as it was her first encounter with such a form," the girl explained. Chao Mingjian furrowed his brow as he listened, asking, "What else?" The girl blinked and replied, "What else?" "That's all." Chao Mingjian asked sternly. The attendant was frightened by the beast warrior upon disembarkation? Then let me ask you, why was she not frightened upon boarding? Those warriors were seated in first class. Should not the chief attendant have attended to them? It is plausible that the attendant did not see them. That does seem plausible? The girl hesitated, emphasizing the word seems. He stood and, fixing his gaze upon the girl, articulated each word carefully. "Do not indulge in conjecture out of laziness regarding matters you are uncertain of. Oversights often arise from here. Our responsibilities are significant, leaving no room for carelessness." As he spoke, he walked past the girl and commanded, "There is an issue with this flight. Notify all inspection departments to suspend nucleic acid and blood screenings, and present me with the samples and results that have already been screened. Also, inform all passengers of this flight to prepare for a second round of nucleic acid and blood screening. I will oversee it on site." The girl nodded repeatedly. "Understood, understood." Before Chao Mingjian exited, a male staff member queried, "Boss, what will happen to the results of the first screening?" Chao Mingjian strode forward, replying, "Nullify them. Wait for the results of the second screening before submitting them into the system." "Understood." In Liang City, Central Plains Province, atop the teaching building of the Morning Star Martial Arts Preparatory School, a boy dressed in white training attire had been pushed up to the rooftop in a wheelchair by several classmates since the afternoon. Since then, he had been gazing at the sky, from the dusk's glow to the night sky, and even at this moment, in the early hours, he harbored no thoughts of leaving. His classmates patiently remained by his side, showing no signs of impatience. Suddenly, the boy rose from the wheelchair and approached the edge of the rooftop, staring into the night sky. His eyes were deep and clear, as if capable of perceiving all barriers in the world. His gaze resembled the vast universe, capable of encompassing the myriad stars. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced the boy's handsome visage. The night breeze caressed his white training attire as his languid voice drifted into the night air. "The night is approaching. Classmates, the night is approaching." One of the young people behind him softly remarked, and classmate, "It is already past midnight. The night is nearly over, and dawn will soon break." Another quietly pushed the wheelchair behind the boy, briefly inquiring, "Jiming, would you like to sit?" This boy, named Jiming, preferred the wheelchair not due to any physical limitation, but rather due to his profound laziness, too lethargic even to walk. At this moment, gazing at the wheelchair before him, Jiming smiled and sat down. He then lightly tapped the armrest of the wheelchair with his left hand. Such a simple gesture rendered the entire rooftop immediately silent. Everyone present understood that Jiming was a destiny master, whose ability was to manipulate and alter the destinies of others. Just moments ago, with the gentle tap of his left hand, someone's fate was imperceptibly changed. Among the young people behind Jiming stood a slender boy, quietly positioned in the corner, one hand clutching an ancient scroll while the other held a soft bristled pen. The scroll was pristine, devoid of any writing. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then opened the first page of the scroll, holding the pen upright as if it were a traditional brush, inscribing upon the scroll, "In the spring of the year 17 of the new calendar." Jiming observed the stars atop the teaching building of Morning Star Martial Arts Preparatory School, jesting that the night is approaching. At Huai Airport, dawn breaks in the restroom of the security area. Water cascades forth, quickly overflowing from the sink. Chao Mingjian braces himself against the edge of the basin, watching as the water level rises inch by inch, spilling over onto the floor, yet he remains motionless. He stares blankly at his reflection in the water. The results of the second inspection of Flight CL-26 had been released over half an hour ago. Aside from 3 individuals attempting to conceal their identities to smuggle into the country, and 1 ordinary passenger denied entry due to a suspicious infectious disease issue, all other passengers had been cleared. There was nothing amiss. For Chao Mingjian, this day seemed like any other mundane workday. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an increasing difficulty in breathing, as if he had committed an egregious error and was now enduring the torment of his own conscience. Why did he feel this way? There was clearly no issue. Gazing into the basin, Chao Mingjian murmured to himself, no problem, I checked twice, and there were no issues. Even if there were, it would be a procedural fault. Not my own. Not my fault. Yes, not. An entire hour passed. Chao Mingjian stood like a statue, transfixed by the flowing water, listening to its relentless sound, utterly still. Occasionally, someone would pass through the restroom, merely casting a glance at him before continuing on their way. Warriors often possess peculiar habits that others find hard to comprehend. As a senior warrior in the Bureau of Warrior Services, Chao Mingjian occasionally found solace in staring vacantly at the sink. Those familiar with him had grown accustomed to it. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, the sharp sound of high heels echoed from outside the restroom. Bang! The restroom door was thrust open from the outside. Blinding sunlight poured in, striking Chao Mingjian's form and causing him a wave of discomfort. Mingjian, there's been an incident. General Chen Wei has organized a video conference and specifically requested your presence. Chao Mingjian turned his head slowly, somewhat numbly, to see a woman clad in a striking red female warrior special operations uniform enter the men's restroom. Mingyue, is that you? Chao Mingjian's voice was hoarse as he raised a hand to shield himself from the sunlight. Weakly inquiring, what happened? Observing Chao Mingjian's despondent demeanor, the female warrior furrowed her brows and replied, you have keen instincts. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? The CL-26 flight that arrived from Sakura Island last night harbored an entire squad of ghost ninjas, 12 in total. They have all entered the country now. Furthermore, there are reports of a ninja from the Sakura Island military, codenamed Knight, also secretly infiltrating, though it's uncertain if he was on last night's flight. Ghost ninja? In that instant, Chao Mingjian felt as though a thunderclap had resounded in his mind. He finally comprehended the source of his unease. How could this be happening? He muttered in a daze, and the female warrior stepped forward to comfort him, saying, don't panic. This is not your fault. Even the Tianshu in our group failed to detect those ghost ninjas. This intelligence came from our informants on Sakura Island. The Longwei team has been dispatched to pursue those ninjas. But for now, you must come with me to the meeting. General Chen Wei is waiting. Chao Mingjian remained rooted in place, opening his mouth but failing to articulate a word. The female warrior sighed softly, stepping closer to support him as they made their way outside. Mingjian, the incident has occurred. We can only face it now. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I, along with Dalian, will stand by your side. Let's go and confront this head-on. Chao Mingjian murmured in a daze, Mingyue, I allowed 12 ghost ninjas to enter point 12. Ghost ninjas, 12. And there may even be a ghost king ninja. This cannot be my doing. How could this possibly be something I, Chao Mingjian, have done? Ruan Mingyue gently patted Chao Mingjian's back, soothing him, don't rush to condemn yourself. General Chen has stated that while you are indeed at fault, you do not bear primary responsibility. He mentioned that you should redeem yourself through action. Now, let's hurry to the meeting. We cannot waste any more time. Dalian is on his way, and we must not allow him to see you in such a state. Taking several deep breaths, Chao Mingjian nodded. Yes, let's go. Face it, confront it. Ruan Mingyue nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. She turned to leave, only to find Chao Mingjian still standing in place, gazing into the mirror, murmuring, Mingyue, I have this unsettling feeling. Since last night, it seems that I cannot quite articulate it, but it feels as if someone is controlling me. I have examined your soul. There is nothing amiss. Come on. Ruan Mingyue pulled Chao Mingjian along, and the two made their way to the conference room. As they approached the meeting room, Chao Mingjian asked, Mingyue, do you know what the Ghost Ninja's objective is? Upon hearing this question, a strange expression crossed Ruan Mingyue's face. I have a bit of information. However,
My clearance is insufficient to access the specifics. Perhaps you could take a look? The informants on the inside provided the name of an ordinary high school student from Liang City in the Central Plains. Chao Mingjin halted, puzzled. A high school student? You lack clearance? What kind of high school student would be beyond the reach of a management official in the Bureau of Warrior Services? Ruan Mingyue gestured for him to keep walking. That's why I suggested you check. Use your Warrior Service phone to look it up. The Warrior Service phone connects to the internal networks of the Xia Kingdom's official residences, police, and military. In this era, the status of warriors is unparalleled, and the Bureau of Warrior Services ranks just below the military in the Xia Kingdom. This holds true across the globe. Often, even local officials must defer to the Bureau of Warrior Services. With the Warrior Service phone in hand, provided the clearance is sufficient, one can uncover any information within the Xia Kingdom. As a senior official in the Bureau of Warrior Services, Chao Mingjin's clearance was typically enough to access all matters and persons in the Xia Kingdom, excluding the core circles of the military and official residences. Ruan Mingyue held a lower rank than Chao Mingjin and had slightly less clearance. Chao Mingjin retrieved his Warrior Service phone and inquired, "What is the name of that high school student?" And Jiming, Ruan Mingyue replied, her eyelids twitching slightly as if that name possessed some enchantment. An Jiming. Jiming, Jiming, and Jiming, and Jiming, truly a fine name. Ignoring Ruan Mingyue's musings, Chao Mingjin entered in Jiming's name into the Warrior Service phone. A long list of names appeared on the screen, and Chao Mingjin meticulously cross-referenced them by region and age until he finally identified the individual he sought. Central Plains? Liang City, Morning Star Warrior Preparatory School, male student. However, when he selected the details for Njiming, a dialog box popped up on the Warrior Service phone, displaying a line of glaring red text, "Sorry, you do not have permission to view this student's file." Instantly, Chao Mingjin and Ruan Mingyue exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. If Njiming were merely an ordinary student, how could Chao Mingjin, as a senior official in the Bureau of Warrior Services, lack the authority to access his identity information? Clearly, the individual's status was anything but ordinary. Stowing away his phone, Chao Mingjin and Ruan Mingyue fell silent for the remainder of their walk. Upon reaching the conference room, they encountered a young man clutching a sand painting board. Upon seeing them, the young man hurried over, saying, "Chao Gu, I've heard everything. You." Chao Mingjin nodded, patting the young man's shoulder. "Don't worry. I can handle this." The young man's expression was complex as he spoke each word with deliberate gravity. "Chao Gu, this is a serious matter. Rest assured, if you are demoted, I, Dalian, will look after you. If you are dismissed, I will support you. If you are executed, leave your wife to me, Dalian. Your children will carry the Chao surname. Ensuring the legacy of the Chao family continues, Ruan Mingyue. Chao Mingjin. Thank you, Dalian. No need for thanks, Chao Gu. Continuing the family line is a brother's duty." Dalian thumped his chest, his words resonating with conviction. At Liang City's Morning Star Warrior Preparatory School, it was already class time. Yet the campus was filled with chaos. "You scoundrel, Li Tianhao. Yesterday, I let you win a move out of carelessness. Today, I will certainly thrust this hammer into your backside." A thunderous crash echoed from the playground, as if some heavy object had crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "You Huang Long, if I don't sever your manhood today, I swear I won't be called you Shi Hui." Shwa, shwa, shwa. In a small grove at the corner of the campus, flashes of blades glimmered as fierce sword energy sliced through the air, sending heaps of shredded leaves soaring into the sky, which eventually exploded like rain. Cascading down, "Attention, female students of the campus. Please hold down your skirts. I, Fat Hu, am about to practice the lion's roar technique. Oh, some male classmates wearing skirts, please pay a little attention. The moment a resonant yet painfully hoarse male voice is about to commence singing atop the comprehensive building. A sudden, powerful sound of slicing air erupts. A spinning halberd, the Fangdian Huaki, flies in from an unknown source, hurtling straight towards the rooftop. "Hu Pongzi, if you dare to disrupt my sleep, I will make you pay dearly." Time flies in an instant, and ultimately, that spiraling halberd strikes fiercely against the structure of the comprehensive building. Boom. A faint glow ignites upon the building's surface as the defense array activates, instantly repelling the halberd. Nevertheless, the entire structure still trembles violently. Inside, in the principal's office, a balding, middle-aged man trembles beneath his desk, his face a portrait of despair. Clutching his phone, He shouts frantically into it. Lao Qin, Lao Qin? Hasn't classmate arrived yet? Why is he so late today? If he doesn't come, who will keep all these ancestral spirits in line? How am I supposed to fulfill my role as principal? How am I supposed to do that? Chapter 3. The Mystical Arts of Fate. Left-hand command. Right hand observes the heavens. On the other end of the line with the principal is Lao Qin, the gatekeeper of the Morning Star Martial Academy, affectionately referred to by the students as Uncle Qin. As the clock nears 10. Class time has arrived, yet the gates of the academy remain wide open. Lao Qin, holding a walkie-talkie, has his body split in two. His neck and above protrude from the guardhouse while the rest of him is hidden within. He anxiously scans the road outside the campus, occasionally glancing nervously back into the school grounds to avoid becoming collateral damage in the students' chaotic displays of martial prowess. Lao Qin? Lao Qin, speak up. Are you dead or something? Hearing the principal's furious roar through the walkie-talkie, Uncle Qin hastily replies, Principal, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. And classmate truly has not yet arrived at school today. Just hide under your desk for a little longer. After all, you spend every day like this. So what's another moment? 5 minutes pass. During this span, the defense array of the comprehensive building has repelled a dual-sided axe adorned with a bronze lion's head, a snow-white Longdan silver spear, a pair of sentient crimson scimitars, and 2 RPG rocket-propelled grenades. Well, the rocket-propelled grenades exploded in mid-air above the Morning Star Martial Academy, creating a dazzling display akin to a daytime firework spectacle. Watching the sparks descend before him, Uncle Qin blinks back tears, murmuring, If you don't arrive soon, this campus conflict is going to escalate into a localized war. Boom. Suddenly, Uncle Qin stumbles, nearly falling flat on his face. Turning his gaze back to the campus, he witnesses the previously intact plaza suddenly fissure, a gaping chasm stretching several meters wide from the comprehensive building to the entrance of the school. A boy clad in a flamboyant garment reminiscent of a Western cloak stands at the edge of the crevice, grinning at Uncle Qin and saying, My apologies, just testing a spell I've recently mastered. Uncle Qin blinks, wipes the sweat from his brow, takes a deep breath twice, points at the cracked earth, and says to the boy, I remember you. You're the one who jumped over the wall last month to dig up someone's ancestral grave. Right? The boy, appearing greatly aggrieved, furrows his brow and retorts, Don't slander me. You were the one digging up the grave, not me. Uncle Qin nods. You didn't dig it, but just by standing there, the grave collapsed on its own, right? This time, the boy does not deny it, his tone growing slightly colder as he responds. That person saw Jiming in a wheelchair and called him a cripple. It was only in Liang City that Jiming protected those individuals. If it were anywhere else, the collapse would not have been in a place where their ancestors rested. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin's eyelids twitch violently. Good heavens! If you were in a different place, what else were you planning? You wouldn't dare touch the living, would you? The boy smiles faintly, kicking a piece of dirt aside, and turns to walk back into the campus. If it were a different place, if even one of their family could survive, it would be because my mastery of earth magic is still lacking, Uncle Qin. Observing the earth slowly mending before him, Uncle Qin graciously decides to overlook the incident of the student jumping the wall. As time slowly passes and it approaches 11 o'clock, at last, Uncle Qin catches sight of the long-awaited figure at the end of the road outside the campus. Clad in white, seated in a wheelchair, and accompanied by someone pushing from behind. My goodness, you have finally arrived. Gazing at that figure, Uncle Qin's eyes brim with tears of joy. He quickly ducks back into the guardhouse. Ringing a bell hanging on the wall as he does so, the crisp sound of the bell reverberates not only within the guardhouse but throughout the vast grounds of the Morning Star Martial Academy. Consequently, the once tumultuous atmosphere of the campus instantly transforms into one of elegance and decorum. On the playground, Li Tianhao shouts, Let us see if this strike can break through your defenses, foolish thing. Today, I shall surely extract the waste from your intestines, Tianhao, my son. Your father knows you are here. A towering youth over 2 meters tall swings a pair of iron hammers, sparring with another boy clad in a green Taoist robe. Brandishing a 3-foot sword, their exchanges punctuated by banter. Suddenly, they hear the tinkling of the bell from the guardhouse. Jiming has arrived. Both boys exclaim in unison, continuing their sparring without missing a beat, though their words become considerably more refined. Li, Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Today, I've learned so much. Qian, you flatter me. If I possessed your enviable physique, I would certainly master the art of hammering just as you do. In the small grove, swish, 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 the air is filled with swirling leaves, accompanied by the booming of fists and the glint of blades. Huang Chong, I am your mother. Prepare to meet your end. You Shiwei, you have gone too far. My name is Huang Long, and insulting someone's parents. I am your mother. I remind you once more, I am your mother. I am your father. Call me Daddy, Dingling. Upon hearing the sound of the bell from the guardhouse, the fierce winds of fists and blades in the grove come to an abrupt halt. Two powerful gusts sweep past, revealing a boy and a girl standing opposite each other. The girl, with her sweet features and slender waist, currently holds a mountain-splitting knife behind her back with one hand, extending her other hand with a charming smile towards the boy before her, saying, Huang, your progress is truly astonishing. Today, Shiwei is humbled. Not at all. The boy, clad in boxing gloves, whose face was previously filled with rage, transforms his expression into a gentle smile upon hearing the bell, grasping the girl's outstretched hand. You, not only are you beautiful, but your martial skills are superb, and your words are delightful. I cherish our conversations. Then I shall seek your guidance often. Huang, you are far too kind. Let us exchange knowledge and progress together. On the rooftop of the comprehensive building, Hu Pengzi, eager to practice the lion's roar technique, had dashed down the building with a speed incongruous to his physique the moment he heard the bell. The once boisterous and fiery atmosphere of the campus transformed into one of grace and decorum with the appearance of the figure seated in the wheelchair. In fact, the sounds of reading could even be heard emanating from some classrooms. Indeed, even a martial academy must occasionally indulge in cultural studies. Outside the campus, by the roadside, with not a vehicle in sight, and Jiming's wheelchair continues along the sidewalk. He appears half asleep, seated in the wheelchair, while a petite girl, exuding a slightly naive charm, pushes him forward. Approaching the school gate, and Jiming suddenly raises his hand, signaling the girl to halt. Standing up from his wheelchair, he yawns and says, Perhaps it's best to walk a bit for exercise. Sitting for too long isn't ideal. The girl, glancing towards the school gate not far ahead, nods in agreement. Indeed, and classmate, you make a valid point. As they take a few steps forward, and Jiming lazily inquires, What is your name, classmate? Which class are you in? I am Lin Xiaochun from class 4. And Jiming yawns again and asks, With graduation approaching, why have you only been assigned to look after me now? I understand that there's always a queue, but I'm curious why you were placed at the end? The girl lowers her head slightly, murmuring, Because my combat capability is the lowest. Aside from the teachers, I am the weakest in the school, which is why I was placed last. Suddenly, the girl's demeanor brightens, joyously exclaiming, But thankfully, I still made it in time. She fixated on the silhouette of Jiming, her voice involuntarily trembling. I have heard that every student who has cared for and has become a favored child of destiny. By the time the girl finished her sentence, her anxiety had rendered her nearly immobile, her hands pushing the wheelchair beginning to quiver slightly. Before the entrance of the Morning Star Martial Arts School lay a T-junction, with the school's gates facing a straight, extending main road, the very path Jiming had traversed. Before entering the school gates, he had to cross a road. Gazing at the school entrance ahead and the road he was about to cross, Jiming nodded in acknowledgement to the girl behind him. Indeed, there is truth to that. He then halted, standing still as his right fingers twitched slightly. Upon witnessing this gesture from Jiming, the girl tilted her head in confusion, inquiring, You have made this motion several times along the way. I seem to recall classmates mentioning that whenever Jiming's fingers twitch, someone's fate is being altered. This time, Jiming shook his head and replied, Not entirely so. I am a disciple of the Spirit Gate, and within my sect, we practice 3 arts: spirit summoning, array formation, and fate arts. I specialize in fate arts. This art is further divided into 3 categories: human fate, earth fate, and heavenly fate. My left hand governs human fate and earth fate, while my right hand observes heavenly fate. In other words, only when my left fingers twitch is a person's fate being altered. Human fate, earth fate, heavenly fate. Listening to Jiming's explanation, the girl's already perplexed expression deepened into bewilderment. That moment, Jiming turned to face her, smiling as he asked, Would you like to know what human fate, Earth fate and heavenly fate are? The girl nodded eagerly. An Jiming closed his eyes, pointing towards the road behind them, and chuckled. You shall soon find out. Chapter 4. Earth fate's unusual beings. Go on. Do not suppress your nature. Following the direction of Njiming's finger, Lin Xiaochun gazed at the road that lay across the school entrance. At that moment, the road was pristine, devoid of any vehicles, appearing utterly unremarkable. Lin, can you guess how long it would take us to reach the school gates if I hadn't stopped just now and instead continued walking straight? Lin Xiaochun estimated the distance between them and the school gate, determining it to be roughly 200 to 300 meters. About 2 or 3 minutes. Njiming nodded, removing a white cloth bag hanging from the wheelchair and retrieving an electronic clock. To be precise, it would take 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Subtracting the time we spent talking, we have 52 seconds remaining. An Jiming set a 52-second countdown on the electronic clock. 52, 51, 50. Lin, I am now going to explain what human fate, earth fate, and heavenly fate are. Continuing to point towards the road before the school gates, and Jiming elaborated slowly. Suppose, just suppose, a student at the school has experimented with earth-type magic, triggering an earthquake. The seismic effect causes the road before the school, the very one we are facing now, to split open into an unfathomable chasm, from which a few adorable little creatures emerge, stirred by the turmoil of a hidden realm. In this scenario, the student experimenting with earth magic represents human fate, while the little creatures crawling out of the chasm embody earth fate. An Jiming paused briefly as the countdown clock ticked down to 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown neared its end, Lin Xiaochun widened her eyes, eagerly awaiting Njiming's explanation of heavenly fate. However, Njiming merely pointed to her wheelchair, smiling as he said, "Hold on tight." Huh. Before Lin Xiaochun could express her confusion, the countdown reached 0, and a thunderous boom erupted from behind Njiming, resonating through the road before the Morning Star Martial Arts School, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds emanating from beneath the asphalt. The earth began to shake violently, the once smooth asphalt road suddenly buckling upwards, and then, boom. It was as if a bomb with the force of tens of thousands of tons had detonated deep beneath the road, causing debris to scatter in all directions, with soil, rocks, and shattered asphalt raining down like a deluge. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Lin Xiaochun hurriedly closed her eyes, her mind echoing the 2 words Njiming had just spoken. Hold on tight. She grasped the wheelchair tightly. Strangely enough, although the earth trembled violently, the wheelchair in Lin Xiaochun's grip remained utterly still, as if anchored in place. Hearing the debris clattering around her, Lin Xiaochun cautiously opened her eyes to see Njiming standing resolutely before her. As immovable as the wheelchair she held, shielding her from all the falling rubble, and before Lin Xiaochun could express her gratitude, Njiming preemptively remarked, "No need to thank me. I simply find it too much effort to move." Lin Xiaochun thought the sudden earthquake was swift in its onset and equally quick in its cessation. Soon, the shaking ground stabilized, and Njiming turned to glance behind him. Lin Xiaochun's head peeked out from behind him, her eyes widened in astonishment. And this in front of the Morning Star Martial Arts School, the road that had been pristine moments ago had vanished entirely. The earthquake and the unknown underground explosion had caused the once flawless pavement to rise and split apart, forming 2 towering mounds akin to small hills that now obstructed the path before Njiming and Lin Xiaochun, effectively blocking the entrance of the school. Staring at the shocking scene before her, Lin Xiaochun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She looked around in confusion, hearing sirens blaring from an unknown source, and the sound of underground pipes bursting, water gushing forth in a frenzy. Then, a chilling, feral roar echoed from behind the mounds of debris. From the base of the earthquake piles, a series of rapid, unsettling sounds emerged, and moments later, with a crack, a paw engulfed in black flames appeared atop the debris. It was a creature resembling a canine, initially appearing as a solid black wolf dog, but the burning black flames on its paws and the blood-red glimmer in its eyes revealed its otherworldly nature. Since the dawn of the high martial arts era in Blue Star, which began in the first year of the new calendar, hidden realms and extraordinary beings had emerged alongside it. This moment, the otherworldly creature stood atop the mound of debris, stretching its dark wolf-like head, shaking its fur, and letting out a deep, piercing howl towards the sky. The adorable little creature has revealed itself. Lin, do you think you can handle this? and Jiming said with a smile, "Don't worry, and it's just a small otherworldly being. I'll protect you." A flicker of ethereal light appeared, and in Lin Xiaochun's hands manifested a knight's colossal sword, matching her own size. Lin Xiaochun stepped forward, placing herself protectively behind Jiming, while he retreated a few steps to sit back in his wheelchair. Observing the otherworldly being standing atop the debris, elevated by several dozen meters, two figures, one human and one otherworldly, locking eyes in that moment. Although he was looking up at it, the towering creature felt as if it was being scorned. It sensed that Jiming's gaze was akin to that of someone looking at a mere dog. Roar! Provoked by Jiming's contemptuous stare, the otherworldly creature threw back its head and issued a fierce growl, as if warning him of something. Yet, Jiming's response was a derisive smirk, so disdainful that not even a wild dog from Blue Star could fail to comprehend the mockery etched upon Jiming's face. Emitting a low growl, the creature's fur bristled like steel spikes, and its blood-red eyes flared with a scorching intensity. But that was as far as it went. The towering beast prepared to pounce on Jiming. Yet it did not leap forward. It seems this creature is quite agitated. Lin Xiaochun, wielding the colossal sword before Jiming, tilted her head and asked, "And is this otherworldly being considered Earth Fate?" "Close enough. Sentient beings that can communicate our Earth Fate, but Earth Fate is not limited to just otherworldly beings. Why does this creature look so furious yet refrain from attacking us?" "As I said, it's sentient. It might be angry, but it also possesses the instinct to fear." The two conversed. Another paw engulfed in black flames appeared above the debris, followed by a third, a fourth. A whole pack of otherworldly creatures emerged from the fissures. Led by the first wolf-like creature, howling fiercely as they advanced towards Jiming. With each new emergence, Lin Xiaochun would tremble slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Yet, regardless of her excitement, she steadfastly remained in front of Jiming, showing no inclination to move. She understood that her task today was to protect, not to attack. Observing her stance, Jiming remarked, "Lin, you can move a little, you know." Lin Xiaochun decisively shook her head and declared, "And rest assured, I shall protect you and will never allow those aberrations to harm you. Although I am aware that it may not require my protection, since today it is my responsibility to care for it, I will undoubtedly execute my duties to the best of my abilities." Jiming replied, "What I mean is, you could proactively go and slay those creatures. However, my primary task today is that if you eliminate those beings, wouldn't that be protecting me? Go on, don't stifle your true nature. Remember to chop them into bits." Suddenly, the adorably naive girl trembled violently. She opened her mouth and, hoisting the knight's colossal sword, turned to Jiming and performed a perfectly executed knightly salute before pivoting again, a woo. This was not the sound emitted by the wolf pack ahead. It was Lin Xiaochun's furious roar as she charged towards the wolves. Her bellows startled the aberrant wolves on the small hill formed by the tremors, causing the foremost one to leap into the air, all four paws leaving the ground. Who, pray tell, is the true aberration here? Then, these aberrant wolves swiftly retreated into the crevice from whence they came. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaochun was filled with urgency and dashed forward. Although she appeared to be a petite and adorably naive girl, she surprisingly wielded a sword larger than herself and swiftly climbed to the summit of the pile formed by the tremors, which was several dozen meters high. By the time Lin Xiaochun arrived, the pack of aberrant wolves had completely vanished into the chasm. In frustration, Lin Xiaochun stamped her foot and glanced back at Jiming. Seeing him unharmed, she grinned widely, "Hey," and just said to eliminate these creatures, and to chop them into pieces. Thus, the naive girl hoisted her great sword, turned, and leaped into the unfathomable abyss before her. Lin Xiaochun's figure quickly disappeared into the crevice, and after a while, faint sounds of a girl's ecstatic roar echoed from within. "A woo, a woo. I can go where you go. A woo, little husky, taste my sword. A woo, a woo. I'll chop, I'll chop, I'll chop, chop, chop. A woo, you there, don't run. I chop quickly, it doesn't hurt. Truly it doesn't hurt." Outside the chasm, Jiming listened to the sounds emanating from below with an air of calmness. He even took a few sips from a bottle of water he retrieved from the white cloth bag hanging from his wheelchair. Then, he gently curled his left hand's fingers. Moments later, A cacophony of frantic thrashing erupted from the crevice, and a bloodied aberrant wolf, appearing utterly terrified, emerged in a disheveled manner, frantically glancing behind it. Unable to pay attention to what lay ahead, and thus it barreled straight towards Njiming, flinging its four paws in a panic. What a coincidence! This aberrant wolf was the very first to have crawled out of the chasm. Chapter 5. Do they truly not regard third- or fourth-tier cities as human? Just as Njiming placed the water back into the bag after taking a couple of sips, he turned to face the aberrant wolf charging towards him. "Let me guess, how will you meet your demise?" he murmured softly, closing his eyes. Within the next few seconds, a subtle yet significant phenomenon transpired across the globe. A considerable number of individuals suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of vitality, akin to a person who had been confined indoors for years finally inhaling fresh air. This sensation extended not only to individuals, but also to numerous aberrant creatures, including the very wolf rushing towards Njiming. When the aberrant wolf was merely a few steps away, its bloodshot eyes finally registered that its escape route seemed amiss. Yet the howls and the sounds of slaughter emanating from the chasm behind it, coupled with the sudden invigorating sensation, compelled the aberrant wolf to raise its sharp forepaw and lunge at Njiming. Baring its fangs, Njiming, seated in his wheelchair with eyes closed, made a subtle gesture with his left hand. A chilling scream erupted from the wolf as it lunged into empty air, while Njiming's actions remained unceasing. He continued to exert a forceful beckoning motion. "I suspect, you pitiful fool, your flesh will burst." As soon as the words left his mouth, the aberrant wolf in midair abruptly froze, its blood-red eyes flashing with disbelief as it gazed at Njiming. When Njiming's fingers curled once more, a resounding explosion followed. Brownish-red flesh mingled with black flames erupted in a shower, cascading down like rain. Yet, not a single drop landed upon Njiming. Rising to his feet, he stepped upon a smoldering piece of charred flesh before him. Gazing at the remnants scattered around, and looked up towards the sky with a smile. "You see, I can deduce correctly even without employing any life techniques." HU High, Airport Security Meeting Room. On the large screen was a middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with 2 golden stars on his shoulders. Despite the distance, Chao Mingjian, Ruan Mingyue, and Yin Danian dared not breathe a word. Chao Mingjian recounted the events of last night's Sakura Island flight in their entirety. The middle-aged man on the screen remained silent for a moment after hearing the account, busily operating his computer. During this time, at a certain moment, Chao Mingjian suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable vitality. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. When Chao Mingjian opened his eyes again, he discovered that both the middle-aged general on the screen and his 2 companions were regarding him with peculiar expressions. The general on the screen inquired, "Mingjian, what just happened to you?" Apologies, General Chun. I am unsure why, but I suddenly felt an inexplicable refreshment. It felt as though a soul, once captured, had suddenly been liberated." Beside him, Ruan Mingyue and Yin Danian exchanged glances but remained silent. The middle-aged general seemed unconcerned with this occurrence, merely nodding slightly, saying, "Let Mingyue check your soul later." The incident involving the Sakura Island ghost ninjas infiltrating has not yet been classified. The opponent likely employed a method we are currently unable to monitor. That said, it cannot be said that you were negligent, based on your account, the system's monitoring, and reports from other personnel at High Security. You have already performed admirably within your scope of duty. However, upon hearing the word however from the general, Chao Mingjian and the others collectively held their breath. The pivotal moment had arrived. How would the higher-ups decide on the punishment? Ruan Mingyue and Yin Danian exchanged worried glances at Chao Mingjian. Ever since they entered the meeting room, Chao Mingjian had kept his head down, only now lifting it to meet the middle-aged general's gaze on the screen. He had kept his head lowered out of guilt, but now he raised it prepared to accept his responsibilities. Seeing Chao Mingjian's demeanor, the middle-aged general displayed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Stating, however, the event did indeed occur. "You are in charge of the High Airport Security Department and were also on duty last night. You must be mentally prepared for this," Chao Mingjian responded. "Rest assured, General, I am willing to bear all responsibilities. If the organization agrees, I will immediately head to the front lines to capture all ghost ninjas entering the country alongside the Dragon Guards." The middle-aged general replied solemnly, "The matter of capturing the ghost ninjas no longer falls under our Bureau of Military Affairs. The Dragon Guards have taken full control. As for your punishment, you certainly cannot remain in the Huhai Airport Security Department, a position guarding the nation's borders. You will be reassigned to a 3rd or 4th tier city as the captain of a military affairs detachment. This is the best outcome I could secure for you. Once the middle-aged general finished speaking, the Huhai security meeting room fell silent. Chao Mingjian stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged general on the screen, disbelief etched across his face. Ruan Mingyue and Yin Danian beside him mirrored his astonishment. General, I allowed 12 ghost ninjas to infiltrate, and I can still remain in the Bureau of Military Affairs. Chao Mingjian's voice trembled. Ruan Mingyue added, it's still a management position, even if it's just a captain. It is still a management role. Yin Danian interjected, wait, does the Bureau truly not regard 3rd or 4th tier cities as significant? Upon uttering these words, Yin Danian noticed all eyes in the room fixate upon him, prompting him to quickly clarify, no. Given Chao Guo's capabilities, while he may struggle with the cunning foreign warriors at the borders, managing the domestic warriors in a mere 2nd-tier city will certainly be within his grasp. Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue. Yin Danian. Noticing the atmosphere in the meeting room growing awkward, Yin Danian tentatively asked, have I, perhaps, misspoken again? Ruan Mingyue replied, your words were not inaccurate. Just refrain from speaking further. Chao Mingjian inquired of the middle-aged general, which city will the Bureau assign me to? The middle-aged general held up a document stamped with the personnel appointment seal of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Presenting it to Chao Mingjian, you will be assigned to Liang City in the Central Plains Province. At that moment, Chao Mingjian suddenly comprehended why he could continue to serve within the Wuqin Bureau. The purpose of the ghost ninjas he had dispatched was none other than Liangqing, and the Bureau intended for him to redeem himself through merit. Observing the changes in Chao Mingjian's expression, the middle-aged general nodded and said, indeed, it is as you surmise, redeeming oneself through merit. With your capabilities, it would be a waste to expel you from the Bureau. The ghost ninjas have been dealt with by the Dragon Guards. Yet there remains a hidden ghost king, the Dark Knight, who has yet to reveal himself. Furthermore, casting a glance at the 2 individuals beside Chao Mingjian, the middle-aged general continued, Mingjian, your journey to Liangqing will also entail additional tasks assigned by the Bureau. Specifics will be communicated to you later. After speaking, the general glanced at Yin Danian and then at Ruan Mingyue, saying, you 3 have grown up together in the orphanage. Considering the deep bond among you, the Bureau can approve for both of you to accompany Mingjian in transferring from Huhai to Liangqing. Ruan Mingyue furrowed her brow thoughtfully, while Yin Danian interjected, only a fool would do that. The others fell silent. Yin Danian appeared oblivious to the reactions of those around him, continuing, General, while the bond is indeed strong, one cannot gamble with their future. That mere Liangqing pales in comparison to the Airport Security Bureau in Huhai. Even a fool knows which option to choose. The middle-aged general showed no change in demeanor as he turned to Ruan Mingyue and inquired, what about you? Ruan Mingyue glanced at Chao Mingjian, hesitated for a moment, and then raised her head, stating, General, I will go to Liangqing with Mingjian. Yin Danian looked at Ruan Mingyue in astonishment, but he said nothing, merely turning his gaze back to Chao Mingjian. Chao Mingjian immediately pulled Ruan Mingyue aside, insisting, there's no need for you to accompany me. I can go to Liangqing alone. You and Danian should remain in Huhai. Ruan Mingyue brushed off Chao Mingjian's hand and resolutely addressed the middle-aged general. General, I have made my decision. I will go to Liangqing with Mingjian. Very well. Seemingly pleased with Ruan Mingyue's decision, the middle-aged general said with a hint of relief, prepare yourselves then. The official transfer order will arrive in the next couple of days. By the way, the latest intelligence indicates that Liangqing has experienced an earthquake, with anomalous creatures emerging from the epicenter. You may need to address this matter upon your arrival. Understood. Chapter 6. Restoring to Original State. Because destiny is jealous of me. Liangqing, before the entrance of Morning Star Martial Arts School. Woo. I'm back. A figure entirely smeared in mud crawled out from a fissure, wielding a gigantic sword larger than herself in one hand, while the other hand dangled a wriggling young mutant wolf cub, sprinting towards Njiming as if to boast of her accomplishments. Upon seeing Lin Xiaochun in such a state, and observing the mud splattering from her as she ran, Njiming's eyelids twitched slightly. He then flicked his left hand lightly. Ouch! Lin Xiaochun, burdened with the sword and wolf, tumbled headfirst into the dirt. This fall seemed to awaken Lin Xiaochun to the inappropriateness of her proximity to others. She scrambled to her feet, smiled at Njiming from a distance, and asked while clutching the little wolf cub, Should I slice this little one up too? It's been hiding underground and hasn't he come out at all? And Jiming frowned and replied, you've slaughtered its entire family. Why keep one? Lin Xiaochun scratched her muddy face with her equally muddy hand, leaving streaks of dirt, and hesitated. But its parents' sins are not its fault, right? Forget it. I've never seen a good mutant, so I'll just slice it with that. Disregarding the little wolf cub's frantic yelps, Lin Xiaochun effortlessly tossed it into the air and swung her giant sword to strike. The entire process was remarkably swift. Woo! The little wolf cub, tossed into the sky, seemed startled and let out its first howl. Never mind. Let us keep it. And Jiming's casual remark halted Lin Xiaochun mid-swing. With a thud, the mutant wolf cub plummeted back to the ground, wailing incessantly. Lin Xiaochun turned to Jiming, confusion etched on her face. Her puzzlement was not about why Jiming wanted to spare the wolf cub, but rather the peculiar expression on his face, as if he were recalling something unpleasant. What's wrong? With a gentle smile, Jiming replied, you're right. Its parents' misdeeds do not implicate it, he added. Let us place it in the small woods behind the school. You'll be responsible for its care. However, should it pose a threat to your classmates, he paused. Actually, it won't pose a threat, so let it be. You can take care of it. Lin Xiaochun beamed, her muddy face revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Thank you. And Jiming waved his hand, signaling her not to mention it. Let us go. We still have school. All right, however. Lin Xiaochun stood still, blinking, and asked, you've explained about human lives and earthly lives. But what about heavenly destiny? And Jiming pointed at the towering layers of earthquake debris behind Lin Xiaochun and explained, originally, one of our earth magic classmates was experimenting with their magic at school, which should not have triggered an earthquake outside. Yet, a mysterious entity linked our classmate's magic with this earthquake that should never have occurred. Subsequently, that mysterious entity also instigated spatial disturbances deep within the fissure, resulting in the explosion underground. This mysterious presence is destiny, governing the laws of all things in our realm. Lin Xiaochun listened, bewildered. Then why did destiny trigger an earthquake while you were crossing the street? And Jiming chuckled, gazing up at the sky, then pointed heavenward, smiling at Lin Xiaochun. Because destiny is jealous of me. A gentle breeze rustled, causing Jiming's white training robe to flutter lightly in that moment. The dirt-smeared, adorably naive girl was utterly stunned. She could not grasp the meaning of Jiming's words about destiny being jealous. She only felt that at this moment, Jiming, was exceedingly handsome. Thanks to the protective formations in place, the sudden earthquake and the underground explosion, while transforming the wide road outside the school into 2 massive piles of debris, did not cause any damage to the school itself. As Lin Xiaochun leaped into the fissure and Jiming snapped his fingers to eliminate the mutant wolf, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin, initiated a broadcast within the school. Students skilled in road repair, please gather at the school gate immediately. We need the most capable professionals. Students skilled in road repair, please gather at the school gate immediately. We need the most capable professionals. As the third broadcast concluded, several figures emerged from different classrooms within the teaching building, traversing the corridor of the comprehensive building in front of the school, and halted at the entrance. A male student clad in a black, wizard-esque cloak with a pointed hood, his hands in his pockets, observed the earthquake debris blocking the school gate with an air of calm. The earth mage who had recently departed from the gate appeared unfazed as well. Additionally, a girl dressed in a golden suit, cradling an hourglass, wore an expression of serene composure. Finally, there was a slender male student, one hand holding a soft-tipped pen and the other clutching an ancient scroll. He was not there to repair the road. Observing the scene outside the school gate, this male student inscribed on the scroll, in the spring of the 17th year of the new calendar, the day after Jiming observed the stars, a severe earthquake occurred at the entrance of Morning Star Martial Arts School. Jiming is safe. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. I win. The wizard student, victorious in the game, bounced towards the school gate, winking at the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin. Don't be cheeky with me. Grandpa Qin admonished, do you have an exit pass? If not, you can only stand inside the gate. What will you do if I take a single step outside? The wizard student retorted defiantly. Grandpa Qin chuckled coldly. I'll simply remember your name and inform The wizard student's expression darkened immediately. Qin, at your age, Can't you maintain a shred of dignity? Why report every trivial matter to Jiming? Grandpa Qin replied with arrogance. This trick works wonders on you little brats. The wizard student, incensed, shot back. Old man, are you Jiming's pet dog? Woof! Grandpa Qin barked back. The wizard student rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage further with the shameless gatekeeper. Standing under the vigilant watch of Grandpa Qin, the wizard student waved his wand towards the towering layers of earthquake debris outside the school gate and declared, "Restore to original state." A rumble echoed as the ground shook violently. The towering debris began to reverse time, restoring itself in mere seconds. The barricade outside the school gate vanished entirely. Even all traces of the earthquake disappeared. The wide road, which had vanished due to the earthquake, reappeared, and all the destruction wrought by the tremors was restored to its former state, making it seem as though the recent quake had never occurred at all. Chapter 7. Someone wants to kill me. Time, place, characters. Gazing at the school gate as it came back into view, and Jiming sighed, "Do you think it was easy for me to attend school?" The dark-haired Lin Xiaochun slung her knightly sword behind her, balancing a squirming little wolf cub in one hand, while using the other to push in Jiming's wheelchair. An Jiming smiled and raised his hand, saying, "No need, Lin. Your task for today is complete." Huh. The adorably naive girl blinked in confusion. "But we're still quite a distance from the school, aren't we?" And Jiming stood up from the wheelchair. "Did I not just say that sitting all the time isn't practical? I can walk this short distance myself." Lin Xiaochun nodded in understanding, but as she took a step forward, the wheelchair seemed to move of its own accord. It silently followed in Jiming, clearly signaling to Lin Xiaochun, "Do not touch me. I do not require your assistance, Lin Xiaochun." In that moment, the naive girl felt a pang of sadness, as if a mere wheelchair had rejected her. Fortunately, the little wolf cub wriggling in her grasp provided her with a modicum of comfort. Looking at the pitch-black mini-mutant wolf, Lin Xiaochun held it before her and said with a smile, "Thank you, little wolf dog. Even though I could have harmed your entire family, you remained steadfastly by my side." The mutant wolf cub. At the school gate, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin, and several students had already lined up outside the restored road, waiting for Jiming's arrival. Upon seeing him, Grandpa Qin beamed and greeted, "Good morning." The other students who had come to repair the road followed suit with their greetings. "Good morning, The wizard chimed in, "Good morning, Jiming." The earth mage added, "Good morning, Jiming." And Jiming responded to each greeting with a smile. While behind him, the mud-streaked Lin Xiaochun glanced at the electronic clock in the gatekeeper's room, which indicated it was nearly noon. "Han Tao, thank you," and Jiming said, pointing towards the road outside the gate at the boy clad in a black wizard's cloak. "I appreciate your help in resolving the trouble." The wizard student replied excitedly, "Jiming, you are too polite. We're all classmates. Helping each other is only natural. No need for thanks." Hearing this, Grandpa Qin made a mock gagging sound. And then, woof! The sudden exclamation from Grandpa Qin left the scene enveloped in awkwardness. While gratitude was in order, and Jiming added, however, "Han Tao, I believe you owe Grandpa Qin an apology." He spoke slowly and deliberately. "You are either school staff or my classmates. None of you are my pets." The young wizard did not respond immediately, but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he said, upon reflection, "I admit I was in the wrong. Jiming is correct." He then turned to Grandpa Qin, bowed slightly, and earnestly said, "Master Qin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me." Yet, Grandpa Qin merely snorted dismissively and rolled his eyes. Woof! The others, except for the little mutant wolf cub that Lin Xiaochun was holding, felt a tinge of awkwardness at the scene. While the young wizard was particularly embarrassed, he bowed deeply once more and said, "Gatekeeper, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Grandpa Qin." Woof, young wizard. Gatekeeper, woof. Taking a deep breath, the young wizard Han Tao gritted his teeth and bowed a third time. Then, woof. This time it was Han Tao who exclaimed it himself. In his mind, he thought, "Surely, Master Qin must forgive me now?" However, the response he received was yet another woof, and this bark seemed to sound increasingly similar. Han Tao was infuriated. Did he think he could disrespect me? He glared at Grandpa Qin, only to see the old man pointing in a flustered manner at the little wolf cub in Lin Xiaochun's hands, exclaiming, "It wasn't me. It was that little beast." "Little wolf cub, woof, Han Tao." Grandpa Qin chuckled heartily, saying, "In truth, I forgave you the first time you apologized. At my age, what is there to quibble about with youngsters like you? No need for apologies. Just go back to class. You, Grandpa Qin, are quite easy to get along with, but even so, if you wish to leave, you still need a pass. Han Tao silently shook hands with Grandpa Qin to ease his embarrassment and stepped aside. Seeing the two reconcile, and Jiming returned to his wheelchair and called out to Grandpa Qin, "Could you ask Tianhao to come over?" Upon hearing the name Tianhao, the others exchanged startled glances. The cheerful expression on Grandpa Qin's face suddenly stiffened, and he nodded repeatedly. All right, Li Tianhao from Class 4, and is waiting for you at the school gate. Please hurry. The announcement did not need to be repeated. A figure clad in a light blue robe and carrying a 3-foot-long sword soon appeared in the schoolyard square. Hailing from the Taoist lineage, with exceptional talent, Li Tianhao exuded an air of confidence wherever he went, but upon seeing Jiming, he lowered his head. Striding up to Jiming, Li Tianhao nodded and said, "Jiming?" And Jiming replied with a nod. "Someone wants to kill me." In that instant, everyone present could distinctly sense a shift in Li Tianhao's aura. A silent killing intent permeated the air, sending chills down the spines of all except Jiming and the melee fighter Lin Xiaochun. The Earth Mage and the young wizard felt it most acutely. In this Morning Star Martial Academy, if one were to rank combat prowess, even if Li Tianhao did not place in the top 3, he would surely be among the top 5, for it was he who had first pushed Jiming's wheelchair through the gates of the Morning Star Martial Academy 3 years prior when Jiming first arrived. Among the entire academy, Li Tianhao could be considered the first to be favored by fate. Moreover, many students at Morning Star Martial Academy routinely assisted Jiming in various ways, such as the wizard Han Tao who had just helped repair the road and Lin Xiaochun who was looking after Jiming today. While Li Tianhao's regular assistance to Jiming involved killing at this moment, confronted with Jiming's declaration that someone wanted to kill him, Li Tianhao's expression turned frigid as he simply asked, "Time, place, characters, Chapter 8, Professional Matters, can this be called grave robbing? Tomorrow night at 10:25, Zhongliang Avenue, Kaiyuan Gate. Point 2, Alfred Business Vehicles, 6 individuals in total excluding the drivers. The drivers are innocent." Li Tianhao mentally noted this and stepped aside. At that moment, the Earth Mage slowly raised his hand. Jiming smiled and said, "Qianmu, if you have something to say, just speak. This isn't class and I'm not the teacher, so why raise your hand?" The mage sheepishly replied. "Jiming, let Tianhao do the killing. As for the ancestral graves, leave that to me." The group fell silent, and Grandpa Qin snorted coldly, "Humph, that hobby of yours truly lives up to your name." The Earth Mage, named Qianmu, flushed and defended himself. What hobby? I don't have that hobby. I just want to do something for Jiming, grave robbing or whatever. It's merely a matter of professional alignment. Grandpa Qin nodded in agreement. Can professional matters be called grave robbing? That's called relocating graves, Qianmu. Old man, I only jumped the wall a few times without a pass. Is that really necessary? Grandpa Qin, it has nothing to do with the pass. I say, you lad, this little quirk of yours is rather troubling. Engaging in grave robbing too often will surely bring retribution. This time Qianmu directly interrupted Grandpa Qin, inquiring, "This gatekeeper, where are you from?" Grandpa Qin. Qianmu pressed on, Where? Why aren't you speaking? Are you naturally reticent? Grandpa Qin found himself momentarily at a loss for words and sought help from Jiming, who explained to Qianmu. The old man is of an age where he cannot bear witnessing such desecration of ancestral graves. It is rather extreme. You can go ahead and rob graves if you must, but refrain from flaunting it. I've seen plenty of people showing off their wealth and affection, but you're the first I've encountered who boasts about robbing someone else's ancestral graves. Qianmu chuckled heartily, patting the back of his head. Ha ha ha, Jiming speaks wisely. Indeed, there is merit in his words. From now on, I shall remain low-key, low-key. He then turned to Grandpa Qin, assuring, rest assured, your ancestral grave shall be safeguarded. Even if it is ever disturbed, I will restore it for you, Grandpa Qin. After Qianmu finished speaking, he turned to Jiming with a hopeful expression. Jiming quietly waited for the elderly and the youth to finish their banter before replying to Qianmu. That's fine, but this time the ancestral grave is somewhat distant. Qianmu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Jiming and firmly declared, Jiming, just tell me if this ancestral grave can be excavated. Distance is not an issue. I will handle it myself. Jiming nodded. It can be. Just like before with Li Tianhao, Qianmu adjusted his hairstyle and, imitating Li Tianhao's tone, asked gravely, time, location, which grave? Anytime, Sakura Island East. Jingshan Tianqi, slap, Grandpa Qin smacked his thigh, nearly jumping out of his seat. Excavate. This ancestral grave must be excavated. It absolutely must, kid. No need for an exit permit to excavate this grave. You can go anytime. Qianmu. Grandpa Qin glared, kid. You're not afraid to go, are you? Qianmu retorted, are you brave enough to go? Humph. Grandpa Qin scoffed, of course I'm brave, but my presence might incite international conflict. Qianmu countered, wouldn't my presence also incite international conflict? Ha ha ha. Grandpa Qin seemed to hear a remarkably amusing joke. Kid, your presence wouldn't cause any conflict. The people from the Sakura Island military are brash, but not incompetent, especially those ninja miscreants. Do you really think they're pushovers? You wouldn't even stir a ripple. Of course, this is assuming that classmate and doesn't assist you. If you wish to excavate Jingshan Tianqi on your own, you might as well enroll in Wuda and train for a few years first. Qianmu instinctively wanted to argue, but he found Grandpa Qin's words reasonable and quietly stood aside. In that moment, a grand aspiration was born within Qianmu. Meanwhile, and Ji Ming, noticing Qianmu's newfound compliance, turned to the girl clad in a golden suit. Jean, classmate, since you're here, I won't seek anyone else. I have something to trouble you with. Jan classmate smiled warmly. Her stern demeanor exuded an air of elegance. No need to be polite, and classmate. Just tell me what you need. Ji Ming retrieved his phone from a white cloth bag and handed it to her. You can input any payment password. Please buy me a bouquet of flowers and accompany me to pick up a friend this afternoon. All right, since it's a friend of a classmate, buying a bouquet is only fitting. With that, Jean classmate pushed the phone back to Ji Ming and walked straight toward the campus exit. Watching her leave the school, Han Tao and Qianmu simultaneously turned to Grandpa Qin. Mouthing exit permit, Grandpa Qin looked up at the sky and sighed. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. The sorcerer and the mage. After arranging everything, and Ji Ming was about to leave when he noticed Lin Xiaochun, who had been accompanying him to school that day. She was a rather dirty, adorably naive girl, clutching a wriggling little wolf cub as if she had something to say. In Ji Ming, speak. Lin Xiaochun blinked, lifting the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub yipped, woof woof. Lin Xiaochun asked, and classmate, am I now also a favored child of destiny? And Ji Ming smiled gently, of course, in truth, you need not accompany me to school. Everyone will receive the favor of destiny. However, my classmates are simply too kind, thinking that not helping me with some tasks would be a disservice to me. Hence the tradition of taking turns to assist me to school each day. Lin Xiaochun paused for a moment, then lifted the little wolf cub again. Then, can it too? The little wolf cub. Woof, woof woof. Looking at the diminutive creature, and Ji Ming momentarily lost his train of thought. Regaining focus, he softly inquired, Lin classmate, you just harmed this little wolf cub's family. Are you not afraid it might bite you later? Lin Xiaochun, with a dazed expression, replied, when it bites me, I will simply cut it then. Besides, an classmate mentioned earlier that it cannot harm other classmates. Locking eyes with Lin Xiaochun for a moment, and Ji Ming nodded, that is acceptable. Lin Xiaochun beamed, really? Then, what else can I help you with? An classmate? Is there anything or anyone else you wish to cut? Tomorrow night, you can go with Tianhao. I know you have many questions for me. Ask him instead. With that, and Ji Ming waved goodbye to the others, and his wheelchair began to move autonomously toward the campus. Watching him depart, the others began to chatter excitedly, as expected of an classmate. Even his wheelchair moves by itself. Ji Ming's wheelchair must be a treasure. When can I have a chance to ride this rare item? The flattery from the group was a bit overwhelming for Ji Ming, who turned his wheelchair around and, holding up a remote control, said, Dear classmates, it's the new era. This wheelchair is electric, you know? The crowd. Chapter 9 Inside this place, I dare not use a single item. Upon entering the gates of Morning Star Martial School, one is greeted by a spacious square, followed by the comprehensive building where teachers usually work. Behind the comprehensive building lies the teaching building, with separate arenas flanking both sides. Further back is the playground. And beyond that, the school's rear hill. Though it's referred to as a hill, it is merely a large dirt slope. Liangqing, being situated on a plain, lacks true mountains. Any earthquakes are entirely a matter of fate. At this moment, having navigated a series of events, and Jiming successfully entered the campus and made his way to the comprehensive building, heading straight for the principal's office. The wheelchair halted before the office door, and as Jiming lifted his foot to click, the door to the principal's office swung open on its own. "Oh, my ancestors! You have finally arrived!" The principal of Morning Star Martial School, sporting a receding hairline and a protruding belly, nearly wept upon seeing Jiming. He hurriedly maneuvered around, cautiously pushing Jiming's wheelchair into the office. This was an expansive office, exceeding 200 square meters, furnished with genuine leather sofas, reclining chairs, a massive television, gaming consoles, and an esports cockpit. Most conspicuous was an oversized desk, with ample space beneath it. After closing the door, the principal squatted beside Jiming's wheelchair, crying and lamenting, "And classmate, you absolutely cannot arrive at school this late again. Do you know the ordeal I endured waiting for you this morning?" And Jiming interjected, Who didn't he come this morning?" The principal immediately corrected himself, tears streaming down his face. "Do you know how much suffering I endured just because you were a little late this morning? I was hiding under that desk, utterly terrified. You know I'm not particularly brave, and I'm no martial artist. My position as principal is purely due to our fateful connection. What if an axe or a big knife flies in one day? What would happen if I got scared to death? Just think about it. As a martial arts student, if you cannot even protect your principal, how embarrassing would that be?" Watching the principal continue to vent his frustrations, Jiming raised his hand. "All right, reinforce the formation. Once I wake up from my afternoon nap, I'll take care of it." The principal's mouth visibly twitched upwards, but he suppressed it, continuing, "And classmate, I still need to discuss something with you. A few days ago, I attended a meeting at the Education Bureau, and those guys caused me more trouble." Jiming responded, Isn't it the same few people? One and all, let them step out today and step in dog feces." The principal struggled to keep his mouth from curling upwards yet again, continuing, "By the way, and classmate, today, some people from Yinjing called me, inquiring about which martial arts university you wish to attend. How should I respond?" And Jiming shot him a glance but remained silent. The principal continued, "Of course, I want to respond. Each and every one of them is eyeing my exceptional student, and I want to divulge a thing. Let them stew in their own curiosity." And Jiming nodded, "Yes, let us proceed this way." The principal rubbed his hands nervously, cautiously probing, "Well, and classmate, could you perhaps give me a hint?" As he spoke, the principal used all his strength to move a nearby genuine leather reclining chair closer and meticulously dusted it off, though it wasn't dirty at all. Seeing Jiming remain silent, the principal helplessly pouted, continuing, "You know, although this office is nominally mine, when you're not here, I can only hide under the desk. I dare not use a single item in here." After cleaning the chair, the principal bowed and gestured for Jiming to take a seat. Jiming yawned and rose from his wheelchair to sit down. The principal once again retrieved a luxurious blanket, evidently of considerable worth, to drape over Jiming. Student, this is a blanket made from exotic fur that I purchased for over 100,000 last month, he remarked. Jiming, upon hearing this, picked up the blanket for a closer inspection and inquired, "Purchased last month?" The principal hastily replied, "Yes, last month, but I have not used it. Not even once," carelessly tossing the blanket aside, and Jiming calmly stated, "Return it." The principal was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "But it's been a month. How can it be returned?" And Jiming closed his eyes and replied softly, "Old Wong, you had better persuade that individual to accept the return, or else this person's fate may take a turn for the worse. Any misfortune that befalls them would not be surprising, especially those who sell counterfeit goods." Standing frozen, the principal swallowed hard and pleaded, "And student, please refrain from taking action just yet. Grant me a little time, will you? Do you have anything else to address? No. Please ensure you close the door upon your departure. Thank you." "Understood." The principal glanced at the time and quietly asked, And student, have you had your lunch? I could have the cafeteria send something over." Jiming waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No, I am a student of this school. I cannot receive special treatment. I must dine in the cafeteria. I will go eat once I awaken." "Very well, then you rest. I shall take my leave." Cautiously exiting the principal's office, he made his way to a modest office, approximately 10 square meters in size, where he retrieved a sign that identified him as the principal and hung it at the door. After completing these tasks, he sank into his office chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Ah, this seat is indeed comfortable. Following this, the principal diligently checked the attendance of the teachers, the hygiene of the cafeteria, the maintenance of the schoolyard, and the stock of animal feed. Except for the teacher's instruction quality, these matters were personally inspected by the principal on a daily basis, demonstrating his commitment and responsibility. Once he finished his tasks and returned to his small office, he had yet to take a sip of water before his phone rang. Producing a series of chimes. Upon answering, he said, "Hello? Greetings, is this Principal Wang Dong of the Liangqing Morning Star Martial Arts School?" "Yes, who is this?" "I am from the Martial Affairs Bureau. My name is Ruan Mingyue. My employee ID is HH0'd. I would like to inquire about a student's situation." "Sure, feel free to ask about any student except for one. If you inquire about that particular student, I will immediately hang up and block your number." Seemingly taken aback by the principal's resolute response, the caller fell silent for a moment before continuing, "Principal Wang, let me reiterate. I am Ruan Mingyue from the Special Operations Division of the Martial Affairs Bureau. My employee ID is HH. Before the caller could finish, the principal abruptly hung up and blocked the number, sneering disdainfully, "Humph, Martial Affairs Bureau? They merely oversee martial artists. I am not one of them." And Jiming slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, after a brief wash and rubbing his empty stomach, he made his way to the school cafeteria for a meal, just as he stated. He was a student of Morning Star Martial Arts School, and he could not indulge in special privileges. Meals must be taken in the cafeteria. Regardless of the hour, he went to the cafeteria for his food. As for who prepared the meals, An Jiming had his own dedicated chef at the school. This chef, whom the principal had presumably hired, was rather aloof and taciturn. Yet he could prepare any dish and exclusively catered to An Jiming. Chapter 10. An ambush? Here, privileges hold no power. The high-speed train from Huhai sped northward, reaching Shuzhou before veering westward, passing through Shangling and Liangsheng, ultimately arriving at the provincial capital of Zhengzhou in the Central Plains. The destination for Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue was not the train's final stop, but rather the penultimate station, Liangsheng. Following the conclusion of a video conference with their superiors, Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue wasted no time. Leaving for Liangqing without waiting for any directives from their bureau. At this moment, seated in the Martial Affairs Bureau's exclusive train carriage, Chao Mingjian observed Ruan Mingyue, who had just put her phone down. Her expression oddly perplexed. He had overheard her conversation with Principal Wang Dong of Morning Star. Ruan Mingyue furrowed her brow, her tone dripping with sarcasm, unprecedented. "This is the first time I've encountered someone so audacious as to disregard us. Does the principal of Morning Star not understand what our bureau does?" Chao Mingjian shook his head. "No, his tone suggests he is quite aware." Ruan Mingyue rolled her eyes. "Brother Mingjian, I was merely expressing my disbelief. After all, it is the 17th year of the new calendar. How could anyone be unaware of our bureau's existence? The 17th year, 17 years." Chao Mingjian murmured softly as he picked up a photograph before him. The image depicted none other than An Jiming. "Mingyue, how old do you think this student is?" Ruan Mingyue, her attention focused on her phone, replied, "Around 17 or 18. I supposed, by the way, there's another relevant contact. Should we reach out? What is their identity?" Xiang Dong, the chairman of Dongwang Group. An Jiming owns a shop, and directly across from it is a convenience store. Xiang Dong started from that very convenience store, working tirelessly for over a decade to establish Dongwang Group. To this day, he still makes time every week to assist at the store. Listening to Ruan Mingyue's words, Chao Mingjian shook his head. "No need for a phone call. Have our local personnel in Liangqing arrange a meeting with Xiangdong at our office." "Understood." Ruan Mingyue sent a message to the local martial affairs staff in Liangqing. And when she looked up, she found Chao Mingjian staring at her intently. "Well, what's wrong? Your gaze is rather unsettling." Chao Mingjian smiled slightly. "Mingyue, why come with me to Liangqing? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Huhai? That way, you would have a brighter future." Ruan Mingyue was momentarily speechless, turning her head away and murmuring, "Must I spell it out for you? Your intuition has always been sharp. Can't you sense it this time?" Chao Mingjian also turned his gaze elsewhere. Though they sat facing each other, they looked in opposite directions. After a prolonged silence, as if to alleviate the awkwardness, Ruan Mingyue took the initiative to broach a new topic. "You seem quite interested in this student, Mingyue. I believe you are more intrigued by him than I am. Of course. Anyone who dares to venture into danger solo, even the Ghost King from Ming Island." Piques my interest, wouldn't it attract yours too? Indeed. Has there been any news from Longwei? What is the current situation with those ghost ninjas? Longwei belongs to the military, and they are not part of our system. They wouldn't inform us immediately even if they had news. Time flew by as the two engaged in casual conversation. By 4 in the afternoon, the train arrived at Liangsheng North Station. The platform was bustling with passengers. Excuse me, could you make way? An elderly man carrying a bag of urea squeezed past Chao Mingjian. Observing the throng of people, Chao Mingjian instructed Wan Mingyue, present your identification. We will take the special passage. The Martial Affairs Bureau's credentials proved effective. After showing the relevant documents to the staff, with a clang, they opened a special passage for the two. However, the lights in the passage appeared to be malfunctioning, casting it into darkness, where one could not see their hand before their face. Fortunately, the distance was not extensive, and ahead was brightly illuminated. Navigating through the dark corridor, Chao Mingjian and Wan Mingyue followed the light. And as the darkness receded, they found themselves at the exit of the station. The exit was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. The expansive square outside was bathed in sunlight, with a gentle breeze wafting through, a perfect time between spring and summer. While Wan Mingyue continued to walk in her high heels, Chao Mingjian found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move forward. When Wan Mingyue turned back, she noticed Chao Mingjian's face had turned pale, his lips trembling. What's wrong? A flurry of panic flashed in Chao Mingjian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, saying, Mingyue, check your soul plate. Wan Mingyue retrieved a device resembling a compass from her bag. Though it featured several varying length pointers, this was her soul plate, an essential tool for a soul master. At that moment, the pointers on the soul plate spun wildly, leaving Wan Mingyue momentarily stunned. In just a second. Her complexion mirrored that of Chao Mingjian's ashen. Mingjian, this is not right. There should be many people here. Why is there not a single soul? Chao Mingjian reassured her, do not panic. Step back slowly. Trembling, Wan Mingyue cautiously retreated to Chao Mingjian's side, while he closed his eyes, intently sensing the surroundings. After a moment, he took a deep breath and declared, we must return. The two turned around, once again facing the inky darkness of the corridor they had just traversed. With Chao Mingjian leading the way and Wan Mingyue following, they proceeded at a much slower pace than before, carefully making their way through the special passage back to the platform. As they emerged from the passage, a gust of wind greeted them, and they were immediately enveloped by the cacophony of a bustling crowd. A multitude of individuals disembarked from the train, the crowd surging towards the steps leading to the exit. Wan Mingyue let out a sigh of relief, gently patting her proud bosom, yet beside her, Chao Mingjian's complexion had grown even more pallid. Mingyue, Mingyue, do you see those people in front of me? What's the matter? When we just got off the train, they were right in front of me. At first, Wan Mingyue did not comprehend what Chao Mingjian was alluding to, but she quickly grasped the implication. During the brief interval after they had exited through the special passage and returned, the queue of individuals at the exit had remained utterly static. Instantly, beads of sweat began to bead on Wan Mingyue's alluring face. Chao Mingjian, meanwhile, fixated on the clock mounted on the station wall. Hardly daring to blink, Mingjian, is it dot time? Yes, during the time we traversed the special passage, time on this side of the platform has come to a standstill. Wan Mingyue raised her hands to cover her mouth, which had gaped open in sheer panic. Although it was the transitional season between spring and summer, she felt as if she were ensconced in the depths of winter, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Mingjian, have we fallen into an ambush? Chao Mingjian shook his head, his bloodless lips quivering as he spoke. I can sense that they bear us no ill will. They are signaling to us that the credentials from the Wuqin Bureau are ineffective here. After uttering this, Chao Mingjian furrowed his brow in distress, and after a moment, he shook his head again, saying, No, that's not what he meant. He is not implying that our credentials from the Wuqin Bureau are useless. Rather, he is indicating that in this place, non-combatant, non-emergency units have no privileges. At the exit, Njiming sat in a wheelchair, cradling a bouquet of white magnolias. Behind him stood a classmate clad in a golden suit, quietly pushing his wheelchair. The time manipulation skills of this classmate were evidently refined to perfection. Her strikingly handsome features radiated joy as she smiled, replying, Oh, and classmate, you flatter me. Chapter 11. Which martial force do you represent? Inside the station, The crowd was bustling yet orderly, gradually advancing towards the exit. Chao Mingjin and Ruan Mingyue melded into the throng. Ruan Mingyue's face turned pale as she remarked, "It seems that the local martial forces in Liangqing are not particularly welcoming of our arrival." While Chao Mingjin moved with the crowd, his gaze remained glued to the electronic clock on the station wall, only shifting his attention once they descended the stairs and it was no longer in sight. Taking out his phone to check the time, he stated, "The Wuqin Bureau oversees the management of martial practitioners. It is entirely normal for the local martial forces to be unwelcoming towards us. This clearly indicates that our colleagues have been remiss in their duties in Liangqing, and I am beginning to worry." Ruan Mingyue inquired. "Worry about what?" A hint of concern etched itself across Chao Mingjin's brow. "I fear that Liangqing has developed into a coalition of martial factions bound by mutual interests. If that is the case, things will become quite complicated. Since the new calendar era, the status of martial practitioners has been on the rise. And in some smaller nations, the emergence of a super-strong individual often signifies a shift in governance." The more Chao Mingjin spoke, the tighter his brows knitted. Even in a major nation like ours, concessions to martial groups are made year after year. Ruan Mingyue gently patted Chao Mingjin's arm, urging, "Don't frighten yourself. You are merely the captain of a local martial team. Focus on your own responsibilities, and let those larger issues be handled by someone of General Chen's caliber." "Indeed, Mingyue, you are correct in your assessment." Chao Mingjin took a deep breath, falling silent. After approximately 10 minutes, the two of them finally reached the exit alongside the departing crowd. Unlike their previous experience, this time the exit buzzed with activity. Station staff wielded megaphones to guide the crowd, while taxi drivers solicited passengers and individuals arriving shouted names in the local dialect. Among the throng outside the exit, the perceptive Chao Mingjin quickly spotted the white-clad youth in the wheelchair, accompanied by the striking girl in a golden suit, pushing it. Not rushing to exit, Chao Mingjin deliberately held Ruan Mingyue back at the turnstile for a brief moment. Once the crowd thinned, they swiped their credentials to pass through as they approached the white-clad youth. He rose from his wheelchair, presenting the bouquet of white magnolias with a smile, greeting Chao Mingjin with, "Welcome, Captain Chao, to Liangqing." Accepting the flowers from the boy, Chao Mingjin scrutinized the handsome youth before him, who bore a warm and innocent demeanor, and asked, "Who was it that halted time at the station?" The youth chuckled and shook his head. "Are you here to demand an explanation, Captain Chao?" "It is my duty." Chao Mingjin fixed his gaze on the boy's eyes, producing his Wuqin Bureau credentials to hang around his neck. Pointing at the emblem of the Summer Nation, he stated, "Utilizing martial abilities in public without authorization, disrupting public order, minor offense, punishable by detention of up to 30 days. He then inquired, "Was it you?" Subsequently shifting his gaze to the girl in the golden suit pushing the wheelchair. He asked, "Or was it you?" Ruan Mingyue interjected, "Regardless of who it was, you both need to accompany us to the Wuqin Bureau for a record. You both appear young. Rest assured, we will notify your guardians." The white-clad youth smiled faintly, meeting Chao Mingjin's gaze directly, calmly stating, "Jean classmate, please demonstrate your learning achievements to Captain Chao once more." "Certainly." The girl produced a golden pocket watch, opening it, flashing a gentle smile at Chao Mingjin and Ruan Mingyue. Softly uttering, "Let us start over." Tick-tock, the hands of the pocket watch, which had been moving clockwise, suddenly halted, then began to rotate counterclockwise. Simultaneously, they heard a series of ticking sounds echoing in their ears. And soon, everything around them began to reverse, as if playing a film in reverse. Even their own bodies were moving backward, first retreating to the turnstile, then along the station's path, ultimately returning to the very spot where they had just disembarked. "Excuse me, please." An elderly man carrying a bag of urea sidestepped past Chao Mingjin. Trembling, Chao Mingjin glanced at the electronic clock within the station. Time had truly reversed. Yet, the other departing individuals seemed unaware of this anomaly. Only Chao Mingjin and Ruan Mingyue were left in shock. Ruan Mingyue exclaimed, "Time manipulation? Time manipulation? That girl's time skill not only halts time, but can also rewind it." Chao Mingjin's voice trembled in response. "Moreover, it is precise and controlled. She can make our bodies follow the flow of time backward while preserving our consciousness intact. Such precise control alone qualifies her to serve in the Dragon Guard." "Mingjin, this intimidation tactic is quite formidable. That girl seems so young. She must be a genius at practicing time manipulation, right? Stay calm." Chao Mingjin reattached his credentials, which he had removed during the time reversal, and once again followed the departing crowd. Approaching the white-clad youth once more, Chao Mingjian, this time, asked directly, "What is your name?" The youth inclined his head slightly, articulating each word, Njiming. Upon hearing this name, Chao Mingjian felt no surprise. Inquiring, "Which martial force do you represent in Liangsheng?" Njiming extended the bouquet of white magnolias towards Chao Mingjian once more, stating, "Captain Chao, I do not represent any faction. I am genuinely here to welcome you to Liangsheng and to present you with flowers." Accepting the bouquet for the second time, Chao Mingjian gazed intently into the eyes of the white-clad youth, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through Njiming's very soul, seeking to uncover the secrets hidden within his mind. For the first time, the usually perceptive Chao Mingjian found himself plagued by doubt. At this moment, his intuition whispered that what the youth had just said was the truth. He was indeed merely here to welcome him? Yet, he did not know him at all. As Chao Mingjian wrestled with his confusion, Njiming extended his hand. Instinctively, Chao Mingjian shook it. Snap! Nearby, a slender boy captured this moment with his phone camera. Putting away his phone, the boy produced a fine-tipped steel pen and an ancient scroll, continuing to write. On the day of the earthquake, Njiming met with Chao Mingjian at Liangsheng North Station. The two shook hands and engaged in pleasant conversation. After a moment's thought, the boy ultimately struck out the last four words, engaged in pleasant conversation. That night, the Liangsheng Wuqin Bureau branch was inundated with piles of documents resembling small mountains being delivered to Chao Mingjian's office. Throughout the night, the light in his office remained illuminated until dawn. The following morning, bleary-eyed from a sleepless night, Chao Mingjian welcomed the first visitor of his tenure in Liangsheng, a middle-aged man with an affable demeanor seated before him. Holding up a photograph of Njiming, Chao Mingjian asked, "You are Xiang Dong, correct? I need to learn everything about this person." Njiming from the Morning Star Martial School. Every detail, without exception. Chapter 12. He shares the same age as the new calendar. Xiang Dong gazed curiously at the man before him, whose weary appearance and bloodshot eyes hinted at his exhaustion. "Are you here to investigate Njiming?" Knock, knock, knock. Chao Mingjian, his eyes reddened, rapped the table, reminding him, "Please answer my question. You are already aware of our identities, so you should understand your obligation to cooperate with us. In truth, I do not know much about this child, Njiming." Xiang Dong recalled, "I have not seen him for quite some time. The place where he lives is usually quite deserted," Ruan Mingyue interjected. "Please start from the beginning, from Njiming's childhood, including his parents, his upbringing, and experiences. Share everything you know in detail." Xiang Dong blinked several times, as if realizing the gravity of the situation. After requesting a glass of water from the staff of the Wuqin Bureau, he spoke slowly. "He has no parents. It was the winter of the last year of the old calendar. One morning, amidst a heavy snowfall, I arrived at the store and discovered a cardboard box in the snow at the entrance. Approaching it, I was startled to find a child, pale and lifeless, who had clearly been dead for some time, likely just a few months old. Aside from the child, there was also 20 yuan in that box. Knock, knock, knock." This time, Ruan Mingyue tapped the table and coldly stated, "Speak only of Njiming, please." Xiang Dong cast her a frosty glance and replied, "Miss, I am indeed speaking of Njiming. On that frigid winter night, a child, discarded by his own parents in a cardboard box at the convenience store entrance, is none other than Njiming." Chao and Ruan exchanged glances, both astonished. "Is this the Njiming from the Morning Star Martial Academy?" Xiang Dong nodded, "Yes, who else could it be? I was taken aback upon seeing that lifeless child, sitting in the snow for quite some time, unable to comprehend his fate. Later, I hurried to seek help from Master Xiaoyang, who runs the spirit child shop across from my convenience store. He claims to be the master of the spiritual realm and possesses some knowledge of metaphysics. Master Xiaoyang took one look at the deceased child and immediately carried him away. Days later, that child miraculously came back to life, and it was Xiaoyang who named him Njiming. For why he bears the surname An, I do not know. At this moment, Chao Mingjian inquired, "Are you suggesting that Njiming experienced a resurrection, and that it occurred during the old calendar?" Xiang Dong scratched his head, recollecting, "Well, not entirely during the old calendar. The incident left a profound impression on me. Just 2 weeks after I encountered the living Njiming, the official residence announced the revival of spiritual energy, marking the onset of the new martial era, with the following year being the first year of the new calendar. Coincidentally, that boy shares the same age as the new calendar. Perhaps it was indeed the revival of spiritual energy that allowed him to come back to life." Chao Mingjian glanced at the recording device in operation. Confirming everything was in order before continuing to inquire, "Is Master Xiaoyang still around?" "What is his full name?" Xiangdong chuckled, his pace of speech gradually slowing. "Ah, Master Xiaoyang, it has been a long time since I last saw him. His full name is Yang Ning. He had a very beautiful partner, who was rather peculiar, always draped in red gauze regardless of the season." Knock, knock, knock. Chao Mingjian rapped the table, asking, "Is this Master Xiaoyang still around?" "No longer," Xiangdong replied, his face a mask of regret. "Let me think. That must have been when Njiming was 3 years old. One day, Master Xiaoyang's spirit child shop was left with only that little brat. I have no idea where he and his partner went. At that time, I even reported it to the police, but they said there was no record of anyone named Xiaoyang. A brief silence enveloped the interrogation room as Chao Mingjian silently etched the name Yang Ning into his memory. He pressed on. "What happened after that? How did 3-year-old Njiming manage to survive? How did he survive?" "He begged for food from others, of course." As he spoke, a look of pity crossed Xiangdong's face. A 3-year-old child, barely able to walk, would toss a turtle shell into the air, claiming it was a fortune-telling technique that could discern which household had the most abundant meals. He would then follow the directions indicated by the turtle shell to knock on doors. Thankfully, the people of Liang City are kind-hearted. Almost everyone he approached welcomed him to their table to eat. Of course, he often came to my store to buy something to eat, and many of those who fed him would also give him a little money. But I never accepted his money. To think that a child of such tender age could survive to this day is truly remarkable." As he spoke, the middle-aged man's eyes grew red. I have seen him return many times, head down, lip quivering. When I asked what was wrong, he said he had miscalculated. I would ask him what that meant, and he would reply that if he miscalculated, he would go hungry. Each time, I would offer him something to eat, but he never accepted it. You must admit, that stubborn little brat was quite peculiar. Listening to Xiangdong's account, Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. For a moment, Chao Mingjian found himself at a loss for what to ask next. Observing Xiangdong's melancholy demeanor, he chose to cease his inquiries, allowing the three to take a brief respite. Subsequently, Chao Mingjian asked Xiangdong everything he knew about Njiming, from childhood to present. However, he gleaned no valuable information. According to Xiangdong, Njiming spent his days hiding in the shop left to him by Master Xiaoyang, venturing out for food when hungry, while Chao had no idea what Njiming did when he wasn't hungry. As the years passed, Njiming's appearances before Xiangdong dwindled, until he realized he hadn't seen him in over a year. Next, Chao Mingjian posed several questions regarding the Morning Star Martial Academy, a topic with which Xiangdong was unfamiliar. He offered only brief comments before moving on. By the time the questioning concluded, the day was drawing to a close, the clock nearing 8 in the evening. Chao Mingjian, grateful for Xiangdong's cooperation, did not trouble him further, escorting him to the entrance of the Wu Qin Bureau before returning. He promptly returned to his office, beginning to compile the details of the day's inquiries when suddenly, ding ding, Chao Mingjian's phone rang. Simultaneously, Ruan Mingyue's phone chimed. Looking down, Ruan Mingyue exclaimed urgently, "Mingjian, we have news about the batch of ghost ninjas entering from Huhai. 6 have been spotted in Zhongzhou and are currently en route to Liang City, traveling along Zhongliang Avenue in 2 Alpha business vehicles." Chao Mingjian immediately set aside his work, rising to head outside while saying, "Notify all teams to assemble at once." Meanwhile, at the Morning Star Martial Academy, Li Tianhao, clad in a blue robe, and the adorably naive Lin Xiaochun, both held a blank A4 sheet of paper, presenting it to the school's gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin. Scrawled across the top of the 2 sheets were the words "Exit Permit." Grandpa Qin took a glance and nodded. This is indeed an S handwriting. No problem. You may go." With a wave of his hand, the imposing iron gate of the school slowly swung open. Li Tianhao and Lin Xiaochun stepped boldly into the dark night beyond the school gates. Chapter 13. I hope that boys' fate-casting abilities are not so remarkable. Zhongliang Avenue, the main thoroughfare connecting the provincial capital of Zhengzhou to Liang City. Under the cover of night, the avenue was teeming with vehicles. Yet as time passed, traffic from Zhengzhou towards Liang City gradually thinned. More and more drivers suddenly received calls from individuals claiming to be from the official safety department, instructing them to vacate Zhongliang Avenue. The 2 Alpha business vehicles, once blending into the traffic, began to stand out against the backdrop of the road. Near the Zhongzhou city area, several domestic commercial vehicles were parked by the roadside. Inside one of them sat Chao Mingjian, his gaze fixed on the map displayed on his tablet. The two red dots moving rapidly towards Liang City were unmistakably prominent. Adjusting his earpiece, Chao Mingjian inquired, "Mingyue, is there still no news from Longwei?" "No, but the contact from Longwei mentioned that we can take action as soon as they enter our territory." "Good." Removing the earpiece, Chao Mingjian picked up the walkie-talkie and announced, "All teams, pay attention. At the current speed, the targets are expected to reach Kaiyuan Gate around 10 o'clock. That is where we will take action. Team 4 will be responsible for interception. Teams 1 and 2 will lead the assault, while Team 3 manages traffic control and monitors the scene with Tian Yao. Remember, the intruders are the Sakurajima ghost ninjas, so exercise caution. While ensuring your own safety, do your utmost to capture them alive. I understand that capturing live ghost ninjas is challenging, but we must strive for it nonetheless." One by one, the teams acknowledged receipt of the orders. Chao Mingjian refrained from discussing the matter of the Ghost King Heiyi with these newly appointed subordinates, as it was deemed unnecessary. He switched the map page on the tablet to the satellite surveillance view, then toggled back, only to switch again. Chao Mingjian had worked for many years in the security department at Huhai Airport, encountering numerous tempests and tribulations. Actions such as tonight's were mere child's play to him. Yet, at this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Covering his face, he exhaled a long, heavy breath and sighed. A keen sixth sense is not always a blessing. At 9:50 p.m., an anomaly occurred. The two Alpha business vehicles, which had been driving one behind the other towards Liang City, suddenly came to a halt. Chao Mingjian, who was intently observing the map, felt a flicker of unease as he witnessed this scene. Shortly thereafter, both Alphas pulled over and several individuals disembarked. Chao Mingjian promptly picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded, "All teams prepare. If the other party changes their course, we will strike immediately." Received. Chao Mingjian focused on the figures in the satellite surveillance video, scrutinizing their lip movements as they conversed. His acute sixth sense encompassed not merely intuition, but six sensory capabilities, including sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the sixth sense of perception. Through the dialogue captured on the surveillance footage, he easily discerned that, due to the diminishing number of vehicles on Zhongliang Avenue, the other party had grown suspicious. Given this, it was evident they could not continue forward. Chao Mingjian was poised to instruct the teams to take the initiative, when suddenly, "Chao team, we have a situation." Another operative from the Wuqin Bureau pointed towards the street outside the car. Exclaiming, "Look!" Chao Mingjian turned to see a boy clad in a green robe and a seemingly dazed girl casually strolling down the middle of the road, heading straight toward Kaiyuan Gate. Kaiyuan Gate was an ancient-style gate tower, devoid of city walls, a solitary man-made structure standing on Zhongliang Avenue. Witnessing this, Chao Mingjian's temper flared, and he angrily questioned over the walkie-talkie, "Team 3, weren't you instructed to implement traffic control?" A resigned voice crackled through the speaker. "Chao team, those two are students from Qinxing Martial School." This revelation sent Chao Mingjian into a rage, yet he swiftly recognized that something was amiss. Suppressing his fury, he calmly inquired, "What does it signify that they are students from Qinxing Martial School?" The operative beside him replied in a hushed tone, "It means Team 3 may not be able to stop them." Suddenly, Chao Mingjian recalled the golden-suited girl he had encountered at the train station yesterday, who possessed the uncanny ability to manipulate time. Observing the individuals on the surveillance camera remaining stationary, he refrained from ordering an immediate strike and instead posed a question to his companion. "How many students are there at Qinxing Martial School?" The operative promptly responded, "There is only one grade in the warrior class graduating this year, consisting of 10 classes, totaling 432 students. How many possess extraordinary talent?" Chao Mingjian turned to find the operative gazing at him with a rather peculiar expression. "What is it?" The operative blinked and cleared his throat, replying, 1.1, "That can't be right." Chao Mingjian shook his head. "I just met one yesterday. Surely I can't be encountering the only exceptionally gifted individual right off the bat." "The one you met was a girl in a golden suit who practices time manipulation." "Oh, that girl is named Jin Kaikai." The operative regarded Chao Mingjian with a knowing look, saying, "Chao team, if Jin Kaikai is considered exceptionally gifted, then there are 431 other gifted students in the warrior class at Qinxing Martial School." Chao Mingjian. What about the remaining one? "That one? I fear extraordinarily gifted cannot quite encapsulate him. He has the ability to make others extraordinarily gifted. You might not have heard of it since you just arrived in Liang City." But soon you will become familiar with a particular saying. What is it? Every individual who has assisted in Tong will become a favored child of destiny. Inside the vehicle, a brief silence ensued. Chao Mingjian felt a chill breeze sweep past him. He realized that the operative from the Wuqin Bureau spoke those words with a tone filled with yearning and envy. Suddenly, it struck him that his assignment in Liang City might not merely be a chance for redemption. He recalled a remark he had made to Wan Mingyue yesterday. In certain small nations, the emergence of a super warrior often heralds a change in power. Could Njiming be considered a super warrior? Chao Mingjian was uncertain. However, he sensed that Njiming had the potential to elevate those around him into super warriors, a being capable of mass-producing super warriors. If such a person existed, then the warriors of Liang City had already formed a web of personal attachments and intertwined interests. It was merely a matter of time before a martial faction emerged. No, perhaps Qinxing Martial School had already become a formidable martial faction not to be underestimated. And at the core of this faction, without a doubt, was the white-robed youth who had presented him with flowers yesterday, and Njiming, and for now, it was confined to Liang City alone. If more people were to become aware of Njiming's existence, Chao Mingjian's heart raced with dread. No, 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 how could such a defiant existence be possible? Defying fate, or granting others the ability to defy fate. At present, all he could do was hope that Qinxing Martial School did not possess too many exceptionally gifted students. He wished that the local operative, who had worked in Liang City for many years, was merely speaking in jest, for only then could it suggest that Njiming's abilities were not so astonishing. Otherwise, a thunderous realization struck his mind. Chaos was approaching. At that moment, the operative beside him reminded him, Chao team, those individuals have gotten back into their vehicles. They haven't changed direction. They're continuing towards us. How is that possible? Chao Mingjian lowered his gaze to the surveillance monitor, discovering that indeed, the vehicles were approaching. Yet he had just discerned from the lip movements of those individuals that they had grown suspicious. Even so, they chose to advance. Were they out of their minds? Although puzzled, Chao Mingjian had no time to ponder. His thoughts were consumed by Njiming.in comparison. These few minor ninjas were hardly a concern. Joining his hands in silent prayer, Chao Mingjian fervently wished, may that young man's abilities not be as miraculous as rumored. May that young man's abilities not be as miraculous as rumored. Suddenly, a chime echoed. His phone buzzed with a new message. After reading it, Chao Mingjian understood that those ninjas, despite their suspicions, were indeed heading his way. He had to concede that perhaps the prowess of a certain individual's fate manipulation was, indeed, somewhat extraordinary. Chao team, since you're new here, I have nothing of value to offer you. 6 ninjas, a token of respect. The message concluded with a signature. And in an instant, Chao Mingjian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Chapter 14. On Lunghu Mountain, the winds and thunder roar. The Taoist's true name is Li Tianhao. At 10:25 p.m., 2 black business vehicles arrived in front of Kaiyuan Gate. Due to the proactive traffic control measures implemented by the Wuqin Bureau in Liang City, the 10-lane road lay eerily empty. Observing the approaching vehicles, Lin Xiaochun checked the time on her phone and mumbled, "They are indeed punctual, not a minute late from the time and Tong specified." Li Tianhao, with his 3-foot-long sword resting at his waist, casually gripped the hilt and said calmly, "Lin, you will gradually become accustomed to such matters. We are classmates and are well aware of each other's capabilities. Being a girl, you need only assist me in controlling the situation while I deal with these 6 ninjas." Lin Xiaochun blinked at his words. At that moment, she lacked the excitement typically felt when confronting otherworldly beings. She nodded, affirming, "I will ensure I do not hinder you." Li Tianhao shook his head, replying, "It's not about hindering. I fear you might snatch my kills. If I miss one, feel free to take the shot." With that, Li Tianhao slowly drew his sword, its blade shimmering coldly under the streetlights. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged along the road beneath the night sky. If one listened closely, they could hear the faint rumble of thunder within the winds. As the sword flashed, a sharp screech of emergency brakes and the crisp sound of metal snapping reverberated through the air. Clang, clang. As some metallic objects tumbled to the ground, the gathered crowd realized that the 2 Alpha business vehicles had been transformed into open-top versions. The occupants inside were suddenly exposed to the biting night wind. And it was at this moment that Li Tianhao advanced, his green robe billowing in the wind. His voice, imbued with cold, murderous intent, pierced the night air, reverberating in everyone's ears, entrusted by Jiming. I have come to clear away the refuse. Take heed, you petty villains, on Longhu Mountain. The winds and thunder roar. The Taoist's true name is Li Tian. How? As soon as the final syllable left his lips, Li Tianhao's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared 100 meters away, right in front of the two Alpha business vehicles. However, the occupants within the Alpha were not slow to react. Baka, with a sense of urgency. Two vehicles contained a total of 8 individuals. While the two drivers remained utterly bewildered, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, the remaining 6 exhibited grotesque contortions of their features, their mouths agape as they emitted chilling, mournful howls akin to vengeful spirits. The wailing pierced the night sky, and the 6 figures swiftly unfastened their seatbelts, leaping from the vehicles with the agility of phantoms, their hands poised like claws as they lunged menacingly towards Li Tianhao. Li Tianhao, however, regarded them with disdain, effortlessly sidestepping the advance of the two ghostly assailants. With a swift flick of his blade, he sent forth splashes of dark crimson as he struck. The injured specters did not relent. Instead, their ferocity intensified as they engaged Li Tianhao in close combat. Their once human hands had morphed into gnarled, obsidian claws, shrouded in tendrils of dark mist as they aimed for his vital points. Meanwhile, the other 4 assailants surrounded Li Tianhao from all directions, their bodies similarly cloaked in ominous vapor, merging with the two who were embroiled in battle. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed as Li Tianhao severed one of the ghostly claws, only for the severed limb to regenerate rapidly in a swirl of black mist. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, and Chao Mingjian shouted to the special agents of the Wu Qin Bureau. Act now. Aim to capture them alive. Noticing someone attempting to seize his glory, Li Tianhao's eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. Very well, let us see who is swifter. With that, he gripped his sword firmly and delivered a powerful downward strike, unleashing a tempest that sent the two relentless specters sprawling. He then sheathed his sword, raising it skyward. Lin Xiaochun, who had been maintaining control of the situation for Li Tianhao, immediately positioned herself protectively behind him. Li, I believe you will outpace them. She wielded a knightly sword, its size surpassing her own, and with a flick of her wrist, the blade glimmered ominously in the eyes of the Wu Qin agents. Locking her gaze on Chao Mingjian and his cohort, she declared earnestly, Li, do not hesitate. I shall hold off these troublemakers for you. How long do you require? 3 seconds will suffice. As Li Tianhao pointed his 3-foot-long sword towards the heavens, the pitch-black night suddenly illuminated with a brilliant flash, as if lightning had struck. The night winds howled violently, and in the blink of an eye, Li Tianhao vanished from his spot, his form replaced by a cascade of cold, gleaming shadows slicing through the AI in an astonishing display. 6 bolts of radiant thunder descended from the sky, while the tempest carried the brilliance of his sword. Wind and thunder roar for Li Tianhao. With a resounding crack of thunder, the 6 strikes fell, and a torrent of sword blades swept through the air. When Li Tianhao reappeared, he had traversed the encirclement of the 6 specters and was now 100 meters away. The 6 assailants, however, lay strewn across the ground, their forms charred and marred with an array of deep, glistening wounds resembling fish scales, exposing bone beneath 0.3 seconds. Lin Xiaochun, still brandishing her colossal sword, stood firm. Questioning, Li, was that not a bit too swift? The response did not come from Li Tianhao but from the astonished Chao Mingjian, who was flanked by local agents. Li, 3 seconds is indeed sufficient, he stammered. As Li Tianhao sheathed his sword with a series of resounding clicks, the 6 specters collapsed one after another. Turning his gaze through the crowd, he fixed his eyes on Chao Mingjian and softly inquired. I hear you desire them alive. My apologies, but you are a moment too late. Chao Mingjian, still reeling from the stunning display of prowess, had lost any inclination to spar with the youth before him. He was the supervisor of the Wu Qin Bureau at the Huhai Airport Security Department, accustomed to the extraordinary. Yet, even he found it difficult to comprehend the magnitude of talent displayed by Li Tianhao and Lin Xiaochun. A pair of students from the Morning Star Martial School, AS, he regarded Li Tianhao with newfound respect. He pondered. How did the Morning Star cultivate such formidable figures? An anguished groan echoed, drawing everyone's attention to a darkened specter, grievously injured, dragging itself across the ground. Observing the trail of blood it left behind, Chao Mingjian barked orders to his subordinates, capture this one alive. Protect the soul. Before he could finish, as the specter crawled past Lin Xiaochun, her knightly sword traced a cold arc, halting just above the creature's neck. I am Chao Mingjian, captain of the Liangqing Wu Qin team. I command you to cease your attack. Lin Xiaochun stood motionless, her expression utterly bewildered. Li, what shall we do? With an air of nonchalance, Li Tianhao remarked, Xiaochun, consider why Jiming sent us here. She frowned. But what about this captain? Li Tianhao stepped past the fallen specters, positioning himself beside Lin Xiaochun. In this place, the Wu Qin Bureau's authority holds no power. Xiaochun, do not be foolish. Heed Jiming's guidance. Under the watchful gaze of Chao Mingjian and his agents, Lin Xiaochun deftly severed the head of the last remaining specter. The other agents averted their eyes, as if they had not witnessed the event. Thus, Chao Mingjian could only watch in disbelief as the final specter met its end before him. He was acutely aware of Li Tianhao's assertion that the Wu Qin Bureau's authority was impotent here. Yet, rather than indignation or humiliation, he felt a burgeoning sense of astonishment. Glancing around at his fellow agents, he noted their demeanor. Each one seemed to shrink before the prowess of the Morning Star students. A colleague who had shared the vehicle with him tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Captain, let it go. We fulfilled our mission today. Gently patting the agent's hand, it was only then that a simmering anger began to rise within Chao Mingjian, not directed at Li Tianhao or Lin Xiaochun, but at the entire Morning Star Martial School. He could scarcely fathom what had transpired to render the agents of the Wu Qin Bureau so subservient before these students. As he contemplated the fallen specters and the absence of others. Along with the elusive Ghost King of the Night, Chao Mingjian approached Lin Xiaochun with a cold demeanor. I have instructed you to leave this one alive. Did you not hear me? Lin Xiaochun nodded obediently. I did indeed. Chao Mingjian's anger bubbled forth. Then why did you proceed to kill him? Seemingly oblivious to the rising ire of the Wu Qin captain, Lin Xiaochun replied with innocence, because they sought to kill and asked me to eliminate them, and besides, Li said I could deal with anyone he missed. She then winked at Chao Mingjian, her expression asking, what is the problem? Chao Mingjian felt his frustration nearing a breaking point. But I commanded you to leave him alive. Do you not understand? Tilting her head in confusion, Lin Xiaochun scrutinized him for a moment before asking, who are you? Chao Mingjian. Chao Mingjian. At this moment, despite his considerable composure, Chao Mingjian felt an overwhelming urge to inquire of the seemingly naive girl before him. Are you truly this obedient? Are you, perhaps, a pet raised by Jiming? Ding. Chao Mingjian's phone chimed. A message arriving. In a fit of frustration, he tapped the screen repeatedly, misclicking several times before finally opening the message, which was, unsurprisingly, from Jiming. No, she is my classmate. In the first second, Chao Mingjian could not comprehend the meaning behind Jiming's message. In the second, a jolt ran through him as though he had been electrified. Could he truly perceive the thoughts within his heart? Ding! Another message arrived. Captain Chao only just got to know me today. Didn't he? I have been predicting fortune since I was 3. It is only natural for me to have some understanding of human nature. Chao Mingjian. In an instant, the few words in the 2 messages splashed over him like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to a state of calm. However, the thought soon struck him. Did Jiming not mention she wanted to gift him those few ghostly ninjas? As this notion surfaced, ding, another message appeared on his phone. Yes, I did mention sending you a few ghostly ninjas, but I never specified whether they would be alive or dead. Chao Mingjian. Focused and undistracted, he chanted in his mind. Think of nothing. Think of nothing. He silently tucked away his phone. Turning his gaze back to the innocent faces of Lin Xiaochun and Li Tianhao, Chao Mingjian felt a need to administer a slight reprimand to these disobedient students. Ding! At that moment, the infernal notification chimed again. Another message had arrived. Chao Mingjian found himself frozen in place. This message was one he both yearned to read and dreaded to see. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation. Do not even think about bullying my classmates. Let alone Tianhao, your entire Liangqing Wuqin team cannot contend with my dear classmate Xiaochun alone. Chao Mingjian. Witnessing the seamless exchange between himself and Jiming left Chao Mingjian utterly flustered. Was this person a worm in his gut? Ding! Another message arrived. You are the worm, your entire family is, Chao Mingjian. Forcing a smile, he addressed the 2 students from Morning Star Martial Academy. Please return and extend my regards to classmate. Nearby, the special agents from Wuqin Bureau exchanged glances, their expressions laden with subtle intrigue. The special agent who had shared a vehicle with Chao Mingjian, standing closest, asked incredulously, "Captain Chao, you've only just arrived. And already, you've become like this?" Chao Mingjian smiled silently, though internally he was contemplating how to reconstruct the Wuqin team in Liangsheng. Upon hearing Chao Mingjian send his regards to Jiming, the adorably naive Lin Xiaochun beamed a sweet smile at him. "Uncle, as long as you like classmate we shall be good friends, uncle. I'm off now, goodbye." Chao Mingjian, feeling utterly despondent, nodded, bidding her farewell. Once the two students from Morning Star Martial Academy departed, Chao Mingjian was about to instruct his subordinates to clear the scene when he realized it was unnecessary. The Liangsheng special agents executed the task of handling corpses with remarkable professionalism. Though the ghostly ninja corpses had been scorched and charred by lightning, their ghastly wounds revealing bone, this did not faze the Liangsheng special agents in the slightest. They efficiently treated injuries, collected evidence, took photographs, and prepared the bodies for transport. Chao Mingjian mused that if he were to bring over the experienced forensic specialists from the Shanghai Security Bureau, they would hardly surpass this proficiency. Observing his colleagues finish their work, Chao Mingjian approached them. "Excuse me, where did you learn such methods?" "Wang Wu." "Who is Wang Wu?" "A student from Morning Star Martial Academy." Chao Mingjian. What the hell? Chapter 16. The Thrill of Speculating Death. In Jiming's form of entertainment after handling 6 ghostly ninjas, Li Tianhao and Lin Xiaochun strolled leisurely towards their school. Along the way, Lin Xiaochun cast furtive glances at Li Tianhao, who pretended not to notice at last. After yet another sidelong glance from Lin Xiaochun, Li Tianhao spoke. "Classmate Lin, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Do not hesitate." The giant sword-wielding girl scratched her head, feeling somewhat bashful. "However, I have so many questions, and no worries, ask away. Jiming instructed me to clarify all your doubts, including those about him, school matters, and martial arts." As he spoke, Li Tianhao glanced at Lin Xiaochun's large sword and continued. "Although I practice the Eastern Dao sword style, emphasizing principles over techniques, which diverges from your Western long sword, I possess a broad range of knowledge. You can inquire about anything your teachers cannot answer, and of course, I may not have all the answers, but we can engage in mutual exchange." Lin Xiaochun expressed her gratitude. "So, classmate Li isn't as aloof as he appears?" Li Tianhao shook his head. "No, in fact, I am even colder than I seem." "Then, because it was entrusted by Jiming, I can converse with you so openly." Lin Xiaochun. "It seems that all the students at school are quite grateful to classmate him. Is that Lin's first question?" Li Tianhao paused, and within the eyes of this seemingly indifferent young Taoist priest, a flicker of trepidation surfaced, as if he recalled some harrowing past. Gazing at the streets of Liangsheng under the night sky, Li Tianhao refrained from directly answering Lin Xiaochun's question, instead posing one of his own. "Are you aware, classmate Lin, that since the 10th year of the new era, although various unforeseen events have transpired in Liangsheng, no violent crimes have ever occurred?" Lin Xiaochun nodded, blinking her eyes. "Yes, before I came to school, my parents specifically checked Liangsheng's safety situation. Not only were there no violent crimes, but even the commonplace incidents of martial artists harming others were absent. This was precisely why my parents felt at ease letting me study in Liangsheng alone. However, I heard that before the 10th year of the new era, the situation in Liangsheng was rather dire." Li Tianhao nodded and continued. "Good. Now let me address classmate Lin's earlier question regarding the gratitude of all students towards Jiminji. Is not because everyone has realized they have become favored by fate for assisting Jiming. After all, not everyone possesses a conscience. Rather, those who do not express gratitude towards Jiming have, from the very beginning, never been our classmates." Speaking thus, a tremor crept into Li Tianhao's voice. Just as the reason Liangsheng has seen no violent crimes in recent years is that the wretched individuals who ought to have perished have, long before the 10th year of the new era, already met their demise. When Li Tianhao uttered the phrase "all perished," he felt a slight shiver run through him, yet the giant sword-wielding girl showed no signs of disturbance. Lin Xiaochun could not discern the connection between Liangsheng's safety and her inquiry. The individuals who had died due to unforeseen events in recent years were those who had only recently arrived in Liangsheng or passed through it. Had they arrived before the 10th year of the new era, their fates would not have been so fortunate. Observing Lin Xiaochun's perplexed expression, Li Tianhao elaborated. "What I mean is, those unworthy of being our classmates have, For various reasons, either left Morning Star Martial Academy, departed from Liangqing, or exited this world altogether. Though you understand, classmate Lin, the giant sword-wielding girl finally showed a glimmer of realization, though she soon expressed another doubt. But wait. We only became students at Morning Star 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago was the 14th year of the new era. Li Tianhao interjected. Correct? The encounters and associations you should have had in the 14th year of the new era were already determined in the 10th year. This is, Lin Xiaochun seemed to finally grasp a hint of terror, hesitatingly articulating. This is fate. And Jiming's fate technique? Li Tianhao nodded. Yes, this is fate. The fate technique of Jiming. For instance, you and I, our experiences, shifts, and accomplishments in this life are all crystal clear in Jiming's eyes. After speaking, Li Tianhao glanced at Lin Xiaochun, this time perceiving the shock and fear that lay deep within her gaze. Standing still for a prolonged moment, Lin Xiaochun eventually emerged from her state of dread, offering Li Tianhao a gentle smile. In truth, this is entirely a good thing for us. I assent it. Classmate Li? Hearing this, Li Tianhao regarded his adorably naive classmate with newfound seriousness for the first time that evening, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is certainly a good thing for us. I am now somewhat curious. With the martial arts examination season approaching in less than 2 months, I wonder what kind of classmates we shall encounter in university. As they continued their conversation while walking, Lin Xiaochun fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, So? Will classmate and feel very bored? Consider, if everything appears to him as concrete and knowable, then it loses all aura of mystery and intrigue, does it not? Li Tianhao, however, refrained from answering directly, instead posing a counter-question. When you were escorting Jiming to school yesterday, you killed several exotic wolves, did you not? Did you sense anything unusual during the process? Upon hearing the term exotic, Lin Xiaochun instantly became animated. She exuberantly recounted her experience of slaying wolves and mentioned her adoption of a young wolf. It was only when Li Tianhao reiterated his question about any unusual sensations that she furrowed her brow and replied, It seems there was a slight feeling, at the very end. I suddenly felt invigorated, as if my soul, once shackled, had been abruptly liberated. Li Tianhao responded, Indeed, this sensation was shared by everyone at our school at that moment. For it was then that Jiming relinquished control over our fates. Though it lasted but an instant, martial artists are inherently attuned to their circumstances, thus able to perceive it. Allow me to explain what transpired at that moment. Although I was not present, I surmise you must have overlooked one or more exotic creatures, which Jiming personally dealt with. Over the years, Jiming's singular passion has been, when he ends a life, he suppresses his abilities to speculate on the manner in which that life will meet its demise. Imitating in Jiming's gesture of curling his finger, Li Tianhao continued, In the old calendar, a person's fate was determined by 5 lines: the lifeline, career line, love line, wealth line, and marriage line. In our Taoist teachings, there exists another concept known as the 5 fortunes and 5 fates. In the new calendar, an additional line emerged, the martial spirit line, also referred to as martial fortune. This line dictates whether one can become a martial artist and the extent of their potential achievements thereafter. Setting aside the martial spirit line, let us consider the lifeline. Jiming's method of executing a life is to directly sever the lifeline. Simple yet efficient. For any living being, once the lifeline is severed, death is immediate. However, because this method differs from the clarity of being struck by a blade or pierced by a sword, and because various random phenomena trigger post-severance, it provides Jiming with the sole element of uncertainty amidst a predetermined life, the thrill of speculating on death. Lin Xiaochun remarked, I understand. Li Tianhao queried. What do you comprehend? Lin Xiaochun replied, I understand why Liangqing has only experienced accidental incidents in recent years, devoid of malicious occurrences. Li Tianhao responded with silence. Chapter 17. That person? Go and kill him. The depth of information contained in Li Tianhao's words left Lin Xiaochun momentarily stunned, as she stood rooted in place, struggling to digest it, in a wonder. When I leaped into the crevice to cut those great wolves, I initially felt quite invigorated, yet after that sudden surge of energy, an inexplicable fear washed over me. Before that moment, I had never considered the possibility of being killed by those ferocious wolves. However, afterward, a sense of unease crept in. Fortunately, only a single wolf cub remained, Li Tianhao explained. Indeed, when Jiming governs your fate, he ensures your survival. You cannot perish. When he relinquishes that control, whether you live or die becomes entirely uncertain. Lin Xiaochun suddenly felt a chill of realization. Had she truly ventured to the brink of death? Later, I inquired if Njiming could alter the fate of that little wolf cub, and he appeared momentarily dazed. Li Tianhao remarked, he was contemplating the cub's entire life. If he had offered you any warnings, you would do well to heed them. Lin Xiaochun continued, he cautioned me that the wolf cub might bite me. She then shifted the conversation abruptly, asking, Li classmate, how can wolf meat be prepared to taste better? Li Tianhao responded, I am not well versed in that. You might inquire with Chef Bai at the cafeteria, who is Jiming's personal cook. He can prepare anything. The two continued their conversation, and eventually, Lin Xiaochun posed a question to Li Tianhao. Which martial university do you intend to attend? Li Tianhao gazed up at the profound night sky inside. Truthfully, I have almost forgotten that I still need to participate in the martial examination and the matter of attending a martial university. Lin Xiaochun echoed. So have I. The following day, on the northern stretch of Qingyuan Road. In the old calendar, Qingyuan Road was also known as Bookstore Street, a trendy pedestrian area in Liangqing. After the transition to the new calendar, due to urban restructuring, the once bustling thoroughfare gradually fell silent. At 10 o'clock in the morning, across from a chain convenience store, a nameless shop opened its doors. A recently awakened Njiming emerged, yawning as he stood at the street corner, stretching and gazing blankly at the sky before mumbling. Thank you, heavens, for sparing me today. He then departed. Returning to the shop, he navigated through shelves filled with an array of palm-sized dolls, ascended to the second floor, tidied his bed, and proceeded to wash up. This shop was a legacy from his master, yet Njiming did not run it. He merely treated it as his small abode, returning after classes to rest. How troublesome. Being human requires washing one's face and brushing one's teeth. How did my master resolve this quandary back then? After completing his morning routine, Njiming visited the convenience store across the street to purchase a simple breakfast. He then settled into his wheelchair, preparing to head to school. As his wheelchair glided down Qingyuan Street, passers-by greeted him cheerfully. Hey, Shaoan, off to school so early today. It's only a little past 10. Shaoan, as a martial artist, you're eating so little? Come on, take a few buns. Njiming, you're already 17. You're not a child anymore. Our family's child is only a few years older than you. Why don't you two get to know each other? As Njiming munched on his breakfast, he engaged with the friendly neighbors while urging his sluggish wheelchair. Come on, wheelbro, why are you crawling along? The wheels aren't turning fast enough. You're usually not this slow. If you keep lagging like a tortoise, I might have to apologize to your wheelchair fate. Upon hearing the threat regarding fate, the wheelchair's pace noticeably quickened. Soon, they reached the main road leading to Qinqing Martial School, a straight path from there to the school. After finishing his breakfast, Njiming retrieved a carton of milk from his cloth bag. Sipping it while burping, he drank at a leisurely pace, finishing just as they arrived at the school entrance. The gate swung open, and the watchman, Grandpa Qin, greeted Njiming with a smile. Oh, and classmate, you're early today? Why isn't anyone accompanying you to school today? These students are outrageous. They have no sense of mutual aid. As he spoke, Grandpa Qin stepped forward to assist Njiming with his wheelchair, adding, You're too early today. It's not even lunchtime yet. Are you heading to class or going straight to the principal's office? However, Njiming gently shook his head, saying, I need to step out for some errands today. Grandpa Qin, please bring me the school's roster. I'll randomly find a classmate to accompany me. All right. A tablet was handed over by Grandpa Qin, displaying the student lists of the 8 martial classes at Qinqing Martial School. Njiming swiftly scanned the names before glancing at Grandpa Qin and pointing to a name. This one. Upon seeing the name, Grandpa Qin's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Excellent. Immediately, the school broadcast crackled to life with Grandpa Qin's robust voice. Class 4's Qin Chao. A classmate is waiting for you at the school gate. Hurry over. Class 4's Qin Chao. Before long, a tall young man, over 2 meters in height, with a dark complexion, clad in ancient armor and wielding a formidable halberd, strode toward the school gate. Good morning, Njiming. Njiming observed the halberd in the newcomer's hand and waved, saying, Change into a standard martial training uniform and leave your weapon behind. It's inappropriate. Without hesitation, Qin Chao leaned the halberd against the wall of Grandpa Qin's guardhouse and turned his back to him. Grandpa Qin huffed and puffed, scolding, What nonsense is this? Do you want me to help you take off your armor? Qin Chao replied expressionlessly, Grandpa, You can't expect Jiming to wait here while I go back to strip off my armor. Can you? The Qin dynasty fell over 2,000 years ago. What's the point of wearing this? While scolding, Grandpa Qin helped remove the armor. Afterward, Qin Chao, now dressed in a martial training uniform, pushed in Jiming's wheelchair as they made their way toward the city. The two were rather quiet, preferring silence, until they arrived at a large, unmarked courtyard, and Jiming raised his hand, prompting Qin Chao to halt. They remained silent, waiting at the entrance of the courtyard in less than 10 minutes. A middle-aged man, appearing dazed, emerged from the courtyard. He rapped on the armrest of his wheelchair and inquired of Qin Chao, "Have you practiced the dragon-elephant prajna skill?" Qin Chao nodded affirmatively. Jiming then asked, "I have heard that Liang City has not seen any serious criminal incidents for many years." Qin Chao nodded again. "Indeed." And Jiming gestured towards the man who had just exited the courtyard, saying, "Then let us create an incident today. That man, go and kill him, using your fists and feet, but take your time." Qin Chao nodded, understood with that. He flexed his wrists and strode purposefully towards the man. Chapter 18. I refuse to believe that Jiming can wield such power. On this day, at the same time that Jiming was preparing for school, in the Wuqin Bureau of Liang City, Chao Mingjian welcomed his second visiting guest. The man appeared weary, his face etched with the marks of time. This was Chao Mingjian's first impression upon seeing his predecessor. He instinctively asked, "Predecessor, have you not slept for several days?" The man seated across from Chao Mingjian seemed to be around 50 years old, with graying hair and a visage heavy with exhaustion. Since entering the inquiry room of the Wuqin Bureau, he had kept his head lowered, only raising it slowly when Chao Mingjian posed his question. What? Observing his demeanor, Chao Mingjian picked up the intercom and said, "Mingyu, could you come here for a moment?" Before long, a knock was heard and Ruan Mingyu entered, holding a soul plate. As soon as she stepped in, the needle on the soul plate began to spin. Casting a glance at the plate, Ruan Mingyu looked at the man with a peculiar expression before turning to Chao Mingjian. "How is Team Leader Zhou's soul state?" Ruan Mingyu leaned closer to Chao Mingjian, her expression complex, and whispered, "There seems to be a problem. The three souls are extremely unstable." Chao Mingjian nodded. "Very well, let us first stabilize Team Leader Zhou's soul." "Understood." Ruan Mingyu produced a red string and approached the man, saying, "Team Leader Zhou, please cooperate." The man murmured, "Cooperate? Cooperate with what?" Ruan Mingyu remained silent, tying the red string to the man's fingers, ears, and forehead, eventually knotting it all together and connecting it to the soul plate. Yet, before she could complete the final step, suddenly, one of the needles on the soul plate spun around on its own and then became still. Simultaneously, the man, who had appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly transformed. His eyes, once clouded, became clear, and he seemed to undergo a remarkable change. "Huh?" Ruan Mingyu, still holding the unfastened red string, looked at Chao Mingjian and said, "It seems to have worked. I haven't even started stabilizing the soul yet." Chao Mingjian observed the man, who now appeared significantly less fatigued and worn. He smiled. "Team Leader Zhou, fortune favors the worthy." The man first regarded Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyu with caution, then carefully removed the red strings from himself, speaking in a low voice, "I apologize, Captain Cao Dem. My soul state has indeed been unstable for many years, likely due to my experiences in the Yellow River Secret Realm." Chao Mingjian blinked and asked, "What year was that?" "Last year." "What transpired in the Secret Realm?" The man fell silent for a moment before replying, "I have recounted this matter many times in my reports. I assume you are already aware." "Indeed." Chao Mingjian picked up a classified action report, stating, "Rest assured, Team Leader Zhou, the purpose of your visit today is not to investigate the events of the Yellow River Secret Realm." "Investigate what?" The man's tone suddenly escalated, tinged with agitation. "I have only spoken the truth. What is there to investigate? Is it that the higher-ups do not trust me? I am among the first warriors in the new era to pledge loyalty to the government. Can I lie?" Observing his reaction, Chao Mingjian blinked again. Noting the man's escalating emotions, he quickly interjected, "Predecessor, the organization trusts your reports regarding the Yellow River Secret Realm. The reason for your summons today pertains to another matter." "Not the Secret Realm." Hearing this, the man's agitation gradually subsided, and he gasped, "What matter?" Chao Mingjian picked up a photograph of Jiming from the table, pointing at the image and asking, "Before me, you served as the captain of the Wuqin team in Liang City for many years. You must be quite familiar with this individual. Wait. Team Leader Zhou, do not become agitated. Upon seeing the photograph, Team Leader Zhou trembled violently, his eyes widening in shock as if they might pop from their sockets. Soon, his tremors intensified, evolving into a full-blown convulsion. Seeing this, Chao Mingjian hastily set down the photograph. Team Leader Zhou, please calm down. Mingyu, stabilize his soul. Ruan Mingyu, glancing at the soul plate, stepped back a few paces from Team Leader Zhou, her expression complex as she remarked, his soul state is currently very stable. This is purely a manifestation of fear causing his mental unrest. I cannot handle this. Seek a psychologist. She added softly, how can a captain of the Wu Qin team be so frightened? What could An Zhiming possibly do to him? Upon hearing the name An Zhiming, a piercing scream erupted, shattering the eardrums of Ruan Mingyu and Chao Mingjian. Team Leader Zhou, as if possessed by a phantom, writhed violently, hurling himself against the edge of the table. In that instant, the special operations team stationed outside the inquiry room rushed in, joining Chao Mingjian to restrain him. Sedative, Chao Mingjian shouted, and the special operations officer injected the pre-prepared drug into Team Leader Zhou. However, as time passed, the sedative showed no effect. Administer another dose. After multiple doses, 4 in total, Team Leader Zhou, being held down by Chao Mingjian and 2 younger Wu Qin officers, finally began to quiet down. As though recovering from a severe illness, Team Leader Zhou's complexion turned pale, drenched in sweat, repeatedly murmuring, An Zhiming, An Zhiming. Chao Mingjian comforted the elder, Team Leader Zhou, do not worry. Whatever you have encountered, you can share with me. I am here on behalf of the higher-ups to manage Wu Qin affairs in Liang City. My surname is Chao. I am Chao Mingjian, and I represent the Wu Qin General Office of the government. Do not be afraid. Tell me what you have faced, and I will seek justice for you. Team Leader Zhou turned to him, his expression one of disbelief as he stuttered. You, Chao. Team Leader Zhou, my name is Chao Mingjian. Mingjian, do you know what happened to the last person who spoke similar words? Chao Mingjian retrieved another classified document. I know. He died in a car accident. Team Leader Zhou, a warrior. A warrior. Crushed, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. An accident. Chao Mingjian nodded. Indeed. It is quite unexpected for a warrior to meet such an end. Suddenly, Team Leader Zhou grasped Chao Mingjian's arm, gritting his teeth as he declared. It was no accident. It was not. It was An Zhiming. It was An Zhiming. All the recent incidents in Liang City, every single one, are tied to An Zhiming. As he spoke, Team Leader Zhou began to spiral into hysteria once more. Chao Mingjian, you are safe. You are safe. Fortunately, this time he did not fall ill successfully. Moments later, Team Leader Zhou's facial expressions transformed repeatedly, and ultimately, with a sudden outburst, he was left in tears. A mixture of sobs and mucus flowing freely. While Zhou wept on the other side, Chao Mingjian and his companions waited patiently. Once Zhou had composed himself, Chao Mingjian inquired once more, Team Leader Zhou, do you have anything you wish to convey to us? Beside them, Ruan Mingyu extended a pack of tissues to Zhou, but he declined, opting instead to wipe his face with his hands, disregarding the mingled tears and mucus that now stained his palms, which he then smeared onto the armrest of the chair he sat upon. Observing this scene, Chao Mingjian felt not disgust, but a slight sense of relief. He understood that the psychological defenses of this veteran had crumbled at that moment. However, the next question posed by Chao Mingjian left everyone momentarily stunned. Team Leader Zhou, what exactly transpired in the Yellow River Secret Realm? How did your 3 comrades perish? Is there anything in your action report that requires amendment? This time, Zhou did not react with the same fervor he had displayed when Chao Mingjian first mentioned the Yellow River Secret Realm. Instead, he appeared somewhat lost in thought, murmuring, I just wanted to survive. Did I do something wrong? Chao Mingjian glanced at Ruan Mingyu, who promptly activated the recording device, directing the lens towards Zhou, who at least appeared to have regained some semblance of normalcy. Team Leader Zhou, you did nothing wrong. It is entirely natural to wish for survival. I too wish to survive. We all do. No one desires to die. Please recount the circumstances of that time. I have a wife and children. Those young lads were unencumbered. If they perish, so be it. You must agree with my reasoning, right? Upon hearing this, Chao Mingjian could clearly sense the anxious breaths of the 2 Liangqing martial officers beside him quickening. He gestured for them to step outside, instructing Ruan Mingyu to secure the door, and turned his attention back to Zhou, saying, your reasoning is valid. After all, in life-and-death situations, it is understandable to act in self-preservation. So, what did you do at that time? Tears once again streamed from Zhou's bloodshot eyes as he choked out, I was being pursued by a super mutant. Our team had already suffered significant casualties. The remaining few young lads disregarded me, running faster than I could. Chao Mingjian interjected. You what? I am their commander. How could they leave me behind, at the very back? Shouldn't there be consequences for that? Chao Mingjian nodded. Yes, there should be consequences. How did you punish them? Zhou lowered his head, panic evident in his voice. I shot. I broke their legs. Hey, don't say anything. My aim back then was surprisingly accurate. Yes, the elemental pistols issued to the management were quite effective against martial artists. Chao Mingjian took a deep breath, summarizing Zhou's words. So, if I understand correctly, during a secret realm operation, you and your team faced a crisis. The team decided to retreat, but during the process, discipline and organization disintegrated. You fell behind, and in a desperate bid for survival, you used the management's elemental pistol to break the legs of a few young martial officers, allowing yourself to escape while those young colleagues remained forever in the Yellow River secret realm. Am I right? Yes. Zhou's face bore a hint of confusion. But you just said, I did nothing wrong. Chao Mingjian remained silent, turning to Wan Mingyue. Attach the soul recording and send the video to General Chen. Understood. A few minutes later, Chao Mingjian's phone rang. He stepped outside, closing the door before answering. General Chen? On the other end was the voice of the middle-aged general who had previously conducted a video conference with Chao Mingjian, Wan Mingyue, and Yin Denian. Ha! Chao Mingjian, you've outdone yourself. Just last night, I mentioned the Bureau was reviewing the action report and suspected Zhou Zhan's report might have discrepancies, and today you have him spill everything? I've reviewed the soul recording. It's quite stable. No issues. I told you, the situation in Huhai cannot be blamed on you. You're still one of my most capable subordinates. As Chao Mingjian glanced through the small window in the door at Zhou, he humbly replied, just a trivial matter, nothing of significance. I merely found his weakness and breached his psychological defenses, prompting him to reveal everything. By the way, General Chen, how should we handle team leader Zhou? Let us not act just yet. It could have adverse effects. We need to discuss this internally first. Understood. Also, General Chen, regarding the situation of the Liangqing martial artists, there are certain matters I need to report to you. Wait a moment before calling back. After concluding the call with General Chen, Chao Mingjian returned to the interrogation room, smiling at the trembling Zhou Zhan. Team leader Zhou, you are free to leave. Ah? Zhou Zhan looked at Chao Mingjian in confusion. Aren't you going to ask me about that? Chao Mingjian pondered for a moment, then sat down again. Yes, I do wish to inquire about Njiming. Please, go ahead. You may also discuss matters regarding the Morning Star Martial Academy. Zhou shuddered, his eyes wide with terror. The Morning Star Martial Academy. The entire academy is merely a dog raised by Njiming. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Zhan finally exited the Martial Affairs Bureau. His eyes were vacant, his steps unsteady, as though he had lost his very soul. Behind him, on the upper floor of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Chao Mingjian stood on the balcony, observing Zhou's retreating figure while conversing with General Chen, who was far away in Jinling. General Chen, I require reinforcements. Although I have only just arrived in Liangqing 2 days ago, I can confidently report that a tightly knit martial faction has formed here. The core of this faction is a 17-year-old boy named Njiming, who practices fate techniques. This is the conclusion I have drawn thus FAR.AS for whether Njiming has other individuals or forces behind him. That remains uncertain. However, I suspect there are indeed connections, and they likely involve individuals of a higher echelon than us. I cannot access Njiming's records, even at my level within the Martial Affairs Bureau. I am denied access, indicating that he is someone with significant backing. Chao Mingjian suddenly halted mid-sentence. Why the silence? Continue. I'm surprised you've uncovered so much information in just 2 days in Liangqing. If what you say is true, involving relationships between the official residents, the military, and local martial artists, then it indeed becomes quite complex. Chao Mingjian still did not respond. Hello? Mingjian? What is going on? Are you dazed? After several inquiries from General Chen, Chao Mingjian finally replied, General Chen, earlier you mentioned that Zhou Zhan should not be dealt with immediately, correct? Yes. But it may already be too late. What is happening? Chao Mingjian looked towards the entrance of the Martial Affairs Bureau, wherein Njiming, seated in a wheelchair and smiling, was waving at him. Beside him, Qin Chao, clad in dark attire, was striding towards Zhou Zhan, who who had just exited the bureau. At the very moment Chao Mingjian dialed General Chen. Qin Chao, pushing and Jiming in his wheelchair, arrived at the entrance of the Liangqing Martial Affairs Bureau, an unmarked courtyard before them. An Jiming's conversation with Qin Chao. Have you practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique? I have. I heard Liangqing hasn't seen a serious incident in many years? Indeed. Then let us create one today. Target that person and take him down with your fists and feet, but do it slowly. Understood. The individual and Jiming pointed at was Zhou Zhan. Chapter 20. Apologies. This is your fate. Just as Zhou Zhan exited the Martial Affairs Bureau, he noticed Qin Chao approaching from the side. Initially, he paid little heed. Partly because Zhou was in a dazed state, and partly because, despite the new calendar year being 17, such incidents were not unheard of due to the existence of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Though they were not commonly visible, especially in the vicinity of the Martial Affairs Bureau itself. Thus, Zhou assumed Qin Chao to be an overly confident young man displaying a brash demeanor. However, as the distance between them narrowed, and particularly after Zhou stepped out of the Martial Affairs Bureau, even in his dazed condition, he felt the intense murderous intent radiating from Qin Chao. Who are you? Zhou Zhan suddenly erupted with a furious roar. At the precipice of life and death, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, and an overwhelming force surged through him. In response, Qin Chao unleashed a powerful punch directly towards him. Observing Qin Chao's striking motion, it appeared to be merely a straightforward, unremarkable blow. However, infused with the might of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, this punch unleashed a force akin to a cannonball being fired. The wind from the punch sliced through the air. Resonating like a thunderclap, Zhou Zhan was not slow to react. At the very moment Qin Chao's fist hurtled towards him, he attempted to evade. Yet, what was there to evade? You needn't dodge, I in a place Zhou Zhan had overlooked. And Jiming softly uttered these words, subtly moving the fingers of his left hand. Then, he turned his head away, wearing a look of profound regret. Boom. Qin Chao's fist struck solidly against Zhou Zhan's crossed arms that shielded him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhou Zhan was propelled sideways like a cannonball from before Qin Chao's eyes. His legs carved deep fissures in the ground, as if plowing through it. In truth, Zhou Zhan had intended to dodge, but midway through his movement, he suddenly felt as though his body was no longer under his control. He could only brace himself to accept Qin Chao's punch. Thus, Qin Chao, a student from the martial arts preparatory class, relying on the enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Qin Chao lowered his head, his eyelids flickering, casting a disdainful glance at Chao Mingjian. He raised his hand and pointed at the building behind Chao Mingjian in the yard of the Wuqin Bureau, coldly stating, Uncle, with your current behavior, if I had my weapon in hand, and if Jiming nodded in acknowledgement, your head would already be hanging from that rooftop. After uttering these words, a sudden surge of intuition struck Qin Chao, and in the next moment, he found his body inexplicably shifting to the side. Whoosh! A flash of white light zipped past Qin Chao's side. Chao Mingjian had fired his gun. Instantly, the entrance of the Wuqin Bureau fell into a deathly silence. The other Wuqin members stared at Chao Mingjian with expressions of utter disbelief. Some whispering, What the hell did he shot at someone from the Morning Star Martial Academy? Retreat a bit. Still maintaining his stance with the gun, Chao Mingjian coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Chao, remarking, Your reflexes are quite impressive. I hope you have such fortune every time. When he mentioned the word fortune, a hint of abnormality crept into Chao Mingjian's voice. With keen intuition, he realized that Qin Chao had not dodged his bullet due to quick reflexes. He could sense that Qin Chao had not reacted at all, yet Qin Chao had indeed evaded his shot, because damn fate manipulation. This was the curse Chao Mingjian silently uttered in his mind. Qin Chao slightly tilted his head, glancing at Jiming. Upon seeing Jiming nod, he stepped forward to stand beside him, casting a frigid gaze at the assembled Wuqin members. Noticing Qin Chao's concession, Chao Mingjian holstered his pistol and instructed those behind him. Help team leader Zhou back. Someone attempted to step forward but hesitated halfway. Jiming tapped the armrest of his wheelchair and addressed the crowd of Wuqin members. You all know who I am, right? I am Jiming from the Morning Star Martial Academy. If anyone wishes to change their destiny, please take a step back. Chao Mingjian's eyelids twitched violently. He did not expect this audacious 17-year-old martial artist student to be so brazen. He could understand Zhou Zhan's actions. After all, if not for their colleague status, he too would want to deal with Zhou Zhan. Shooting at a colleague to save one's own life. Was that something a person could do? The reason he spared Zhou Zhan's life was twofold. One, due to his duty. Regardless of Zhou Zhan being a member of the Wuqin Bureau or merely an ordinary martial artist, he could not just stand by and watch someone get killed. Second, he had just received instructions from General Chen of Jinling regarding Zhou Zhan's punishment, which was still under discussion. But now, in Jiming's actions and Chao Mingjian's eyes, this could even be deemed a blatant act of defiance against the official institution. And Jiming, do you realize what you are doing right now? And Jiming did not respond but continued to address the Wuqin members standing behind Chao Mingjian. I will say this once more. If anyone wishes to change their destiny, please take a step back. A friendly reminder, this is the only opportunity in your life to hear me say this. If you wish to change your destiny, please step back. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and gradually, Chao Mingjian slowly closed his eyes. His facial muscles twitched, a manifestation of his fury. Without needing to turn around, Chao Mingjian, with his keen sense, was acutely aware of the situation behind him. The closest to him was Ruan Mingyue, standing right beside him. The nearest other person was at least a meter away. Just moments ago, before Jiming spoke, this group of Wuqin members had steadfastly remained by his side. Jiming smiled, extending his arms in a gesture inviting Chao Mingjian to observe. Infuriated, Chao Mingjian stood motionless, but he could sense Jiming's movements. Jiming approached Chao Mingjian and whispered in his ear. In a tone audible only to the two of them, Captain Chao, look, among this group, only you and this beautiful sister beside you have the qualification to have your fate manipulated by me. Both Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue trembled simultaneously, falling into silence. Jiming continued, moreover, for a scoundrel who would shoot at a colleague in a moment of crisis just to save his own skin. I believe there is no room for negotiation regarding their punishment. Today, I shall cleanse the ranks of your Wuqin Bureau. No need for thanks. With that, Jiming raised his hand and beckoned Qin Chao forward, who took a bold step, his foot imbued with the power of the dragon and elephant, lifting and then crashing down. Crack! Zhou Zhan's head was crushed beneath it. Various fluids splattered across the ground. Chapter 22. Jiming, you are under arrest. Crack! Hearing the sound emanating from beneath Qin Chao's foot, the Wuqin personnel involuntarily shuddered in unison. Even Ruan Mingyue, who had weathered many storms, changed color, glancing around with disappointment towards her colleagues. Then she looked at Chao Mingjian, who, although silent and motionless at that moment, she knew regarded the Wuqin Bureau as his own home. Although Zhou Zhan had harmed a colleague, he was still a member of the Wuqin Bureau. Watching Zhou Zhan being killed right before her eyes, Ruan Mingyue lowered her gaze to the soul disk, noticing that the pointer directed at Chao Mingjian, while not spinning violently, was Trey and Jiming. In a manner of remarkable cooperation, raised his hands. He scrutinized the obsidian handcuffs in Ruan Mingyue's grasp and remarked with a smile, "These are Mo family runes? Quite impressive." Just as Ruan Mingyue was about to secure the handcuffs around Jiming's wrists, a sharp sound interrupted. Behind them, Chao Mingjian's phone began to ring incessantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Mingyue seized Jiming's wrist, but he suddenly interjected, "The Mo family runes have usage records. If you cuff me and then release me, how will you document the usage? Wouldn't it look like you apprehended the wrong person? That wouldn't reflect well, would it?" "I'm not resisting, so I kindly ask you to wait just a minute until Captain Chao finishes his call." Ruan Mingyue turned to glance at Chao Mingjian, who remained vigilant with his weapon drawn, seemingly indifferent to the persistent ringing of his phone. "Cuff him." At Chao Mingjian's resolute command, Ruan Mingyue acted without hesitation and secured the handcuffs around Jiming. Only then did Chao Mingjian answer the incessantly ringing phone. "Hello? General Chen? Mingjian, you've done a great service." Chao Mingjian, gazing at Jiming, revealed a weary smile. "Indeed, I believe I have accomplished something significant." You already knew? Impossible, right? Did the military notify you? Suddenly, Chao Mingjian sensed something amiss. No, General Chen, please continue. I doubt the military could directly inform you. Here's the situation. The reason the Demon King of Sakura Island, the Ghost Ninja, secretly entered Liangqing has been uncovered. It turns out that Zhou Zhan, during his tenure as the captain of the martial affairs team in Liangqing, leaked a highly classified personnel file from the military to the Sakura Island military, supposedly involving core personnel of the Dragon Guard. Therefore, the military and the higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. Zhou Zhan is no longer a case for our Martial Affairs Bureau. He has been convicted of treason. Congratulations, Mingjian. You've apprehended a martial artist guilty of treason. I need not elaborate. You understand the magnitude of this achievement, don't you? Chao Mingjian remained silent. Hello? Mingjian, why are you not speaking? Are you even listening? Is the signal for our internal line really this poor? Mingjian? I'm listening, Chao Mingjian replied. Listen, Mingjian, if you continue like this, in less than 3 months, I can get you transferred out of that small place in Liangcheng. You're indeed fortunate. Chao Mingjian felt a wave of inexplicable irritation wash over him. The more he listened to General Qin's voice on the phone, the more agitated he became, even though the general was currently praising him profusely. Never before had Chao Mingjian felt such disdain for the commendations of his superiors. Finally, seizing a moment when General Qin paused, he spoke in an exhausted tone. General Chen, Zhou Zhan is dead. The line fell silent for a moment before General Chen responded, well, a dead traitor is still a significant achievement. Any martial artist from our Xia country can kill him. It doesn't matter that you were ordered to apprehend him, it's fine. If he's dead, he's dead. Still a great service. However, Mingjian, I'm curious, didn't you already break through his psychological defenses? How did he end up dead? Oh right, I previously advised you not to deal with Zhou Zhan, and you mentioned it might be too late. What happened? Chao Mingjian looked up, not even bothering to glance at Jiming. He responded lifelessly, did we not let him go? As soon as he stepped outside, he was killed by another martial artist. His words were devoid of energy, and there was another moment of silence on the line. When General Chen spoke again, his tone had noticeably turned harsh. Mingjian, Zhou Zhan had not been expelled from the Martial Affairs Bureau prior to his conviction. Are you suggesting that one of our Martial Affairs Bureau personnel was killed by another martial artist right outside our premises? Chao Mingjian nodded, still speaking in a lethargic tone. Yes, General Chen, that's correct. Time, on the other end of the line. General Chen uttered just those 2 words. Upon hearing them, Chao Mingjian's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. He immediately grasped General Chen's implication. If Zhou Zhan was killed before his internal conviction was finalized, then Jiming's guilt for murdering a government employee would still stand. General Chen continued, the internal documents regarding Zhou Zhan's conviction were only issued 8 minutes ago. The moment I received the documents, I immediately notified you. Upon hearing the phrase 8 minutes, the spark of hope in Chao Mingjian's eyes extinguished instantly. He didn't need to check the time or monitor footage. His instincts were sharp enough to deduce. Qin Chao's first punch against Zhou Zhan occurred 7 minutes ago, and Qin Chao crushing Zhou Zhan's skull took place 4 minutes ago. Therefore, not only could they not accuse him of murdering a government employee, but even assault would not apply to. In fact, due to assisting in the apprehension of a traitorous martial artist, the Martial Affairs Bureau would have to bestow a banner and a monetary reward. The mere thought of this left Chao Mingjian feeling as if he had consumed something foul. He could vividly imagine the expression of triumph on Jiming's face at that moment. However, when Chao Mingjian mustered the courage to look at Jiming, he found him to be quite different from his expectations. The 17-year-old boy, clad in a white training uniform, sat quietly in his wheelchair, silently examining the handcuffs on his wrists without casting a single glance in Chao Mingjian's direction. A profound sense of defeat surged within Chao Mingjian. He had only arrived in Liangcheng 2 days prior. General Chen, the conviction was issued before the death. Chao Mingjian's tone was increasingly lifeless. Yes, that means I assisted in capturing a traitorous martial artist, deserving of commendation. Glancing at the handcuffs on Jiming's wrists, Chao Mingjian stated, I have secured the individual on the other end of the line. Him, well, you handle it as you see fit. After all, apprehending the wrong person is indeed a lapse in our duties. But nobody is infallible, right? Just apologize sincerely and say something nice. Ensure he doesn't file a complaint with the headquarters. Did you hear me? Chao Mingjian. Understood. At that moment, Chao Mingjian's tone was even more listless, and he merely offered a few perfunctory responses to General Qin before hanging up. He glanced around, observing that his colleagues were either gazing at the sky, the ground, or engaging in casual conversations about the weather. Ah, splendid. No one is witnessing my embarrassment. Taking several deep breaths, Chao Mingjian approached Jiming. He passed by Qin Chao. He exchanged a glance, but Qin Chao offered no resistance. In fact, he stepped aside to allow Chao Mingjian a clear path, advising, when facing punishment, stand tall. When apologizing, be mindful of your attitude. Jiming might not care about such trivialities, but we, as classmates, cannot stand idly by and allow him to be wronged. Chao Mingjian. Silently walking up to Jiming. Ruan Mingyue inquired. Mingjian, he is cuffed. Are we taking him away? For the first time in history, a feeling of incredulity surged within Chao Mingjian as he thought, why is this girl so foolish? He waved her off, saying, you should step aside for a moment. Ruan Mingyue? Stepping aside a few paces, Chao Mingjian positioned himself in front of Njiming, bowing solemnly as he said, I apologize, classmate, and we, apprehended the wrong person. Ruan Mingyue. She had just fastened the handcuffs on Njiming, and not even a minute had passed. There was no mockery, no derision. Njiming merely looked at Chao Mingjian and offered a faint smile, casually remarking, Captain Chao, isn't fate truly remarkable? Chao Mingjian found himself at a loss for words. When, clink, Njiming caused the two handcuffs on his wrists to collide, producing a melodious sound, and he chuckled. These Imo family items are quite exquisite. Aren't they? May I keep them as a memento? Chao Mingjian's face burned with embarrassment, akin to receiving several stinging slaps across the face. At that moment, for someone like him, a physical slap would have been more palatable than this verbal exchange. He gestured to Ruan Mingyue and pointed to the symbolic cuffs on Njiming's wrists, indicating for her to fetch the rune key to release him. Chao Mingjian patiently explained to Njiming, Classmaiden, these are official items issued by the government. They are not personal belongings and are meant for communal use. Njiming blinked and inquired, oh, if they are communal items, why are they being used on me? Chao Mingjian bowed again in apology. My apologies, classmate, and this was an oversight on our part. I kindly ask you not to hold it against us. Njiming nodded. Indeed, who hasn't made mistakes? As long as they can be rectified. Chao Mingjian nodded in agreement. Classmate, and is absolutely correct. That makes perfect sense. Njiming asked, so can I take this with me? Chao Mingjian. Sensing something amiss, Chao Mingjian asked, this is merely an ordinary Imo family rune handcuff. What do you intend to do with it? Njiming smiled gently, and before Ruan Mingyue, who was retrieving the rune key, could arrive, he raised his hand, and with a click, the rune handcuffs unlocked themselves. Chao Mingjian. The rune handcuffs, do they also possess a fate of their own? Njiming shook his head and inquired, Captain Chao, you've investigated me, haven't you? I have. What is my major? Fate arts of the Lingmin. Casually tossing the self-opening rune handcuffs into his white cloth bag, Njiming slowly replied, Captain Chao, aside from fate arts, my Lingmin also encompasses spirit invocation and formation techniques. Beyond achieving full marks in fate arts, I also have a modest understanding of spirit invocation and formation techniques. Moreover, the spirit invocation art of my Lingmin can be triggered actively, but often can also be activated passively. Thus, from the moment that beautiful sister fastened these rune handcuffs onto my wrist, they cease to be mere ordinary Imo family rune handcuffs. They have gained sentience. They have become conscious. Captain Chao, do you understand what I mean? Chao Mingjian. Chapter 24.is It's strange for a lively mountain to exist in a new era? Ultimately, after a lengthy exchange of words, Chao Mingjian was still unable to reclaim the rune handcuffs from Njiming. Unlike ordinary handcuffs, the rune handcuffs, imbued with immense rune energy, are nearly impossible for most martial artists to break free from. For an ordinary person, they are akin to a restraining device, categorized as controlled items. The loss of a single rune handcuff by the Martial Vigilance Bureau is as serious as a conventional law enforcement agency losing a firearm, especially one that is loaded. Observing Chao Mingjian's expression, which resembled one who had just ingested a mouthful of excrement, Njiming innocently pointed to Ruan Mingyue and said, I did warn you earlier. This isn't my fault. Chao Mingjian forced a smile and nodded. Yes, it's not your fault. It seemed as if Njiming suddenly recalled something, retrieving the rune handcuffs from his white cloth bag to ask Chao Mingjian, I heard this item requires a rune key for use. Where is the rune key? Bring it to me. Chao Mingjian. It's already a sentient handcuff. What do we need a key for? Pointing at the obviously unlocked rune handcuffs, Chao Mingjian queried, haven't you already opened them? Are you implying you won't return them, then? Njiming pocketed the rune handcuffs and replied, all right, if I ever cuff someone else with these and they can't get free, I'll just say you didn't provide me with the key. Chao Mingjian smiled. I'll bring it to you another day. Yes, Captain Chao, don't forget. Chao Mingjian chuckled. Of course, do you have any other requests? Njiming gestured toward Qin Chao. Our classmate Qin has made a contribution, hasn't he? Chao Mingjian smiled. I'll bring you a banner and a monetary reward another day. Any other requests? Njiming responded. Just one banner for Qin Chao will suffice. Please double the monetary reward, as I contributed as well. Chao Mingjian laughed. All right. Anything else? And Jiming yawned. No, you can go back now. Chao Mingjian softly said. And I think we might need to have a chat. Sure. An Jiming rummaged through his white cloth bag and remarked. I'll be waiting for Captain Chao at school. You can come anytime. Chao Mingjian? Anytime? What if I come at midnight? I recall you are a day student. Stopping his search, and Jiming looked up at Chao Mingjian with a slight smile and said, That won't happen. When you come is up to me. Chao Mingjian. Initially, Chao Mingjian didn't grasp the meaning of An Jiming's words, but he quickly understood. Your fate is at my discretion. An Jiming nearly threw this statement right at his face. Previously, the sense of despair that had arisen in Wan Mingyue's heart was now shared by Chao Mingjian. How could one contend with such an opponent? Chao Mingjian was at a loss for words as An Jiming continued to search through his bag. After a while, still finding nothing, Chao Mingjian inquired, Do you have a lot of things in that bag? Is it a spatial artifact? An Jiming scoffed, Not just a lot. All of my Master S relics are within. This bag is also one of his legacies. Chao Mingjian instinctively asked, What is the capacity of that bag? And Jiming remained silent, but someone nearby suddenly laughed. Chao Mingjian turned to see Qin Chao. Unable to contain himself, Captain, how big is Anne's white cloth bag? Let me put it this way. During last semester's Chuanjiang Secret Realm trial, when the near-extinct Taolong variant triggered a flood, the river overflowed, and the disaster was about to spread beyond the realm at that time. I personally witnessed and pull an entire mountain out of his bag. It was a real mountain, and a living one at that. Chao Mingjian, a volcano? Your Mandarin needs some work. A living mountain. A mountain that talks and moves. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Chao Mingjian's gaze towards him slightly transformed. But Qin Chao was unconcerned about Chao Mingjian's expression. Whenever he recounted similar tales about An Jiming to others, he was met with such looks. Initially, Qin Chao would argue, Come on, it's a new era. Is a lively mountain really that rare? But over time, he grew accustomed to it, realizing that summer insects cannot discuss ice. They are all ignorant at that moment. Qin Chao mentally labeled Chao Mingjian as ignorant, excitedly continuing, Let me tell you, when Jiming waved his hand, the mountain descended from the sky. At that time, I truly witnessed what it meant to have a mountain press down upon you. One mountain crashed down upon the collapsed riverbank, and the flood was completely resolved. Now, you ask how big that thing of Jiming's is. I estimate he himself couldn't answer you. Who knows how many mountains he has in there? Chao Mingjian. The truth of Qin Chao's words eluded him. Yet he was aware that on a certain day last year, a mountain indeed materialized within the Chuanjiang secret realm. Moreover, after that day, the mysterious aberrations that had been troubling the riverbed ceased to exist. It was precisely because the aberrations were gone that the Chuanjiang secret realm gradually lost its designation and returned to a normal region. However, the details regarding the disappearance of the aberrations within the secret realm remain classified documents of the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Undisclosed to this day. As the two conversed, and Jiming finally retrieved what he sought from his white cloth bag, a remote control, a wheelchair remote control. Chao Mingjian, you searched for so long just to find this? And Jiming nodded, Yes, classmate Qin needs to stay behind to take your statements. It would be tiring for me to walk back alone. It's much more convenient to sit in a wheelchair. Chao Mingjian, I can arrange a car to take you. Not ventilated enough. With that, An Jiming pressed a button on the remote, and the wheelchair began to move forward slowly, watching An Jiming's retreating figure for quite some time. Until he was about to disappear at the end of the street, Chao Mingjian murmured, Wait, it's an electric wheelchair. What's that all about? The rune handcuffs can become sentient, but the wheelchair turns electric? Beside him, Qin Chao also watched An Jiming's figure fade away and slowly remarked, Because Jiming dislikes ostentation, he doesn't want to show off. We are all classmates. He doesn't wish to impose too much pressure on us. That is An Jiming, outstanding, humble, low-key, and reserved. Chao Mingjian. Suddenly recalling that someone had called Principal Wang Dong from Morningstar Academy, Chao Mingjian asked Qin Chao, By the way, if your principal brings someone over later, could you please explain clearly? We did not make things difficult for An Jiming. Aside from the mistaken identity, there were no other violations. Thank you. Qin Chao shook his head. Don't worry, the principal won't bring anyone. Those he can bring aren't worth your concern. Chao Mingjian. What do you mean? Raising 3 fingers, Qin Chao stated, First, the principal cannot convince the students that Jiming would encounter trouble. Second, at Morningstar Martial Academy, The principal does not hold such influence to bring people out, as he does not possess the exit permit handwritten by Jiming. Third, in light of the first 2 points, anyone who can be brought by the principal lacks noteworthy capability, and your Martial Vigilance Bureau can easily handle them. Chao Mingjian. Chapter 25. Now you're thinking about fleeing? Is it too late? Leaving Qin Chao at the Martial Vigilance Bureau to deal with the aftermath. And Jiming leisurely made his way back to school in his wheelchair. He occasionally tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, exuding an air of leisure and comfort. At this moment, it was already afternoon, and the transition from spring to summer in Liangqing felt somewhat warm, with few pedestrians on the street. Yet even in such circumstances, Jiming encountered fewer and fewer people. The scene bore resemblance to the morning he had gone to school before the earthquake yesterday. Suddenly, Jiming gently pressed on the armrest of his wheelchair, bringing it to a halt. Clang! Before him, an iron barrel plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground. The grayish-white barrel, filled with gray cement, not only created a deep dent in the ground upon impact but also distorted the barrel itself. Gazing at the iron bucket, Jiming raised his head to the sky, seemingly engaging in a monologue. Oh heavens! You have grown increasingly cunning, learning to change your tactics at the last moment. When you were calculating this morning, you had yet to decide to take action against me today. Yet, even if your ploys were to strike true, would they truly extinguish my life? What is the purpose of your theatrics? Merely to instill fear in me? It appears that mental calculations will no longer suffice. I must take matters into my own hands. With that, Jiming retrieved a tortoise shell from his white cloth bag, placing it delicately in the palm of his right hand. He tapped the edge of the shell lightly with his fingers, causing it to rotate slowly. Closing his eyes, he spoke. Uncle Shell, I have heard tales of your remarkable leaps in divination during my master's days. Have you grown old, or is there some other reason for your languid spin now? As he spoke, Jiming began to hum softly. The big windmill turned slowly and steadily. The scenery here is truly delightful. Is it not said that this is the theme song of an animated show my master adored in ancient times? How juvenile indeed. As he finished his musings, the tortoise shell came to a halt in his hand. Suddenly, he gripped it fiercely and opened his eyes wide. In an instant, his left fingers flew into action, beckoning as he looked upward with a smile, addressing the heavens. My apologies, dear heavens, I misunderstood you. I offer my sincerest apologies. Simultaneously, an unusual phenomenon unfolded around Jiming. From the iron bucket that had just fallen from the sky, ripples spread outward, akin to the gentle waves upon a water's surface. Wherever these ripples traversed, the colors of the world swiftly faded. Initially, only the grayish-white bucket was affected, then the area surrounding it, expanding outward in increments of 1 meter. 2 meters, 10 meters. The ripples continued to extend, showing no signs of halting beneath Jiming's feet, quickly reaching 50 meters, 100 meters. The ripples did not dissipate in a flat plane but rather expanded in three-dimensional waves. Gradually, even the azure sky above Jiming transformed into a dull gray. The vibrant world faded into a monochrome existence, then deepened into an abyss. When the grayness reached a profound depth, it morphed into darkness, enveloping Jiming in an all-consuming void, as if he were plunged into an impenetrable night. The darkness descended silently in that moment, and Jiming's eyes were filled with shadows, rendering him blind to all. From the moment the iron bucket struck the ground, less than a minute had passed before he found himself engulfed in night. The darkness thickened, eerie and sinister melodies echoed from all directions. Ghostly chants traversing the barriers of time and space, resonating in Jiming's ears. His left hand tapped rapidly against the armrest of his wheelchair, his brow furrowed, indicating he was facing some formidable challenge. Indeed, it was a troublesome predicament in the desolate and eerie night. As a distortion of space manifested, several warped figures emerged, only to vanish almost instantly in the next moment. From another direction, those distorted figures reappeared, then quickly faded once more. They appeared, then disappeared. They appeared, then disappeared. It seemed that time had lost all meaning within the darkness. Uncertain how long had passed, suddenly, after yet another spatial distortion, a hum. This time, more warped figures materialized than before, each one resembling a demon escaping from hell, charging toward Jiming with menacing roars. Among them, the fastest figure gradually took on a human silhouette, brandishing a weapon akin to a short sword. Its blade aimed directly at the immobile Njiming in his wheelchair. Swish, a dark gleam flashed through the night, with a swift flick of his fingers against the armrest of his wheelchair. Njiming grinned. You entities, neither human nor ghost. Your fates are indeed somewhat challenging to calculate. Yet, it is merely challenging. Little darling, I have located your lifeline. Now, I must extend my apologies for your impending fate. Upon finishing his words, he exerted a forceful tug, and a piercing wail echoed throughout the darkness, as the sword-wielding specter charging toward Njiming disintegrated in an instant. Having identified the lifeline of the first ghostly figure, Njiming's left fingers beckoned repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining phantoms vanished one after another, dissipating in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the night returned to silence. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as yet another distortion of space unfolded. And the warped figures re-emerged. As before, the newly appeared distorted figures quickly vanished, only to reappear again, then disappear once more. The Master of the Night seemed intent on complicating Njiming's mastery of fate. Yet, just moments ago, Njiming, who had been tapping swiftly against the armrest of his wheelchair, had now grown still. He made no movement whatsoever, merely smiling serenely at the darkness before him. It had been a long time since he had encountered a worthy adversary. Greetings, Lady Knight. I must concede, you possess some skill. However, if this is all you have, it falls short of my expectations. Come, Lady Knight, let me see what other tricks you may have up your sleeve. Njiming's words lingered. But the moment he uttered Lady Knight, especially the two words denoting her gender, swoosh, the darkness dissipated instantaneously. The once profound shadows seemed to recoil in terror from an unfathomable fear, fleeing as if in panic. The colorful world had returned. Observing the restored landscape, Njiming, seated in his wheelchair, sighed softly. Lady Knight, did you think I was merely calculating your trivial fate? Not at all. I was searching for you. Now you wish to flee. Is it too late? TSK. Chapter 26. I have heard you are omnipotent in the depths of night. As he gazed at the world regaining its vibrancy, Njiming reclined in his wheelchair, lost in thought while observing the sky. The ringtone of his mobile phone from the white cloth bag rang incessantly, yet Njiming showed no inclination to answer. Shortly after, several hurried figures appeared from various directions of the street, swiftly approaching him. At this moment, less than a minute had passed since Njiming encountered the darkness. Furrowing his brow, Njiming retrieved his phone from the bag and answered calmly, as before. Tell your people not to disturb me. The response from the other end was a brief acknowledgement, received. Subsequently, all the figures hastily approaching Njiming halted in their tracks, either blending into the surrounding streets and crowds or retreating along the same path, some even dissolving into thin air. Once the vicinity returned to calm, Njiming first beckoned with his finger, then tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. The wheelchair pivoted in place, now facing the adjacent road instead of continuing forward on the sidewalk. Beep, beep. The sound of a car horn erupted as a taxi conveniently halted before Njiming. The driver, upon noticing Njiming seated in a wheelchair, lowered the window and inquired, Young man, do you need assistance? Njiming replied to the wheelchair, Return home and wait for me. The wheelchair swayed slightly, and Njiming shook his head. No, this contraption would disrupt the lives of others if it were to speed through the city. Violating the regulations of the Wuqin Law.it is more appropriate for me to take a taxi. The wheelchair ceased its movement, standing quietly until Njiming boarded the taxi and departed. At which point it turned silently, proceeding at a normal pace as a wheelchair ought to. Though it was merely a wheelchair, it exuded an air of human-like despondency and solitude. Passers-by, upon witnessing a self-propelling wheelchair, either acted as if they saw nothing or, alarmed, hurriedly stepped aside to let it pass. Until the wheelchair returned to Qingyuan Street, Njiming's residence, no one dared approach, let alone attempt to commandeer a self-moving wheelchair. The taxi came to a stop beside an apartment building on Morningstar Avenue. The driver cast a peculiar glance at Njiming, exclaiming, Young man, we've arrived. Njiming nodded, yet he did not immediately open the door to exit. Instead, he winked at the driver. The driver responded, puzzled, Huh? Njiming encouraged, Go ahead, ask your question. The driver replied, What should I ask? Rolling his eyes, Njiming quipped, Uncle, I know that curiosity killed the cat. I can tell that not voicing your burning question will leave you restless for days, and I, above all, dislike seeing others' discomfort. The driver, after sizing and jeeming up, chuckled awkwardly and asked, "Young man, have you practiced some mystical arts? Can you tell fortunes? Then, I shall ask, why, when your legs are perfectly fine, do you choose to sit in a wheelchair? Isn't that rather unlucky?" Looking at the taxi driver, and Jiming smiled and replied, "None of your business." With that, he opened the door and stepped out, tossing 100 yuan into the cab. The driver, initially incensed, thought, "Is this person insane?" Yet upon seeing the bill, he instantly smiled and said to Jiming, "You speak the truth. What a trivial matter that is to me. Please, do make your exit. This is an apartment building that has stood since the old lunar calendar era, and it has certainly aged. Yet, it is still under management." In the lobby, the security guard halted Jiming, saying, "Greetings, visitors must register." Jiming nodded. "Yes, I'll register." After speaking, he beckoned with his left hand. The guard suddenly broke into a grin and waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, you look like a harmless little brat anyway. Besides, the surveillance is down. No one will check. Go on in." After uttering those words, the guard inexplicably added, "That girl from Sakurajima lives in 3501. Even though she wears a mask every day, I can tell from her brows and eyes and her figure that her face must be quite lovely. About 20 minutes ago, she left in a bit of a hurry, without any luggage." Nodding slightly and thanking the guard, Jiming made his way towards the elevator. Once Jiming had departed, the guard suddenly paused, muttering to himself, "Why am I so chatty today? Must be some misfortune." Jiming awaited the elevator. Although he had learned that his target had left, he felt no urgency. The 4 elevators moved back and forth, ascending and descending, and finally, one of the doors opened. Before Jiming's eyes lay a dense and profound darkness enveloping the top of the elevator, along with 2 men standing inside, their expressions dazed and their gazes vacant. Seemingly sensing Jiming's presence, the 2 men's blank expressions gradually twisted into malevolence, culminating in a ferocious roar as they lunged at him. Jiming simply took a step back, his fingers flickering slightly as he softly spoke, "Fate requires you to slumber at this moment." Bang, bang. The 2 men rolled their eyes back, one after the other collapsing to the ground. Their snores soon following, Jiming entered the elevator. However, the 2 men sprawled on the floor obstructed the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. With another flick of his finger, Jiming instructed, "Crawl out and sleep." The snoring ceased, and the 2 men groggily crawled out of the elevator compartment. As the doors closed and began to ascend, the snoring resumed from outside. Inside the elevator, Jiming gazed up at the profound darkness above him, smiling as he remarked, "Warriors with domain abilities are indeed rare. Moreover, a domain of night. Quite a rarity, indeed. I have heard you can do anything in the dark. Then, how about a little duel with fate?" Suddenly, the deep darkness within the elevator began to churn violently, as if startled by a slight fright. Ding! The elevator halted at the 35th floor, and Jiming exited, making his way straight to room 3501 at the end of the corridor. He had arrived. Standing at the door, Jiming produced 2 yellow talisman papers and a pen. He first drew a circle on one talisman, affixing it to the corridor wall. Then, he drew a cross on the other talisman and affixed it to the door of room 3501. Subsequently, Jiming addressed the 2 talismans, saying, "My 2 paper brothers, although you are inanimate, my simple formation can grant you a fleeting essence of life. I require one of you to control the noise, so as not to disturb others in this building, and the other to assist me in breaking the door. No need to thank me. This is your destiny." Having spoken, Jiming lightly gestured with his left hand. The fates of the 2 talismans were altered. One transformed into an explosive talisman, while the other became a silent talisman. Jiming stepped aside, leaning against the wall, signaling with his fingers, 3, 2, 1. "Brother explosive talisman, if you fail to blow this door open, I shall have to apologize to your fleeting talisman fate." The next moment, a thunderous boom erupted, a violent shockwave surged forth, and a deafening explosion resonated in Jiming's ears. He turned to face the door of room 3501, witnessing the once intact anti-theft door now obliterated to bits. Chapter 27. Tonight, you shall experience the favor of fate. The door lay in tatters, revealing a shadowy figure concealed behind it. In that instant, As the door was blown open, the shadow morphed into a humanoid form, lunging out with a howl directed at Njiming, similar to the distorted figure he encountered during the previous night attack. This shadowy figure wielded a sharp dagger, the dark blade carving a cold arc aimed at Njiming's throat. Njiming stood his ground, merely tilting his head slightly as the dark dagger grazed past his throat. The shadowy figure pounced upon him, viciously biting while stabbing with the dagger at Njiming's back. Yet, none of this inflicted the slightest harm upon him. Do you know why it was futile? Because my fate is not meant to end today, and you, as a mere domain creature, lack the ability to alter my destiny, thus, you cannot kill me. Speaking thus, Njiming smiled at the shadow looming so close. Every individual has the opportunity to directly or indirectly alter another's fate. But how can you know that your own efforts to change another's fate are not, in fact, the arrangement of fate itself? From now on, follow me. At the very least, I will not send you to confront an existence you could never hope to defeat, as your current master does. The shadow seemed oblivious to Njiming's words. Persistently biting and stabbing, sighing lightly, Njiming shook his head. Very well, I shall not alter your fate. I shall honor your loyalty. He lifted his left hand and gently beckoned. Whoosh! The shadow instantly dissipated. Entering the room, he found it shrouded in darkness, curtains drawn. He opened the curtains and the window, turning on the lights to discover a quaint, Sakurajima-themed guest suite adorned in warm whites. The living room even featured a white piano. It was evident that the room's occupant had left in haste. The bedroom doors stood ajar, the bed unkempt, scattered with women's intimate garments, while clothes hung on the rack and more were draped on the balcony. Must a warrior wash their own clothes? How fastidious, Ms. Knight. Njiming wandered through the entire suite, even inspecting the bathroom. What struck him as odd was the presence of a dense darkness in the bathroom, replacing what should have been the toilet. Staring at the darkness, Njiming mused, should I attempt to deduce this myself, or wait for Ms. Knight to explain? I think I shall let her explain. She would likely be quite eager to share why a small domain was placed in the bathroom instead of a toilet. Exiting the bathroom, Njiming retrieved a bottle of sugar-free cola from the refrigerator in the living room, took a couple of sips, and placed it on the dining table before settling down at the white piano. Buzz! As he pressed a key, an abrupt sound resonated throughout the room. Njiming awkwardly scratched his head. He truly could not play. Just a slight alteration to my talent, fate. I beseech you for a touch of piano proficiency. The person remained the same. Njiming was still Njiming, seemingly unchanged. Yet, the subsequent keystrokes he pressed formed a lively and melodious piano piece. He experimented with several distant keys, and regardless of how he played, the music grew increasingly melodious. Then, Njiming rose, tidied his immaculate white practice attire, and solemnly took his seat at the piano. He turned to glance out the window. The night had fully descended, enveloping the world outside in darkness. Buzz! A deep piano note reverberated in the room, and Njiming smiled, softly stating, You claim the night is your domain. Then allow me to witness if you can conquer fate within your own arena. Greetings, everyone. My name is Njiming. Now, I shall commence my fate-altering endeavors. No, wait. I shall begin to play. As Njiming's nimble and spirited fingers danced upon the keys of the white piano. A stirring solo of fate gradually filled the room. The notes leaped and twirled in rhythm with Njiming's fingers. Were they merely notes? No, it was fate. Tonight, the destiny of the entire city reflected Njiming's will. Previously, altering fate involved a mere beckoning of fingers. Now, he employed a more elegant approach. Liang City, downtown, in the shadows of the city under the night sky, a figure with flowing hair flickered rapidly. Numerous citizens felt a fleeting dazzle, catching a whiff of a fragrant breeze, only to find nothing upon turning their heads. The night melded with the night, shifting seamlessly on the rooftop of a certain building. A woman clad in black with a mask emerged amidst swirling black mist. Standing at the edge of the building, gazing distantly at the apartment building where Njiming resided, creak, creak. This was the sound of the woman gritting her teeth. Damn it! Ming, and Njiming. The Summer Kingdom cannot harbor you. It must not. Just as the woman's words fell, suddenly, crack, a blinding white light shot towards the building she occupied. The sight of this white light, the beautiful visage hidden beneath the mask suddenly widened in shock. And with her slender legs, She hurriedly dashed into the nearby shadows. While the night thrived within the night, it was imperative that no light existed within that darkness. Having narrowly evaded the area illuminated by the white light, she had no time to catch her breath before. Hee hee! A chorus of children's laughter echoed from below, while one child, wielding a flashlight, meandered around the building, ultimately directing the beam of light to the very edge of the rooftop. A woman atop the building furrowed her brow, hesitated not for an instant, and leaped outward towards the adjacent structure. In that fleeting moment of descent, a dark mist enveloped her, merging her with the nocturnal shadows outside the building. Just then, the white beam that had illuminated the rooftop shifted, tracing along the wall before once again landing upon the woman. "No," she gasped, the dark mist dissipating as she plummeted towards the ground below. As she neared the earth, the distant light struggled to keep pace with her fall, and it seemed as though darkness would consume darkness once more. At that moment, crash in the parking lot below. A car with 4 wheels roared to life, its high beams illuminating a third of the building's wall. Miss Knight, bang, with a dull thud, the Demon King of Sakurajima, Miss Knight, fell unceremoniously. The sound suggested several bones might have been broken. Struggling to rise from the ground, Miss Knight seemed to hear a piano melody drifting from afar, a symphony of fate. "Baka!" she exclaimed, brushing the dirt from her clothes and quickly retreating into the shadows of the night. In a quaint Japanese-style guest house, Njiming appeared lost in the music he played, smiling as he said, "Miss Knight, this is merely the beginning. Tonight, you shall experience the favor of destiny." Suddenly, a heavy chord struck, amplifying the already fervent melody. Chapter 28. The Arrangement of Fate. The favor of the entire city. Under the night's veil, Liang City remained as usual, with the lives of ordinary people continuing unabated. Yet, in the unnoticed corners, a battle between night and fate unfolded. Having fallen from the height of dozens of stories, Miss Knight sustained minor injuries and a few broken bones. Nevertheless, she casually discarded a stone onto the ground. Creating ripples in the in the realm of shadows, a dim, gray world emerged. Hiding for a few seconds in the completely darkened realm, when the muted world regained its colors, Miss Knight's injuries completely healed. During this interval, lights occasionally swept toward her hiding place, yet no matter their intensity, none could penetrate that gray realm. Coincidentally, at the very moment the gray world faded, bang, a beam of flashlight struck directly on Miss Knight's face. "Is someone there?" The building security guard eyed her warily. "What are you doing, Baka? Janae, go die." Miss Knight cried urgently, as dark mist swirled behind the guard, a distorted ghostly figure silently appearing, claws poised to grasp at the guard's throat. In that instant, the guard's vision blurred, and he seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother. But in the next moment, he heard an exhilarating piano melody. The ghostly figure that had emerged from the darkness dissipated with a snap. Miss Knight, concealed in the shadows, glanced in disbelief toward the distant apartment building, her beautiful visage behind the black mask twisted in fury. Clang! A stone fell beside the guard, producing a crisp sound. The guard turned, but saw nothing. Ordinary people, of course, could not perceive it, but from the spot where the stone landed, the gray world re-emerged, the cold gray tones swiftly engulfing the original colors of the world. Just as the guard was about to be consumed by the realm of night, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air as a black sedan came to a halt not far away. Here, 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle, holding palm-sized electronic devices adorned with what resembled antennas. "There's a strong spatial fluctuation here, identical to that on Changha Road this afternoon. Notify headquarters. Team Leader Chow, we detected spatial fluctuations identical to those on Changha Road this afternoon. Location, understood." Miss Knight? The security guard before her was merely an ordinary person. She could easily dispatch 100 of his kind without breaking a sweat. Yet at this moment, Miss Knight cast another glance toward the apartment where Njiming resided, then turned back to the guard, her resolve hardening. Even if discovered by those 2 from the Summer Nation's martial forces, she intended to eliminate this guard. And those 2 martial enforcers, just a couple more lives. Fueled by determination, the gray hues surged forth, enveloping the guard entirely. Upon realizing that the world before him had turned black and white, the guard found himself paralyzed, unable to speak, acutely aware of icy claws gripping his throat. In that moment, He felt he might truly perish. Yet it was merely a fleeting instant. Before the claws could tighten, bang! A strange noise resonated in the darkness, and a white beam flashed by. The guard noticed the claws around his neck had loosened. Simultaneously, the sudden noise sent a tremor through the woman from Sakurajima, who stood in the shadows. She was all too familiar with that sound. The Summer Nation's standard-issue dual-purpose elemental handgun. Alone, an elemental handgun posed no fear to Miss Knight, but its presence indicated nearby, organized units of Summer Nation's martial forces, and now, she was being targeted. Without hesitation, Miss Knight's eyes flickered, and she vanished into the night. The moment she disappeared, the Gray Realm reverted to its original state as the first two martial enforcers arrived, rushing past without detecting her presence. However, they quickly realized something was amiss when they spotted the guard clutching his throat. Coughing. Across the street, Chao Mingjian lowered his elemental handgun and spoke into his earpiece. Miss Knight has escaped. Initiate citywide surveillance. Moments prior, Chao Mingjian had shot at the shadow within Miss Knight's realm, saving the guard. Beside him, Ruan Mingyue, holding a soul plate, regarded him with intrigue. How did you manage to hit a ghost within Miss Knight's realm? How did you know the elemental ballistic trajectory would be the same as in the outside world? Chao Mingjian shook his head. I don't know. Ruan Mingyue gasped. And you dare to fire? Aren't you afraid of hitting the hostage? Chao Mingjian blinked, saying, I didn't think much. I believed if I didn't shoot, the hostage would certainly die firing. There was a chance for the hostage to survive, and also, Ruan Mingyue pressed. And what? Chao Mingjian laughed suddenly, and I felt that fate would be on my side. Ruan Mingyue, suddenly, observing fluctuations on the soul plate, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, North by east, 15 degrees, 2 kilometers. Chao Mingjian immediately relayed Ruan Mingyue's coordinates into his earpiece. Move out. In the north, a group of elderly men and women were dancing joyfully in the square when an ominous wind swept through, followed by, crack! A bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting the nocturnal world into daylight. The wind vanished, revealing a seemingly exhausted woman who collapsed by the roadside, gasping for breath. The ominous wind was merely a desperate act of Miss Knight, seeking to retaliate against innocent bystanders. The sudden lightning was. Coincidence. It was the arrangement of fate. On Morning Breeze Road, someone was night riding, a stone rolled by the roadside, and the Gray Realm reappeared. Bang! A fire hydrant exploded unexpectedly, sending a torrent of water surging like a dragon, drenching Miss Knight and sending her flying. As the drenched Miss Knight rose, wiping the water from her face, she readied herself to inflict harm once more, but the martial forces were already in pursuit. On Changyang Road, the city's main thoroughfare bustled with traffic, adjacent to Liang City's vibrant Drum Tower night market, teeming with visitors. With her eyes ablaze, Miss Knight teetered on the brink of rage. Standing at the intersection, pointing at the incessant flow of vehicles, and revealing a cruel smile to the night sky. She understood that fate was aware of her provocation. This time, by any means necessary, Miss Knight resolved to exact a bloody toll upon the Summer Nation. Even if it meant exposing herself, even if it meant utter obliteration, it mattered not. Fate. Fate be damned. Her pale, slender fingers clenched into a fist. And suddenly, the grayness surged forth along the roadway. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dump truck laden with dirt and sand appeared in the city center. The driver was swiftly engulfed by Miss Knight's realm, the icy specter seizing his throat, fiercely biting down. The tearing was merely to incapacitate. His life was spared. For only through this struggle, in a confused state, would the driver press the accelerator to the floor. The truck careened out of control, blaring its horn in urgency, as it barreled off the road, heading straight for the Drum Tower Square, packed with night market stalls and tourists. In that moment, Miss Knight laughed. Fate? Ha! Gazing at the night sky, Miss Knight softly murmured in Sakurajima dialect. This is the fate of the Summer Nation. Her tone was soft and languid, for after a night of turmoil, Miss Knight too felt weary. Watching the dump truck careen toward the Drum Tower night market, her laughter pierced the night, soaring into the heavens. At that instant, as if a realization struck her, her laughter abruptly ceased. Behind her, the previously erupting gray world vanished once more. As a realm warrior, the exhausted Miss Knight could no longer maintain her domain. She was utterly fatigued. With the disappearance of the night realm, The spectral figure that had lunged at the dumper truck driver vanished as well. The driver, regaining his senses, realized that his dumper truck was on the verge of crashing into a crowd. In a moment of desperation, he wrestled with the steering wheel. The dumper truck swerved in that critical instant. The driver exhaled in relief. Yet, he soon discovered that even after turning, he would still collide with people. He hurriedly pressed the brake, however. Perhaps due to the recent spectral attack, or perhaps from sheer nervousness. Or maybe it was Fate's design. In the next moment, the driver mistook the accelerator for the brake. Bang! There was a delicate silhouette, an elegant arc hovering above. Miss Knight, with an expression of defiance, cursed aloud, "Be Baka, Baka Yuru." The out-of-control dumper truck swerved and knocked Miss Knight aside. It was unclear how long she soared through the air, but eventually, she landed with a thud, akin to a dog eating dirt. Already drained, she was unable to rise immediately, yet she had no desire to get up. She simply lay on the ground, awaiting capture by the warriors of Xia. Which agency would it be? The Wu Qin Bureau, responsible for managing warriors and maintaining urban security? Or perhaps the Dragon Guard of the Xia military? Or even that mysterious entity? However, to Miss Knight's disappointment, the figure she longed for never arrived. Instead, she was met by the 8-wheeled dumper truck. Realizing that he had indeed struck someone, the driver's mind momentarily stalled, leaving him dazed and unresponsive. This led to his dumper truck continuing its relentless advance, causing a second injury to Miss Knight. One by one, the 4 tires on one side of the dumper truck rolled over the prostrate form of Miss Knight. Miss Knight. Truly a demon king. Even if a realm warrior may not possess the physical prowess of a close combat fighter, she was still alive. For Miss Knight, this night, Fate's arrangement was nothing short of spectacular. At the very least, it was a spectacle she had not experienced in over 20 years of her life. Struggling to rise, she swayed and staggered forward. She didn't even glance at the dumper truck or its driver, who had inflicted 2 injuries upon her. She simply continued her slow walk ahead. Approaching the next intersection, a red light, which Miss Knight ignored, as she concealed herself in the shadows and pressed onward. Bang! She was struck again. The driver, upon realizing he had hit someone, hastily stopped and exited to assess the situation. But he could not see where the person he had just knocked down had gone. This driver was an honest man. He quickly called the traffic department to report the incident. However, when the traffic officers arrived, they reviewed the surveillance footage and saw only a fleeting shadow, unable to locate the victim. They merely provided the driver with a verbal warning before allowing him to leave. Just as the 2 traffic officers were about to leave in their vehicle, they received another task. Less than a kilometer ahead, at the next intersection, another report of a hit-and-run had come in. The traffic officers rushed over, only to find, as before, that the victim was nowhere to be found. The footage revealed nothing but a mass of darkness. When Miss Knight reached the apartment building where Jiming resided, she had just endured her 12th car accident. At that moment, she finally understood what it meant to be favored by the entire city. In truth, she had initially intended to flee, but after experiencing a series of subsequent events, she felt it might be impossible to escape, so she returned. Entering the lobby of the apartment building, covered in tire marks, Miss Knight sighed in relief. Surely, she couldn't continue being struck by vehicles here. Buzz. Make way, a car. A clear child's voice rang out in the lobby as a little boy, grasping the handle, maneuvered a toy car racing towards her. Smack! Unsurprisingly, the toy car collided with Miss Knight's calf. The little boy looked up at the dirted Miss Knight with an apologetic expression and softly said, "Auntie, I'm sorry. Auntie, you're so dirty." In that moment, Miss Knight felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. How had she, a dignified demon king, fallen to such depths? Supporting herself against the wall, she staggered towards the elevator door. It was already midnight. The elevator should have been available at all times, yet she found herself waiting for what felt like an eternity before the doors finally opened. Once inside the elevator, as the doors closed, Miss Knight weakly sank to the floor, murmuring in her broken Xia language, "Finally, it's over." The elevator ascended slowly, passing the 10th floor, the 20th, the 30th. Suddenly, upon reaching the 34th floor, there was a jolt. The elevator lurched violently, and the lights went out, plunging Miss Knight into a state of intense weightlessness. The elevator began to plummet rapidly, not descending, but falling. I in that moment, seated on the elevator floor. Miss Knight truly wept. She knelt, repeatedly bowing her head. I was wrong. I was wrong. I accept my fate. Fate above, please spare my life. I truly made a mistake. No matter how she pleaded, the elevator continued its rapid descent. As it approached the 10th floor, Miss Knight, in a moment of desperation, declared, I would trade the lives of 100 Sakurajima warriors for my own. The elevator reached the 9th floor, the 8th, 1,000, the 7th floor, the 6th. 10,000, the 5th floor, the 4th. Watching the rapidly changing numbers, Miss Knight momentarily forgot that even in her severely injured state, the falling elevator would not claim her life. In that instant, she seemed to grasp the essence of fate. I am fate's dog. Whoever fate tells me to kill, I shall kill. Whatever fate demands, I shall fulfill. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of violent collisions echoed against the elevator's exterior. The elevator reached the 3rd floor, the 2nd. Clang, clang, clang. The 1st floor, the basement. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 2nd basement level. The IT ceased its descent and began to ascend slowly. Ding. This was not the sound of a system activating from a web novel. It was the sound of the elevator doors opening. Yet at that moment, Miss Knight felt a strange sensation that her life seemed. Room 3501. The swaying Miss Knight stood before a door that had been reduced to splinters. And there she saw Jiming sleeping on the sofa in the living room. As soon as she entered, clatter! A pair of handcuffs shimmering with dark runes fell onto the floor before her. Bang! Her legs gave way, and Miss Knight collapsed to her knees. That moment, in the corridor outside, a slender boy stood in the shadows, watching the light spilling from the now-ruined room 3501. Holding a soft-tipped pin in one hand and an ancient scroll in the other. He meticulously inscribed, in the spring of the 17th year of the new calendar, on the 3rd day after the earthquake, Jiming captured the Sakurajima Demon King, Miss Knight, in Liang City. Chapter 29. I am not fate. I control fate. That night, Miss Knight knelt before the sleeping Jiming for the entire duration. Meanwhile, Chao Mingjian and his colleagues from the Wu Qin Bureau were also busy throughout the night. However, they did not manage to trace Miss Knight's whereabouts. They only pinpointed her last known location through a series of unusual traffic incidents. The extraordinary investigative abilities displayed by the team in the early hours of the night seemed to vanish as the night wore on. This was also connected to Chao Mingjian's keen perception that the difficulty of the investigation had suddenly increased, leading him to allow everyone to go home. His behavior perplexed Ruan Mingyue, who knew him well. According to his usual style, pursuing an overseas warrior appearing in the jurisdiction, regardless of whether it was the Demon King Miss Knight or an ordinary warrior, he would not leave until the target was apprehended. Faced with Ruan Mingyue's confusion, Chao Mingjian simply pointed to the sky, leaving behind a remark of resignation, and turned to return to sleep, considering that he had not rested well in the preceding nights. Ruan Mingyue assumed he was merely fatigued and continued her investigation with the duty team. Just before dawn, utilizing various methods including spirit orbs, surveillance, and aerial reconnaissance, Ruan Mingyue finally locked onto the location where Miss Knight had last been seen, the Yuliang Qing Chung apartment complex. When Ruan Mingyue reviewed the property surveillance footage and saw that Jiming had arrived at the complex ahead of her, she understood why Chao Mingjian had allowed everyone to leave. Indeed, it was a matter of resignation. Muttering softly, Ruan Mingyue pondered for a moment, but chose not to leave. Instead, she led the duty team to guard the 35th floor corridor. Room 3501. Having knelt on the floor all night, Miss Knight dared not lift her head or use her domain to heal her injuries. She stubbornly endured the night, half-conscious. As the night sky gradually brightened, the Miss Knight, who had once loathed such moments, felt a glimmer of hope. He should be waking soon, right? Yet, reality disappointed her. As dawn approached, Jiming remained asleep. By the time the sun shone brightly, Jiming was still asleep. Even at noon, Jiming was still asleep. As the afternoon wore on, Jiming continued to sleep. Moreover, judging by the sound of his breathing, it seemed he was sleeping ever more soundly. At last, on this evening, as darkness was poised to descend once more, Miss Hai, who had been kneeling on the floor throughout the night and the entire day, finally awaited the awakening of Jiming. Stretching and yawning, Jiming rose from the sofa, gazing out at the dim sky and lamenting. Is it not yet dawn? How early I have risen today. I can attend an early class at school that I long for the days spent in the company of my classmates during morning lessons. Miss Hai, still kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly, remaining silent and Jiming, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly halted and surveyed his surroundings, casting a glance at the kneeling figure of Hai. After blinking and furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, a look of enlightenment dawned in his eyes. He recalled his predicament. Yesterday, this woman had intended to kill him. With that thought, he chuckled softly. Yesterday afternoon, on Changha Road, your domain unfurled and successfully ensnared me. I merely stated your gender. Why did you flee so suddenly? Seizing the opportunity, Hai cautiously raised her head, only to panic and lower it again. And Jiming reassured her. It's all right, you may look at me. Indeed, you may stand up. Who decreed that you must kneel? Hai complied, lifting her gaze be wide this time. She had removed the mask from her face, revealing a beauty marred by exhaustion. I am faltering summer mandarin, she murmured. The instinct of a warrior tells me that you were merely acting. In truth, you had already discerned my presence. Outside, the day waned, crimson clouds painting the golden horizon, and Jiming gazed absently at the distant skyline. Even though the Demon King of Ing Island loomed less than 3 meters away, it did not diminish his appreciation for the evening sky and the sunset's glow. It was only when the last vestiges of sunlight faded into darkness, enveloping the room in shadow, that Jiming resumed his inquiry. Weren't you here to kill me? Why did you flee without even gathering your belongings when I sought you? At that moment, it struck him. His ability to enter the territory of the Summer Nation and arrive here had been too effortless. The entire affair was likely a sinister scheme. But why return? Silence enveloped the darkened room as Hai, gazing at the floor, quivered. I have realized that the plan is destined to fail. I may not escape. Destined to fail? And Jiming adjusted his posture, resting his chin on his hand. How do you know it is fated to fail? Do you not possess a contingency? You have returned, your injuries are gradually mending. In truth, you are not severely harmed, merely fatigued. The few collisions with the vehicle have impacted you more psychologically, making you cognizant of someone else's adeptness at controlling another's fate, far surpassing your own mastery of the realm of night. Moreover, while this kneeling posture might exhaust others, you, as a denizen of Ing Island, have grown accustomed to it as a martial artist, rather than spending the day kneeling. You might as well have been covertly resting. Now, having regained your peak physical condition, with the night having fallen and you so close to me, why do you not make a move? Once again, the room fell into a brief silence, and a glint of madness flickered in Hai's eyes. In the darkness, someone was stirring. Simultaneously, in the Martial Affairs Bureau, Chao Mingjian was suddenly startled, slamming down the documents in his hand and turning to glance in Jiming's direction. Outside the room, in the corridor, the pointer on Ruan Mingyue's soul disk, which had been slowly rotating, suddenly spun wildly as if possessed. Across Liang City, after a moment of shock, figures sprang into action, rushing towards Jiming. Not only in Liang City, but in the provincial capital of Zhengzhou, in the north at Yin Capital, in the south at Jinling, in the west at Chang'an, and even farther afield. At that moment, the entire martial arts management organization of the Summer Nation, along with its martial violence agencies and special operations departments, focused their attention on the Central Plains, in the depths of a certain institution in Yin Capital, on a vast terrain sand table comparable to a small football field. A thick plume of black smoke suddenly rose by the river of a vast plain, drawing the attention of several staff members clad in traditional long robes. Fear surged in their eyes, and one of them exclaimed, "Disaster! A calamity engulfing the entire city. City number 0378. It is Liang City. Report. Immediate report. Hurry, hurry." In Liang City, within room 3501 of the Qingqing apartment, the night outside the floor-to-ceiling window was profound. Listening to the commotion from the dark room beside him, Jiming softly remarked, "Indeed, as a corps member dispatched by the Ing Island military to assassinate me, you cannot possess only the meager skills you displayed yesterday. You are not merely a realm-level martial artist. You have transcended into a domain-level being. Your domain of night can envelop an entire city. Miss Hai, you truly exhibit remarkable talent. You must be the designated future leader of the Ing Island martial forces. Am I right?" Hai remained kneeling, having just plunged the entire Liang City into darkness. At this moment, her beautiful face contorted in a grotesque manner. Yet she did not fixate on Njiming. Instead, she glared at the floor beneath her. Exclaiming Fran, Njiming shook his head and said, "No, fate does not permit it. Why? Because in time, you will come to understand. I can only say that the abilities of a warrior are hard-earned and must be cherished." Tears streamed down like a breached dam in the dark night. She raised her head to gaze at the 17-year-old youth from the Summer Kingdom before her, clutching his leg, feeling increasingly peculiar. Seeing this, Njiming smiled and asked, "You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you?" You will. As he uttered these words, Njiming's fingers remained still, yet the dark night held onto his leg even tighter. Her gaze shifted towards the bedroom within the room. Njiming shook his head. "No, that is not permissible. We have just met, and that would be too disrespectful." The dark night disregarded him, raising her hand to tug at Njiming's clothing. I wanted up. Let me try and see what it feels like to confront fate," Njiming reiterated. "No, you do not wish for that." After saying this, his fingers moved slightly. The dark night halted her actions. After a moment of contemplation, Njiming remarked, "Miss Dark Knight, I have found a place for you. One where many like you, who attempted to kill me but ultimately failed, reside." With that, he produced a chain from a white cloth bag he carried. It was then that Njiming noticed a rune handcuff clasped around the Dark Knight's neck. These warrior-specific handcuffs are adjustable, so being caught around her neck posed no issue. However, Njiming's initial intention was not for it to be there. Seeing how playful the Dark Knight was, he decided to fasten the chain to the rune handcuff around her neck. Sighing, "Miss Dark Knight, you see, no matter how strong you are, whether in realms or domains, you are ultimately human. And it is far easier for fate to toy with a person than for a person to toy with a dog." The Dark Knight murmured, Are you fate?" Njiming smiled faintly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "I am not fate. I control fate." After saying this, he grasped the chain, leading the Dark Knight as if she were a mere dog, and turned to greet, "Good evening, Miss Ruan." There stood Ruan Mingyue, pale as a ghost, at the spot where the door had been completely obliterated. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the entire process of Njiming controlling the Dark Knight's fate. Chapter 30. What fate has arranged for you in the late hours. In the office of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Chao Mingjian fixed his gaze upon Ruan Mingyue, quietly extinguishing a cigarette that had burned down 2/3 in the ashtray. "Are you saying that the sudden calamity that occurred and vanished just as abruptly was orchestrated by that Dark Knight?" Ruan Mingyue appeared as if her soul had fled, trembling as she nodded. Chao Mingjian stroked his chin, which had grown scruffy from neglect over the past few days, and inquired, "So you mean that the Dark Knight, who caused such a commotion, pulled the entire Liang city into her domain merely to kill Njiming?" Ruan Mingyue, lost in thought, continued to nod. "Are you saying that after successfully unleashing a calamity-level domain, that Dark Knight chose to rescind it herself, even at the cost of sustaining severe injuries, simply because?" Ruan Mingyue trembled as she completed his sentence. "Yes, just because Njiming uttered a single phrase. No, you do not wish for that." As she recounted those words, she recalled the scene in that apartment room, where Njiming sat composed while the calamity-bringing warrior from Ing Island, the Ghost King of the Dark Knight, knelt beside him like a dog. Ruan Mingyue's complexion turned even paler. She noticed that Chao Mingjian, who had been absent-mindedly scratching his stubble, suddenly pinched his own chin. Then, the Dark Knight, attempting to end her own life, crawled to the balcony's edge, only to abandon her intention due to Njiming's words? "Yes, just a single no. You do not wish for that." When the shadow ascended to the balcony, it was decisive and resolute, yet when descending, she showed no hesitation. Chao Mingjian instinctively asked, "Is it possible that the Dark Knight herself did not wish to die? And even if she jumped as a warrior, she would not perish from 30 floors?" Ruan Mingyue fell silent for a moment before saying, "Mingjian, the warriors of Ing Island." Chao Mingjian lowered his head in silence. Indeed, one could criticize the warriors of Ing Island, but they certainly could not be deemed weak. Reflecting on that fleeting calamity, Chao Mingjian felt a lingering trepidation. Noticing that Chao Mingjian had ceased to inquire, Ruan Mingyue continued later, and Njiming said, "You will fall for me," and the Dark Knight desired to be with him. Yet when he said, "No, you do not wish for that," she withdrew her hand from his clothing. "Mingjian," Ruan Mingyue spoke, as if recalling something profoundly terrifying, her eyes reddening as she choked back tears. You remember that golden retriever named Sausage that Dajing raised? At that moment, the Dark Knight before Ji Ming was even more obedient than Sausage before Dajing. That was the Ghost King. I had thought that fate's arrangements would only manifest at significant junctures in life. But instead, this, Ruan Mingyue lost her voice entirely. Chao Mingjian understood what she feared. He could empathize with the sense of defeat she felt when confronting fate. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, intending to light a cigarette, only to find his pack empty. He was left with no choice but to retrieve the half-burnt cigarette from the ashtray and attempt to ignite it. After several failed attempts with the lighter, he realized he was trying to light the filter end. Silently placing the cigarette down, Chao Mingjian covered his face with his hands, leaning back in his chair without uttering a word. In that moment, both he and Ruan Mingyue, having faced fate, pondered the same question. After a long while, Ruan Mingyue finally voiced her inquiry. Mingjian, do you think we are merely puppets being pulled by the strings of fate? Rubbing his face vigorously, Chao Mingjian exhaled deeply into the air before bursting into a hearty laugh. Mingyue, how easy it is to be a puppet. It is the one pulling the strings who bears the burden. A piece on the chessboard need only remain content in its role. It is the player who feels the strain. Let us go. Let's grab a late-night snack. What do you think fate will have us eat? Ruan Mingyue, still not fully emerged from her earlier melancholic state, was slightly influenced by Chao Mingjian's demeanor and forced a smile. Yes, let us go and find something to eat. Chao Mingjian stood up, donning his outerwear, and jokingly asked, You still haven't answered me. What do you think fate will have us eat? Ruan Mingyue replied with a wry smile. Such trivial matters hardly warrant fate's intervention. We can simply see what's available at this late hour and eat whatever we find. Chao Mingjian noted that Ruan Mingyue mentioned eating whatever we find rather than whatever. Clearly, his partner, who had grown up alongside him in the orphanage, was now fixated on the arrangements of fate, wishing to inject a touch of uncertainty into those arrangements. Sighing inwardly, Chao Mingjian cheerfully exclaimed, All right, let us go. As they exited the office, Chao Mingjian reached into his pocket, only to realize he had forgotten his phone. However, considering he had cash on him and wore the work wristband that allowed remote communication, he decided against retrieving it. Just as they left the office, a notification sounded from Chao Mingjian's desk. His phone had rung. Liang City is a tertiary or even a quaternary city, sometimes rated as one, sometimes the other. In such a place, the nightlife is not particularly vibrant. However, the night market industry thrives. Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue headed to a nearby night market stall, the aroma of fried dishes, clay pots, and soup dumplings wafting towards them, lifting their spirits considerably. Yet, when they finally settled before a night market stall, neither felt inclined to eat. They exchanged glances, and Ruan Mingyue pointed at the bustling stall owner beside them, asking, Mingjian, do you think choosing this place is fate's arrangement? Chao Mingjian replied, exasperated, nonsense about fate's arrangement. This is our own choice, Ruan Mingyue tentatively suggested. Then should we try a different stall? Chao Mingjian nodded. Sure, you decide. They rose and continued to meander through the compact night market street, chatting as they walked. How about some soup dumplings? Back during the old calendar, in Liang City, there was an incident where several female college students rode through the night from Zhengzhou just to eat soup dumplings, which led to a surge of college students night riding to Liang City. Yes, short videos can bring up past local hotspots. Youth has no price. Night riding in Liang City, haha. Ultimately, they reached the end of the night market street without consuming anything. Retracing their steps, they still left with empty stomachs. In truth, both harbored a simmering frustration. I came to the night market just to stroll, yet I didn't eat anything. Fate's arrangement means nothing. Whether I eat or not is my own decision. In the end, they bought 2 cups of milk tea, sat on the curb for a while, and then returned home. Returning to the office of the Wuqin Bureau, Chao Mingjian picked up his phone and noticed an unread message. Immediately, his expression darkened. Seeing this, Ruan Mingyue inquired, What's wrong? Chao Mingjian shook his head and replied, It's nothing, you should go back to sleep. I need to organize some documents. A disaster has struck Liangqing. Although it turned out to be a false alarm, as the head of the Wuqin department, I will undoubtedly be summoned by the officials at dawn. The military and our superiors. Ruan Mingyue fixed her gaze on Chao Mingjian, remaining silent. Reluctantly, he handed her his phone. The message was from Ji Ming, time-stamped at the exact moment they had just stepped out of the office. The message read, Fate arranged for you to eat nothing but to buy 2 cups of hot milk tea, and then sit by the roadside chatting for ages to nurture your relationship. Yes, even your decision to leave without your phone was orchestrated by fate. Ruan Mingyue. Smack. Startled, she accidentally knocked Chao Mingjin's phone to the ground. With a peculiar expression, Chao Mingjin remarked, Mingyue, we must keep our work and personal matters separate. If the phone breaks, you must compensate for it. Ding ding. Another message arrived, still from Njiminji.do. Not worry, this phone won tea break. This time, both fell into silence. Chapter 31. I kill people, only targeting individuals. Not matters. As the night faded away, a new day dawned. Qingyuan Street, where Njiming resided, featured a tiny shop left to him by his master, located at number 72 on this street. Once a trendy thoroughfare from the old calendar era, Qingyuan Street had significantly cooled down in the new era. Typically, it was frequented by local elderly folks, making it a rather desolate place devoid of any real bustle. However, today, Qingyuan Street was unusually lively. Early in the morning, a throng of elderly men and women crowded in front of Njiming's shop, chattering incessantly. Aunt Wang, the bun seller, exclaimed, Now, hold on, don't spread rumors. Who said Shaoan brought a woman home last night? Just a few days ago, he promised to date my daughter. Aunt Yang, the seamstress, chimed in, Oh Wang, I tell you, our old Chen saw it with his own eyes last night. That woman was stunning. Uncle Li, the mechanic, added, Come on, look at him. Jiming is not a child anymore. What's wrong with bringing a woman home? Brother Wang, the driver, remarked, I knew this kid couldn't sit still. Just wait and see. I'm not going to haul goods today. I must find out what kind of beauty caught his eye. A passing taxi passenger queried, What is going on here? Is there some excitement? I'll join in, the convenience store across the street announced. Discounts on small stools today? Air conditioning is on. Some items are buy one get one free. On the second floor of the shop, Njiming, just awake, yawned and stretched. Listening to the chatter from the street below, he frowned and muttered to himself, Who says life doesn't he have so many spectators? Who said that? Shaking his head, Njiming decided, Forget it. Today is special. I'll sleep in a little longer and wait for everyone to disperse before heading out. Time passed. Eventually, many of the crowd gathered outside Njiming's door began to disperse. However, a few core individuals remained, and as they lingered, more newcomers arrived to join the gossip. The chatter continued, now with different voices. Yet the essence remained unchanged. Realizing that if he didn't get up soon, he would be late for school, Njiming reluctantly climbed out of bed. Sitting on the edge, he helplessly tapped his left hand's fingers and said to himself, I wonder, dear neighbors, why can't you just live your own lives? Is it not enough to live your own life without needing to control someone else's? With that, he rose to wash up. Outside the door, Aunt Wang remarked, Why are there so many people at our shop? I need to go back and help. Aunt Yang added, Old Chun just called. I must return too, Uncle Li said. I just ate. But I feel hungry again. I'll go try some of Wang's buns. Brother Wang exclaimed, Time to deliver. A taxi passenger lamented, This is pointless. I'm wasting my life following this crowd, utterly pointless. The convenience store shouted, Eggs are on sale today. Get here before they're gone. Suddenly, the crowd that had been gathered around Njiming's shop turned and rushed towards the convenience store, fearing they would miss out. By the time Njiming finished washing up, tranquility returned outside his door. Inside the shop, shelves lined both sides, adorned with an array of lifelike, palm-sized dolls made from various materials, mud, stone, plastic, and fabric. In the center stood a writing desk facing the entrance. On the desk, candles flickered in cups, while various items lay scattered about. 2 blood-red dolls that resembled glass, one inscribed with Tian Dao and the character Lu at its back, and the other with Gu Jian and the character Li. Besides these dolls, the desk also held Njiming's frequently used turtle shell, a fountain pen, a stack of ancient-style documents, a bundle of bamboo slips, and the white bag he always carried when going out. The wall behind the desk was bare. This shop and its contents, including the dolls, were the legacy left to Njiming by his master. Gazing at the empty wall, Njiming knelt at the desk, bowing his head in reverence while saying, Master, today your disciple misses you, so I bow twice. After all, in our spirit world, we don't adhere to those tedious formalities. As your lazy disciple, don't expect me to bow daily. I'll bow whenever I miss you. Rising, he heard a clatter. Miss Hay, who had spent the night on the first floor, now looked radiant, sitting on the ground and giving a slight bow. "Good morning." And Jiming said nothing, sniffed, and asked, "Did you cook?" Upon hearing this, Miss Hay sprang up and hurried from the kitchen with a tray of steaming breakfast. "Please enjoy." After placing the tray down, she resumed her position beside Jiming, quietly attentive. After finishing his meal, Jiming slung his white bag over his shoulder, settled into his wheelchair, and prepared to head to school. Miss Hay dutifully pushed him as they exited the shop. Sunlight bathed Jiming, causing him to squint slightly. He pointed to the roadside, indicating they should pause there for a moment. Miss Hay complied. Upon reaching the roadside, Jiming stood up, gazing at the sky, his right hand twitching slightly. This moment lasted about half a minute, after which he lazily called out to the heavens, "Oh, heaven, are you going to thunder today? If you can, strike me down. If you can't, why bother with thunder?" Utterly useless. Although it was peculiar for Jiming to converse with the sky, Miss Hay silently stood behind him, observing at this moment, Jiming instructed her, in the cabinet beneath the first row of shelves on the east side. "There's a horn. Please bring it to me." Miss Hay did as told, handing him the horn. Holding it aloft, Jiming directed it towards the sky. Silence emanated from the horn. Simultaneously, at the Wuqin Bureau, Chao Mingjian, who had just concluded a video conference with superiors, suddenly froze, turning his gaze towards Qingwen Street. He frowned, muttering, "Who is he cursing? And why so crudely? Oh, heaven! Who is this character? My goodness, how excessive! Have you crossed generations? Why not spare the descendants?" Ordinary people could not hear Jiming's invectives against the heavens. Only those with a heightened sixth sense could. Standing by the roadside, Jiming raised the horn to the sky, maintaining this act for nearly an hour. During this time, aside from Miss Hay's slight curiosity towards his behavior, passers-by on Qingwen Street appeared entirely oblivious to his presence. Once his celestial tirade concluded, Jiming returned to his wheelchair and softly said to Miss Hay, "Let us go to school." It was evident that Jiming was not in the best of spirits today. Miss Hay adjusted the cuffs around her neck, securing the other end of the chain to the wheelchair, and began to push him forward. Once they left Qingwen Street, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An aunt returning home from the supermarket to prepare dinner caught sight of the chain around Miss Hay's neck, glanced at Jiming in the wheelchair, and frowned, muttering, "These young people. They really know how to have fun." Indeed, Miss Hay's beauty coupled with the striking chain around her neck drew attention, turning Jiming into an unexpected sensation as they walked. Even a portly man hurried up to Jiming, grinning broadly, and asked, "Buddy, how did you cultivate this? Teach me your ways. I'll pay whatever." With a slight movement of his left hand, Jiming prompted the man to take his leave. Though exceptions occasionally arose, leading to unexpected incidents in Liangqing, such as the one unfolding now, a man approached, casting merely a fleeting glance at Jiming before brushing past the darkness that accompanied the wheelchair. Traversing no more than 100 meters, suddenly, Jiming uttered, "My apologies. Allow me to take a guess at how you will meet your demise." Crushed to death in that instant, the darkness felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration, as if a soul, once tightly grasped by another, had been abruptly released. Behind her, a resounding thud echoed as a brick plummeted from the heavens, striking the very man who had just brushed against her. He collapsed instantly, blood gushing forth. Half of his skull was shattered, revealing exposed bone, a clear indication that he would not survive. Witnessing this, the figure pushing the wheelchair trembled. A Demon King warrior from Sakura Island should not react so intensely to a death. Yet, she was compelled to do so because Jiming, seated in his wheelchair, closed his eyes in meditation and softly remarked, "My apologies, Miss Darkness, for having killed one of your colleagues. A mere brick can slay. And even if one is not a close combat warrior, your colleague's physical resilience is rather disappointing." Darkness's hands trembled as she questioned, "Why not kill me? I desire to kill you." And he merely glanced at you without taking action. "Must he strike first?" Jiming replied honestly, "I do not place much importance on whether you wish to kill me or not. After all, none of you can succeed." Reflecting on Jiming's earlier outburst against the heavens, Darkness wore an expression of reluctant belief. Jiming smiled lightly, his demeanor as calm as if discussing trivial matters. "I can perceive a person's past, present, and future at a glance. Thus, I am acutely aware of whose lives are worthy and whose are not. I kill only for individuals, not for circumstances." If you survive in my presence, you ought to express gratitude to your future self, rather than to the current me. In other words, it is your fate that has saved you. Not I. Did you not feel an inexplicable thrill just now? Indeed, at that moment, your fate was truly free, but only for that fleeting instant. Chapter 32. Entering school with darkness, thanks to the still brilliant Dabiogen of the stars. As a warrior, is it not reasonable to casually kill someone on the way to school? Indeed, it is very reasonable. Neither Njiming nor Darkness felt anything amiss. Yet, Miss Darkness frequently glanced upward, as though on guard for something. Even with Njiming's reassurance that fate would not arbitrarily drop a brick on someone, her anxiety remained unrelieved. This continued until they reached the entrance of the school. Last time, Njiming encountered an earthquake at this very intersection. This time, Darkness looked up once more, scanning the vicinity, before lowering her gaze to see Njiming also glancing skyward. The pedestrian light turned green, and as Darkness prepared to push the wheelchair across the street, Njiming raised a hand to signal her to halt. 35 seconds remaining. Please step back 20 meters, thank you. Darkness felt perplexed but asked no further questions, silently retreating 20 meters. Just as she stood firm in her new position, Njiming's voice rang out, Sister Darkness, I meant for you to pull me back 20 meters, not for you to retreat yourself. Afterward, Njiming added, 20 seconds left. Upon hearing this, Darkness hurriedly moved forward, grasping Njiming's wheelchair and retreating. This time, she accomplished the task in merely 10 seconds. If she retreated too far, she would move forward a meter, just a meter. 5 seconds left. Following Njiming's command, she complied once more. Step aside 2 steps. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, as Njiming completed the countdown, Darkness, who had just taken 2 steps aside, felt a sudden surge of panic. This was the instinctive response of a warrior to impending danger. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted from the clear sky, as if a bomb had exploded right next to the ear. Darkness perceived a flash of violet light before her eyes, and everything within her line of sight was enveloped in a shroud of purple radiance. Before darkness consumed her vision, a deafening explosion followed, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, and the sound of crackling electricity filled her ears as shards of stone struck her body painfully in that fleeting moment. Darkness could only think, is this the end of the world? Or has fate finally turned against me, striking me down? The sudden upheaval gradually subsided with the passage of time. Darkness noticed her vision slowly returning. Feeling weak all over, she staggered back a couple of steps to regain her balance. Although the strange occurrence had ceased, a potent sense of crisis lingered. Trembling in fear, Darkness turned to look behind her, where she beheld a massive pit, nearly 50 meters in diameter, that had appeared in the midst of the previously intact 8-lane highway. The pit severed the road in two, the earth and stones within it charred black, with tiny metallic fragments flickering with faint arcs of electricity. Darkness swallowed hard, then turned to Njiming, discovering that his wheelchair was positioned right at the edge of the pit, the small wheel perfectly wedged at its brink, neither more nor less. Just right. Had it been positioned even slightly further back, the wheelchair would have tilted backward, sending it plunging into the chasm. Calmly seated in his wheelchair, Njiming turned to her with a smile, saying, "Don't just look at me. Take a glance at yourself as well." Upon hearing this, Darkness lowered her gaze, realizing she too stood precisely at the edge of the pit. At that moment, the tip of her shoe rested upon the last fragment of earth beyond the pit's brink. Beads of sweat the size of peas trickled down her forehead. She distinctly remembered retreating 2 steps due to her weakened legs. Looking back at Njiming, he shook his head, stating, "I merely employed divination. I did not wield fate manipulation. You see, my predictions were spot on, were they not?" A chill swept down Darkness's spine. Pointing at the gaping pit before her, she inquired, "What is this?" Njiming raised a hand to gesture at the sky, smiling, "This is a blessing from the heavens." Darkness recalled the violet light that had briefly blinded her, reminiscent of the thunderclap that had echoed in her ears, murmuring, "So, it was struck by lightning?" Njiming nodded. "Indeed, struck by lightning." Flustered, she took out a tissue to wipe her face, then gazed at the 50-meter-wide pit filled with scorched earth, leaving her utterly speechless. A bolt of lightning had carved a massive pit into the ground. Had it struck her, it would likely have taken her life in an instant. She swallowed several times, wishing to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Yes, she felt somewhat disoriented. Ultimately, the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind coalesced into a single query. What? What have you done to attract such divine wrath? And Jiming retrieved a bottle of water from his cloth bag and took a few sips, nonchalantly replying, What is this? Just days ago, I experienced an earthquake right here. One powerful enough to cause spatial turbulence, inviting otherworldly phenomena, darkness. Observing the utterly stunned darkness, and Jiming inquired with a smile, curious as to why I am afforded such treatment. Just as he had explained to Lin Xiaochun, and Jiming pointed skyward and calmly stated, Because the heavens are envious of me. All right, Sister Darkness, it is time for us to head to school. Let us proceed. I in the Morning Star Martial Arts School campus ahead. The voice of Grandpa Chun could be faintly heard over the loudspeaker. Those road workers, get to work, quickly, hurry up. The same 3 maintenance workers, under Jiming's command, were present, the Earth Mage Qianmu, Wizard Han Tao, and Time Mage Jin Kai. This time, Qianmu won the rock-paper-scissors game, as the 50-meter pit bisecting the 8-lane Morning Star Avenue swiftly began to mend. A slender boy lay in the grass nearby, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, nonchalantly scribbling in a scroll. On the second day of capturing darkness at noon, Jiming entered school with her, encountering lightning, creating a large pit of approximately 20 zhong, filled with scorched earth and electricity. Yet Jiming remained unscathed. In the capital of Zhongyuan province, Zhongzhou, a train arriving from the north pulled into the station. The arrival of the passengers seemed of great significance, as many awaited to receive them at the platform. Most were clad in jackets and suits, accompanied by armed guards for protection. As the passengers disembarked, the awaiting crowd quickly surged forward, with a middle-aged man leading the charge, clapping enthusiastically while exclaiming, Warmly welcome the leaders of the Martial Education General Administration to our Zhongyuan province for inspection. Everyone, applaud. Amidst the fervent applause, firecrackers went off, and aside from the vigilant guards, the crowd's attention was wholly focused on the arriving guests. Curiosity arose within them all. With less than 2 months remaining until this year's martial examination, the Martial Education General Administration ought to be busily preparing for the event. Why then were they taking the time to conduct local inspections? Chapter 33. Who is in Liang City? Must we go to Liang City? A group disembarked from the train, led by a woman of approximately 40 years of age. It seems that the grandeur of the car reception ceremony took the woman by surprise. As she inquired with a hint of disbelief, Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? How could that possibly be the case? Replied the middle-aged man leading the welcoming crowd, his enthusiasm evident as he smiled warmly. You are Miss Yang Lin from the Martial Arts Education General Administration. I recognize you. We are from Central Plains Province. The woman nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. But, there's no but about it, Miss Yang. Rest assured, my colleagues are here voluntarily to greet you, and it will not interfere with our work. You and your colleagues from the Martial Arts Education General Administration must be weary, right? We have already arranged a place and are just waiting for your arrival. Feeling the warmth of his reception, the woman's expression grew increasingly awkward as she asked, May I ask your name? I am Wang Chun, currently overseeing the personnel department temporarily at the Central Plains Martial Arts Bureau. You are with the Martial Arts Education General Administration in Yindu while I am with the local bureau. We are colleagues. He stepped forward, extending his hand. Since we are both from the same hometown. Miss Yang, while you work in Yindu, feel free to reach out to me for any matters concerning our homeland. After a brief handshake with this colleague from the Central Plains Martial Arts Bureau, the woman took a small step back, maintaining a 2-step distance from the man. She glanced at her companions, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Wang, possessing a keen intellect, recognized her discomfort and promptly asked, Miss Yang, is something the matter? Is there an issue? Yang Lin, after a moment of contemplation, awkwardly replied, Well, Wang Ku, our destination is actually not Central Plains. Pardon? Wang Chun thought he misheard her. Isn't it the colleagues from the Martial Arts Education General Administration coming to inspect the work in Central Plains Province? Yang Lin clarified, It's not exactly an inspection. We are merely conducting a random check on the quality of this year's martial arts candidates. She added with a blink, and to gather some insights on the intentions of certain candidates from our hometown. Wang Chun instantly grasped the implication of her words. Ah, Miss Yang, it seems our Central Plains province has produced some promising candidates this year. Where are they? Ah, forgive my impertinence, but may I ask where your destination is? Yang Lin glanced at her watch and replied, "It's not a secret. It's quite nearby, just next door in Liang City." Liang City? Wang Chun mused. There are only two martial arts preparatory schools there. One public, Longwei Martial Preparatory, and one private, Morning Star Martial Preparatory. He surmised. You must be interested in one of the students from Longwei, right? It has to be Longwei. Morning Star has been silent for the past 2 years, struggling to recruit students, and this year is their last graduating class. It's rather pitiful, to be honest. Yang Lin smiled. You are truly a backbone of the martial arts education work in our homeland. Wang Ku, it appears you are well acquainted with the martial arts education landscape. Wang Chun grinned, haha, isn't that just expected? But enough of that, Miss Yang. Shall we discuss this over a meal? Yang Lin looked at her watch again. Raising her hand to decline, Wang Ku, we will skip the meal. We have work arrangements and will head directly to Liang City. She then curiously inquired, by the way, who informed you about our transfer in Central Plains? Noticing her reluctance to engage further, Wang Chun feigned disappointment, saying, Miss Yang, is that an appropriate question? After all these years in the Martial Arts Bureau, I must have some connections. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes sparkled as she asked. Then, Wang Ku, do you have any insights regarding the martial arts affairs in Liang City that could guide us outsiders from Yindu? Her inquiry subtly sought to ascertain Wang Chun's connections within the Liang City Martial Bureau, though she phrased it delicately given the crowd. Wang Chun, understanding her intent, responded candidly, I wouldn't say I have any pointers, but my younger brother, my biological brother, is the principal of Morning Star Martial Preparatory. It is quite embarrassing to mention, but that school is struggling so much that they are unlikely to recruit students after this graduating class. You are looking into Longwei, and I can only say that, well, you know how confidential student information is at preparatory schools. My ability to assist is indeed limited. After saying this, Wang Chun noticed that Yang Lin, who had previously maintained her distance, took a step closer and even playfully grasped his arm while smiling. Limited is still better than none. Turning to her companions, she asked, Xiao Zhang, can we adjust our schedule? The young man frowned. That might be difficult. Our superiors instructed us before coming. Yang Lin, maintaining her smile, urged, think again. Is it truly impossible to adjust? If it's not impossible, we can make it work, the young man replied, gradually realizing the implications in Yang Lin's gaze. We can stop for a brief while in Central Plains. It is feasible, no problem. Is that so? Yang Lin immediately turned to Wang Chun with a smile. It seems we can indeed adjust our timing. Wang Ku, we appreciate your assistance, she added. Also, Wang Ku, since our destination is Liang City, if you have any guidance or suggestions regarding that area, please do not hesitate to share. Wang Chun immediately understood the underlying message. She was subtly requesting him to bring his brother Wang Dong into the conversation. That is no trouble at all. Liang City is merely half an hour away by car. I will call Wang Dong and ensure he comes over. Yang Lin's face lit up with joy. That would be wonderful, Wang Ku. It's a small matter, a small matter. Wang Chun replied, shall I notify your brother? Although he is not the principal of Longwei, he should have some knowledge about it since they are in the same city. Of course, there is no rush. It's just a phone call. Soon after, they all exited the station and got into the vehicle. As Yang Lin hinted at Wang Chun to call Wang Dong for the third time. He began to understand that the individuals from the Martial Arts Education General Administration in Yindu were evidently interested in Morning Star Martial Preparatory School. The mention of Longwei was merely a facade. At the same time, Wang Chun discerned that his younger brother, the principal of Morning Star, was likely keeping something from him. Just as Yang Lin was about to prompt him for the fourth time, Wang Chun finally dialed Wang Dong's number. Hello? Are you free? Come over for a meal. On the other end, Wang Dong's voice trembled. Brother, what made you think to call me? I'm currently a bit busy. What on earth are you busy with? Your school is on the verge of closing. Tell me what you are busy with. Wang Chun retorted impatiently, hearing vague mentions of road construction on the other end. Stop with the excuses. Are you abandoning your role as principal to become a contractor? I want you to drive over to Central Plains immediately, within half an hour, at most an hour, and join us for a meal. Brother, I can't talk right now. I'm really busy. Oh my goodness, you finally came. The call abruptly ended. Listening to the dial tone, Wang Chun awkwardly put down his phone. Yang Lin, who was in the same vehicle, laughed. It seems your brother is indeed quite busy. Wang Chun assured her, Miss Yang, you can rest easy. Tonight, I will definitely have Wang Dong come over. Yang Lin waved her hand. No need, no need. After dinner, We can head straight over. It's not far anyway. Wang Chun tentatively asked, Miss Yang, is a trip to Liang City absolutely necessary? Yang Lin replied without hesitation, absolutely necessary. After realizing her tone might be overly assertive, she softened her response. It is primarily due to work obligations, Wang Ku. I trust you understand. Wang Chun nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, what is so imperative in Liang City? Who could possibly be there? What could the Martial Arts Education General Administration in Yindu be so intent on? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Chun secretly sent a message to Wang Dong. Are you hiding something from me? Wang Dong quickly replied, Brother, I assure you, I am not hiding anything. I swear on my life. Do you need me to make such an oath? Wang Chun responded, No need. Thank you. You're welcome. Chapter 34, North-South Training. One in Hejiangmo, the other in Yunnan Tengchong. Liang City. Morning Star Martial Preparatory School. 18 noon. In the principal's office, A.N. Jiming sat in his wheelchair, yawning, and was about to kick the door when it swung open from the inside, revealing Principal Wang Dong. His expression one of exasperation. Finally, you've arrived. Your classmates have been utterly outrageous. They treat me like I'm not even their principal. And Jiming furrowed his brow at this comment. Did someone come to harm you? He glanced around the office, puzzled. But there are no signs of violent disruption here. Wang Dong firmly grasped in Jiming's wheelchair, his round, pudgy face quivering with agitation. Ancestral figure, if you do not assist me in reclaiming my dignity, I shall be utterly incapable of enduring this principal position any longer. I shall resign. He rapped on the armrest of the wheelchair, signaling He Yi to push him into the principal's office. Once settled in the spacious, comfortable office chair, and Jiming gestured towards a nearby small stool and said, Come, enlighten me. What troubles you? Which class has been tormenting you? Wang Dong's eyes brimmed with tears, akin to a young bride bullied by her in-laws. As he lamented to Jiming, that little brat from class 5, the one who plays with snakes, she threw a snake into my clothes. It nearly gave me a heart attack, he continued. And that Ouyang kid from class 7, he shot arrows at my comprehensive building to impress Ruishua from class 6. He claimed it was a gesture of love. He then added, and that Shin Mu from class 4. The last time I caught him sneaking into my office, and Jiming, resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing this and glanced around the office. Wang Dong promptly corrected himself. Ahem. I meant my little office next door. And Jiming resumed his tranquil pose. No, ancestral figure, he was copying the personal information of all the teachers at the school, only their registered addresses. What could he possibly want with that? Is he eyeing their ancestral graves? Surely he wouldn't dare to disturb them? Our school's teachers may lack prowess, but they are not to be trifled with regarding their ancestors. He continued, Oh, and that pale little ghost from class 2, who never speaks and resembles a specter. He stuffed a ghost under my bed. Wang Dong's words flowed forth like a torrent, unrestrained, and Jiming listened in silence, while He Yi stood nearby, occasionally twitching her eyelids. From Wang Dong's discourse, she gleaned some rather alarming information. Yet, Wang Dong showed no sign of acknowledging He Yi's presence, as though she were invisible. This led He Yi to genuinely ponder. Hadn't Jiming rendered her invisible? Only after Wang Dong had vented all his grievances did Jiming lazily lift a corner of his eyelid, stifling a yawn as he said, I must say, dear principal. Wang Dong leaned in closer, massaging Jiming's legs, and replied earnestly, There's no need to elevate my status. You are my ancestor, and I am your grandson, your great-grandson, and Jiming. Wang Dong, ancestor. Is this pressure adequate? My hands are weak. Should I summon that girl from class 6 who practices martial arts? And Jiming raised a hand to halt him. Principal, really, you need not be so considerate. Wang Dong blinked, tears brimming in his eyes. Jiming? Tell me, do you think it is easy being the principal? Wu Wu, a middle-aged, rotund man in his 40s, stood there crying before Jiming. Bang. And Jiming slapped the armrest of the sofa, exclaiming, Training session. At the mention of this phrase, Wang Dong instantly ceased his weeping. Training session? And Jiming nodded, Yes, training session. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow. All classes to wear talismans? And Jiming affirmed, Yes, here, wearing talismans refers to donning source power runes, which make it exceedingly difficult for martial artists to utilize their abilities in a short span. However, after the rune's effects wear off, the wearer often experiences a degree of enhancement, akin to the weighted training of old. And Jiming, the creator of these source power runes, had inscribed the formations into the runes. Upon hearing Jiming's approval to wear the runes, Wang Dong's excitement surged as he inquired, 50 times the enhancement? And Jiming pondered for a moment before declaring, double it. 100 times. Splendid. I shall finally have my vengeance. Wang Dong nearly leaped from his spot in joy. Ancestor, where shall we conduct this training session? I'll notify the Secret Management Bureau immediately. And Jiming inquired, who did you say was shooting love arrows at whom? Ouyang Nanfeng from Class 7, Murong Ruishue from Class 6, and Jiming waved his hand dismissively. Classes 1, 3, 5, and 7 shall head to Heijiangmo, while Classes 2, 4, 6, and 8 go to Yunnan Tingchong. Wang Dong hesitated. Isn't that a bit too close? We could consider sending 4 classes to Siberia and 4 to Southeast Asia. There is a certain poetic resonance in that. An Jiming shook his head, dismissing Wang Dong's suggestion. No need. Your old flame in the Secret Management Bureau can only manage domestic arrangements. She has no authority over the external ones. Wang Dong. With an awkward chuckle, he slightly flushed, feeling embarrassed as he said, it seems nothing escapes in Jiming's keen perception. Ha ha, after yawning. And Jiming gestured towards Wang Dong, indicating He Yi, have Director Zhao make the necessary arrangements for a location. Only then did Wang Dong finally take a proper look at He Yi. Although it was a mere casual glance, his demeanor towards her starkly contrasted with how he regarded Jiming. Casting a cold smile at He Yi, Wang Dong remarked, a little Japanese brat from Sakura Island. How dare you? He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Old Zhao, come and take the person. On the other end, a very refined, high-pitched male voice responded, understood, Principal, we are on our way. After ending the call, Wang Dong straightened up, addressing Jiming. Well, Jiming, you must be quite tired from your studies. Why don't you rest now? I shall not disturb you any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiming raised an eyebrow. Oh, before the task, you address me as your ancestor, but once it's accomplished, you revert to calling me Jiming? Your tone shifts quite rapidly, Principal. Slap. Wang Dong gave himself a smack on the face. Ancestor, please take care of yourself. Jiming waved his hand as he left, closing the door behind him. All right. After speaking, Wang Dong tiptoed to the door. And upon noticing He Yi standing still, he sneered. What are you doing just standing there, little brat? Hoping to serve Jiming in bed. As if you'd have the chance, he beckoned her over. He Yi blinked, silently following Wang Dong, perplexed by how one person could exhibit such drastically different attitudes towards different individuals. Chapter 35. Welcome to the Fate Garden. Exiting the office, Wang Dong gently closed the door behind him. He then left He Yi with a cold remark to wait there before entering a small adjacent office, slamming the door shut with a bang. Within moments, the door swung open again. Wang Dong emerged with a small stool, hanging a sign labeled Principal's Office on the door of the small office. He Yi stared, utterly dumbfounded by this bizarre maneuver. Observing her bewilderment, Wang Dong sniffed disdainfully. What are you staring at? Have you never seen 2 principals' offices before? Unsophisticated brat. With that, he slammed the door of his diminutive principal's office once more, leaving He Yi facing a cold door panel. Before long, He Yi saw a man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie with polished shoes and meticulously styled hair, appear in the corridor. The man seemed slightly older than Principal Wang Dong. Upon seeing He Yi standing in the hallway, he inquired, new arrival? Though it was merely a succinct question, it sent chills down He Yi's spine. Were it not for his refined appearance, she would have struggled to discern the speaker's gender based solely on the voice. Come along with me. As they approached, He Yi noticed the man had a delicate hand gesture. They entered an office together, where the man sat behind a desk, pulling out several forms, scrutinizing He Yi with an elegant demeanor. My surname is Zhao, and I am the director of this morning's Star Martial Arts School. You may call me Director Zhao. Are you here for enrollment, incarceration, or perhaps to enter the woods? He Yi. What do you mean? He Yi's confusion was palpable. Noticing her bewilderment, Director Zhao smiled softly, his voice dripping with an effeminate lilt. Let me guess. That dreadful habit I've picked up from Jiming. So, are you an aberration? He Yi. Seeing her silence, Director Zhao repeated, Are you an aberration? Covering her head, He Yi replied, Is my distinction not apparent enough? He. Director Zhao chuckled softly. Who knows what the little girl from the east has consumed, what she harbors within? I've heard that the ghost ninjas of Sakura Island must swallow a living ghost to merge with it, thereby mastering those ridiculous ninjutsu to become a ghost ninja. But you are different. You are a ghost king. How are we to know whether you are a human, an aberration, or something else entirely? His voice was sharp, and while his tone was graceful, the implications were profoundly mocking to Heiyi. She keenly sensed this and asked, "You know about me?" Director Zhao smiled slightly, his fingers forming a delicate gesture towards the ceiling. "Under the whims of fate, my ability to sit here, in this position, surely implies some level of capability." Upon concluding his remarks, he did not forget to add, "Indeed, you two possess a certain level of capability to be seated here." The knight felt as though the other party was still mocking her. After all, her current identity was that of a defeated captive. She offered a faint smile and nonchalantly replied, "Director Zhao, I'm a person, not a foreign entity." Hearing this, Director Zhao nodded and replied, "Ah, it seems you have not been institutionalized." He set aside one of the several documents in his hand and continued, "Do not misconstrue my earlier comment as a slight against you. In our institution, apart from humans, there do exist some foreign entities and peculiar beings." Knight assumed the other party was still ridiculing her, maintaining her smile and silence. Judging by your appearance, you seem to have surpassed the age for attending martial arts preparatory school. So, you have been incarcerated?" The term incarcerated was rather unpleasant, causing Knight to hesitate before responding. Director Zhao continued on his own, "It is rather easy to discern whether you have been imprisoned. Were you perhaps targeting classmate Muin's life?" Knight nodded, "Yes." "Then there is no doubt." He extracted another document and placed it before Knight, saying, "Please fill out these forms. This will become your file." "A file? A captive's file?" Knight self-deprecatingly mused as she accepted the sheets. Picking up a pen, ready to inscribe the first word, "Oh, please fill it out in Xiaoan, Knight." After completing the forms, she glanced at the final sheet, which was the curriculum schedule. She held it up toward Director Zhao and inquired, "What is this?" Director Zhao maintained his elegant demeanor, smiling as he spoke in his high-pitched voice. "Chengxing Martial School does not harbor idlers. Even if incarcerated, one must remain productive. You only need to sign this sheet. The subsequent course arrangements will be determined by classmate or rather, the Academic Affairs Office, who will notify you in due course." After finishing his statement, Director Zhao elegantly lifted a cup of water to his lips. Knight still could not grasp the implications of his words. After a moment's daze, she incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting that I teach the students of this school?" Director Zhao nodded gracefully. "That is indeed the implication." "Knight, what could I possibly teach them?" Director Zhao gazed into Knight's eyes and said, "Do not underestimate yourself. As I mentioned earlier, your presence here indicates you possess some level of skill as for the teaching content. You may choose freely. The Academic Affairs Office does not intervene in this matter, of course. As the Director of Academic Affairs, I must remind you at that moment, Director Zhao's previously refined and elegant tone turned slightly chilling. Your presence here is a matter of fate. Whatever you choose to teach, destiny is observing. Please cherish this opportunity. After all, being a martial artist from Sakura Island and still alive to sit here is exceedingly rare." Knight. She hastily signed the final form, her mind racing with thoughts of Director Zhao's words, striving to extract more information. The elegant Director Zhao, unhurried, meticulously organized all the documents and rose to lead the way. "Come along, Teacher Knight. Let us inspect your quarters, your dormitory." Knight rose and followed him. They exited the comprehensive building, traversed the teaching block, passed a small playground, moved by a series of arenas, walked past the student dormitory, and navigated through a vast expanse of lush greenery, ultimately arriving at the most secluded corner of the school's rear mountain. Here stood several solitary high-rise buildings, towering at least several dozen stories. The structures appeared dilapidated, with decades of disrepair evident. Director Zhao led Knight to one of the buildings, its main entrance firmly shut and surrounded by rusting iron fencing. Approaching the side door, they encountered a guard wielding a blade. Upon seeing the guard, Director Zhao cheerfully greeted, "Ah, is it you on duty today, classmate Huang? Have you been pursued relentlessly by classmate you recently?" The effeminate tone of Director Zhao's words made one shiver. The guard, awkwardly chuckling, responded, "Director Zhao, you jest. What brings you here?" He then turned his gaze to Knight, his eyes lighting up. "Is this the new teacher? How beautiful, welcome, welcome. You really are quite the character." After exchanging playful banter with the guard, Director Zhao halted before the old building, turning to Knight and gesturing toward the side door, saying, "Teacher Knight, everything behind this door, living or dead, human or foreign entity, all of it belongs to classmate and S private property. Naturally, it also includes you, as the new occupant. Do you understand?" Knight nodded in silent acknowledgement. Director Zhao, pleased with her compliance, nodded in return. "Excellent. I am glad you can cooperate." He stepped forward, grasped the rusted handle, and, smiling back at Miss Knight, remarked, "What you are about to witness may be a tad shocking. Welcome to the Domain of Fate." Chapter 36. No one here enjoys special privileges as Director Zhao forcefully pulled open the rusted door. A fierce gale erupted from within, nearly knocking Knight off her feet, the wind carrying a cacophony of ferocious howls that caused one's complexion to pale. Knight gasped, "Here, are there foreign entities?" Standing at the entrance. Director Zhao, slightly displeased by her words, elegantly corrected her, "Teacher Knight, that is a rather misleading statement. There are no foreign entities. Classmate and has encountered only teachers throughout this journey, Knight." In that instant, Knight gained a deeper understanding of the teachers at Chengxing Martial School. Observing Knight's unusual expression, Director Zhao reassured her, "Indeed, Teacher Knight, you too are a teacher, not a foreign entity. Knight, thank you." Gazing into the darkened corridor within, Knight swung her iron chains and took a bold step forward. To her mind, confining a group of foreign entities required a certain skill, but conversely, those who could be restrained must possess limited power. How could they possibly threaten her? As she approached the entrance, Knight was about to enter when Director Zhao raised his hand to stop her, elegantly stating, "Teacher Knight, no one, regardless of their status, can enjoy special privileges here." "Knight, why would I enjoy special privileges?" Noticing her confusion, Director Zhao pointed to the rune shackles around her neck and said, "Now, please remove that which signifies your fateful blessing, Knight." "Can I actually take this off? Shouldn't it be done by him?" Knight felt a flush of embarrassment as she recalled calling him master to appease Jimin. Director Zhao seemingly did not catch the nuance in her words. "When you signed those forms earlier, this item could be removed. Moreover, Teacher Knight, there is no need to feel ashamed for trivial matters. After all, one can never know the lengths to which others might go to gain fate's favor. In comparison, you are quite normal." With his high-pitched voice, Director Zhao slightly inclined his body, graciously extending his hands toward Knight. Though Knight was skeptical of his words, the moment her hands brushed against the rune shackles, with a crisp snap, they unlocked on their own. Only the chains remained entwined around her. As she handed the rune shackles to Director Zhao, he gestured into the dark corridor behind the door, inviting her inside, and took the lead. Knight followed Director Zhao into the building, with classmate Huang, who had been stationed at the entrance, trailing behind them. Upon entering, the fierce wind that had assaulted them earlier diminished. Yet the cacophony of howls within was deafening. From the sound alone, Knight discerned no fewer than 10 different categories of foreign entities. As they walked, classmate Huang raised his hand and struck the wall twice, commanding, "Quiet down." His 2 punches nearly shook the entire building, yet oddly, the violent tremors did not dislodge a single speck of dust or debris. Classmate Huang's presence indeed instilled a sense of quietude within the building. Director Zhao, with his hands clasped behind his back, led the way, and as they walked, he remarked, "Teacher Knight, the teachers on the lower floors may lack decorum, but they are still colleagues. I ask for your understanding. Of course, you will not be residing on the lower floors." As they spoke, the trio passed through a small side room after the entrance and entered the corridor lined with rooms, each approximately 40 to 50 square meters, with 3 walls made of an indiscernible material, while the side facing the corridor was fenced with iron bars. Through the iron bars, the darkness reveals the grim contents of the chamber. Abominations, a myriad of grotesque entities. In the first cell, no, it ought not to be called a room. Within this initial confinement, there lies a horde of 4-clawed insects, referred to as insects, yet they resemble humanoids with 4 arms, their bodies sheathed in scales as they crawl upon the ground. It is said they are the result of a fusion between humans and arachnid-like monstrosities from some hidden realm. In this moment, under the gaze of the night, the scaled creatures display a grotesque, feverish expression on their distorted human-like faces, emitting a hoarse, shrill wail as they violently slash at the floor with their 4 razor-sharp appendages. Suddenly, one audacious 4-clawed insect leaps forth from its cell. charging ferociously at the iron bars that imprison it. Clang! The resounding noise reverberates through the corridor, causing the leading director Zhao to halt, turning back with evident displeasure. Huang, the discipline of the four-clawed instructors has been lamentably poor today. Huang nods in acknowledgement. Understood with that, he raises his hand and gives a swift wave toward the cell. At that moment, the knight's eyelids flutter, and she glances in shock at Huang, instinctively recoiling several meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As swiftly as Huang's hand moves, the sound of severed limbs echoes from within the cell, even faster still, before the hand of Huang descends. One of the four-clawed insects that had charged the bars finds 3 of its claws severed amidst the splattering of dark green blood. Silence ensues. The cell containing the four-clawed insects falls eerily quiet. Then, a chillingly sharp wail pierces the air. As this agonizing cry reverberates through the corridor, the entire passageway descends into an unsettling stillness. Observing the anxious gaze of the knight fixed upon him, Huang mistakenly assumes she is frightened by the four-clawed creatures, and feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he remarks, Knight teacher, I apologize for startling you. These four-clawed instructors are not usually like this. Perhaps upon seeing you, they were stirred by your beauty, rousing their ferocity. Knight glances at Huang's recently raised and lowered hand, then at the blade he carries on his back. Inquiring, do you practice body techniques or ancient weaponry? The distinction is clear. Body techniques focus on physical prowess, while ancient weaponry is concerned with the mastery of arms. Tio Knight. Huang's earlier display of skill suggests he is likely adept in body techniques. If he were trained in ancient weaponry, that would indeed be extraordinary. With such prowess without drawing his weapon, one can only wonder what heights he could reach if he were to unsheath it. At this juncture, Huang, with an air of modesty, replies, Knight teacher, given that I carry a blade, how could I possibly be a practitioner of body techniques? Knight. Are there many students like you in this school? Huang hastily shakes his head. Not many, just around 400. That's hardly a lot. Knight's heart races wildly. She, who claims to be the Demon King, a future successor among the martial artists of Sakurajima. Though she cannot claim to be the foremost of Sakurajima's warriors, she is certainly among the top 5, if not the top 10. At this moment, standing in close proximity to Huang, she feels he could very well kill her. Yet, astonishingly, there are over 400 such individuals in this unremarkable martial arts preparatory school. Initially, Knight suspects Huang is lying. However, a figure suddenly materializes in her mind, and Jiming, the boy who claimed to control destiny. If he is from the same school, for 100 prodigies, that could indeed be plausible. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Jiming, coupled with Huang's words, stirs within Knight a realization. 400 does not seem excessive after all. At this moment, Director Zhao interjects. Knight teacher, the four-clawed instructors were Huang's mentors when they first enrolled 3 years ago, so it is only natural he would be adept in their methods. Knight nods. Indeed, let us proceed, Director Zhao, and see what other instructors await us. Certainly, Zhao replies politely, continuing onward, casually informing Knight as they walk. Fear not, Knight teacher. The dormitory doors are exceptionally sturdy, ensuring the safety of the instructors, provided they do not err in discipline. The trio advances, and as Knight loses track of the number of cells they pass and the various entities they encounter, they finally reach the corridor's midpoint, where a staircase leads to the second floor. Gazing at the stairs, Knight wonders just how tall this building is. 44 stories in total. Director Zhao, unaware of Knight's internal musings, merely mentions the floors in passing. Knight inquires, which floor will I reside on? As Zhao elegantly ascends the staircase, he replies, Knight teacher, do not fret. The more distinguished the instructor, the higher the floor they inhabit. Although there are no elevators in this dormitory, we are all martial artists. Climbing several dozen stories is but a trivial endeavor. Knight. Chapter 37. The Fate Garden. The instructors of the school. The second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Passing through these levels, though not scrutinizing closely, Knight can discern that these floors, like the first, house various entities from different hidden realms. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the situation shifts slightly. Unlike the previous levels where each cell contained a multitude of entities, from the fifth floor onward, each cell houses only 3 to 5 creatures, with some containing as few as 2. Furthermore, these upper floors are palpably quieter than those below. Contrastingly, Knight's demeanor changes. While she strolled leisurely on the lower floors, Following Director Zhao without a care, she noticeably slows her pace upon reaching the 5th floor, casting wary glances around her. Night teacher. The instructors residing on the 5th floor are this year's graduating class, the last cohort of the Morning Star Martial Arts School. Their inaugural year of study with these teaching instructors. Above the 5th floor are the instructors who began teaching from the 2nd year onward. Night observes the spiraling staircase above her, leading to dozens more levels. Swallowing hard in silence. Having ascended a significant number of floors this time, upon reaching the 13th, Night's steps slow even further, her gaze towards Director Zhao now tinged with suspicion. Twice she halts, and had Huang not inquired about her well-being, she might have chosen to cease her ascent altogether. On the 13th floor, the cells emit only faint sounds, occasionally punctuated by breaths and swallowing noises from creatures distinctly not of this world. On the 14th floor, silence reigns. As they round the staircase bend, Night catches a glimpse of the iron bars in this level cells, adorned with runes, unlike those of the lower floors. The 15th floor remains equally silent. With each cell containing but a single entity, as they pass this level, Night's heart races. Within this cell resides a creature akin to her own dark essence. Standing at the entrance of the spiral staircase, Night gazes into the shadowy corridors on either side, where only the faint glow of runes pierces the darkness. She perceives nothing else. Hearing the footsteps behind her cease, Director Zhao turns on the staircase, elegantly stating in a refined tone, "Night teacher, indeed, there exists an instructor of the same dark essence on this level, yet it pales in comparison to your prowess." Night lifts her gaze to meet Zhao's eyes, asserting, "Since you acknowledge its similarity to my dark essence, you must understand that I can sense its power. It is likely just slightly stronger than I." Director Zhao, his hands clasped behind him, gestures gracefully, preparing to speak, but notices he stands above Night on the stairs, prompting him to descend to her level, where he meets her gaze directly, explaining, "Night teacher, our assertion that it is inferior to you does not imply its strength is lesser. Indeed, many instructors on the 13th floor possess formidable skills, yet they can never ascend to higher levels. For fate shall not choose them. Their futures are shrouded in darkness." With this, Zhao resumes his ascent up the staircase. "Come, Night teacher, there are many more floors to climb. At the beginning of the next level lies this year's teaching instructors." Night's spirit lifts at the thought, curious about what awaits beyond the 15th floor. On the 16th floor, Night discovers that the former cells can now be deemed rooms, as the iron bars have been replaced with solid walls and conventional doors. Yet, this transformation also deprives her of the ability to glimpse the interiors of these rooms. Fortunately, Director Zhao has been continuously introducing with his high-pitched voice. Starting from the 16th floor and extending to the 20th, these particular floors possess certain peculiarities, in terms of sheer strength comparison. Many of the teachers on these floors are, in fact, inferior to the specialized instructors on the 5th floor. However, should the need arise for a life-and-death struggle, the teachers from these floors would undoubtedly be capable of contending with those from the 10th floor. Furthermore, when considering their contributions beyond immediate combat, it is evident that they rightfully belong on these floors. On the 17th, 18th. Upon reaching the 19th floor, Heiyi shuddered all over, halting her ascent and swiftly turning to dash into the corridor of the 19th floor. Heading straight for a certain room, standing at the door, Heiyi was rendered utterly speechless. A nameplate affixed to the door read, "Year 15 of the new calendar, South Korean warrior Jin Wanyu." Director Zhao positioned himself behind Heiyi and inquired, "Do you recognize her?" Heiyi nodded, her eyes reddening, tears welling in her gaze. Director Zhao further asked, "A former acquaintance?" Heiyi nodded again, revealing that she was her half-sister, with whom she lived in South Korea. 2 years prior, her sister had mysteriously vanished, and their mother had searched for her for an exceedingly long time. Director Zhao refrained from asking further questions, instead offering a sympathetic remark, "Now, your mother must be searching for you as well." Heiyi shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Last year, her mother had passed away. My condolences. Director Zhao bowed his head in silence for a moment before continuing. "As you are aware, the abilities of student Njiming, the fate practitioner, have caused considerable unrest among many, particularly the high-ranking officials of neighboring countries. 3 years ago, his information was leaked, and since that year, countless assassins have been sent to eliminate him. Yet, 3 years have elapsed, and the light of destiny continues to shine upon this land. None of the assassins have succeeded. Rather, the Fate Park has become increasingly lively. Indeed, it has also enriched the faculty of the Morning Star Martial Arts School. Pointing to the door before them, Heiyi choked on her words, asking, May I see her? Director Zhao smiled gently and replied, Teacher Heiyi, there will be opportunities in the future. Nodding vigorously, she wiped away her tears, and with a smile, Heiyi said to Director Zhao, Let us proceed and continue our ascent, examining the martial artist from the Sakura Island military with a discerning eye. Director Zhao, in his high-pitched voice, expressed his curiosity. Teacher Heiyi, you seem somewhat different from our preconceived notions of the martial artists from Sakura Island. In our minds, the warriors from Sakura Island, especially those from the military, are often depicted as frenzied, cold, fierce, and extreme. Yet you seem to embody none of these traits. With reddened eyes, Heiyi smiled and said, Thus, among the numerous assassins sent from Sakura Island to target Njiming over the years, I am the sole survivor. Director Zhao nodded in agreement, delicately pinching his fingers, and remarked, Teacher Heiyi, we do not advocate for a culture of hatred, yet we also do not condone forgetting our history. Even though we now live in a new era, the events of the old calendar have undeniably occurred. However, Teacher Heiyi, if you can diligently fulfill the responsibilities that fate has entrusted to you, we are inclined to treat you and the other teachers with equal regard. Heiyi replied, Thank you, Director Zhao. Turning back, she continued toward the stairwell, and Director Zhao urged, Then let us continue our journey together. From the 1st to the 20th floor, these are the teachers engaged in regular instruction. Ascending beyond the 21st floor, one can only encounter exceptional teachers who cater to the top students of each class or those possessing unique abilities. In Class 4, there is a student named Lin Xiaochun, who is often teased as the least capable student in the school, excluding the teachers below the 20th floor. As they reached the 21st floor, the atmosphere within the entire level underwent a dramatic transformation. From this level onward, Heiyi noticed that each room's door glimmered with a faint light. This illumination emanated from minute spiritual stones that formed a miniature formation. Nevertheless, even through these doors embedded with formations, Heiyi could sense the terrifying power lurking behind each one. At this moment, a flicker of fear finally surfaced in Heiyi's eyes. Previously, when confronting the otherworldly beings, she felt only tension, but now, genuine fear gripped her heart. However, recalling the nameplate she had seen on the 19th floor, Heiyi did not pause her ascent. On the 22nd floor, the spiritual stone formations on the doors were noticeably larger than those on the 21st floor. On the 23rd floor, the formations no longer utilized fragmented spiritual stones, but rather whole, cut spiritual stones. By the 24th floor, the spiritual stones had been replaced with spiritual diamonds. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from one of the doors on the 24th floor, Heiyi felt somewhat numb. She gazed up at the spiraling staircase above and could not help but wonder, if the 24th floor is like this, what lies beyond the doors on the 44th floor? Could it be that they imprison deities within? Chapter 38. The Four-Winged Dark Angel. Are you also a teacher at the school? Thankfully, upon reaching the 25th floor, Director Zhao ceased to lead her upward. Heiyi noticed that the doors on this level were devoid of formations and instead were bound by chains identical to those she bore. Observing the corridors on either side, Director Zhao leisurely retrieved a foldable screen phone from his pocket, delicately opening it with his fingers, and inquired, Let us see how many vacant rooms remain on this level. Teacher Heiyi, do you prefer odd or even numbers, sunny or shaded? Is there a particular number you favor? Heiyi, perplexed, responded, Are there really quite a few empty rooms here? Director Zhao's fingers glided across the phone screen as he replied, As long as fate permits, the number of rooms here can increase indefinitely. Heiyi's eyelids fluttered in surprise. She had anticipated this revelation, but hearing Director Zhao confirm it left her somewhat shaken. So, this place is actually a secret realm? Director Zhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed. This secret realm is named Fate Park, a title bestowed by student Njiming. Heiyi wished to inquire whether this secret realm had been officially registered with the Summer Country's government. But as soon as she uttered 4 words, she realized the answer in her heart. How could such a place possibly be registered? As if to validate Heiyi's thoughts, Director Zhao pointed to the floor beneath them and reiterated a prior statement. Everything here is the private property of student Njiming. Upon finishing, Director Zhao handed the phone to Heiyi, saying, You may choose one of these 3 rooms. As you possess the attribute of night, I would suggest selecting from the 2 shaded rooms. Ultimately, Heiyi selected a room further from the staircase, Room 2526. After retrieving the phone, Director Zhao tapped on it a few times and declared, "Very well, Teacher He Yi. You may proceed directly there. As for me, I must remind you that as this is private property of Student None, your activities are confined to the grounds of Morning Star School. Should you wish to leave, a handwritten exit permit from Student and is required. You may take leisurely strolls around the school's back mountain, but please refrain from harming the small animals within. They are beloved pets brought back from various secret realms by fellow students." Lastly, Director Zhao pointed to the doors of other rooms on this floor and cautioned, "It is best not to visit other teachers, as you cannot ascertain what kind of world lies behind each door. Particularly on the higher floors, while we do not prohibit your ascent, we cannot guarantee your safety should you choose to go up. Within Fate Park, only your own room is absolutely secure. All right, Teacher He Yi. Please take your time familiarizing yourself with your room. A new student is due to enroll shortly, and I must retrieve something from the upper floors for their enrollment ceremony, so I shall not accompany you further." He Yi nodded and turned to walk deeper into the corridor. The corridor of the 25th floor was remarkably quiet. Apart from the sound of her own footsteps, He Yi perceived no other noise. As she passed by various doors, chains coiled in circles hung silently from them. Occasionally, she encountered a door without chains. Upon glancing at the room number, she recognized it as one of the vacant rooms previously suggested by Director Zhao. The corridor ahead was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its end from view. When she reached the door of room 26, she paused momentarily before cautiously stepping forward to test the waters. Each step was measured. And she continuously reassured herself. Director Zhao mentioned that higher floors are not prohibited, so it should be acceptable to venture forward on the same floor, right? After traversing approximately 6 or 7 rooms, He Yi spotted a figure leaning against the wall in the darkened corridor. The figure clearly sensed her presence but showed no inclination to engage with her, merely maintaining a contemplative stance against the wall. From a distance, He Yi took the initiative to greet the figure. "Hello? May I ask, are you a teacher at the school as well?" She initially spoke in the summer language, then switched to the beautiful English of the Starry Realm and the native language of Sakura Island. Yet the figure remained unresponsive. Feeling a sense of futility, He Yi began to retreat step by step from the shadowy figure. Just then, a sudden sound erupted. A clamor of chains echoed through the night, and the figure ahead stirred. The shadow leaning against the wall turned, casting a glance in the direction of the darkness. At that moment, it dawned upon the night that this silhouette, shrouded in obscurity, was adorned with 2 pairs of expansive wings, 4 in total. The memories of the Sakura Island military surged in her mind. In the 12th year of the new era, within the secret realm of the Nordic Dark Church, a 4-winged Dark Angel hybrid had emerged. This marked the first and only recorded appearance of angelic-like creatures in the annals of history. The arrival of the 4-winged Dark Angel resulted in the annihilation of an entire nation's martial practitioners, leading to a bloodbath that claimed 2/3 of its population. Although it was a small nation, it was a member of the Euro Alliance, and the martial artists from other allied nations were unable to provide aid in time. The country named Thailand was nearly erased from the map. Subsequently, this secret realm vanished, along with the whereabouts of the 4-winged Dark Angel. Gazing at the figure before her, standing in the shadows with wings unfurled, the knight felt an electric paralysis coursing through her body, immobilizing her in place. Could this be the very 4-winged Dark Angel? Faced with such an entity, she found herself too daunted to label it as a mere hybrid. The clanking of chains resounded once more, and she beheld the 4-winged angel in the darkness, who surprisingly placed its right hand upon its chest and inclined slightly towards her, uttering in a raspy, rigid tone 2 chilling words. "You, good." Was it responding to her earlier greeting? Before the knight could fully process this shock, the 4-winged angel opened the door beside it, revealing a faint glimmer from within. With the aid of this dim light, she noticed that the angel, much like herself, was entwined in spirals of chains. The moment the door swung open, the chains seemed to come alive, shedding themselves from the angel's form and coalescing into a cruciform shape that enveloped the door. The door closed, the faint light vanished. The knight could not glimpse the world beyond that door, yet she remained rooted in place, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. A gentle breeze wafting down the corridor eventually roused her, prompting her to slowly retreat back to her own door. There was no need to turn the knob. With a mere thought, the door creaked open. Simultaneously, the chains that had adorned her being fell away. mirroring the earlier phenomenon she had witnessed with the four-winged dark angel. A thought arose within her mind. The chains began to fold into spirals, mimicking the profound depths of the night sky. Hanging upon the door, the knight stepped into her chamber. It was a profound darkness, impenetrable to the eye, yet speckled with myriad stars. This was a natural domain of the night. Had the knight just arrived in this place? She would have been utterly astonished. However, after enduring a series of shocks, she now felt numb. Sitting cross-legged in the darkness before her, she soon discovered, to her astonishment, that the boundaries of her domain were expanding. Though the pace was slow, she could indeed perceive its growth. For a practitioner of domain manipulation, passive expansion of one's boundaries signified what? It implied that, theoretically, given sufficient time, one could encompass the entire world within their domain. In that moment, the knight recalled Director Zhao's earlier words about the back mountain, the idea of taking a stroll. Ridiculous. With such a naturally occurring domain of night, if she could not step outside this room, she would not be worthy of the name knight. While she pondered this, suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in the darkness behind her, where the door to her room was located. Director Zhao's elegant and sharp voice emerged. Teacher Knight, the academic office has arranged your teaching schedule. You have an elective class shortly. Please prepare yourself. By the way, I just came down from upstairs and am on your floor. Student mentioned that if you wish, you could join me for the new student's enrollment ceremony. Knight furrowed her brow, sensing the shifts within her domain. She was reluctant to attend. Yet, Director Zhao continued, Student N will also be present at the enrollment ceremony. Without a moment's hesitation, Knight responded, Understood, Director Zhao. I will be there shortly. Chapter 39. Pray tell, who in this world is without chains? Knight stepped out of her room, and the chains that had once adorned her door fell away. Returning to her, ahead, Director Zhao awaited at the staircase, cradling a stone sculpture approximately half a meter tall, his expression solemn and grave. As Knight approached, she beheld the sculpture depicting a rugged man with fierce expression. One hand raised in defense with a shield, the other wielding a sword, straining to look skyward. Behind the man stood a small boy and a girl, both appearing terrified, each clutching a dagger and hiding behind him. The statue was lifelike, and from the man's brow, Knight felt a palpable spirit of defiance against fate and a fierce ambition to wrestle with the heavens. Gazing at the figure, she noted that the man was also entwined in a chain. Upon seeing this chain, Knight felt no surprise. Instead, it seemed entirely fitting. She murmured, Chains, they are ubiquitous. Director Zhao chuckled softly, his voice taking on a deeper timbre. Teacher Knight, may I ask, who in this world is without chains? Hearing this, the image of Njiming surfaced in Knight's mind. By this time, Director Zhao had carefully begun to carry the sculpture downstairs. Let us proceed, Teacher Knight, the new students are arriving soon. Outside the gates of Morning Star Martial Academy, the entrance faced eastward, and at that moment, 3 groups approached from the south, north, and west. From the north came the martial vigilance team led by Chao Mingjian. Unlike previous occasions, today, in addition to Wan Mingyue, there was another individual accompanying him, Yin Dazhong, a childhood friend. After hearing of the calamity that befell Liang City last night, Yin Dazhong had rushed from Huhai to Liang City, and only upon seeing that Chao Mingjian and Wan Mingyue were unharmed did he finally feel at ease. From the south came Yang Lin, leading a delegation from the Martial Education General Bureau, having dined with Wang Chun and others from the local Martial Education Office before heading straight to Liang City without pause. From the west approached 2 boys, both seemingly in their teens. One appeared rather dull-witted and walked in the shadow of the other, a striking youth with bright, piercing eyes and a commanding presence. In a moment, these 3 parties converged at the gates of Morning Star. Apart from the 2 boys, both Chao Mingjian and Yang Lin were accompanied by groups of people. Seeing such a throng outside the school, the gatekeeper, Old Man Qin, furrowed his brows unevenly and shouted through the heavy iron gate, What is going on? Do you know where this is? If you've got nothing to do, don't just stand around playing, move aside. The 3 groups exchanged glances, with Yang Lin and Chao Mingjian graciously deferring to one another, each allowing the other to approach the gatekeeper first. However, neither could advance, and it was the 2 boys who stepped forward boldly. The handsome boy at the forefront called out to Old Man Qin from beyond the gate, I am here to participate in the enrollment test. Old Man Qin appraised the youth, retrieving a work tablet from the gatehouse. Swiping through it as he inquired, What is your name? Do you have an appointment? Yes, Wei Jingkong. Ah, indeed, there is such a matter. Enter. With a wave of his hand, Old Man Qin opened the heavy iron gate just enough for Wei Jingkong to step inside, followed closely by the dull-witted boy. Old Man Qin merely cast a glance at the latter, saying nothing as the gate closed behind them. This moment, the other two parties had also finished their exchanges. Chao Mingjian presented his credentials to Old Man Qin, stating, "Hello, I'm here to meet a student and inquire about some matters." After glancing at Chao Mingjian's credentials, Old Man Qin coldly asked, "Who do you wish to see?" "In Jimenji.do you have an appointment?" Chao Mingjian found himself momentarily speechless. He had no appointment. Noticing the gatekeeper's brusque demeanor, Yin Dazhong stepped forward, saying, "Old man, what is the deal? Does meeting a student from your school require an appointment?" "Listen well. We are here to see one of your students, not the principal." Old Man Qin turned to Yin Dazhong, sneering, "Kid, if you truly wish to see the principal, that would be a different matter. And no appointment would be necessary." Yin Dazhong, sensing the tension, he quickly pulled out his Martial Vigilance access card to check Jiming's information. The result. The screen displayed a glaring message indicating insufficient permissions. Yin Dazhong exchanged glances with Chao Mingjian, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chao Mingjian attempted to call in Jiming, but before he could dial, a message arrived. "Are you stupid? Just say you have an appointment." Chao Mingjian. Looking up at Old Man Qin behind the iron gate, he blinked nervously and said, Master, I have an appointment." Old Man Qin waved his hand, and the iron gate swung open. "Enter." Chao Mingjian, Ruan Mingyue, and Yin Dazhong stepped inside. But just as the Martial Vigilance members behind them approached, the heavy iron gate slammed shut. Observing this scene, although it was not a gathering of the Wuqin Bureau at a specific location, it was still within the realm of their work. Yin Danian, feeling a sense of injustice for his colleagues from Liangqing's Wuqin Bureau, gestured towards Grandpa Qin, saying, "Master, your process seems rather formal. What if my colleagues outside claim they have appointments too?" Grandpa Qin suddenly chuckled, pointing at the group of Wuqin officers standing outside the large iron gate, grinning as he replied, "Youngster, why not ask those people yourself if they dare?" "Dare? No, Grandpa, that's a bit excessive. Brothers, tell him you have an appointment, and let me see how they handle you today." Yin Danian turned around and shouted to his colleagues outside the gate. However, upon turning back, he discovered that the Wuqin officers who had been standing outside had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a group of unfamiliar faces. Yin Danian was left speechless. Chao Mingjian stepped forward, pulling the rather embarrassed Yin Danian inside while muttering, "What were you thinking, coming here for this?" Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyue offered an apologetic smile to Grandpa Qin and followed the two into the school. It wasn't until the three of them had walked quite a distance that Yang Lin and her group finally approached the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Grandpa Qin asked no questions and simply opened the door to let her in. Yang Lin greeted Grandpa Qin with a smile, saying, "Master Qin, it's been a while." Grandpa Qin waved his hand, acknowledging, I know, you and our old acquaintances. "Come in." Yang Lin replied, "Thank you, Master Qin." Afterward, she made her way into the school. Casting a knowing glance at her assistant, Xiao Zhang, who promptly understood and stayed back until everyone else had left. Once the crowd had dispersed, he took out a small notebook and approached Grandpa Qin, quietly inquiring, "Master Qin, the organization asked me to check if you need any assistance in your daily life or work. Whatever difficulties you face, please don't hesitate to mention them. The organization will do its utmost to help you. Also, given that you've been in this small place for quite some time, if you have any aspirations for promotion," Grandpa Qin, who had been listening attentively to Xiao Zhang, suddenly interjected upon hearing this. "No, I don't." "You brat, don't spout nonsense. Who wants a promotion? Who? I'm merely a gatekeeper. What promotion do I need? Have you lost your mind?" He immediately reprimanded the young man, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 40. Visitors from 3 parties, thanks to Wangzai Milk for the authentication. Within the campus, 3 groups of visitors, each arriving for different reasons, were escorted away by various individuals. 2 young boys were taken away by Director Zhao to the arena behind the teaching building. The trio from the Wuqin Bureau, led by Chao Mingjian, were guided to the reception room in the comprehensive building by a teacher assigned by Director Zhao. Yang Lin, lacking a guide, made her way to the principal's office, specifically the smaller principal's office. Throughout the afternoon, Principal Wang Dong personally inspected every detail of the school's affairs, having just returned from feeding the exotic species hidden in the back mountain. He did not rush to meet the guests in his office, but instead found an empty arena to sit cross-legged. unwrapping a pack of snow cakes he had procured from the campus convenience store. Accompanied by a bottle of Wangzai milk, while observing two boys who had come to participate in the admission tests nearby. With less than 2 months until the martial arts examination, it was uncommon for anyone to enroll at this time. However, those who did often had notable guidance from their families, merely using the martial school for registration and participating in the tests, making such students few but likely to achieve results. Almost all martial schools welcomed them. Indeed, one of the boys, named Wei Jingkong, practiced a rare spatial-type martial art, and when he unleashed several spatial tearing attacks, Principal Wang felt a chill run down his back. Goodness gracious, a character like this. If it weren't for my ancestors' blessings, would he ever consider my humble establishment? He mused. Surely, he deserves a personal trainer from a 25-story building. Muttering to himself, Wang Dong sent a voice message to Director Zhao. If you let this kid named Wei Jingkong slip away, I want to let you off the hook. However, Director Zhao was too engrossed in overseeing the admission tests for the two boys to pay any attention to the notification on his phone. After Wei Jingkong finished demonstrating his spatial martial arts, Director Zhao, elegantly poised with his fingers delicately positioned, inquired in a high-pitched voice, "This student, has your instructor informed you that spatial abilities can be utilized for auxiliary functions, which will offer broader development opportunities in the future?" With spirited eyes and a confident demeanor, the spatial ability boy nodded affirmatively, stating, "He mentioned it, but I do not wish to pursue that path. I want to cultivate combat skills." Director Zhao smiled slightly and asked, "Why is that?" "Because only warriors who have fought on the front lines can become the pillars of the Dragon Guard army." The boy spoke with powerful conviction, his words resonating strongly, creating a stark contrast to Director Zhao's delicate voice. Just as Director Zhao was about to respond, Wei Jingkong continued, "I understand. Auxiliary martial artists are also indispensable comrades. However, from my personal perspective, I would rather face the enemies of the official residences and the people directly, with the support of my auxiliary martial artist comrades." Looking at the young man before him, Director Zhao was filled with admiration. He then asked, "Wei, how do you define the enemies of the official residences and the people?" Unbeknownst to him, Director Zhao had already shifted from addressing him as this student to Wei. Wei Jingkong glanced at Director Zhao and firmly replied, "I don't need to define that. Someone will define it for me. I am a martial artist of the Xia Nation, and I aspire to join the Dragon Guard of Xia. If I am fortunate enough to become a member of the Dragon Guard, I won't need to think. I will only need to act." Director Zhao expressed his admiration, saying, "Wei, you are a born soldier of the Dragon Guard. Besides our Morning Star, there is also the Dragon Guard Martial Preparatory School in Liangcheng. Have you considered going there?" Faced with this question from Director Zhao, Wei Jingkong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond, he glanced at the rather dull boy beside him and replied, I'll take a look at the results here first before deciding whether to go there." "All right." Director Zhao meticulously recorded Wei Jingkong's score on his tablet according to the established martial arts assessment standards, then turned to the dull boy accompanying Wei Jingkong, asking, "It's your turn now, student. What is your name? And what subject do you major in?" The dull boy, somewhat astonished, replied, "Me? I'm Shin Shilio, and I'm just here to accompany Jingkong. I don't know any martial arts." "He does." Before Director Zhao could respond, Wei Jingkong seized Shin Shilio's hand, eagerly imploring, "He knows martial arts. Please, I beg you, grant him the opportunity to participate in the test. He will not disappoint you." Director Zhao, taken aback by Wei Jingkong's earnest plea, had not anticipated such an ambitious young man would use the word beg with him. Turning to Shin Shilio, Director Zhao asked, "Can you perform the basic martial artist's fitness routine?" The dull boy nodded. "I can." Pointing to the arena, Director Zhao instructed, "Show us a set, since you're already here." Okay. Shin Shilio, still incredulous, glanced at Wei Jingkong, who encouraged him with a determined fist, saying, "Shilio, you can do it." All right. The somewhat inept Shin Shilio clumsily climbed onto the arena, assuming the starting position for the martial artist's fitness routine. Nearby, on another arena, upon witnessing Shan Shilio's awkward ascent, Wang Dong smirked, putting away his Wangzai milk and snow cakes, ready to leave. Yet, after jumping down, he couldn't help but steal one last glance. Shen Shilio's performance in the fitness routine indeed did not disappoint him. His foundational stance was nearly non-existent, and his punches were soft and slow, revealing a clear lack of martial arts fundamentals. "What on earth is this? It doesn't even compare to my own strength." He scoffed. If it weren't for my ancestors' blessings, he wouldn't even make it through the gates of my esteemed establishment. With that, Wang Dong left in a huff. However, Director Zhao remained unfazed by Shen Shilio's lackluster performance. He stood quietly with his work tablet, patiently waiting for Shen Shilio to finish the fitness routine. All right, now for the written test. You two students, please follow me. Director Zhao gestured for the two boys to accompany him, but he noticed that Shen Shilio, upon finishing, had lowered his head in dejection. Director Zhao asked, Shen, what's wrong? Shen Shilio glanced at Director Zhao's work tablet, shook his head, and simply replied, it's nothing. Director Zhao immediately understood, realizing the source of the issue. He picked up his tablet and said, My apologies, Shen. I only scored you mentally just now and forgot to input it on the tablet. It's fine. It's fine. Shen Shilio mumbled, still with his head down, it's all the same. What nonsense are you spouting? Cheer up. Wei Jingkong urged him firmly. Let us go take the written test. Shilio, remember, you are no less than anyone else on the other side, in the reception room of the school's comprehensive building. A female teacher adorned with a silver bracelet, dressed in a flowing black gown, possessing a graceful figure and captivating beauty, was pouring tea for Chao Mingjian and his companions. Sitting across from her, the teacher smiled and said, If the three guests have any matters to discuss, please feel free to share them with me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Just then, Chao Mingjian's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Yin Danian, who was seated beside him. Bro, does this female teacher have a partner? In the small principal's office, Yang Lin sat quietly, glancing at the time occasionally and letting out a sigh. Jiming, are you still unwilling to meet me in the larger principal's office? And Jiming stretched lazily on a spacious leather sofa, yawning sleepily as he gazed out at the sunset's glow, lost in thought. He had just awakened from his afternoon nap. Chapter 41. How is he not starting as an orphan? In the reception room, Chao Mingjian looked at the message on his phone, then raised his head to ask the female teacher across from him. The man beside me asked if you have a partner, Yin Danian. On the other side, Ruan Mingyue lowered her head, rubbing her brow, striving to appear unfamiliar with the two. The teacher, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, smiled and replied, Not yet. Chao Mingjian turned to lightly nudge Yin Danian with his elbow, saying, She said she doesn't have a partner. Yin Danian nodded with a smile, Thank you, bro. I'm not deaf, you're welcome. After Chao Mingjian spoke, he looked at the female teacher and said, We are here today primarily for two matters. The first, and indeed the main purpose, is that a sudden incident occurred last night in Liangxing, involving a warrior from Sakurajima. We need to conduct an interrogation of this warrior. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mingyue added, We are not requesting this person from you. We are merely conducting a temporary interrogation. The individual will be returned to you afterward. They still belong to you. We just need to borrow them temporarily. Chao Mingjian nodded, stating, Correct, we only wish to understand the situation. According to the warrior's law, in a life and death battle where both parties are warriors, the side that initiates the combat but ultimately loses becomes the property of the victorious side. The purpose of such a decree by the official residents is to minimize deadly fights among warriors. However, the battle between the knight and Jiming was evidently unavoidable, and, well, allowing foreign warriors to successfully enter our territory and attack our own students is indeed a dereliction of duty on our part. We will formally apologize to Jiming afterward. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yin Danian felt somewhat surprised. When did the Martial Affairs Bureau require such extensive explanations to interrogate an individual? Reflecting on Jiming's victory over the Sakurajima military's Ghost King warrior, Yin Danian grew increasingly curious about this martial arts school. After Chao Mingjian finished speaking, the beautiful teacher across from them smiled slightly. You wish to interrogate the knight? Chao Mingjian nodded, Yes. The beautiful teacher maintained her smile and said, That would be me. As her words fell, Chao Mingjian and his companions were momentarily stunned. In that brief moment, Ruan Mingyue flicked her wrist, revealing her soul plate on Chao Mingjian's other side. With a swift motion, Yin Danian produced a loaded elemental pistol, aiming it directly at the beautiful teacher. Chao Mingjian made no move, merely shaking his head and gazing at the beautiful teacher, saying, No, you are not the knight I encountered her last night. Though she was concealed in the black mist, I could sense her presence, and your aura is different. Chao Mingjian scrutinized her with suspicion. Did you just emerge from a secret realm? Is there a secret realm within this Morning Star School? The beautiful teacher raised her hand, gesturing toward the silver chain wrapped around her wrist. And Chao Mingjian noted that the chain resembled a series of interlocking links. Once this object is affixed to me, my aura completely transforms. I am indeed the Ghost King Ninja of Sakurajima. The Knight. This can be verified through various means. As for whether this school harbors a secret realm, I cannot respond. Perhaps the principal could answer that more effectively? Chao Mingjian observed the Knight for 2 seconds, sensing that she was not lying, yet still felt the need for confirmation. Just as he pulled out his phone, a message from Jiming arrived first. Indeed, she is the Knight. Chao Mingjian. He began typing a message, hoping to encourage Jiming to cooperate a bit more, but before he could finish the first word, another message from Jiming came through. Yes, she will cooperate. Chao Mingjian. Having grown accustomed to this seamless communication, he put away his phone, signaling his companions to lower their guard. He took out a work recorder and a voice recorder, looking at the Knight and asking, Miss Knight, could you please recount the events surrounding your successful entry? Additionally, regarding the issue of a traitor within our Martial Affairs Bureau, I understand that as an operative, your access to such information may be limited. So please share whatever you can. Alright. In the mini principal's office. The principal, holding a snow cake and a Wangzai milk, returned from inspecting the new student assessments. Upon opening the door, he spotted Yang Lin sitting in the office. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, Oh, a rare guest. It's been years since I've seen you. Did your dear sister and brother-in-law pass away? Yang Lin. Having such a question posed upon their reunion would be intolerable for anyone. Yet Yang Lin found herself unable to retaliate. She smiled and replied, Principal Wang, is this your usual approach? First, insult me, then we talk? Of course. Wang Dong tossed his belongings onto the desk, sat in his leather swivel chair, propped his feet on the table, crossed his legs and began. I must say, your sister and her husband are quite ruthless. They could throw their own son into the snow in the dead of winter. Though, they do have some conscience, knowing to use a noodle box to contain him and even putting in 20 yuan. 20 yuan, that is a lot. Enough for someone to buy half a box of instant noodles for their newborn son. Better than those aberrations from the secret realms. After all, those creatures wouldn't spare 20 yuan for their offspring just 2 days old before tossing them into the snow. Isn't it said that protagonists in web novels always start as orphans? I see our classmate as the protagonist. Why isn't he starting off as an orphan? How are his parents still alive? I think it would be fitting for him to be an orphan. Let his parents die sooner. Curse it, Qian Mu. Come here. Dig up the ancestral grave of the Yang family. Wait, didn't we just dig it up 2 weeks ago? It probably just got fixed. We'll have to wait a few more days. As he continued to vent, Wang Dong became increasingly agitated. Across from him, Yang Lin remained composed, sipping water while listening to Wang Dong's tirade. After a while, Wang Dong, feeling heated, leaned over his desk and asked Yang Lin, Why don't you tell me where your sister and brother-in-law are? What if I send someone to deal with them? We have over 400 warriors in this school, all waiting for that address. Yang Lin shot him a glance and asked, If I tell you, would you dare go? With a thump on the table, Wang Dong declared, You just say it. Do you think I wouldn't go and deal with that couple? Yang Lin waved her hand. Calm down, calm down. Principal Wang, Jiming hasn't mentioned anything himself? Why are you so anxious? Haven't we all gotten through these years? Yes, we have. Wang Dong patted his chest, rummaging through his desk for some anti-anxiety medication, popping in 2 pills and glaring at Yang Lin, asking, So, what is the reason for your visit? Is it official business or personal? Yang Lin looked at Wang Dong awkwardly, feeling guilty as she replied, You still don't know? It is both official and personal. With less than 2 months until the martial arts examination, since Jiming is willing to attend the martial arts preparatory school, he must also be considering college. Right? Both I and those who sent me are eager to know where he intends to. Which martial arts university does he wish to attend? We need to make preparations in advance. Chapter 42. The disappearing 5th question. What martial arts university does he intend to pursue? We need to be prepared. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Wang Dong chuckled coldly. Miss Yang, do you think it's necessary for Jiming to attend a martial arts university? Is it Jiming who needs a degree from a martial arts university? Or does our summer nation's martial arts university need Jiming to enhance its facade? Yang Lin evaded Wang Dong's question and shifted the topic, saying, Principal Wang, this is not merely a question of necessity. It pertains to the stages of life. If we were to discuss necessity, tell me, does he have any reason to attend your Wu Yu school? Of course he does. Wang Dong replied with an air of arrogance. Yang, what level are you at now? Never mind your rank at the Martial Education General Administration, Miss Yang, let me tell you. Once the results of this year's martial arts examination are announced, our Morning Star Martial School will surely gain renown throughout the world. I see. Principal Wang is impressive indeed. Impressive my foot. Wang Dong retorted, unabashedly stating, it is Ji Ming who is impressive, not me. And Ji Ming is my ancestor. Ah, but it is also Principal Wang's charm that attracts such talent. At that moment, Yang Lin, a person of stature from the Yindu Martial Education General Administration, found herself flattering the principal of a modest private school in a small city. Only an educational elite like Principal Wang could draw in an exceptional student like Ji Ming. As the conversation progressed, Yang Lin softened her tone slightly, saying, So, Principal Wang, do you now realize how many core family members, military offspring, and talented youths are awaiting Ji Ming's decision? They may not know his precise personal details, but they are all aware that a martial artist has emerged in Xia country capable of altering destinies. Everyone is eager to be a classmate of this martial artist. As she spoke, Yang Lin's voice became slower, her tone lower. If you truly know something, please give me a hint. If you assist me now, I will assist you next year. After this year's martial arts examination, I will help you secure a position as a director at a certain martial arts university. Rest assured, within 3 years, the role of vice principal will certainly be yours. Wang Dong chuckled lazily, replying, Thank you, Miss Yang, but after I send off this batch of students, I plan to retire. Haha, with this group of students, I have enough for a lifetime. Observing the changing expressions on Yang Lin's face, Wang Dong no longer beat around the bush, stating directly, As for his aunt, let me be frank. I genuinely do not know which martial arts university Ji Ming intends to attend. With a helpless pout, Yang Lin sighed silently and handed a document marked Top Secret to Wang Dong. Wang Dong glanced at it and asked, Is this for me? Yang Lin replied with a smile, Do you think I would have the Yindu Martial Education General Administration send someone to deliver documents to you? Do you think you are worthy? Wang Dong. Yang Lin. It is for Ji Ming. Wang Dong snapped, I know. No need to remind me. In a spacious classroom on the first floor of the teaching building, Director Zhao led Wei Jingkong and Shun Shiliu, 2 youths participating in the written examination, and gestured for them to sit at their leisure. He then produced 2 papers, distributing them to the 2 individuals. The written examination at martial schools is usually a mere formality, consisting of questions that anyone with a sound mind knows how to answer. However, this time, it seemed somewhat different. Wei Jingkong gazed at the first question on the paper. Do you believe in fate? He smiled slightly and wrote, I do not believe. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The second question. What do you think a martial artist is? Wei Jingkong answered, the hero of the era, the favored child of fate, the backbone of the Federation. After completing this, he looked back at the previous question and crossed out the phrase favored child of fate. The third question. What do you think a secret realm is? Have you ever fantasized about what lies at the end of a secret realm? Wei Jingkong answered, A secret realm is a dark forest that has appeared in our midst during the new era, fraught with danger, yet filled with opportunity. As for what lies at the end of a secret realm, I personally feel it will harbor even more powerful otherworldly beings. The fourth question. What is your view on the relationship between martial artists and the official residents? Wei Jingkong answered, In Xia country, martial artists forever serve the official residents. They are the weapons in its hand. The final question, the fifth one, was a multiple-choice question. Hypothetically, human existence is akin to being raised like livestock. Death is, in fact, a sacrifice of the soul. Higher dimensional beings consume the souls of humans that have been raised for decades through orchestrating their deaths. However, ordinary people remain unaware. Now, someone is raising their arm to lead humanity out of this cage. But doing so will entail great sacrifices, possibly even leading to the extinction of humanity. As a martial artist, what would you do? Answer A. Rise in response and devote all my efforts to shattering the cage. Answer B. Maintain observation, wait for the right moment, and avoid being a fool. Answer C. The world is quite nice. I do not feel caged, so I am not. As for death, once dead, so be it. What matters is living well now, enjoying life, and savoring the present. Answer D. Advocate for a global vote among all humanity, with the majority ruling the minority. Regardless of the outcome, I will respect the final result. Answer E. If you have other answers, you may write them here. For the first few questions, Wei Jingkong hardly hesitated, but upon reaching this final question, he pondered for quite a while. Even as Shen Shiliu beside him had already raised her hand to submit her paper. He still could not make a choice. Ultimately, Wei Jingkong selected answer E, writing in the blank space. If this hypothesis is true, it is not for me, a martial artist, to decide, nor for any individual to decide. I firmly support the will of the official residents. After finishing, Wei Jingkong exhaled deeply and submitted his paper. Collecting the two students' answer sheets, Director Zhao said to them, "Please wait a moment. We will notify you of the specific results shortly." Wei Jingkong, "Thank you, Director Zhao." Shen Shiliu, "Okay." After Director Zhao left, Wei Jingkong suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. Jingkong? Jingkong? Hearing Shen Shiliu's voice, Wei Jingkong snapped back to reality, asking, "What is it?" The somewhat wooden Shen Shiliu inquired. "That paper just now, the fifth question was so strange. How did you answer it?" The fifth question. Wei Jingkong was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "What fifth question?" He instinctively replied, "Was there a fifth question on that paper?" "You must be mistaken. It was the fourth question, right?" Shen Shiliu frowned. "It was definitely the last question. How did you write it?" "I forgot." "How did you answer?" "I selected, I can't recall either. In the reception room." The interrogation of the three by Chao Mingjian continued into the night. In the small principal's office, after Yang Lin handed over the documents to Wang Dong, she departed. As she left, she stood in the corridor outside the office, gazing at the larger principal's office in the distance for a long while, ultimately sighing softly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Director Zhao arrived simultaneously at the larger principal's office. At this moment, Ji Ming was gazing at the evening twilight. He softly remarked, "Another day has come to an end." Chapter 43. To change or not to change? Let fate decide. Ji Ming reclined on the leather sofa, watching the dusk. This was his personal habit. The principal and the academic director obediently stood behind him, not uttering a word. They both understood that when it was time for them to speak, and would inquire. Wang Dong glanced at Director Zhao's hands and noticed that the latter was not even holding his fingers delicately at this moment. The principal sniffed. Director Zhao looked at Wang Dong, then at the nameplate hanging outside the office, feeling no discomfort at all. The academic director adjusted his meticulously styled hair. The two exchanged silent jibes, each trying to outdo the other in a subtle contest, ending in a draw. The sunset today was particularly beautiful, with the scenery outside gradually revealing a sky filled with crimson clouds. Given the circumstance, it seemed that Ji Ming might not address them for a while. Wang Dong glanced at the two answer sheets in Director Zhao's hand, whispering, "Old Zhao, make sure to keep Wei Jingkong." Director Zhao looked at Ji Ming's reclining figure and exclaimed loudly, "What? Are we no longer listening to it anymore? Are we now following your lead? I swear, Old Zhao." The principal hurriedly covered Director Zhao's mouth, turning to Ji Ming's back with an awkward smile. "Ancestor. I was just joking with Old Zhao, haha." Ji Ming blinked, recalling that today was the day for new students to enroll. His gaze drifted far beyond, looking towards the horizon, softly stating, "Fate's arrangements are indeed intriguing. To change, or not to change, let fate decide." With that, he extended his hand beyond the wide sofa. Wang Dong and Director Zhao exchanged glances, signaling each other to go first. Wang Dong glared, and Director Zhao elegantly rolled his eyes in response. Taking the initiative, he presented the answer sheets of Wei Jingkong and Shen Shiliu to Ji Ming. "Do you wish to proceed as usual?" Ji Ming took the two answer sheets and examined them earnestly. He first glanced at Wei Jingkong's paper, smiling slightly at his answers. Then he looked at Shen Shiliu's sheet. The first question, "Do you believe in fate?" Shen Shiliu, "I believe, for instance, I am naturally a big fool, whereas Jingkong is innately remarkable." The second question, "What do you think a martial artist is?" Shen Shiliu, "A martial artist is someone quite formidable, capable of defeating many while also protecting many. For example, Jingkong has protected me numerous times, helping me fend off those who bullied me." The third question, "What do you think a secret realm is? Have you ever fantasized about what lies at the end of a secret realm?" Shen Shiliu, "I apologize, teacher, for I have never ventured into the secret realm. I have merely heard tales of it. I believe that the end of the secret realm may connect to another world, perhaps inhabited by an entirely different civilization. If that is the case, humanity could be in grave danger. I hope that one day, Jingkong can explore the end of the secret realm on my behalf." Question 4. What are your thoughts on the relationship between warriors and the official residence? Shinshilyo. The official residence pays warriors a substantial salary, yet it seems that many large conglomerates offer even greater compensation. For instance, Jinkong's father receives a remarkably high salary. Question 5. Shinshilyo Chozida. He concluded with, I am a fool, a terribly foolish fool. I believe I cannot become a formidable person like Jinkong. Hence, I think Jinkong should choose a.as for me. I acknowledge my inability to break the cage that confines humanity, let alone rally everyone in the world to vote. Thus, if given the chance, I only hope to stand before the one who raises their voice for humanity, using my life to shield them from even a single attack that might harm them. I am aware that my fate is thus. Yet, even so, I find joy in knowing that I have contributed to the arrival of a new world where humanity breaks free from its shackles. And Jiming returned the 2 papers to Director Zhao, gesturing for Wang Dong to take a look as well, and inquired, What do you both think? Wang Dong glanced at Shinshilyo's paper and scoffed. What a complete idiot. He is already raising his voice for humanity. Does he still need protection? I want Wei Jinkong, Director Zhao responded gracefully. We require Shinshilyo. The spacious sofa shifted, and Jiming, eyeing the 2 before him, languidly remarked, Then, let us adhere to the old custom and allow them to choose for themselves. Director Zhao agreed. Principal Wang, we cannot stick to the old custom. Wang Dong, flustered, exclaimed, According to the old custom, Wei Jinkong must go to Longwei Martial Preparatory. He will run away. And Jiming propped his chin on one hand, speaking softly. Not necessarily, right? Many of my classmates have never encountered their fates. They sensed that our school might be somewhat unique and chose to abandon so-called better options to join us. That is different, Wang Dong, anxious to the point of wanting to jump, retorted. Those people's destinies were meant for our school, but Wei Jinkong might not be destined for us, and Jiming shrugged. So? Wang Dong, but you only need to lift a finger, and his fate will be intertwined with our school, ancestors. I assure you, Wei Jinkong absolutely has a promising future. He may not be able to defeat Li Tianhao or Qin Chao, but he would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with that grave-robbing scoundrel, Qian Mu. At that moment, Director Zhao drawled. Qian Mu snuck out of the ground again last night. Wang Dong shivered in fear. Where did he go? Director Zhao replied elegantly. Esteemed principal, may I suggest you call home to inquire if the ancestral graves are well? Wang Dong. And Jiming raised a hand to silence their bickering, declaring, It has been decided amicably. Let these 2 decide for themselves. Wang Dong was about to protest further when Jiming pointed towards the principal's office door, insisting, Please close the door on your way out, thank you. Wang Dong was still reluctant. Ancestor, and Jiming, how about you take charge of this school in the future? Wang Dong, I dare not. Having said that, he quickly turned and stood at the door, glaring at Director Zhao, who was still adjusting his suit and tie inside, and shouted, This is the principal's office. If your rank isn't sufficient, don't linger inside. Director Zhao gave a slight bow to Jiming. Elegantly turning to leave. As he stepped outside, he delicately gestured to Wang Dong. Remember to close the door, principal. Wang Dong. Pfft. Half an hour later, in front of the comprehensive building of Morning Star Martial School. In the small garden on the side point, 2 tables were joined together, covered with a red cloth, atop which rested the statue that Director Zhao had previously moved from the Fate Park. Wei Jinkong and Shinshilyo stood before the table, while Director Zhao held a thick volume of the Morning Star Martial School's motto, opened in his hands, and addressed the 2 youths. Congratulations to both of you. After our school's research, both of you have been accepted. Now, if you wish to join the Morning Star Martial Preparatory School and become part of the Preparatory Warriors, we shall commence the enrollment oath ceremony. Jinkong, I have been accepted? Shinshilyo exclaimed with delight, eagerly turning to Wei Jinkong, only to find his companion's expression somewhat awkward. Chapter 44. May our Star Clan live boundlessly. Congratulations, Shilyo. Wei Jinkong felt joy for his companion, yet wore a look of hesitation. The previously oblivious Shinshilyo suddenly perceived the turmoil within Wei Jinkong. He turned his gaze towards the Morning Star Martial School's teaching building and said, Jinkong, perhaps my premonition is not quite right, but I truly feel that this place seems, perhaps, a bit better than Longwei School, right? As he spoke, Shinshilyo abruptly glanced at Director Zhao, appearing somewhat flustered. He recalled that Director Zhao had previously asked Wei Jinkong whether he had considered attending Longwei Martial Preparatory, to which Wei Jinkong had replied that he had never been to. In truth, the 2 had first gone to Longwei Martial Preparatory School before coming to Morning Star, of course. The result from Long Wei was that only Wei Jingkong had been accepted, while Shun Shiliu hadn't even qualified to take the exam at this point. Wei Jingkong opted to speak candidly to Director Zhao, avoiding his gaze as he awkwardly said, "Director Zhao, I might need to think it over." As I leaned more towards going there, Director Zhao nodded slightly, saying, "I can understand, Wei. Our principal has high hopes for you. Why not give considerable thought to joining us at Morning Star? Although we are merely a private martial school, perhaps we are not much worse than Long Wei." Wei Jingkong glanced at Shun Shiliu but remained silent. However, Director Zhao grasped his meaning. Judging by Shun Shiliu's treatment at both martial schools, it was evident that Wei Jingkong did not consider Morning Star to be on par with Long Wei. In Wei Jingkong's eyes, while it was fortunate that his good friend had been accepted by Morning Star, he was also aware of Shun Shiliu's capabilities. After all, his friend had not even qualified to take the exam at Long Wei. Yet here he was admitted. What could he possibly compare? These were Wei Jingkong's unvoiced thoughts. Just the fact that Morning Star had accepted his good friend was enough for him to refrain from openly disparaging the school. Even if he genuinely believed it might not be very impressive, in fact, there had been a fleeting moment when Wei Jingkong had wavered, but it lasted only a heartbeat. Director Zhao had witnessed similar situations countless times, and the changes in Wei Jingkong's expression were as clear to him as if he were speaking outright. He chose not to retain him any longer and extended his hand. "Wei, we at Morning Star Martial School wish you a bright future." As Wei Jingkong grasped Director Zhao's hand, a flush crept onto his face. He said, "Director Zhao, I understand that I am merely a student now, and I also know that Shiliu." Glancing at Shun Shiliu, Wei Jingkong directly stated, "I am aware of Shiliu's abilities. Thank you for your willingness to accept him. I may be insignificant at present, but perhaps in the future, I might achieve something. Today, your Morning Star Martial School has aided Shiliu, which in turn helps me. I, Wei Jingkong, shall forever remember this kindness." Director Zhao chuckled. "It is not so much about kindness. We genuinely admire Shun." He turned to Shun Shiliu and asked, "Shun, do you wish to join Morning Star Martial School?" Shun Shiliu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely, very well," indicating for Shun Shiliu to stand before the statue he had brought from the Fate Park. Director Zhao instructed, "Please stand quietly here for 10 minutes. Afterwards, we will guide you through the oath." "Understood, Director Zhao." Shun Shiliu cast one last glance at Wei Jingkong, giving him a gesture of encouragement. Shun Shiliu smiled, and Wei Jingkong smiled back. In the reception room, observing the interrogation notes prepared by Wan Mingyue, Chao Mingjian felt a chill run down his spine. The information just provided by the knight was somewhat alarming. He confirmed with the knight, "You mean to say that Zhou Jin not only leaked Jiming's file to you, but also to other federal intelligence agencies?" The knight nodded. "Indeed. After all, if one is to betray, why not profit more?" However, what he leaked was not the file itself, but rather the information he compiled regarding Jiming, utilizing his position as captain of the Liang City Martial Task Force. As for Jiming's file, if I am not mistaken, not even 5 individuals, including the Martial Task Force captain from your region, could access it, let alone the Martial Task Force headquarters. Chao Mingjian immediately pressed, "Besides Sakura Island? Are there other federations taking action against Jiming?" The knight responded, "In fact, the attack against Jiming was a coordinated effort involving multiple parties. Besides Sakura Island, other federations' warriors participated as well. The original plan was to act a few days later, but when I saw Jiming alone, I took the initiative. Other federations' warriors have entered? How many are there? Where are they? As for the number, I cannot say, but regarding their whereabouts, what do you think? Those foreign warriors who have stealthily crossed the border, where could they possibly hide? Naturally, it would be in the secret realm, specifically the one closest to the Central Plains province and with the widest coverage. There is no need to consult a map. Immediately, the name of a secret realm flashed in the minds of Chao Mingjian and the other two, Nantehang. While Chao Mingjian was still pondering, Yin Danian beside him sensed something was amiss and asked, "Wait, if there are indeed many foreign warriors sneaking in, how did they manage to cross the border? Is it possible that our security office in Huai has overlooked something, or have the other security offices across Xia country also been negligent?" He Yi sighed, "I was curious about that too, but now I understand why." She smiled and looked out the window, where Wang Dong was pushing Jiming's wheelchair to participate in the new student's oath-taking ceremony. "Why?" "Because someone wishes to play a game." "What kind of game?" He Ye's tone grew grave as she said, "A hunting game." At this moment, the three of them comprehended. Instantly, A chill ran through their hearts. Hunting? Who was hunting whom? Just as Chao Mingjian was about to inquire further, someone knocked on the reception room door. Director Zhao stood at the entrance, elegantly pinching his fingers, and inquired of the few individuals inside. Dear guests, Teacher Heiyi, we are currently holding the new student enrollment ceremony. Would you care to join us? The three of them, unable to refuse the host's invitation, rose and followed Director Zhao out. In the same little garden, Shen Shilio stood before a statue, having gazed at it intently for the past 10 minutes. For some reason, he felt as if the statue were observing him, as if it were not merely a statue but a living entity. Alongside Shen Shilio were Jiming, Wang Dong, Director Zhao, Chao Mingjian, Ruan Mingyue, Yin Danian, Heiyi Dot, and Shen Shilio's good brother Wei Jingkong. Director Zhao held a thick book of the Morning Star Martial Academy's motto in his hands. Standing beside Shen Shilio, raising his right arm, Shen Shilio followed suit. Then, Director Zhao spoke a phrase, and Shen Shilio echoed it. For reasons unknown, Director Zhao's voice suddenly became robust and resonant, devoid of any sharpness. I swear. I wish to become a martial artist at the Morning Star Martial Academy. Throughout my future career as a martial artist, I shall uphold the true essence of martialism and remain steadfast in my principles. I am tolerant. I make a promise I shall embrace my fellow clansmen's selfishness, ignorance, short-sightedness, and greed. I shall embrace the disputes, grudges, hatred, and pasts of my kin. I am tolerant. I make a promise I pledge to forever gaze at the starry sky and safeguard the land beneath me. I vow that if one day, the path ahead for my kin is an endless night, I will be the guiding morning star. I seek not applause or flowers, nor the admiration of the world. I desire neither status nor wealth. I only wish for all of my kin to be safe and for our legacy to remain boundless. Chapter 45. Under the morning star, fate will arrange the best for you. Each martial academy possesses its unique oath of enrollment, which is generally a mere formality. The crowd listened to Director Zhao recite and Shen Shilio repeat. Their reactions varied. Jiming, seated in his wheelchair, stared blankly at the encroaching dusk. Principal Wang Dong, hearing Director Zhao's suddenly deepened voice, smirked and remarked, "Damn it, old Zhao has spent his entire life's vitality on this moment." Heiyi, however, was fixated on the statue that Director Zhao had brought from the Fate Park. More precisely, she was observing the two children holding daggers depicted in the statue. The man, wielding a long sword and shield, gazed skyward, fiercely protecting the two children clinging to his legs. Each child held a dagger in one hand while tightly clutching the man's leg with the other. Yet, Heiyi felt an inexplicable sensation that the daggers of the two children seemed to be guarding against one another. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she startled herself. Fortunately, the oath was nearing its conclusion, and Shen Shilio's somewhat juvenile voice proclaiming the wish for the safety of his kin elicited a mix of amusement and bemusement. However, Heiyi felt a slight tremor within her heart. Regarding this oath of enrollment, Chao Mingjian and his companions did not seem particularly affected. Chao Mingjian's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the hunting activities in the Nantehang secret realm. Ruan Mingyue's gaze flitted between Wei Jingkong and Shen Shilio, and she seized the opportunity to sneak glances at Jiming, quickly averting her eyes each time. Despite being in her 30s, at that moment, she appeared almost as innocent as a little girl from the Morning Star Martial Academy. As for Yin Danian, since he had glanced at his phone upon arrival, he had been busy sending messages, occasionally stealing glances at Jiming in the depths of the little garden. A slender boy concealed himself in the grass. Observing the scene from afar, his soft-haired pen poised over an ancient scroll, continuing to inscribe. That evening, Shen Shilio enrolled, the oath-taking ceremony. He glanced up at the sky, now speckled with stars, and concluded, "The stars are resplendent." As the oath-taking ceremony concluded, Director Zhao handed Shen Shilio 2 black and 2 white sets of martial artist training attire, a small box embedded with a microspace array, and other items such as a campus card and student ID. He instructed him, "Bid farewell to your friends and escort them out of the campus. Then, report to Class 6 and drop off your belongings. As of now, it's the first lesson of the evening class, which you need not attend. Go to the cafeteria and have dinner. During the second lesson of the evening class, proceed to the West Second classroom on the top floor of the teaching building and attend Teacher Heiyi's elective course with the other Realm System martial artists. Tonight, the top 8 classes of our school will set off for the secret realm for training, and you will join Class 6. Shen Shilio nodded woodenly. "Director, am I also a Realm System martial artist?" "Am I?" Director Zhao smiled. Do you wish to become a realm system martial artist? It can be changed. Hearing this, Wei Jingkong beside him stared wide-eyed. It can be changed? What nonsense is this? Can a martial artist's talent really be altered? Moreover, when did my good brother awaken the realm system talent? Suddenly, Wei Jingkong felt a twinge of sympathy for his good brother Xin Shiliu. He was grateful for his previous decision. However, upon reflection, it seemed that his good brother had little martial artist talent. If that were the case, then perhaps the option to change made some sense. Xin Shiliu blinked at Director Zhao several times and said, "Whatever works, I will follow the teacher's arrangements. I just wish to become a martial artist." Director Zhao gently patted Xin Shiliu's shoulder. Do you remember how you answered the last question in the written test? The slow-witted Xin Shiliu furrowed his brows and shook his head. Director Zhao chuckled. If you don't remember, that's good. Just rest assured and go. Under the morning star, fate will provide you with the best arrangements. With his hands clasped together, Xin Shiliu solemnly bowed to Director Zhao and said, Thank you, Director. He then turned to Wang Dong and bowed. Thank you. This plump uncle, Director Zhao interjected. That's the principal. Oh. Thank you, Principal. Xin Shiliu continued. Thank you. This beautiful teacher. Director Zhao replied. You have good taste. Xin Shiliu added. Thank you. Jingkong. Wei Jingkong was filled with mixed emotions. Xin Shiliu then expressed, Thank you to these 3 elder brothers and sisters. Chao Mingjian promptly responded, You're too polite, little brother. Yin Danian waved his hand, while Ruan Mingyue queried, Why didn't you call me beautiful sister? Xin Shiliu glanced at Ruan Mingyue and then at Heiyi beside her, blinking in confusion, feeling his CPU might just crash. He chose instead to apologize to Ruan Mingyue, then turned to Njiming in the wheelchair and bowed deeply, Thank you, this persevering classmate. The crowd fell silent. A gentle breeze of early summer swept through, and the little garden became tranquil. Wang Dong gazed up at the night sky, visibly moved, and said, Isn't it said that fate will arrange for you? Kid, you sure know how to speak. Director Zhao quietly stepped forward, pulling Xin Shiliu away. Go see your friend off. All right. Seeing that matters here had concluded. Chao Mingjian glanced at Heiyi, initially intending to continue questioning her, but then looked at Njiming. Once everyone had departed, he strode up to Njiming and probed, What are you planning to do? Njiming, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by what I plan to do? Chao Mingjian pointed at himself and questioned, Why did I neglect my duties and allow the ghost ninjas from Sakura Island to enter? Njiming sniffed and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that was my doing. At that moment, Chao Mingjian exhaled deeply, feeling an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. He regarded Njiming, his expression conveying a singular question. Why? Njiming smiled and gestured toward Heiyi not far away, saying, interrogating Heiyi to obtain crucial intelligence. Congratulations, Captain Chao, you've made another achievement today. Chao Mingjian. He was about to inquire further when Yin Dajing approached and tugged at his arm. Gesturing with his phone, Brother, I must take my leave. An urgent mission has arisen over at Huhai, and the helicopter has already arrived at the squadron courtyard to take me to the military airport. Chao Mingjian nodded and patted Yin Dajing on the shoulder, saying, Take care, brother. You too, take care. Yin Dajing exchanged a glance with Njiming before turning to depart. After he left, Chao Mingjian squatted down before Njiming, maintaining eye contact as he questioned, Why do you toy with my fate in such a manner? Njiming smiled and replied, To enable Captain Chao to manage the entire world. Chao Mingjian. Ha. Njiming laughed heartily and said, Captain Chao, you can't possibly believe that. I was merely teasing you. It was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Chapter 46. I am your teacher for this class. The starlit night adorned the summer sky as the heavy iron gates of Qinxing Martial Arts School slowly opened, revealing several figures stepping out. Yin Dajing hurriedly made his way. Xin Shiliu accompanied her dear friend Wei Jingkong to the school gate. They exchanged a silent glance, ultimately embracing each other. Jingkong, I truly believe this place may not be any worse than Longwei. Perhaps you could. Noticing the glimmer in Wei Jingkong's eyes, Xin Shiliu swallowed the words unspoken. Often, the communication between friends transcends the need for language. Shiliu, I'm leaving. After patting Xin Shiliu's shoulder, Wei Jingkong turned to stand by the roadside, waiting for a vehicle. Not far from him, Yin Dajing was also awaiting the transport from the Martial Affairs Bureau. As the gates of Qinxing Martial Arts School closed behind them, both turned to glance back. Inside, Xin Shiliu waved farewell to Wei Jingkong, who shouted, Go back. I'm not dead. We're in the same city. Once the break starts, we can meet anytime. No need to be so sentimental. Shin Shilio nodded. Jin Kong, take care. After shouting this, she turned and ran off, as if expending all her energy. What Shin Shilio did not see was Wei Jin Kong watching her figure until it vanished completely before he turned back. Ignoring the peculiar gaze from Yin Dajing beside him, Wei Jin Kong took out his phone and dialed a number. Principal Wang, I've transferred the funds. Thank you for accepting Shin Shilio. However, I have a few other requests. And I can offer more money. Firstly, please do not let Shilio know that your school is of lesser quality. I do not mean to insult you. I simply wish to shield him from disappointment. He holds your school in high esteem and has high expectations for himself. I do not want him to feel disheartened. Also, I must insist. Please ensure that Shilio will not be bullied at school, as he is not a martial artist and cannot compete with even the slightest practitioner. Thus, I kindly ask for your extra care. I am willing to pay more. Lastly, regarding the martial arts examination you mentioned, if there is a way for Shilio to attend a martial university, even the least esteemed one, I am prepared to spend any amount. After Wei Jinkong hung up, Yin Dajing, standing nearby, remarked wistfully, Are you treating your brother like a son? Wei Jinkong responded with a smile, remaining silent. Yin Dajing playfully inquired, Hey, can I be your friend? Wei Jinkong pointed at the gates of Chunxing Martial Arts School and replied, One son is enough. Yin Dajing chuckled, not taking Wei Jinkong's words to heart. Yet he was surprised when Wei Jinkong approached him, extending his hand. I don't mind having more friends. Observing the spirited young man before him, Yin Dajing suddenly felt that this individual's future might be promising. He shook Wei Jinkong's hand and asked, I hear you aspire to join Longwei? Wei Jinkong nodded, Yes, I aim to join Longwei Martial Reserve, as it offers the greatest opportunity to enter Longwei Martial University, and then I wish to enlist in Longwei. Yin Dajing decided to impart some wisdom to this resolute youth. Friend, whether it be Longwei, the Martial Affairs Bureau, or the traditional military, these institutions of force associated with the government, do you know what the most critical criterion they use to assess whether a newcomer is worthy of cultivation? Yin Dajing anticipated that a young man like Wei Jinkong would respond with answers related to capability, character, or temperament. However, he was taken aback when Wei Jinkong replied with an insight that one typically grasps only after years of experience, loyalty. Yin Dajing was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, Is there someone in your family working within the government? Wei Jinkong shook his head, My family isn't business. Ever since I resolved to join Longwei, I have been researching what kind of individuals they seek. Therefore, I have endeavored to mold myself into such a person. This time, Yin Dajing took the initiative to extend his hand to Wei Jinkong again. Come, brother, let us shake hands once more. Wei Jinkong smiled as they shook hands again. I'm Yin Dajing, working in the security department at Huhai's Martial Affairs Airport. I am a few years older than you. If you ever feel lost in your studies, don't hesitate to reach out to me. All right, thank you, brother Dajing. No need for politeness. You will surely join Longwei. Besides delving into human nature, don't forget to protect your home and country. Wei Jinkong committed brother Dajing's advice to memory. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously, wishing my brother Wei Jinkong great success in his studies, wishing brother Dajing continuous advancement. Soon, their transport arrived, and they bid each other farewell beneath the night sky before parting ways. Inside the vehicle, Yin Dajing mused, I have a premonition that by the time we meet again, you will no longer be that Navi youth. No, you are not that anymore. Inside Chunxing Martial Arts School, Chao Mingjian was eager to continue interrogating the knight. However, he was informed by Director Zhao that it was time for class, and the knight had to teach the students first. Even in a martial arts school, even in the new era where martial artists held a transcendent status, it was utterly absurd for a school to openly refuse the interrogation of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Nevertheless, neither Chao Mingjian nor Wan Mingyue expressed any objections. They simply requested to attend the class. Director Zhao nodded in agreement. On the top floor of the teaching building, in Classroom West 2, the classrooms of the martial arts school were spacious, and students did not have to sit rigidly as in the olden days. They could sit or stand as they pleased, listening while freely moving about as long as they did not engage in martial arts sparring with their peers. There were no significant issues. This moment, the knight stood at the podium in the expansive classroom, feeling a tumult of emotions. Here she was, a renowned Oni King ninja cultivated by the Sakura Island military, now standing before a classroom in a neighboring country's martial arts school. While the knight was lost in thought, suddenly, a tremendous fire erupted within the classroom. Alarmed, The knight noticed a girl encircled by flames. Her vital areas obscured by the blaze. Oh, is this the new teacher? How beautiful! The knight remained vigilant, yet a smile graced her face as she addressed the girl. Thank you. You are quite lovely as well. The flames gradually coalesced around the girl's slender figure. Hello, teacher. My name is Zhang Huahua. The knight nodded slightly when, all of a sudden, the temperature within the classroom plummeted. Crack! The jarring sound of cracking ice resonated abruptly as the walls of the classroom became encrusted with frost. From the icy ceiling above, a frigidly indifferent girl's face appeared, gazing at the knight with a cold expression. Hello, teacher. I am Chen Bingbing. The knight merely smiled, remaining stationary, and casually tossed her pin to the ground. The sound of it clattering echoed, plunging the entire classroom into darkness. No flames, no ice, only impenetrable blackness, as if the world itself had simultaneously lost power. Hello, my two students. I am your teacher for this class. The Knight. Chapter 47. Why am I the least skilled? Outside Classroom West 2. Only a few minutes remained before class began, and a number of students from the Realm Department stood outside the classroom. At this moment, these students tacitly refrained from entering, instead watching the classroom where flames surged and ice accumulated. Darkness enveloped the room. Murmurs of discussion arose outside. This Sakura Island teacher is impressive. Truly capable. The ones who survive under Jiming's scrutiny from the other federations may be incompetent, but Sakura Island certainly is not. Better to err on the side of caution than to let one slip by. If they do, there must be a reason. In 2 years, the teachers buried in the mountains of Sakura Island could probably form a martial arts battalion. I hope this teacher. Given her beauty, I hope she survives to teach a few more classes. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue were ascending the stairs when they encountered Shen Shiliu, who was also heading to this class. Chao Mingjian could immediately discern that Shen Shiliu lacked any martial arts foundation. He was perplexed as to why Qinxing Martial Arts School would accept such a student, as if to bolster their enrollment statistics with a negligible addition. However, when Chao Mingjian suddenly thought of Jiming, he turned to look at Ruan Mingyue, who gestured and moved closer. Chao Mingjian whispered, "Keep a close watch on this Shen Shiliu." Ruan Mingyue nodded in understanding. As they arrived at the West Classroom 2 on the top floor, the classroom had returned to normalcy. The students entered in an orderly manner. The somewhat dull-witted Shen Shiliu curiously surveyed his surroundings, faintly sensing that none of his classmates appeared to be inferior to Wei Jingkong. In fact, they seemed to exude a stronger aura. Yet, upon recalling his own inherent clumsiness, Shen Shiliu deemed this realization as quite ordinary. In comparison, Shen Shiliu's reaction was relatively normal. As for the other two. Upon entering the classroom, Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue, both high-ranking officials from the Martial Affairs Bureau, fell silent. One could even say they were exceedingly well-behaved. A closer look revealed that Chao Mingjian's arms and legs were trembling. Ruan Mingyue remained as stiff as usual, her complexion pale. Shen Shiliu could sense the formidable abilities of his classmates in this classroom, let alone these two. At this moment, both Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue were apprehensive that a certain classmate might suddenly erupt and take them down with a series of swift strikes. Just a minute before class began, a lively figure dashed towards West Classroom 2. Even before arriving, her voice had already reached them. "Wu. Which one is Shen Shiliu?" Lin Xiaochun, wielding a knight's great sword and accompanied by a yapping little wolf cub, stood at the classroom door peering inside. She instantly locked onto her most unfamiliar target in the room, Chao Mingjian. Bursting forth to Chao Mingjian's side, Lin Xiaochun broke into a wide grin and raised her hand to pat him on the shoulder. Although Lin Xiaochun appeared somewhat naive and frail, the massive great sword slung across her back and the small wolf cub she toyed with, albeit a variant, were enough to command respect. Chao Mingjian deftly dodged Lin Xiaochun's playful pat. Of course, this was partly due to Lin Xiaochun's friendly approach. Otherwise, as a highly perceptive ability user, he would never have managed to evade a close-quarters combatant strike. Seeing the courtesy in his actions, Lin Xiaochun was unperturbed and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello there. Welcome to the Morning Star Martial School. We sincerely welcome you. Haven't we met somewhere before? Let me think. Chao Mingjian. Who am I? Where am I? What should I say?" He glanced at Ruan Mingyue, who reminded him, "She is welcoming you." Before Chao Mingjian could respond, Lin Xiaochun continued cheerfully, "I'm finally not the weakest in this school anymore. It's your turn, Chao Mingjian." Ruan Mingyue. In a certain sense, she does have a point. Chao Mingjian. No, Mingyue, Shinshilio? Am I really the weakest? Shinshilio was also present in the classroom, and Chao Mingjian hesitated to voice his thoughts too bluntly. He was merely implying that Shinshilio was here, too. Why should he be deemed the weakest? At this moment, Ruan Mingyue shot him a disdainful glance. Mingjian, how can you compare yourself to someone who has only been enrolled for less than a day? By all means, you're over 20 years older than him. Chao Mingjian. As class time approached, a hand reached over and pulled Lin Xiaochun away. Li Tianhao, clad in a green robe, coldly admonished her. This is a class for domain system students. Why are you causing a commotion? Go to your iron training class. Lin Xiaochun retorted. And you, practicing Dao Sword, don't you invade our close combat classes every day? Li Tianhao, Dao Sword is still a sword. Dog, Awu, Ruan Mingyue, Mingjian. I seem to detect a whiff of romantic tension. Chao Mingjian, go inform the parents of these two students. Ruan Mingyue, at the podium, Heiyi looked at the 30-odd students before her, her heart pounding with trepidation. If Shinshilio's understanding of his classmates was at level 1, and Chao Mingjian's was at 5, then hers was at 10, because they belonged to the same system. Above the domain is the realm. When a realm system martial artist cultivates their realm to a certain level, they will break through to the domain. Among the students before Heiyi, only 2 were at the realm level. The rest were all at the domain level. The 2 at the realm level were Zhang Huahua and Chen Bingbing, who had previously demonstrated their strength to her, while Heiyi had felt a tad antagonistic towards these students before. Gratitude now filled her heart, so it turned out they had brought in the 2 weakest to demonstrate their prowess. Well, they were quite considerate. With this thought, Heiyi was suddenly confronted with a very practical question. What could she teach this extraordinary group of students? It seemed she could only impart her foundational skills. As class time commenced, all the students in the classroom fell silent, their gazes converging on Heiyi. Taking a deep breath, Heiyi smiled and addressed her classmates. Hello, everyone. I will be teaching you this elective class on the domain system. Hesitating for a moment, she glanced at the only 2 realm system martial artists in the room and continued. Today, I will discuss the theme of how to silently unfold one's domain without needing a target. Ahem, the same applies to the realm. Everyone knows that martial artists from our category typically seek targets. For instance, a flame domain requires finding a flame, while an ice domain necessitates locating a piece of ice. The lower tier involves searching for a target, whereas the middle tier entails creating the target, igniting a flame for the flame domain, or carrying a piece of ice for the ice domain. The upper tier involves using the environment as the target, only engaging in battle on a home ground where one possesses absolute advantages. Beyond these 3 methods, I wish to share another approach to silently activate a domain. Naturally, this method also requires a target. However, the nature of this target is highly discrete and difficult to detect. Typical domain system martial artists blindly pursue the expansion of their domain. The larger the domain, the stronger their combat ability. Yet, a small-scale microdomain is not without merit. For instance, the silent target I just mentioned. By pre-activating a microdomain compressed to its utmost limits. Note, I said microdomain, not the target itself, such as a flame domain martial artist hiding a minuscule flame domain within themselves, rather than concealing a flame. A microdomain is not easily perceived, whereas a flame is quite the opposite. When combat is required, one can directly release the microdomain as a target while simultaneously unfolding a larger domain prepared for battle. As Heiyi spoke, she noticed a playful expression on the faces of the students below. Pausing, she inquired, "What's wrong? Does anyone have questions?" A bald male student raised his hand, saying, "Teacher, do you know where the last instructor who taught this method of using a microdomain as a target is now?" Beside him, a tall student chimed in, "Buried in the back mountain. I reckon the grass on his grave is half a meter high now." Heiyi asked, "Do you all believe that using a microdomain as a target is unfeasible?" The previously speaking bald student replied, "Domains cannot coexist. Even if I were to unfold 2 prism domains, they would conflict with each other, ultimately leading to my own injury before I even engage with another martial artist." The tall student added, "Teacher, we want to learn the method you used last night to silently pull the entire city into your domain. Even if it was only for a moment, we all felt it. If not for your impressive track record, there wouldn't have been just 2 realm girls demonstrating their domains before class today." Signaling the tall student to hold his tongue, Heiyi turned to the other students, asking if they also believed that 2 similar domains could not coexist. The other students were non-committal, but generally agreed with the bald student's assertion. just as Hei prepared to elaborate further. She noticed another student raising his hand, smiling as he gestured. You, please go ahead. This student, appearing slender and possessing clear eyes, spoke, Teacher, I believe that the notion that different domains cannot coexist is not absolute. Because once, I created two coexisting spaces. Although it was just that once, it truly happened. However, I have not succeeded since then. Observing this student, Hei Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration. She glanced at the other classmates and asked, Does anyone else have similar experiences? 3 more students slowly raised their hands. While Hei Yi maintained an outward expression of appreciation and approval, a hint of astonishment flickered in her gaze in her view. These students had already brushed against the threshold of the core principles of domain system martial arts. Yet they had not even attended a proper martial university. Suppressing her inner emotions, Hei Yi slowly said, Classmates, using a microdomain as a target to unfold a larger domain is merely a formality. What comes next is the key point I wish to discuss, domain laws. Why is it that two similar realms cannot coexist? Although both belong to the domains of flame and frost, the laws governing each realm are inconsistent. We are currently unable to master the internal laws of these realms. Once we achieve that mastery, we would transcend humanity and become divine beings. While we cannot control these laws, it does not hinder our ability to perceive them. For me, my realm is the night. What exists in the night? There are stars, the moon, the night sky, the evening breeze. Yet, I find no interest in these elements. When I immerse myself in the darkness of the night, I discover that what captivates me most is the profound darkness itself. Thus, the spatial law I comprehend is color, pure, impenetrable blackness, and a grayish hue that exists between realms and reality. From that moment on, I conjured a night realm that could either be grayish-white or pure black. Devoid of stars, the moon, and the evening breeze, as I concluded my thoughts on the night, I noticed the expressions of the students below had changed. Each classmate furrowed their brows in contemplation, as if they were deeply attuned to something. Suddenly, whoosh! The classroom was illuminated as if a sun had appeared beside the students, piercing rays of light radiating in all directions, rendering the other students unable to open their eyes. Teacher, I've understood. My spatial law is lines. Lines of light, the excited voice of the previously timid boy echoed throughout the classroom. I've done it, unfolding without sound. I no longer need a flashlight to illuminate my realm. I can sense the light of nature. The knight tapped on the lectern, and the blinding light gradually diminished, enveloping the classroom in a profound darkness. She turned to the slender boy and asked, What is your name, student? Teacher, my name is Zhang Xiao. The knight nodded with a smile. Please refrain from unfolding your realm carelessly, as it may disturb your classmates. Understood, teacher. A girl who had previously revealed her flame domain hesitated and said, Teacher, I think mine is the form of flickering flames, but it's rather vague. The knight raised her index finger and replied, Do not rush, student. Take your time. The more hurried you are, the less you will perceive. Slow down. Suddenly, a loud exclamation drew everyone's attention. The tall boy stared in astonishment at the bald boy next to him. Not just him, but other students also gasped in disbelief. The originally singular bald boy had transformed into two. 2 identical bald boys wore matching expressions of embarrassment. Teacher, the law I've sensed seems to be mirroring. More students from the domain realm successfully grasped their corresponding spatial laws, while some struggled to do so. As the night passed by, the frost domain girl Chen Bingbing anxiously pulled at her. Teacher, I can't sense anything. My realm is filled with nothing but cold. The knight gently held Chen Bingbing's hand and said, Student, not only visible things embody laws. Have you tried exploring the realm of ideas? Okay. Moments later, in silence, Chen Bingbing transformed herself into an ice sculpture. She, too, could now unfold her realm without a sound. Outside the classroom, Wang Dong and Director Zhao observed the unfolding events within. Principal Wang nodded repeatedly, his chubby face jiggling. Yes, this knight is impressive. No wonder she survived from the hands of my ancestors. Quite remarkable, Director Zhao elegantly remarked. Principal, she is the demon king cultivated by the Sakura Island military for many years. The future successor of the Oni Ninja Corps. Surely, she possesses some abilities? Upon hearing Director Zhao's words, Wang Dong shuddered and instinctively questioned, Wait, then why is she so generous, revealing everything. Director Zhao smiled gracefully. Thus, under the watchful gaze of fate, so many teachers from Sakura Island perished, yet she alone remains. Chapter 49. The game of fate begins as the knight selflessly guided everyone to perceive the laws of their realms. The students of the domain realm gradually began to acknowledge this teacher. By the end of the class, what was originally a domain realm elective course, consisting of only 2 domain warriors, had become utterly misleading. Zhang Huahua and Chen Bingbing advanced during the class. Under the shroud of night, one side was an endless sea of flames, while the other was a vast expanse of ice. Both girls successfully transitioned from domain warriors to realm warriors. Other realm warriors also made some progress, albeit to varying degrees, except for Chao Mingjian quietly inquired of Shinshilio, ahem, what law did you perceive? Observing the impressive displays from his classmates, Shinshilio did not exhibit excessive envy. He responded to Chao Mingjian, everyone is so remarkable, I cannot allow them to perish. Chao Mingjian's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed, so, the law you comprehend is immortality? Shinshilio blinked and replied, no, I have no law at all. I am not even a domain warrior right now. Beside them, Ruan Mingyue patted Shinshilio's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll become one very soon. Shinshilio queried, why? Ruan Mingyue pointed at the ceiling, because fate would not have brought you here to this classroom for no reason. To attend this class. Shinshilio numbly nodded, then I shall take my sister's good fortune. Ruan Mingyue exclaimed, why can't you call me beautiful sister? Shinshilio replied, with a hint of irritation. Ruan Mingyue turned back to find Chao Mingjian staring at her intently. She asked, what's wrong? Chao Mingjian cleared his throat and said, Mingyue, do you know what your expression resembled when you stated that fate would not come without reason? What did it resemble? You looked just like a devout follower worshipping their supreme deity. Ruan Mingyue. Suddenly, Ruan Mingyue's eyes flickered, prompting Chao Mingjian to ask, what's up? Did you think of something, Mingjian? Ruan Mingyue pondered. Do you think that perhaps Njiming is a realm warrior, and the law he comprehends is fate? Chao Mingjian replied, that question is pointless. Whether he is or isn't, what difference does it make? Ruan Mingyue shook her head. It makes a difference. If he truly is a realm warrior, then he possesses a life gate. Chao Mingjian looked up at the ceiling and said, lower your voice. Fate might be watching you right now. Ruan Mingyue responded, do you know what you sound like when you say that? What? You sound just like a devout follower worshipping. Be quiet. Amidst their murmurs, the class came to an end. The students rose to bid farewell to the knight, each wearing sincere smiles, as she watched them depart. Once the last student, Shinshilio, exited the classroom, the knight exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat, feeling lightheaded and collapsing onto the floor. Chao Mingjian gestured for Ruan Mingyue to help her up and asked, Knight teacher, what happened? The knight pointed outside the classroom. Do you realize what that group of students signifies? Chao Mingjian lowered his head, silent, while Ruan Mingyue speculated, can one Zhang Huahua equal the power of our Liangqing Wuqin brigade? Can it, Mingjian? Not by itself. Chao Mingjian asserted decisively, we would need another Chen Bingbing. What if we add that bald boy from the Prism realm? The dragon guards of Liangqing would likely have to pay a price. And what about the one from the Light realm? Zhang Xiao. The dragon guards of Zhongyuan province would probably have to pay a price too. Afterward, Chao Mingjian turned to the knight and asked, what is your evaluation of that class of students? The knight took 2 deep breaths and replied, in any place outside of the stars and the Summer Kingdom, that group of students could establish a new federation. Upon hearing this, both Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue fell silent. Soon, Chao Mingjian spoke up, I apologize, knight teacher. Although I see you are diligently teaching our students from the Summer Kingdom, our interrogation of you must continue. All right, knight teacher, do you mean to say that over the years, the warriors sent by your Sakura Island military to assassinate Njiming have gone silent? You need not be so evasive. You can directly say they are all dead. Surely not? Are you saying that 5 of your Sakura Island military's Demon King level ninjas have gone missing in the Summer Kingdom over these years? 5 are dead, 1 is missing. Who is the missing one? I, the knight, ahem, my apologies. Miss Knight, I have just messaged the principal regarding your concerns. Indeed, 5 ghost kings have perished, and they lie buried behind the school. You may pay your respects when you have the time. Thank you, Dado. By the way, Miss Knight, how many ghost kings are enshrined in your Jing Island Heaven House at Dongdu? 3 of them. You previously mentioned that other federal martial artists were hiding in the secret realm of the South Taihang. When do they plan to take action? I am unsure. but I do know that the importance placed on a martial artist capable of altering fate is regarded with even greater seriousness by those federals than by us of Sakura Island. The interrogation concluded, and it was already the latter part of the night. Chao Mingjian and Wan Mingyue hurried back to the Martial Affairs Bureau to report the information they had gathered. Leaving in a rush, as for their earlier intention to interview in Jimin, that was set aside for the time being. The knight made her way to the back mountain of the school, where amidst a tangle of crooked graves, she bowed in reverence to several gravestones inscribed with the identities of their masters. Once she had finished her rites, the knight sat beside one of the Ghost King's graves, gazing at the starry sky above, and spoke in Sakura dialect. Predecessors, if one day we meet again in the netherworld, I beseech you not to trouble me. After all, standing at the crossroads of fate, I too once resolutely wished for a shattering of jade. Yet who can truly decipher the intricacies of destiny? Heh. Predecessors, you shall not be alone, for the game of fate's hunting is about to commence. In the principal's office on the upper floor of the comprehensive building, Director Zhao adjusted in Jimin's white training attire, while Wang Dong fervently urged, "Oh my ancestors, what are you making a fuss about? It's merely a training exercise. Let those young ones handle it themselves. I refuse to believe that they would dare to slack off with you watching from above." And Jimin shot Wang Dong a sidelong glance and pointed to the belt at her waist, saying, "Director Zhao, tighten this a bit." Of course. Director Zhao, with delicate fingers, adjusted in Jimin's attire with utmost care. Jimin then turned and walked to the window of the principal's office, gazing out at the campus. Over 400 martial artist students from the Morning Star Martial Academy, clad in black, stood in disciplined silence. No words were exchanged. No movements were made. The air was thick with a palpable aura of intent, piercing the night sky. Chapter 50. Rest assured, ancestors, I shall safeguard the school for you. The 8 martial arts classes of the Morning Star Martial Academy, consisting of more than 400 students, who typically thrived on chaos, seemed transformed in this moment, though their numbers were not overwhelming. Standing in the plaza before the comprehensive building, they appeared somewhat sparse. Yet, it was precisely these 400 souls that rendered Miss Knight, the future successor of the Sakura Island Ghost Ninja Army, devoid of the courage to meet their gaze directly. She stood in a corner of the small plaza. Beside her, a tall figure floated silently in the shadows, an entity she had previously encountered in the Fate Park. The four-winged Dark Angel, having ventured into numerous secret realms during her time on Sakura Island and encountered various secretive beings, this was her first encounter with a Dark Angel. Sensing its gaze lingering on a few designated students in the plaza, Knight's voice trembled slightly. "Are you here to bid farewell to your students?" In the stillness of the night, the Dark Angel, seemingly unburdened by breath, hovered above the ground, devoid of any sound of respiration. Just as Knight thought it would ignore her, a deep, hoarse voice drifted into her ears. "Farewell? No, they shall return. Are you not also here to bid farewell to your own students? Well, can they truly be considered my students? I have only taught them a single lesson. I wish them good fortune." Knight clasped her hands together in silent prayer. She was not praying for those students who had attended her class, but rather for the other federal martial artists lurking within the secret realm, plotting to assassinate Jimin. Suddenly, a disturbance in the shadows heightened Knight's tension. She turned to see a new mysterious presence emerging from the darkness, its gaze also flitting across the plaza, resting on the same group of students in the principal's office. And Jimin glanced at the time and said to Wang Dong, "The approval from the Secret Management Bureau has arrived." Wang Dong immediately checked his phone and skillfully began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Beep. A notification came through. An email. Wang Dong opened his inbox to find indeed a message from the Secret Management Bureau. The content outlined the planning and scheduling for the Morning Star Martial Academy's Secret Realm training exercise. The entry times provided by Longjiang and Kaiyun were both set for the afternoon 2 days hence, with Longjiang's slot being from 3 to 5 and Kaiyun's from 5 to 7. The training period was limited to 5 days, allowing for early commencement but no extensions. Wang Dong chuckled. The staff at the Secret Management Bureau must be working hard. Burning the midnight oil, Director Zhao, who had finished adjusting in Jimin's attire, inquired, "And, do you think 2 days is sufficient?" And Jimin smiled slightly. "Is 2 days enough? If I aim to eliminate all the martial artists from around the world who wish to kill me, then indeed it is insufficient, unless I take matters into my own hands. However, If it is merely to clear out those small Kalami hiding in the Taihang Mountains, Director Zhao, you may be underestimating these students outside. Having spoken, and Jimin turned to face the principal and the academic director, formally asking, Principal, Director, is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, I shall take my leave. There is. Without hesitation, Principal Wang picked up a confidential document that Yang Lin had delivered and handed it to Jimin. This is from the Martial Education General Administration of Yendu. I am unclear about its contents. Jimin took the document without even glancing at it, fixing her gaze on Wang Dong and inquired, Principal, if I were to ask you to sign this document on my behalf, can you assure me that you will not divulge any of its contents? Wang Dong's expression turned serious as he replied, Of course I can. Ancestor, do you not trust others? Do you not trust me? And Jimin scrutinized Wang Dong for 2 seconds, shook her head with a sigh. Forget it, though I am reluctant to admit it. I cannot deny that you have called me so many times. So I shall respect your personal fate and refrain from any tricks. After saying this, Jimin handed the document to Director Zhao, saying, I would appreciate it if you could sign my name on it. And please do not sign your own name like last time. A hint of embarrassment finally crossed Director Zhao's perpetually elegant and refined face. Rest assured, and this time I will not make a mistake. That's good. You too, we shall meet again in a few days. While I am away, please ensure the school remains in order. With that, Jimin turned and departed. As she walked away, Wang Dong called out loudly, Rest assured. Ancestor, I will certainly take good care of the school. Once Jimin's figure disappeared down the corridor, Wang Dong immediately turned to Director Zhao. Quick, quick, old Zhao. The document. Director Zhao shot him a cool glance. What? Does the principal have any instructions? TSK. Wang Dong smacked his lips, looking at Zhao's expression as if he were being ungrateful. He pointed excitedly at the document in Director Zhao's hands. Do you know what this means? Especially at this time, this could very well be this year's examination details for the martial arts assessment. Hurry up and open it for me to see. Unmoved by Wang Dong's excitement, Director Zhao instead walked out to the corridor and shouted outside, and the principal wants to see this document. Shall we let him or not? In the darkness, Jimin's voice pierced through multiple floors, reaching their ears with precision. Let him roll, Wang Dong. Director Zhao watched as Wang Dong twitched his nose. Principal Wang turned up his lips and walked aside. He did not sit in the chair wherein Jimin often lounged, but instead took a seat on the visitor's sofa, crossing his legs and gazing at Director Zhao with a sardonic tone. Tell me, old Zhao, have you ever had moments where you felt like you were just a dog raised by Jimin? Director Zhao, holding the document, stood elegantly and replied. When the person is present, you call them ancestor. When they leave, you refer to them as Jimin. Principal, you are even more of a dog than I. Wang Dong countered. If I weren't a bit dog-like, would the ancestor even look at this shabby place? Director Zhao responded leisurely. If I weren't a bit dog-like, could I have become the academic director in this shabby place? As they bantered, they exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Dong grinned widely at Director Zhao and made a playful clawing gesture. Director Zhao, maintaining his usual elegance, smiled and politely uttered a single word. Woof. 20 minutes later, with a loud clang, the security guard, Grandpa Qin, swung open the massive iron gate of the Morning Star Martial Academy. In the night, over 400 martial artist students in black poured out in an orderly fashion. Outside, a row of military heavy-duty trucks waited quietly under the shroud of night in the late hours of the night. The Yen City Martial Arts Education General Administration unexpectedly released a public statement regarding the martial arts examination of the 17th year of the new calendar in the Summer Nation. The examination type has been confirmed as a practical test focused on combat against otherworldly beings. The examination venue has been established as the Qinling Secret Realm. The Martial Arts Education General Administration declared that all regulations pertaining to the martial examination have been meticulously drafted and will be disclosed over time. Upon the announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the martial artist community of the Summer Nation, even causing a considerable uproar on a global scale. This marks the first instance in the new calendar where humans will conduct practical testing within a secret realm. Chapter 51. The Southern Taihang Secret Realm, Eagle Crying in the Sky in the Veil of Night. A convoy of military heavy trucks traversed the urban expanse of Liang City, heading towards the outskirts. Following their predetermined route, they were meant to proceed to the nearest airport, located at the military airfield in the southern suburbs of Liang City. Indeed, the convoy was transporting students from Morning Star southward. However, instead of turning onto the national highway via Morningstar Avenue, the convoy continued straight, directly onto the expressway. Subsequently, the convoy veered northward, heading straight for the Taihang Mountains located in the northern part of Zhongyuan province. And Jiming sat in the first truck, seated on the floor alongside his classmates from Morningstar. From time to time, the gazes of his fellow students would drift towards him, their eyes filled with a mixture of respect and, to some extent, admiration. Yet, Jiming seemed oblivious to the attention, leaning against the truck's floor and dozing off. Apart from the others wearing black martial artist training uniforms, Jiming was clad in white. Aside from that, he appeared no different from the rest. As the convoy exited Liang City and crossed the Yellow River, it journeyed northward towards the southern Taihang's secret realm. The sky, twisted and dim, perpetually served as the backdrop of the secret realm. Regardless of the realm, due to spatial fluctuations, the sky displayed a convoluted gray glass-like hue, indistinguishable between day and night. At this moment, within an abandoned small village in the secret realm, several furtive figures emerged, only to meld back into the murky wilderness of the secret realm moments later. When these shadowy figures reappeared, they were already hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, a fierce shriek pierced the air as a blood-red giant eagle swooped down from the heavens, its sharp beak stained with the crimson flesh of an unknown creature. Upon spotting the figures below, the eagle's eyes glinted with malice. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged towards one of the figures. As the blood-red giant eagle beat its wings, a tempest arose, whipping up dust and debris, blinding the figures below. "Be careful, dodge," someone urgently warned, and in an instant, everyone executed their techniques, vanishing from their original positions and reappearing far away. However, the crisis was far from over. The descending giant eagle had locked onto one individual. Despite the person's strong push against the ground propelling them like a cannonball, the giant eagle perceived such explosive power as a delectable meal. With a cry that echoed across the skies, the giant eagle altered its trajectory mid-air, and then, with a flash of blood-red light in its gaze, it vanished. When it reappeared, the air was suddenly filled with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a fierce human voice that exploded into the atmosphere. "Die!" The warrior who had been targeted by the blood-red giant eagle bellowed in fury, launching a powerful punch into the air beside him. The force of his punch reverberated, creating a sound like thunder, and though it seemed to strike empty air, it was far from it. Before the warrior's punch, the sound of rupturing air continued, and a massive visible air fist surged forward, its might surpassing that of the warrior's own punch. The air crackled and exploded as the air fist surged forward, culminating in a resounding boom. With a sharp cry, the blood-red giant eagle, which had just vanished into the sky, reappeared, now bearing the imprint of a colossal human fist. It seemed the formidable impact had sent the giant eagle soaring backward, its expansive wings flapping wildly, stirring up fierce winds. Witnessing the warrior's ability to repel the giant eagle and inflict damage, the other warriors erupted in cheers. "Well done, Richie. You're the true king of fists. I believe you can land a few more punches to take that thing down." Amidst the accolades, the warrior named Richie remained fixated on the giant eagle he had just repelled. As an elite warrior, an unsettling intuition told him that something was amiss. Very amiss. Before Richie could fully comprehend what was wrong, another warrior among them perceived the issue first. "Richie, what you just struck was an illusion. Watch your back." Before the warning could be completed, Richie had already turned, unleashing a tremendous punch backward. Yet this time, what awaited him was not only the blood-red giant eagle, looming ominously, but also its gleaming, razor-sharp claws. With a swift motion, the eagle's claw clashed against Richie's fist, sending forth a gust of wind. A crisp sound echoed as Richie struck fiercely, shattering one of the giant eagle's claws. Richie distinctly felt the sensation of iron meeting flesh, realizing that this time, his hit had truly connected. Uttering a curse in his native dialect that none could comprehend, Richie unleashed a flurry of punches, like a tempest, upon the blood-red giant eagle. The sound of his blows resonated like a thunderous drumbeat, prompting sympathy from the other warriors for the unfortunate eagle. "This is tragic," someone quipped, relaxing their guard and jesting. "Shall we roast that giant for a feast later? Sounds like a splendid idea. I bet its wings will taste exquisite." Hey, Richie, my good brother, ease up a bit. Otherwise, the meat will toughen when we roast it. At that moment, the warrior who had first warned Richie suddenly exclaimed, "No, wait, Richie, Richie. No, it's not Richie. It's..." With a sudden crash, the swirling dust and debris that had filled the air since the emergence of the blood-red giant eagle came to an abrupt halt. The echo of Richie's relentless punches still resonated, yet the blood-red giant eagle had vanished. A piercing cry of the eagle pierced the air, followed by a chilling scream. The expressions of the warriors shifted dramatically, and they hastily vacated their positions, scanning their surroundings in confusion. Yet, they found nothing amiss. The warrior who had first alerted Richie trembled and murmured, "Look up in the sky." They all gazed upward, only to see the blood-red giant eagle soaring high, clutching a struggling figure in its beak. It was Richie. This blood-red giant eagle had deceived them all. Richie. No. My God. With a slight movement of its blood-red beak, a barely audible snap echoed through the air as Richie's robust form was cleaved in two, blood spilling across the sky. The other warriors stood transfixed, staring at the blood-red giant eagle that ascended into the heavens. Chapter 52. A minor twist of fate, damn it. The intel clearly stated that the Southern Taihang secret realm was merely an ordinary Belevel realm. It was reported that the Long Way of the Summer Nation had just conducted a purge of otherworldly beings last month. What in the heavens was that creature soaring above? Don't tell me it could grow that large in just a month. The visibly non-Summer Nation warriors erupted in furious exclamations. Among them, the first to warn Henry was a Western man clad in a metallic vest, draped in what resembled a wizard's robe. This man gazed toward the direction in which the blood-red giant eagle had disappeared. Extending his right hand as a small metallic cube began to rotate and expand, transforming into a metal disc about the size of a hand. As the disc spun, dots of light flickered, forming a magical array that operated according to a specific pattern. The outline of the blood-red giant eagle became faintly visible within the magical array. Once the silhouette of the giant eagle was fully formed, the man immediately declared, "I've located the creature. Greer, come here." "All right." A slender but striking Western woman, already holding a bow meant for confronting the giant eagle, drew back the string, but instead of aiming at the sky, she directed her aim toward the magical array on the man's metal disc. Others quickly distanced themselves from the man, who, feeling apprehensive, sidestepped and warned, "Make sure to aim carefully. Don't repeat last time. Shut your mouth. Don't act like a coward." The female archer barked, tightening her grip on the imaginary arrow. A gust of violent wind surged from her hand, and an invisible arrow seemed to materialize. The man controlling the metal magic array was buffeted by the wind, unable to open his eyes, and could only ask, "Greer, are you sure you have it aimed right? Close your filthy mouth. No one questions my prowess." The female archer retorted fiercely, "I am as precise as can be." Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Southern Taihang secret realm, in the suburbs of Yincheng, the Morning Star Martial Arts School convoy, en route to the secret realm of South Taihang, was initially a scene of drowsiness, with Njiming dozing off amidst the swaying of the vehicle. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a slight smile and remarked, "Surely, you cannot be more precise than this, can you?" "No, you are not precise." At that very moment, within the secret realm, among several foreign martial artists, a female archer proclaimed, "I am as precise as can be." As she spoke, her fingers, which had been firmly gripping the bowstring, suddenly relaxed. And with a swift motion, the air around her erupted as if a bomb had detonated, sending an invisible arrow soaring towards the silhouette of a giant eagle etched within a metallic magic circle. Just as the female archer released her arrow, a voice rang out, cursing, "Greels, you wretched dog. Are you attempting to kill Bran?" The man at the helm of the metallic magic disc realized the danger and urgently shouted, "Priest, priest, moo." But the rapidly approaching invisible arrow rendered him speechless, leaving him to hope that the priest could react swiftly enough. This damned archer, her arrow was aimed squarely at his forehead. In less than a tenth of a second, the man recalled his entire life, perplexed as to when he had ever offended this female archer. Meanwhile, the archer herself sensed something amiss the moment she released the bowstring. The Western longbow, which she usually wielded with utmost familiarity, felt strangely foreign at that instant. Although this feeling of strangeness vanished in a heartbeat, it was sufficient to affect the arrow she had just loosed. However, the female archer did not panic. Instead, in the face of imminent peril, She took a deep breath, maintained her aim, and swiftly nocked another arrow, sending it in the same direction as the first. The other martial artists nearby confirmed. This female archer truly intended to see the technological mage at the helm of the metallic magic disc dead. Yet, that was not the reality. The speed of the first arrow had been remarkable, but the second arrow surpassed it, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Ultimately, the second arrow succeeded in colliding with the first just as it struck the mage's forehead. Boom. A violent explosion erupted before the technological mage's face. Simultaneously, in the nick of time, a gentle white light followed the explosion, infusing itself into the technological mage's body. Outside the secret realm, within the Morning Star convoy, Njiming expressed mild surprise, chuckling, "Look, a small alteration of fate has occurred. Those assigned to take my life are indeed no ordinary individuals, rather formidable. I must say, I hope your luck continues to be this fortuitous." With that, Njiming yawned and, like his fellow students, settled back into a drowsy state within the rapidly advancing military truck. They had set out from Liang City in the middle of the night. And now, having reached the outskirts of Yincheng, they were not far from the South Taihang secret realm as dawn began to break. Within the secret realm, boom! The explosion detonated before the technological mage's face, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire that sent him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. In the instant of the explosion, everyone instinctively recoiled as the flames dissipated. The martial artists either glared furiously at the female archer or rushed forward to locate the blasted technological mage. Facing the ire of those who glared at her, the female archer remained composed. Aware that explanations would be futile, she simply stated, "The first arrow was a mistake. The second arrow represents my true skill." Whether or not the other martial artists believed her, it was clear to all that internal discord was ill-advised. And no one advanced to accuse the archer named Greels. Before long, several martial artists returned after searching for the technological mage. A robust man hoisted the mage over his shoulder, and someone remarked, "He's alive." A fellow martial artist from Greel's faction looked at her meaningfully and said, "Thank goodness he survived. If he had perished, we would be in serious trouble. Brand's estate would not let us off so easily." Greels herself exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Upon being laid on the ground, the once somewhat handsome Western man, now bloodied and disfigured, revealed glimpses of his shattered skull. Nevertheless, this technological mage named Brand bravely clung to life. A priest from the group stepped forward, softly chanting, as several orbs of white light enveloped Brand. The mangled flesh of his face began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Just as Brand regained consciousness, a series of urgent beeping sounds erupted from his body. It was a communicator operational within the secret realm. Unable to activate it himself, Brand raised a hand, weakly pointing to a martial artist within the group. The martial artist approached, took the communicator, and a processed artificial intelligence voice relayed, "Internal message. The Summer Nation's Secret Management Bureau has approved the Morning Star Martial Arts School's training expedition into the secret realm. Last night, all students from the Morning Star Martial Arts School have departed. Based on habitual behavior analysis, the target is unlikely to engage with fellow students during the expedition. Therefore, the target is isolated. And the opportunity for action has arisen. All squad leaders assemble at the command center within 1 hour to participate in the formulation of the action plan." At this moment, the Morning Star Martial Arts School's convoy of heavy military trucks had arrived at the entrance of the South Taihang Secret Realm's Qingshan Highway. Despite approaching the entrance management office, the military convoy showed no signs of slowing down, hurtling ahead with great speed. Chapter 53. Kill what can be killed. Capture what cannot be killed. As the dawnlight crept in, the Qingshan Highway Entrance Management Office of the South Taihang Secret Realm stood as a military barrier blocking the road. In the old calendar, Qingshan Highway served as a major route from Yincheng in the Central Plains Province to Changji City in the Western Mountain Province. Traversing the Taihang Mountains. In the new calendar, due to frequent spatial fluctuations resulting in the emergence of aberrant creatures, the South Taihang Mountains were designated as a secret realm. The perimeter of the secret realm was encircled by sensing electric nets and monitored by ultra-precision drones to prevent the escape of aberrant entities. With the roads traversing the secret realm fully commandeered by the military, including Qingshan Highway. This moment, within the Qingshan Highway Entrance Management Office, the eastern gate was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Shattering the tranquility of the duty room, the guard on duty answered, receiving a decisive and authoritative voice, "Open the eastern gate. All personnel on duty, salute the incoming vehicles." Yes, the guard promptly activated the control lever, raising the 3 heavy metal gates, each weighing hundreds of tons, resembling iron barriers, that barred the Qingshan Highway. The western gate followed suit. After completing his duty, the guard gazed towards the Qingshan Highway stretching eastward. His mind filled with curiosity. Opening the road in advance? What significant figure arrives? Aren't those in charge typically averse to secret realms and aberrant creatures? Shortly thereafter, several military heavy trucks appeared in the guard's line of sight. Upon recognizing the vehicles as military, the guard smiled knowingly. Indeed, in the new era, only military personnel could breach the secret realm. Within the duty room, the guard rose, joining the exterior guards. All military heavy trucks sped through the gates without a hint of deceleration. They stood at attention and saluted. The passing military trucks honked in response. The situation was similar at the western gate, though it was more formal there, as stationed were organized soldiers and long-way martial artists, making the ceremony more solemn. Once the convoy exited the western gate, it traveled a few kilometers before halting by the roadside. All martial arts students disembarked. Unlike the quiet demeanor observed during their departure from the school, the Morning Star students now appeared eager, stretching and warming up. Each class leader gathered in the first vehicle. An Jiming, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, glanced at the time and addressed the class leaders. "Let's wait half an hour longer." N01 questioned him. All class leaders nodded in agreement. An Jiming then reclined back into the truck for more rest. Approximately 20 minutes later, An Jiming received a message on his phone. "All personnel have been evacuated." Upon reading the message, An Jiming leaped from the truck, instructing the 8 class leaders stationed by the vehicle. "This time, we have but one directive. Kill what can be killed. Capture what cannot be killed. I will outline the precautions shortly. Which class is willing to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, all class leaders raised their hands in unison. Observing this, An Jiming took a step back, placing his hands behind his back, and stated, "Old rules." As the class leaders exchanged glances, they all clenched their raised hands into fists and called out, "Rock, paper, scissors." Among the 8 participants, 3 chose scissors, 3 chose rocks, and 2 chose paper. The 8 turned to An Jiming, who smiled and raised his hand to reveal he had chosen rock. The class leaders who selected scissors and paper grimaced and stepped back, while the 3 who chose rock moved forward. Ultimately, it was the brawny class leader of Class 5, Chen Tianhua, who drew the same hand as An Jiming. Towering over 2 meters, Chen Tianhua beamed like a half-ton child, playfully making faces at Class 4's leader. "Li Tianhao." "Ha, Li Tianhao, you can't do it. Class 5 will be the main force this time. You 4 can just handle the wild," bearing a 3-foot azure blade, even clad in the martial attire issued by the academy. Li Tianhao's proud and aloof demeanor radiated an icy aura that could be felt from a considerable distance. In response to Chen Tianhua's mockery, Li Tianhao retorted coldly, "A mere jester, a small man reveling in his fleeting success." Chen Tianhua laughed heartily. "Ha, Tianhao, let your envy show. Sour grapes, are we?" Li Tianhao chose to close his eyes, turning away from Chen Tianhua's smug expression. The others looked towards An Jiming, awaiting orders. Raising his hand, An Jiming instructed, "First, everyone wear the talisman, a 10-fold source power talisman. Second, refrain from using any special equipment provided by the military. It will draw the enemy's attention. Third, each team should minimize noise. Once the designated area is cleared, assist other teams." Everyone nodded in agreement. Team 1, Tian Dao Peak. Team 2, Laoring Cliff. Team 3, advance along the Qingshan Highway. Team 4. An Jiming glanced at Li Tianhao and said, "Team 4 will head to Hu Shao Tai. Team 5, follow me." Team 6. Upon mentioning Team 6, An Jiming looked at the team leader, Huang Long, who bore a long sword, and said, "Be sure to protect the new students. You will provide close protection." Huang Long nodded. "No problem, rest assured, Jiming. I will ensure Shan Shilio returns alive to see you." "Very well. You will proceed to the western forest." "Understood." And Jiming turned to the others and continued, "Team 7 will go north to Luli village near the northern Taihang. Team 8 will disperse. Team leader, are you not a soul practitioner? Monitor the entire secret realm, targeting and eliminating solitary, wandering enemies." "Yes, good." And Jiming surveyed everyone once more, finally stating, "We shall gather here tomorrow night at 8. By then, I expect that within the entire southern Taihang secret realm, aside from our own, there will be only corpses and our captives. Move out. The 8 team leaders responded in unison. Kill. Team 1. Follow me. Team 2. The closest destination to the assembly point was Team 4's, who Xiao Tai.Li Tianhao returned to Team 4's ranks and coldly commanded, Su Chao, Jian Mu, locate Hu Xiao Tai. Clear the path ahead. Lu Lin, you lead them. Understood. 3 boys stepped forward from the ranks. Su Chao possessed sensory abilities, while Qian Mu was a soil mage. Lu Lin specialized in physical techniques, excelling in speed. Su Chao closed his eyes, and within moments, pointed towards the northwest, declaring, this way. Qian Mu responded, got it. After which, Qian Mu crouched and brushed the ground. The forest ahead appeared unchanged, yet as Lu Lin approached, the thickets and wild grasses parted to clear his path. Lu Lin chuckled, Qian Mu, your skills are impressive. With that, he darted forward, and soon, a bird's call echoed from ahead. Li Tianhao signaled the others, let's move. A contingent of black-clad martial students swiftly set off, their figures darting into the wilderness. Chapter 54. Almost speaking human language. Hu Xiao Tai is the highest point in the southern Taihang secret realm. Were it not for the dim skies within the secret realm, one could see the rolling mountains for dozens of miles from Hu Xiao Tai. The members of Team 4 traversed the forest for a short while before facing the challenge of ascending the mountain. The Taihang Mountains, which had remained undeveloped throughout the old calendar, were designated as a secret realm in the new calendar, making development impossible. Thus, climbing without utilizing martial abilities required sheer brute strength. Gazing at the towering cliffs ahead, Li Tianhao signaled for everyone to halt. He surveyed his 50-plus black-clad classmates and commanded, Li Hao, ascend and observe the situation at the summit. A medium-built boy stepped forward and addressed his classmates. Could the female students in the class please turn around to avoid any misunderstandings? With that, the boy stepped aside into the thicket and began to disrobe. The students of Team 4 were unfazed, having grown accustomed to such antics. In merely 10 seconds, Li Hao was stripped bare, nimbly climbing a tree and emitting a peculiar call, Jie. Subsequently, wings sprouted from his back, his body rapidly transforming. Hands and feet morphed into sharp claws, and a thick layer of feathers enveloped his skin. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky amidst a gust of wind. Li Hao ascended to great heights, not forgetting to emit 2 Jia calls towards his fellow classmates below. Crouched on the ground, the soil mage Qian Mu scoffed, our classmate Li Hao must be cautioning us to be careful, not showing off his ability to fly like a bird eye in the sky. Li Hao responded to Qian Mu with a sharp ga beside him. Lin Xiaochun, who carried a large sword and a dog, looked up at Li Hao, saying, Qian, Li must be greeting your family while also letting you know he is a raptor, not just a bird. Qian Mu replied, thanks, you have performed your messenger duties commendably. Lin Xiaochun responded, you're welcome. Li Hao, now a distant black in the sky, soon vanished from view. During this time, Su Chao, with his eyes closed, maintained his sensory abilities. This ability allowed him to share sensory perceptions with others. Shortly, Su Chao opened his eyes and informed Li Tianhao, team leader, based on Li Hao's observations, there appears to be a martial team stationed at the summit, around 100 strong. Curiously, how did so many manage to enter the secret realm right under the Dragon Guard's nose? Li Tianhao shot him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, it's quite normal. The southern Taihang secret realm has more than just a few main entrances. Its borders stretch for thousands of miles. Moreover, the Dragon Guard primarily monitors those departing from the secret realm. As for outsiders entering, especially foreign martial artists, they might not even take notice. After Li Tianhao spoke, Qian Mu, still playing with soil, grinned, after all, who knows if these foreign martial artists can survive within the secret realm? Haha. The others shared a knowing smile, but Li Tianhao admonished, enough. Let's maintain our seriousness. We are on a mission, he continued, let's deliberate. Should we ascend, or bring them down? Before anyone could respond, Su Chao suddenly exclaimed, encountering scouts. He assessed that Li Hao was not under immediate threat, but the greater issue was that they had been discovered. Instantly, everyone looked up at the sky. However, due to the distance, only a few capable martial artists could see the multitude of dark shapes converging towards the transformed Li Hao. On the ground, Li Tianhao wasted no time, issuing orders, physical ranged assault team, coordinate with Su Chao to support Li Hao, pay attention. No unauthorized actions. Follow Su Chao's lead. He alone can sense Li Hao's intentions. Preventing friendly fire? Understood. 4 boys and 2 girls immediately stepped forward. Among them, 3 boys and 1 girl wielded uniquely designed bows and arrows, while another man held a crossbow. The last girl brandished a spear, with a bundle of similar spears behind her. Drawing their bows and loading their crossbows, the tall girl with the spear jumped in place, raising her arm holding the spear high. Suddenly, Su Chao, eyes closed in concentration, grimaced as if suffering from a headache, then declared, "Now, Jean-E, you're up." Understood. The young man wielding a powerful crossbow bore an obedient, cherubic expression as he lifted the seemingly cumbersome metallic behemoth in his hands. Preparing to pull the trigger, known as the suspended knife in crossbow terminology, aiming skyward, that moment, with the exception of Lin Xiaochun, the girls from Class 4 all shut their eyes, while the boys, along with Lin Xiaochun, gazed wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled yet urgent sounds erupted, as if Zhuge Zhani's metallic crossbow had transformed into a divine artillery, roaring forth into the heavens. Sharp crossbow bolts soared into the sky, resembling a meteor shower ascending against the mountain face, targeting a flock of crows drawn by the javelins. Caw, caw, caw. This was not the distressed cry of the crows, but rather the impatient exclamations of Li Hao. On the ground, Qian Mu smirked and remarked, "Look at that. You all had to seize Li Hao's kill. Now he is so anxious he is almost speaking like a human." Chapter 55. Hao, just don't kill me when you return. Caw, caw, caw. Just as Li Hao's reluctant and resentful cries dissipated, a cacophony of explosions followed, utterly drowning out his voice. In the dim skies of the secret realm, a dazzling display of fire erupted, waves of heat radiating forth. As resplendent red clouds entwined with black smoke billowed upward, the members of Morning Star Class 4 were left in awe by this scene, with the girls exclaiming, "Wow! How beautiful! So splendid! But it's a pity we can't record it to share with Xiao Zisheng." Indeed, when will those technological conglomerates develop electronic devices that can be brought into the secret realm without damage? But don't you think it's cruel? Is there no one to speak for those crows? The last speaker was Qian Mu, who was idly playing with clods of dirt while crouching on the ground. Lu Lin approached Qian Mu, patting him on the shoulder and asking, "Kid, what do you think I see you as?" Qian Mu replied, "As what?" Lu Lin chuckled, "As cash, 500,000. The proud Qian Mu retorted, "Who are you looking down on? A regular spy is worth 500,000. A warrior spy deserves an extra 0. All right. Besides, if I were truly a spy, you wouldn't need to worry. Xi Ming would have already taken me." Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Lin Xiaochun suddenly looked up, sniffed sharply, and muttered, "So fragrant." The very next second, something began to rain down from the sky, charred fragments of crow flesh, accompanied by unidentifiable feathers. Qian Mu fixated on a slowly descending blackened feather and mused, "Do you think this could be Li Hao's fur? Zhani, if you've roasted him, we might just have a feast." Zhuge Zhani, grasping the metallic behemoth, shook his head and said earnestly, "Not possible." The explosion from the crossbow bolts occurred far from Li Hao. He couldn't possibly be affected. He then turned to Su Chao and the classmates beside him wielding bows, expressing his gratitude, thanks to Su Chao and Wen Jing, as well as the archery students clearing the path for the bolts. Qian Mu rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Stop being modest. We know you, Zhuge Zhani, are noble and humble. But everyone should consider this. Li Hao, who is about to become a birdman, might go berserk. What if he gets angry about losing his kill? What should we do?" "Just sit back and relax," Li Tianhao declared. "Li Hao is likely to retaliate from the skies. Prepare the assault team with that." A group of over 10 agile melee warriors from Class 4 sprang into action. Lin Xiaochun frowned at the sight of them, hesitating to join. However, as she shifted her foot, Li Tianhao shot her a glare, causing her to retreat. Her friend, Hukiki, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "You, with your heavy sword, don't fit in with the assault team. You can't run." Fuming silently, Lin Xiaochun remained quiet, while a small puppy at her feet playfully nipped at her pant leg. Only to be kicked away, Li Tianhao pointed toward the top of the Tiger Howl platform, uttering a single word. Up! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, over 10 figures vanished from their spots, swiftly scaling the mountain face. And within mere seconds, they reached the peak of the Tiger Howl platform. Everyone, stay vigilant. These foreign warriors sent to assassinate Xi Ming are certainly not weaklings. All personnel, on high alert. Li Tianhao's voice rang out as he looked up. Noticing Li Hao, now transformed into a fierce avian creature soaring in the sky, his eyes blood-red, wings spread wide as he lunged toward the warrior encampment atop the Tiger Howl platform. Caw! A piercing cry echoed through the skies as the raptor's claws tore through the smoke and crimson clouds. Descending upon the foreign warriors stationed at the peak, 2 foreign warriors were instantly reduced to mere fragments by the raptor's talons. The remaining warriors reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of attacks, but the frenzied raptor beat its wings and took flight, barely lifting off the ground before plunging down once more, its claws crashing into a regiment of foreign warriors, obliterating them en masse. The iron fists, weapons, and abilities of the foreign warriors struck against the raptor Li Hao. Yet the thick plumage protected him from harm as he turned, using his sharp beak to tear a warrior in two. Flapping his wings, Li Hao grasped 2 still flailing foreign warriors and soared skyward. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air behind Li Hao, and a flicker of flame emerged. Bang! The fire erupted, showering Li Hao with sparks that intensified the blaze. No matter how he twisted and turned in the sky, he could not extinguish the flames. On the ground, Su Chao, eyes closed, suddenly exclaimed, "Li Hao is in trouble. We need support. Fire element suppression." In the class ranks, Qian Mu and 2 other girls immediately stood up. Su Chao shook his head. "No, you can't." "Wait, never mind. It's all right now. It must be Jiming taking action." In the sky, the flames engulfing Li Hao suddenly extinguished. However, the previously seen rippling space reappeared. On the ground, Su Chao urged, "Support. Physical attacks 1T work, long range. Non-physical, precision, penetrating strikes or control." Li Tianhao turned and called out, "Spell support team, step forward." Several classmates from Class 4, predominantly girls, stood up, 5 girls and 3 boys. Among them were a mage wielding a staff, a witch holding a crystal ball, and an archer with a bow shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Bai Feng, you come. I can't share Li Hao's precise perception with you because he has gone berserk. He can only sense threats, not their exact positions." Bai Feng, a girl with striking features adorned with freckles, held out her right hand, where a beautifully crafted, iridescent crystal ball floated. She nodded solemnly, "No problem. Just ensure you can share Li Hao's perceptions with me." Su Chao's cheeks flushed slightly as Li Tianhao interjected, "At a time like this, what are you thinking? What kind of lewd thoughts could possibly be in Li Hao's mind? This is war. What could be more important than his life?" Su Chao quietly mumbled, "How? I can't help it. Just don't kill me when you return." After closing his eyes, the crowd visibly noticed the witch Bai Feng's face reddening. "Ugh, what are you boys always thinking about?" Scolding them, Bai Feng immediately began to chant a spell, Stasis. In that instant, the space rippling behind Li Hao in the sky froze. Chapter 56. A fierce battle at the Tiger Howl platform. Blood exploding like a geyser. The flames that had previously appeared in the rippling space did not manifest again. The raptor Li Hao, clutching 2 still flailing warriors, spread his wings and ascended higher into the sky. Then released them. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, he let the warriors plummet from the heights, on the ground. Li Tianhao swiftly turned to the archers from their class. "Time to get to work. At this height, some warriors 1T survived the fall. Choose your targets wisely." "Understood." Several archers readied their bows, and with a chorus of swift whooshes, arrows shot forth, piercing the clouds. Thwack, thwack. Each arrow seemed equipped with a precision targeting system. Striking true, the number of foreign warriors Li Hao had sent tumbling from the sky matched the arrows fired from below. Neither more nor less, each shot meticulously aimed. The unfortunate souls snatched by Li Hao experienced the sharpness of the raptor's talons, the thrill of free fall, and finally, the excruciating pain of arrows piercing their hearts. This entire sequence transpired in mere moments. As the warriors scattered from the sky, the assault team from Class 4 had already surged forward. Due to the aerial assault of the formidable Li Hao, a band of foreign martial artists stationed atop the Tiger Howl platform had prepared themselves. Yet, when they beheld the approach of mere adolescents, no older than their teenage years, disbelief washed over them. However, in the next moment, they sensed the ominous threat of death emanating from these youths. Observing the foreign martial artists, whose features were distinctly not of the Xia nation, the members of the 4-man assault team, regardless of gender, displayed fierce expressions, their faces alight with exhilaration. Without further ado, A fervent battle cry echoed through the ranks. Kill! The opposing foreign martial artists responded in an unfamiliar tongue. In less than a second, myriad bursts of battle energy erupted atop the Tiger Howl platform, figures darting about amidst the resounding roars. In the eyes of the foreign martial artists, the Xia youths had seemingly transitioned from the cliff's edge to right before them in the blink of an eye. Tasked with infiltrating the Xia nation to eliminate Enjiming, these martial artists were far from inept. Upon engaging with the assault team, they quickly realized the formidable nature of their adversaries. Many of the foreign martial artists swiftly mounted a counterattack. Yet as they unleashed their techniques, the Xia youths had vanished from their immediate vicinity. They felt a chilling sensation, whether on their arms or legs, if one were to gaze down from the heights of the Tiger Howl platform. They would witness the immediate aftermath of the clash, blood splattering among the foreign martial artists. Most sustained only minor injuries, with only a handful unfortunate enough to suffer fatal wounds, collapsing lifelessly into pools of their own blood. The majority of the foreign martial artists merely bore light wounds, as the members of the four-man assault team dashed through the throngs of their adversaries, not to inflict substantial harm nor to claim lives, but rather to strike and retreat. Armed with daggers, curved blades, and various short weapons suited for close combat, they left trails of injury in their wake, seemingly intent on merely navigating through the crowd of foreign martial artists. Rather than engaging in outright slaughter in close-quarters combat, especially against the agile members of the assault team, battles often concluded with remarkable swiftness, regardless of the attributes of the foreign martial artists involved. The first round of close-quarters engagement came to an abrupt end, and for a moment, tranquility returned to the Tiger Howl platform. The scent of blood silently permeated the air, and the foreign martial artists dispatched to execute their mission in the Xia nation were taken aback to find no trace of anxiety on the youthful faces of the Xia warriors flitting about their ranks. This revelation left the foreign martial artists feeling quite unsettled, as they were accustomed to being the ones to toy with their foes, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, the formidable Li Hao, who had just released two martial artists from above, made another descent, initiating a second aerial assault. A command in a foreign tongue rang out among the ranks of the foreign martial artists. And the close combat fighters swiftly divided into two formations, one to guard against the assault team, while the other prepared to unleash their latent powers against the descending avian threat. Boom! From within their ranks, a fireball soared skyward, aimed directly at the descending Li Hao. With a furious flap of his wings, Li Hao dispersed the fireball, transforming it into a rain of flames that cascaded down upon the foreign martial artists. Instantly, a slight chaos erupted among the ranks, as a frantic shout erupted from one of the foreign martial artists. "Someone just passed by me, damn it. They're too fast for me to catch." Swish! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fountain of blood erupted, and the head of a foreign mage flew into the air. Behind this mage, a gentle breeze stirred, and a Xia girl, with a playful smile, gracefully appeared at the cliff's edge. At that moment, the long-range mages among the foreign martial artists redirected their focus, wary of any distractions. Simultaneously, a command was issued from their leader, seemingly wary of the assault team's infiltration, prompting the foreign martial artists to adopt a more compact formation. The previously swift assault team refrained from taking advantage of the situation, remaining poised along the edge of the Tiger Howl platform. Whenever the long-range mages attempted to strike, a chilling counterattack would swiftly approach. Should an unavoidable ranged attack threaten them, the agile members of the assault team would leap off the cliff, only to re-emerge moments later. At the base of the platform, Li Tianhao turned to a silver-haired girl in their ranks, asking, "Quan, are you ready?" The girl smiled in response. "Ready?" Li Tianhao unsheathed his 3-foot green peak sword, declaring, "Then let us commence." Harvest. All right, water spirit, control. Simultaneously, atop the Tiger Howl platform, all injured foreign martial artists suddenly felt a darkness envelop their vision. Puff! The sounds of explosive bursts followed, as blood geysers erupted forth. The blood within the bodies of the injured foreign martial artists no longer heeded their commands. Rather, it responded to another's will. At the mountain's base, the water mage Wu Quan remotely commanded the blood of all injured foreign martial artists atop the platform explode. With her soft incantation, over 100 injured close combat foreign martial artists were inundated with their own blood, transforming the scene into utter chaos. At that moment, the assault team surged into action once more. This time, Every member of the assault team targeted the throats of the foreign martial artists. Swish, 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 heads flew into the air. As the assault team swiftly reaped the lives of the blood-soaked and defenseless foreign martial artists, akin to harvesting wheat. In the sky, the formidable avian, having just dispersed the fireball, dove once more towards the ranks of long-range attackers among the foreign martial artists. With claws glinting ominously, it swooped down, claiming numerous lives in an instant. Chapter 57. Just behave, and you shall meet your fate. The battle concluded with remarkable rapidity. As Li Tianhao ascended the Tiger Howl platform. The conflict was nearing its end. From the summit of the Tiger Howl platform, which offered a panoramic view of the southern Taihang secret realm, blood stained the ground as far as the eye could see. Nearly 200 martial artist corpses lay quietly upon the ground, their eyes wide open, all met with eternal slumber. Once, they too had been the pride of their respective federations, the members of the four-man assault team. Drenched in blood, encircled a lone foreign man, equally bloodied and appearing deranged, barely able to stand with the aid of his staff. It was only when Li Tianhao approached that the assault team parted to create a path. A boy stepped forward and whispered to Li Tianhao, "Captain, just now, Jingyue and I nearly lost our lives. If not for Jiming, we would have perished." Li Tianhao nodded, stepping closer and signaling for everyone to stand back. He regarded the man, halting his advance, as a distant rumble of thunder echoed across the Tiger Howl platform. The man, gazing at Li Tianhao, screamed frantically, You are their leader?" Li Tianhao frowned, shaking his head to indicate he did not understand. The man could only repeat himself in the Xia tongue. Once more, Li Tianhao shook his head, responding tersely, "No," he added, "I am just like them. We share a common leader." The man was momentarily taken aback. Leaning on his staff as he asked, "Where is he?" Li Tianhao shook his head again, stating, "You do not yet possess the qualification to meet him. You are only worthy of knowing his name, Jiming. The one who brings peace, and the one who understands life's fate, Jiming." The man shouted in frustration, How can I meet him? I want to see who has the ability to lead this group of people." As he referred to the group, he glanced at the members of the assault team. His expression a mix of terror and evident wariness. Li Tianhao smiled and replied, "Jiming leads more than just those you see before you. As for how you may meet him," Li Tianhao raised his 3-foot green peak sword, pointing its blade towards the heavens, coldly declaring, "Survive in my presence, and you shall earn the right to see him." "Huh?" The man, taken aback, sneered, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Li Tianhao shook his head, "I do not know, nor am I interested in knowing. Just remember who I am. Morning Star Class 4, Li Tianhao." With that, the thunderous roars atop the Tiger Howl platform intensified. Dark clouds swirling violently, lightning flickering amidst the chaos. The foreign martial artist raised his staff, frantically preparing to fight back like a cornered beast. He shouted, "Buzz!" At 5 angles around Li Tianhao, ripples of space appeared simultaneously. Each ripple infused with a different elemental force: flames, icy frost, colossal boulders, slicing winds, and the last ripple, though seemingly void of substance, harbored the faint echo of a mysterious creature's roar, crackle, although Li Tianhao's sword remained raised. A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the shadowy sky, striking the man without warning. In an instant, he was reduced to charred remains. Simultaneously, 4 of the 5 spatial ripples dissipated, leaving only the final ripple, the one from which the unknown creature's roar had emanated. Li Tianhao turned, his cold gaze fixed upon the undulating space, curious to see what might emerge. Roar, the earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast echoed through the air. Its sharp, bloodthirsty fangs glistening with a metallic sheen, complemented by scales that reflected an ominous shine. The menacing purple orbs of its eyes locked onto Li Tianhao as he beheld the immense, grotesque visage of the beast suddenly manifesting within that tumultuous space. The emergence of the first beastly head was merely the prelude. Almost instantaneously, another roar resounded, heralding the arrival of a second head. Followed swiftly by a third. On the Tiger Howl platform, the students of Class 4, having reached the summit, scattered in disarray. At first glance, many among them felt a sense of trepidation, with some already casting anxious glances towards Jiming. Yet, Li Tianhao himself remained undaunted in the face of this monstrous trio. Armed with his sword, he summoned the winds and thunder, ready to charge forth. However, roar, Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of the beast's roar, Li Tianhao discerned a strange sensation of kinship. Hastily, he retreated, creating distance. He glanced back at the foreign warrior who had just been struck by lightning, clearly deceased. With the demise of the individual, their unleashed techniques would inevitably dissipate, much like the four spatial ripples that had vanished without a trace. But why did this last ripple remain? Was it the design of fate? Li Tianhao murmured softly, turning his gaze towards the direction of Njiming in Class 5, retreating a few more steps to grant that space to the three-headed creature. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of Li Tianhao and the members of Class 4's ambush team, a colossal entity laboriously emerged from the seemingly narrow, rippling expanse of space. The three heads, reminiscent of a western dragon, bore 6 wings and shimmered with an ancient copper hue in that moment. No one knew how to appropriately name this creature. Upon its arrival, the dragon-like beast paid no heed to Li Tianhao beside it. Unfurling its vast wings and soaring towards Njiming amidst the gusts of wind, roar. At this juncture, the beast's roar had shed its earlier ferocity, now imbued with a hint of flattery. On the other side of the secret realm, atop a small hill, a voice rang out, "Be careful, Njiming." Standing over 2 meters tall with a robust physique, Chen Tianhua brandished the iron hammer he had been carrying in front of Njiming, glaring fiercely at the approaching 3-headed copper dragon, bellowing, "Stupid dragon! Take this hammer!" Behind him, Njiming cast a disdainful glance, pushing him aside, and addressed the colossal being above, trying to evolve into a golden dragon, but lacking the divine lineage. "Fine. Just see if you can be obedient. If you comply, I can alter your fate." Roar in the sky. The once menacing 3-headed copper dragon now emitted a more ingratiating cry. Njiming turned to the members of Class 5, smiling slightly as he said, "This time, everyone will act alongside me. There isn't any specific task. Just, please help collect the weapons left behind by the foreign warriors on the battlefield. Then hand them over to Class U." After speaking, Njiming pointed to a seemingly honest, slightly chubby boy among Class 5's group. "Could you, Class U, kindly create something that can serve as transportation within the secret realm?" He gestured towards the 3-headed copper dragon, indicating it could be harnessed for the task. The rotund Class U nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, Njiming, count on me." Meanwhile, Chen Tianhua was left bewildered. "Wait, Njiming, is that really our only task?" And Njiming rolled his eyes. "Since you're part of my team, what more strenuous tasks could I possibly assign you?" Chen Tianhua responded with a muted expression, while the other members of Class 5 chuckled. "Thank you, Njiming, thank you." Class N. Chapter 58, Evolution of Hot Weapons, a perfect pairing of wind and water. The battles in the other classes continued, while Class 5 had begun to rest in place. Though termed a rest, there was still a division of labor. The combat team was tasked with hunting, while the non-combat team prepared a fire. Before long, a barbecue pit was set up. The South Taihang Secret Realm, in ancient times, was a mountainous region teeming with various creatures, and now, as a secret realm, it was even more populated with exotic beings. Yet, these exotic creatures were not particularly foolish, faced with the 8 classes of Morning Star warriors. Few dared to show themselves. For instance, the blood-red giant eagle that had previously attacked foreign warriors didn't dare reveal its shadow in the presence of Morning Star fighters. Consequently, the hunting range of Class 5's team expanded significantly, ultimately becoming more active than Class 8, which was responsible for hunting isolated foreign warriors. In the secret realm, there was no distinct concept of time. Based on external time calculations, it took Class 4, led by Li Tianhao, merely an hour to conclude the battle at the Tiger Howl platform. When the massive 3-headed copper dragon appeared in the sky, all foreign warriors within the secret realm were alerted to the disturbances at the Tiger Howl platform. This was soon followed by a fierce battle that reverberated throughout the entire South Taihang Secret Realm. In the second hour after the battle at the Tiger Howl platform concluded, Njiming and several boys from Class 5 squatted together, intently observing how a wild boar of an exotic species transformed from its living state into a consumable form under the influence of flames. Chen Tianhua, bored, stood behind Njiming, glancing around, fiddling with his hammer, and feeling utterly disinterested. At that moment, Njiming glanced down at the ground, warning everyone, "Be careful, crouch down." 3, 2, 1. And upon hearing this, the other boys helped one another to crouch. As Njiming finished the countdown, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, and in the distance, A mountain peak shot towards the heavens collapsed with a resounding crash. Chen Tianhua stood firmly on the shaking earth, arms crossed, observing the crumbling mountain peak and smacking his lips. TSK, that over by class 3? That Lolo class leader is quite pretty, but her discipline leaves much to be desired. Jiming explicitly instructed to keep the noise down, and yet she brought her classmates to collapse the mountain. Nearby, another boy remarked, "Class leader. Some foreign warriors used their abilities to hide within the mountain. Class 3 lacks Earth-type ability users, so they had no choice but to resort to such brute force." Chen Tianhua arrogantly replied, "Their skills are lacking. If I were there, would those dogs dare to hide in the mountain? One hammer strike, and I'd make them spill their guts." Moments later, the roasted wild boar began to sizzle. And a nearby boy asked, "Is it ready to eat?" Before the designated barbecue attendant could respond, and Jiming interjected, "Not yet." Chen Tianhua leaned closer, inquiring, "Jiming, do you have knowledge of barbecuing? It looks ready to me." "It smells quite delicious," and Jiming shook his head. "I have no expertise in barbecuing. However, I have studied your fate for the next 2 days. I merely observed that even your ironclad physique would suffer from consuming this, which is why I said it's not yet ready. Will a melee warrior suffer from an upset stomach?" If anyone else had said that, Chen Tianhua would have scoffed. Yet, hearing it from Jiming, he could only mutter under his breath, "No way. With this physique, I should be as formidable as the ancient warriors, right?" An upset stomach? The boy responsible for grilling sprinkled salt and seasoning on the now fragrant wild boar, saying, "Class leader, you're exceptional, but this isn't just any barbecue. This is exotic meat." Chen Tianhua rolled his eyes in silence. Soon, the wild boar was perfectly roasted. Several agile melee warriors brandished their daggers and knives, ready to distribute the meat among the group. An Jiming raised a hand to stop one of them, saying, "With that one cut, at least 4 or 5 people will be down." Tianhua leaned in, observing the boy's dagger that glimmered with a green hue. "Lu Bin, are you using a poison dagger to distribute the meat?" "I think we need to step aside for some practice," the boy, on the verge of tears, pleaded. Jiming, "Class leader, I really just made a mistake. It was unintentional. I know you didn't mean it. Last time, you poisoned yourself so badly that 3 classes worth of healers had to come to your aid. Have you not learned your lesson?" Chen Tianhua showed no intention of letting him off the hook. "Come on, we need to practice, not for everyone as safety, but to ensure you don't poison yourself again. Let us go. Class leader? Class leader," Lu Bin called out twice, attempting to salvage a bit of camaraderie between classmates, but Chen Tianhua, without a word, dragged the agile melee warrior aside. Seeing that calling out to the class leader was futile, Lu Bin turned to Jiming. Jiming? And Jiming kindly reassured him, "Don't worry, there will be some meat left for you, Lu Bin." Not before long, the woods echoed with the furious shouts of class leader Chen Tianhua. "Damn it. Lu Bin, when did you learn such underhanded tactics? Haha, Lu Bin, now I've got you. I may not be as quick as you, but I can predict, compared to that bastard Li Tianhao's winds and thunder. Your moves are still too standard. Each strike is just too formulaic, not enough cunning, Lu Bin. Today, I shall tear you apart." Boom. The earth trembles violently once more, echoing the sound of a hammer striking the ground. Ultimately, although Lu Bin managed to create considerable trouble for Chen Tianhua, he endured his fair share of hardship as well. As the two returned, Lu Bin muttered incessantly, "Change the knife, change the knife, change the knife. I shall remember to change the knife next time." Under the relentless slicing of several close combat warriors from Class 5, a massive wild boar was swiftly dismembered, just as the meat was placed on the plate. Before anyone could take a bite, Jiming looked up at the sky, sniffed the air, and declared, "Everyone, pay attention, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, boom, a deafening explosion erupted from the distance. The crowd, holding their plates, turned to look, only to see a colossal mushroom cloud suddenly rise from the ground, flames shooting skyward. Amidst the swirling black and red clouds, waves of heat mingled with the shockwave of the explosion, quickly spreading towards Jiming and the others. Nearby, among another group of students, 2 girls with strikingly similar appearances sprang to their feet, each wielding a staff and chanting incantations. Instantly, a barrier of flowing water formed around the students of Class 5, shielding them from the incoming shockwave, while a fierce wind whipped up, dispersing the distant waves of heat. Chen Tianhua chuckled, "Thank you to our two stunning twins. One wind, one water. A perfect match." The two girls nodded in response with smiles. Chen Tianhua then turned his gaze towards the mushroom cloud erupting on the horizon and inquired, "Is that a forbidden spell of fire magic? Or perhaps a flame domain?" Someone nearby remarked, "I can assure you, it is not fire magic." Another boy, who had attended the elective course on the night domain, shook his head and replied, "It cannot possibly be the flame domain." Jing Anhua nodded in understanding. Then it must be that Class 1 fellow who can evolve thermal weaponry. What was his name again? I recall he launched a few RPG rockets at the principal's office last time. This rascal has certainly escalated his game. He can now evolve mushroom bombs? Chapter 59. Precious items must have clearly defined ownership. Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Tianhua noticed in Jiming was holding a plate, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. He immediately laughed. "Jiming, what is the matter? Is the meat not to your liking? No worries, I shall fetch you a new plate from the girls." And Jiming shook his head. Chen Tianhua pressed on, "Then what is it? Are you thirsty? Here, take this." And Jiming accepted the water Chen Tianhua offered and set it aside, shaking his head once more. Chen Tianhua blinked. Puzzled, "What is it? Who do you find displeasing? I shall take care of them, right away." And Jiming nodded in agreement. Chen Tianhua's expression shifted to that of seriousness, much like when Li Tianhao assisted in Jiming, and he coldly demanded, "Time, place, and person." And Jiming replied calmly, "Now, here, you." Chen Tianhua's face fell, turning into a comical grimace. "Jiming, please tell me, where have I erred? I promise to amend my ways." Before Jiming could respond, a boy nearby chuckled. Class leader, calling Jiming brother? What, do you aspire to become the school's ancestor? The other boys erupted into laughter, infuriating Chen Tianhua to the point of snorting in indignation. An Jiming set down his plate and asked, "Tianhua, could you possibly reconsider this habit of addressing classmates as grandson?" Chen Tianhua. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, and then cautiously asked in Jiming, "Jiming, this habit is quite ingrained, difficult to change. How about this? You have Li Tianhao come over and give me a beating instead?" And Jiming glanced at the other boys from Class 5 and remarked, "I don't think it is necessary for Tianhao to come. Ziwen will suffice." "No." Chen Tianhua exclaimed, as if struck by a wave of terror. Jiming, Ziwen's surname is Zhao. He is only one character away from his ancestor's name from that certain manner, but his temperament is entirely on par. One strike from him is a lethal blow. And Jiming coolly stated, Haven't you grown accustomed to it? Go ahead and call Ziwen grandson and let me see." Chen Tianhua looked skyward and said, "Jiming, don't you find the gloomy sky in the secret realm rather beautiful?" And Jiming, grandson? Chen Tianhua. And Jiming, grandson? Chen Tianhua. And Jiming, grandson? Chen Tianhua. All right, rest assured, Jiming, I shall never again refer to my classmates as grandson. I promise. If I do, let Zhao Ziwen pierce me with his dragon's dagger. With that, and Jiming resumed his meal, savoring the meat. As the group enjoyed their feast, an unexpected disturbance arose from a certain direction within the secret realm. Whoosh! A sudden piercing sound sliced through the air. Drawing everyone's attention, a vivid red flame illuminated the dim sky of the secret realm, appearing solitary and out of place. The flame ascended, reminiscent of a firework soaring into the heavens, and then, bang! The flame erupted in the sky, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a sea of crimson. Subsequently, thousands of fiery droplets rained down, cascading like a torrential downpour, leaving trails of flame in their wake. Beside Jiming, the boy who had spoken earlier chimed in again. This time it is indeed a forbidden fire magic spell, likely cast by that tall, slender boy from Class 7. He further noted, he has restrained himself, unlike that student from Class 1. As the group feasted, they observed the distant firestorm in silence. Chen Tianhua nonchalantly lifted a piece of meat, taking bites while casting a glance towards the direction of the Tiger Roar platform. Furrowing his brow, he mused aloud. After several classes, it seems that the commotion from the Tiger Roar platform remains the most subdued. Connecting this to Jiming's prior instructions for the class leaders to keep things low-key, it dawned on Chen Tianhua, no wonder Li Tianhao is so favored. Eventually, after enduring a series of spatial turbulence, golden light downpours, and the chaos of a zombie horde, the students of Class 5 managed to complete their outdoor feast without further incident. During this time, A few courageous girls approached Njiming's group to share snacks, some directly targeting Njiming, while others opted for a more subtle approach, distributing to everyone. Having satisfied their hunger, it was time to get to work. All members of Class 5 divided into small groups, setting out to various battlefields to collect the weapons left behind by foreign warriors. Several metal and earth magic users, along with elemental spirit classmates, assisted the portly Sioux classmate in selecting a site in the forest to establish a smelting furnace. Meanwhile, the three-headed copper dragon, released by the leader of the foreign warriors from the Tiger Roar platform, found a spot to lie down, remaining perfectly still. The only indication of life was the occasional furtive glance from its 6 pairs of enormous eyes fixed on Njiming, as it pretended to be a mountain. Njiming was thoroughly pleased with its behavior, rewarding it with 2 wild boars. The creature accepted joyfully, devouring them with remarkable efficiency, even swallowing the bones whole. By the evening, a mountain of spoils was arranged next to the newly constructed furnace. In addition to the weapons left by the foreign warriors, there were also treasures obtained from their storage items, as well as numerous exotic corpses dealt with that day. Njiming inquired of the classmates collecting the spoils. Have we confirmed that the other classes have had their pick? After receiving affirmative responses, he continued, well then, everyone may select once more, and whatever remains, at this point. Njiming felt somewhat embarrassed. Chen Tianhua stepped forward decisively, interjecting, rest assured, after everyone has selected the spoils, a classmate will not claim them for himself. Rather, he will have our classmate Su refine them into a means of transportation, which will be considered public property of the school, not the personal belonging of a classmate. Does everyone agree? Njiming. The students of Class 5 chorused, agreed with that. Njiming, slightly embarrassed, candidly stated, actually, that's not quite what I meant. What I intended to convey is that after you all have made your selections, whatever remains, I shall take for myself. As his gaze fixed on Chen Tianhua, he added, I mean it as my personal property, not as the school's public property. If it were to be considered public property, what would the principal say when he comes to ask me? Would I give it or not? Precious items must have clearly defined ownership. Chen Tianhua, the other students of Class 5. The group wore expressions of utter confusion, wondering if the principal would dare ask him. This was the unspoken sentiment that lingered in the air, yet no one voiced it aloud. Soon, a classmate spoke up. All right, after all, it's what we leave behind. If Njiming finds it useful, take it. And classmate, there's no need to be so polite with us. We all appreciate you. No, Njiming, you've saved my life at least twice. In the future, just say what you want. I have no objections. Neither do I. Witnessing his classmate's understanding, Njiming smiled with satisfaction. He nodded slightly towards the plump Sioux classmate, who raised a forging hammer high and shouted, Let us get to work. With a resounding roar, a few flame-wielding abilities emerged as the sorcerer students united, surrounding the towering pile of spoils in a blaze that gradually melted everything within its reach. Chapter 60. 9 Swords to Slay the Immortals. The array for transferring the elements of heaven and earth. Each secret realm presents its own unique circumstances. In the southern Taihang's secret realm, the daylight and nighttime skies appear nearly identical, albeit shrouded in a deeper grayness, resulting in diminished visibility compared to the day. However, it is not as dark as a typical night. As the gray curtain of night descended, the students of Morning Star class set up camp. The sounds of clanging metal resounded from Class 5, where, after a day of arduous battles, the tasks of the other classes were mostly completed, except for Class 8. Not all foreign warriors hiding in the secret realm congregated in organized groups. Class 8's mission was to eliminate the solitary, roving foreign fighters. During the day, things were manageable, but as night fell, the fatigue from a day of intense combat led all foreign warriors to believe that the official forces of Xia had launched a crackdown. Scattering organized groups in all directions, the leader of Class 8, Huku, a soul arts practitioner, carried with her a soul plate larger than that of her fellow soul arts practitioner, Ruan Mingyue, from the Martial Affairs Bureau. Her mind operated with the precision of a machine, never pausing. Before Huku, a small magical array glimmered softly, atop which lay several stones of various shapes, each inscribed with identical patterns. At that moment, Huku issued commands to the stones within the magical array. Yen Xiao, your group heads to the 33 and 57 positions. 6 of you. Bei Chun, your group should head 15 kilometers north. There are 13 opponents across from you. You should encounter them directly after crossing the Baishi Gorge. Prepare in advance. Wang Yi, set up an ambush right here with 5 of you, but one among them possesses a rather peculiar soul state. I'll have Xiao Xiao's group come to assist you. Were Wan Mingyue present, she would undoubtedly be astonished by the coverage range of the enemy's soul arts. Meanwhile, in the mountains, several silent boys concealed within the forest remained vigilant, awaiting orders. Among them, a slender boy with dark green face paint clutched a stone engraved with magical patterns. Upon receiving Huka's orders, he replied, "Captain, no need for support. It's only 5 of them. Right? Our group can handle this. We've already seen their capabilities during the day. I've taken care of a double-digit number of them myself. Most are merely slightly stronger than ordinary dragon guards. Not reaching the level of dragon teeth, they are trivial." The stone in the boy's hand conveyed Huka's voice. "Do not underestimate them. Those dispatched to assassinate skilled warriors are the elite of their federations. Equivalent to our dragon teeth. They should not be compared to dragon guards. Treat them as the elite they are." Wang Ye's expression shifted, and another boy beside him instinctively inquired, "Treat them as dragon teeth? Captain, aren't dragon teeth just those few who hide around Jiming, thinking themselves well concealed?" Wang Yi replied, "Exactly. So, does the captain mean our alert level is too high? Can we relax a bit?" Wang Yi scratched his head and said, "I am also pondering whether that's what the captain implies. Never mind, let us set up the ambush and arrange the formation. Captain, what formation should we use?" Wang Yi thought for a moment and stated, "The captain has said to be cautious, so cough. 9 swords to slay the immortals." Instantly, the other boys fell silent, and the one who had just spoken pointed to his own arm, saying to Wang Yi, "Captain, don't forget the talismans. 10-fold source power talisman. In other words, our physical consumption is 10 times that of normal conditions. Even if we can set up the 9 swords to slay the immortals, we won't be able to do much afterward." Wang Yi shot a glare at this boy. "Didn't you see what formations the other classes deployed during the day? Mushroom bombs, forbidden spells, sea of corpses. They weren't afraid of not being able to act afterward. Tell the others we're not weaker than them. Let us get to it, Captain." "Shut it. Keep talking and I'll deal with you." The boys quickly dispersed, and soon, in the dimly lit valley, luminous spirit stones were placed at various positions. Wang Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the valley, contemplating the arrangement of the spirit stones while occasionally instructing his classmates to adjust their positions. Once the spirit stones were in place, Wang Yi employed a brush crafted from crushed star silver and vermilion to draw a miniature array near each stone. After completing the miniature arrays, he had a classmate retrieve a blood-stained longsword, with the hilt facing the spirit stones and the blade directed towards the center of the valley. This configuration was repeated at 9 locations. The bloodied longswords used were spoils collected from the daytime battles. Finally, Wang Yi returned to the center of the valley with another bloodied longsword, forcefully plunging it into the ground before sitting cross-legged. Murmuring the array incantation and lightly caressing the blade's edge, a droplet of crimson blood swiftly fused with the longsword. Meanwhile, the other boys mimicked Wang Ye's actions, when all their blood droplets merged with the swords before them. A sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, and then, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Wang Yi, seated within the array, opened his eyes and subtly adjusted the incantation he was reciting. The sounds of the mountains returned to their previous state. The mountain winds howled through the forest, and at first glance, apart from the absence of insect chirps, the valley appeared entirely unchanged as for the lack of insect sounds. The mountains within the secret realm had never harbored them. After completing these actions, Wang Yi and his classmates visibly paled, and he weakly stated, "Clear the traces and withdraw." With that, he scooped up some earth from the ground to cover the spirit stone array, leaving only the sword embedded in the earth before rising to depart with his classmates. The moment Wang Yi completed the array and retreated, and Jiming turned to glance in Wang Ye's direction, softly remarking, "All right, it has been learned well. Yet, it still falls slightly short. The celestial phenomena remain uncovered, making it easy to detect. Never mind, since we are classmates, Wang Yi, I shall clean up after you." Many students from other classes, such as sorcerers, array masters, and spiritual practitioners, also sensed the anomaly. On the Tiger Roar platform, where the battle had concluded hours earlier and the 4th class had fully transitioned into leisure mode, Qian Mu and his group, engaged in a game of land cards, were plastered with paper notes, glancing towards Wang Ye's side and muttering, "Damn it, can't they settle down even at night?" A nearby male melee warrior asked. What up? What's going on? Qianmu sniffed and replied, in our magical terminology, it's the irregular movement of natural elements within this secret realm. Opposite him, a pale, ghostly-faced boy with a hunched back, as if carrying someone on his back, grinned and said, in our spiritual practitioner terminology, it means someone is controlling the spiritual energy of this realm to converge towards a particular location, typically indicative of a powerful array. For some reason, as soon as this slender boy finished speaking, the others shivered involuntarily, not due to the content of his words, but because of the tone in which he spoke, reminiscent of a ghost. Before long, Qianmu tossed aside his cards and walked to the edge of the Tiger Roar platform, gazing into the distance. He softly remarked, "It has begun." Its said that Wang Yi from Class 8 has learned several spiritual arrays from Jiming. This must be one of them. It must certainly be one of them. Wang Yi is practicing the 8-gate formation, reliant on human arrangement. Hence this array for transferring the elements of heaven and earth must have been taught to him by Jiming. When Qianmu turned back, he found the pale, ghostly boy had somehow stood beside him. He shivered and quickly took 2 steps aside. Chapter 61. Someone is manipulating our fate. In front of the valley. Several hurried foreign warriors moved with incredible speed, darting through the mountains like phantoms. According to their current trajectory, they were bound to pass through the valley ahead. However, something feels off. Halt! One of the foreign warriors suddenly whispered. Stop advancing. There's something amiss. All 5 halted, clad in identical Western cloaks that concealed their faces entirely in shadows. One among them pulled back his hood, revealing a bizarre visage split down the middle, one side adorned with purple magical patterns, the other with dark green ones. The ink-like material used for the magical patterns caused them to protrude from his face, completely obscuring his true features. The other 4 turned to him, and one of them, a woman with a cold voice, inquired, Andas, what have you discovered? Andas glanced around, puzzled. Didn't you all notice? Am I the only one sensing something unusual? The other 4 figures, cloaked in shadow, remained still. After a moment, 2 among them visibly shuddered. How is this possible? Such intense elemental fluctuations, and I failed to notice them before. I was too focused on our journey. What has happened? The man who first detected the anomaly took a few steps forward, gazing into the depths of the valley that appeared serene yet enigmatic under the dim sky. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Eventually, he waved his hand and declared, We shall not proceed down this path. Let us take another route. The other 4 individuals exchanged glances, and one of them questioned, Andas, considering the battle that transpired today, we know there are those peculiar children from the Summer Kingdom behind us. Indeed, while the unknown lies ahead, the known behind us surely harbors foes. As witnessed during the day, the warriors of the Divine Light sect fell victim to those summer children. Retracing our steps now seems rather unwise. Does it not? Andas raised his hand sharply once more, silencing any dissent. We are 5, and I am the leader. Follow my command. We shall change our path. Move. With that, Andas turned to head back the way they came. When suddenly, at the 5th class encampment, the sound of clanging echoed as the stout student Su wielded his forging hammer, crafting a means of transport for Njiming. Some were observing, others napping, while a few, like Njiming, remained attuned to the happenings in the valley. Perched upon a massive stone, Njiming gently stroked the head of a 3-headed copper dragon that nuzzled against him, murmuring to himself, My dear classmate has put forth considerable effort to set up this formation. You all think you can simply abstain? You must enter. After speaking, he flicked his left hand a few times. In the valley, Andas, resolved to change paths, had barely taken 2 steps when he noticed that none of his 4 companions had followed. Realizing this, Andas suddenly began to doubt his recent decision, though elemental fluctuations were now manifesting in the air. Perhaps it was indeed wisest to vacate this place as swiftly as possible. He halted in his tracks. Observing his pause, the other 4 cloaked figures prepared to persuade him further, but Andas raised his hand, stating, Enough. We shall not change our route. We will press onward. Let us break through this valley as swiftly as we can. At the 5th class encampment, Njiming shook his head. No, we cannot move too quickly. Such a grand spectacle cannot merely accommodate 5 of you. As he spoke, he continued to beckon with his left hand. You lot, and those over there, come forth. Yes, and you as well, no need to hesitate. Join us. We have a sizable group now. come along. With Njiming taking action, over at the 8th class encampment, the class leader who had been relying on the soul plates to sense the movements of foreign warriors, abruptly ceased her actions. She observed the peculiar activity on the soul plate and turned her attention toward the 5th class encampment. After a brief glance, Huko exhaled deeply and murmured with a smile, "Njiming has taken action. Then, all is well." She then directed her words toward a specific stone in the magic array. "Xiao Xiao. Cancel the support. No need to assist Wang Yi anymore." In the valley, the 5 cloaked individuals swiftly set forth, charging into the eerie and tranquil valley beneath the gray night sky. Just as they began their advance, an unusual movement emerged from another direction. The 5 immediately halted and formed a defensive formation. With one whispering, "There are newcomers ahead." This presence does not resemble that of Summer Kingdom warriors. Andes nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is not. They are our allies." But how did they arrive from that direction? Could it be that Summer Kingdom warriors are present there as well? Upon hearing this, the 5 fell into a moment of silence. In the span of a single day, they seemed to have developed an instinctive reaction to the mention of Summer Kingdom warriors. Andes then shook his head and spoke, "Friends, do not be afraid. What we face today is certainly not just any Summer Kingdom warriors. I even suspect that the Summer Kingdom's officials cannot easily control this group of warriors. If they could, they would have already swept the world clean." As he spoke, Andes's voice began to tremble. "Do you remember our objective?" That. The previously cold female voice interjected. "That Summer Kingdom warrior who can alter destinies?" Andes nodded in melancholic agreement. For reasons unknown, tears began to well in his eyes, marred by the intricate magical patterns on his face. It appears that this Summer Kingdom warrior truly possesses the power to change destinies. Otherwise, how could the Summer Kingdom boast such a multitude of young, extraordinarily gifted warriors? The remaining 4 said nothing. That moment, figures emerged from the front. Upon seeing Andes and his companions, the newcomers also came to a halt. Exchanging cautious greetings from a distance, it was clear that both parties were exercising great caution. At that juncture, Andes turned his gaze toward another direction, where further disturbances were evident. Suddenly, Andes laughed. His laughter grew louder. Initially met with confusion from his companions, yet soon, one by one, his 4 allies removed their hoods. Gazing at the faces adorned with the same magical patterns as his own, Andes, tears streaming down his face, proclaimed, "My comrades, you see it too, do you not?" A figure, indistinguishable by gender, yet speaking in a cold female voice, nodded. "Yes, someone is altering our thoughts." Andes shook his head. "No, they are not altering our thoughts. They are manipulating our fates." With that, Andes abruptly lifted his head toward the darkened sky of the secret realm, shouting in broken summer tongue, "Ming, you cannot control my destiny. Do you think you are a god, capable of governing all that exists in this world? No, you are not." Andes's expression grew increasingly fierce. "Comrades, let this wretched puppet of fate witness what true divine power is, power of the god-descending master. Unleash the seal." The other 4 warriors echoed in unison. Yes, in an instant, the magical patterns on their faces seemed to come alive, shimmering with light. Meanwhile, at the 5th class encampment, Njiming, who was usually composed and rarely exhibited emotional fluctuations, suddenly appeared visibly unsettled. "You lot, dare to call yourselves god-descending masters? What are you even worth as god-descending masters?" Chapter 62. Today, even true deities and demons must take heed. It is well known that Njiming is a practitioner of the art of destiny from the Spirit Gate. Beneath the Spirit Gate, apart from destiny arts, there are also the arts of god-descending and formation. Njiming's master is a god-descending master. Thus, upon hearing the other party's self-identification as god-descending masters, Njiming's expression changed noticeably. However, he quickly recognized his own lapse in composure and hurriedly added, Apologies. I became a bit too agitated. It is merely a title. Yes, feel free to use it, but I must examine the essence of the so-called gods you claim to summon." After speaking, Njiming rose from the stone and nonchalantly climbed onto the neck of the middle head of the 3-headed copper dragon. He patted the dragon's scales and glanced over at Su, who was still sweating at the forging furnace, saying, "My means of transport is not yet complete. Forgive me for imposing upon you. Let us go." The central head of the 3-headed copper dragon emitted a low, resonant roar as its massive body, adorned with 6 wings, slowly took to the skies. An Zhiming, perched atop the dragon, swayed precariously in the fierce winds of the heights, frowning in dissatisfaction. I say, my hefty friend, have you never carried anyone before? If you toss me off this day, I shall have to apologize to your fate. After his words, the flight of the 3-headed copper dragon became noticeably steadier in the distance, within the valley, at the moment An Zhiming took flight on the 3-headed copper dragon. The 5 cloaked figures, the so-called god-descending masters, had already joined hands to form a circle, commencing a ritual of song and dance. As they sang and danced, the thick magical patterns on their faces seemed to come alive. Initially moving only upon their faces, but suddenly, as a certain high-pitched melody began, the magical patterns on Andas's face leapt off. Not just the magical patterns, but also Andas's skin. Yet Andas appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, continuing to sing and dance despite the blood streaming from his face. Soon, the second god-descending master's skin was shed by the magical patterns, followed by the third, the fourth, until all 5 had lost their facial skin. They released their hands and knelt upon the ground, praying toward the 5 gathered faces of skin. The magical patterns on the faces spread across the earth, forming a cohesive design that flickered with a faint glow against the dim backdrop of the secret realm's night. Andas gazed at the 3-headed copper dragon soaring towards him through the night sky, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He switched back to his clumsy summer Mandarin and declared, An Zhiming, this world does not require a warrior capable of altering the fates of others. Today, this place shall be your grave. With that, he detonated himself into a mist of blood. The blood mist from the 5 descending masters lingered in the valley, coalescing above the arcane sigil, gradually giving rise to the towering silhouette of a giant, engulfed in ethereal blue flames, resembling a demonic deity at first glance. Roar! In the heavens above, the 3-headed copper dragon, carrying An Zhiming, suddenly emitted a strange cry the moment the giant's apparition materialized, disrupting its previously steady flight and causing its speed to plummet. Observing this, An Zhiming gently patted the dragon's scales and said, Big fellow, do you know why your kin can ascend step by step to become silver dragons and gold dragons, yet you remain merely a copper dragon? Roar! I am aware your titles are not like this. They are divine dragons, sacred dragons, but the gist remains the same. Look, that wretched demonic deity has yet to fully manifest, and you are already trembling in fear. Tell me, does such cowardice befit a divine dragon? At best, you shall forever be a mundane dragon by mundane. I do not imply an affinity for earth elements, but rather your earthy demeanor. Roar! The cries of the 3-headed copper dragon grew noticeably subdued. An Zhiming continued to soothe it. I understand you cannot defeat it, but without the courage to rise from death, how can one embrace the rebirth of a dragon's life? As the dialogue unfolded between the man and the dragon, they soared above the valley. The visibly timid 3-headed copper dragon circled the valley with An Zhiming, while the demonic deity's apparition began to solidify amidst the blood mist of the 5 descending masters. The 3-headed copper dragon grew increasingly agitated. Big fellow, that is merely an ordinary titan. It is far from divine. You are a great dragon, so why fear it? No worries, once it fully manifests, just charge in and bite it. Roar! To deceive you is to treat you like a pup. Roar! You want me to swear to the heavens? No need. The heavens have always looked upon me with disfavor. All right, big fellow, it is coming, prepare. Suddenly, a roar that seemed to emanate from a distant realm reverberated through the valley, as the fully solidified giant demonic deity opened its dark purple eyes, instantly locking onto An Zhiming, who was mounted upon the dragon. Unfazed, An Zhiming met the gaze of the demonic deity head-on. Big fellow, go bite it. With An Zhiming's commanding shout, the 3-headed copper dragon, previously hesitant before the demonic deity's apparition, seemed to awaken its dragon soul entirely, flapping its 6 wings as the 3 fearsome dragon heads glared fiercely at the towering demonic deity, roaring in unison. The sound was overwhelming, infused with an inexplicable pressure. Subsequently, the great dragon, with An Zhiming atop, plunged from the sky, crashing down upon the titan in the valley. Boom! The impact of the 3 dragons descending caused the colossal demonic deity to stagger, sending tremors through the entire valley as if an earthquake had struck. The three-headed dragon's claws latched onto the sides of the demonic deity's chest, while the three ferocious dragon heads opened wide, sinking their teeth into the demonic deity. The newly arrived titan, enduring the excruciating pain, swung its arms, akin to mountains, attempting to seize the three dragons. The three-headed dragon remained oblivious, or perhaps aware but unwilling to evade, at that moment. And Ji Ming, steady as a mountain atop the dragon, timely commanded, "Rise!" In an instant, the three dragon heads abruptly lifted, showering a cascade of purple blood and flesh as the six dragon wings flapped vigorously, propelling the three dragons into the air, narrowly evading the titan's grasp. At this juncture, the titan's dark purple eyes flickered rapidly, causing the three dragons to emit cries of agony. Their once powerful wing beats seemed ensnared. Immobilized by an unseen force, and Ji Ming, with a flick of his left hand, reassured, "No worries, big fellow, stay calm and just FLYT cannot control you." Roar. All right, I understand it is not an ordinary titan. Yes, I am but a pup. I am but a pup. Let us go, fly, roar. A sudden, fierce dragon roar echoed through the valley as the six-winged, three-headed dragon soared into the sky. At that moment, as the dragon ascended, and Ji Ming once more locked eyes with the towering demonic deity in the valley. This time, the deity seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to lift its mountain-like legs, attempting to flee the valley and the skies. The dragon adjusted its flight posture, and in Ji Ming, looking down at the demonic deity, chuckled, thinking of escaping? No, you do not wish to. The demonic deity halted in its tracks, standing still, with no thoughts of escape. The titan became frenzied, swinging its iron fists at Ji Ming above. Ji Ming intended to command the three dragons to charge again. But having witnessed the titaness' formidable might, the dragons hesitated. Suddenly, 9 beams of intense white light erupted from 9 distinct positions within the valley, each accompanied by blinding brilliance, revealing a multitude of sharp long swords. The 9 swords extermination array has been activated. In the heavens, Ji Ming, mounted on the three-headed dragon, sighed, whose soul techniques are impressive. She sensed that Wang Yi could not handle the entities summoned by these 5 descending masters, and her intuition was correct. Wang Ye's extermination sword array is also formidable, yet he encountered a descending master who reached the threshold of summoning, resulting in the arrival of a demigod titan, which is somewhat awkward. Yes, he spoke. And Ji Ming turned to gaze at the southern Taihang secret realm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. But fear not, I shall handle this. With that, and Ji Ming flicked his fingers 3 times. Sword array, hold your activation for a moment. The 9 beams of white sword light flickered. Secret realm, lend me a touch of spiritual energy to further enhance the sword array. The energy waves converging towards the valley intensified, and simultaneously, the 9 beams of white sword light brightened, gradually transforming into gold. Fear not, my comrades, today, neither you nor I shall perish. This last statement was directed at the three-headed dragon. Upon hearing this, the previously terrified three-headed dragon gradually regained its former might. In but a brief moment, with a snap of his fingers, Ji Ming commanded the titan, the three-headed dragon, the extermination sword array, and even the elemental energies of this secret realm, all under his dominion. He then slowly raised his hand. Swish, the 9 golden sword lights converged in Ji Ming's grasp, forming a magnificent golden long sword, as if descending from the heavens, seated upon the three-headed dragon, wielding the radiant golden sword. Ji Ming stood tall, the dragons exuding an air of majesty, the sword's edge gleaming with unparalleled brilliance. In that moment, he appeared as a sunlit figure, illuminating the entire shadowy secret realm. The point of his sword was directed at the rampaging titan. As if pronouncing the titan's fate, Ji Ming spoke softly, "Do not say you are merely a demigod. Even if true deities and demons were to arrive today, they must remain." Chapter 63. The weight of apologizing to fate long before. When the 3 dragons first broke free from the titan's control, the titan summoned by the 5 descending masters sensed danger. Later, as it turned to flee the battlefield, the demigod titan, intent on escape, perhaps sensed its fate was not to perish. However, with Ji Ming gently plucking the strings of its destiny, the fate of this demigod was irrevocably altered. Subsequently, while Ji Ming calmed the three-headed dragon, he sequentially reshaped the destinies of the dragon, the sword array, and the secret realm, ultimately converging the altered fates into an unforgettable scene for all the students of the Morning Star Martial Academy within the Southern Taihang's secret realm, mounted on the three-headed dragon. Wielding a golden longsword, and Ji Ming resembled a celestial being descending from on high, pronouncing the fate of the Titan. Do not say you are merely a demigod. Even if true deities and demons were to arrive today, they must remain. Upon finishing this proclamation, and Ji Ming gently moved his hand, poised to strike down. The might of the golden sword light intensified, seemingly poised to behead the Titan in a single stroke. Even Andas, a descending master, could discern his fate being manipulated. So how could the demigod Titan, with its divine essence, remain oblivious? The giant from another realm glared furiously at Ji Ming above, appearing frenzied. Swinging its mountainous fists in a mad frenzy, each swing of its fists generated violent gales, forcing the three-headed dragon to flap its wings furiously just to maintain its position, and as the strikes grew increasingly ferocious, the very space between the Titan on the ground and Ji Ming in the sky began to warp. Roar, roar. In the heavens, the three-headed dragon, once beset by trepidation in the presence of the divine Titan, now roared defiantly, their voices echoing with a newfound ferocity. Yet, amidst their bellowing, there lingered an undercurrent of reverence. Unbeknownst to other creatures, these three heads understood that the towering Titan was not contending with Ji Ming, but rather with its own fate. As the demigod Titan prepared to rend the very fabric of space, Ji Ming, cradling the golden radiance of his sword, no longer hesitated. With a smile, he proclaimed, "It appears today you shall not alter your destiny." With that, he gently brought down his hand, which held the golden light of the sword. In that moment, the Titan, seemingly tireless, hastened to unleash its fists, desperately attempting to shatter the space above before the colossal golden blade descended upon it. However, even as the golden glow enveloped its vision, success eluded it. In the final instant before the sword struck, a thunderous roar erupted, and the mighty Titan unexpectedly bent its legs and knelt before the three-headed dragon in the sky. Bowing its head in submission, this sight shocked the three-headed dragon, prompting them to adjust their flight and reveal Ji Ming. The dragon realized that as a mere copper dragon, it held no authority to compel the demigod Titan to kneel. The Titan's submission was directed towards Ji Ming. The Titan's swift and decisive act of kneeling did momentarily cause Ji Ming to waver. Yet, after merely closing his eyes for 2 seconds, he shook his head with a smile and said, "I am afraid I foresee your future as a demigod. Your fear and submission towards me are genuine, and I recognize that keeping you alive today would grant me a formidable ally. However, your eyes betray a lack of regard for my kin, and one day, in my absence, you will commit heinous acts against my people. Thus, I can only extend my apologies regarding your fate." With that, Ji Ming solemnly expressed his regret towards the Titan's destiny. Upon hearing his words, the Titan raised its head again, its grotesque visage etched with unwillingness and fury. The 9 golden beams of the extermination sword array converged to form a colossal sword. Descending in that moment, boom! Another earth-shattering roar resounded as the towering Titan was cleaved in two, its massive corpse flying far afield, the left half carving a deep ravine through a forest, while the right half collapsed a mountain, sending plumes of dust into the air. The world within the secret realm fell into an utter silence at that moment. Roar! The three-headed dragon soaring above gazed down at the horrific spectacle of the Titan's demise. Finally comprehending the weight of Ji Ming's words about apologizing for its fate, the students from various classes at the Morning Star Martial Academy were somewhat better off, while astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was merely surprise, for they had been classmates with Ji Ming for 3 years and had traversed the secret realm countless times. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to them. Roar in the sky. The three-headed dragon seemed to harbor questions. Ji Ming lightly patted its scales and explained, "Why would I alter the Titan's fate, ensuring it does not commit acts detrimental to my kin in my absence?" With a chuckle, he looked skyward and sighed. "Do you have any idea how many variables I must calculate daily? It is but a demigod, unworthy of my extensive effort." Roar, ha! Ji Ming laughed heartily, playfully swatting the three-headed dragon. "If you wish for me to do that, it would be never-ending. I could elevate it to true godhood, but on what grounds? Merely because it knelt while still a demigod? Roar, why would I be inclined to alter your fate? Because you are more handsome than it. Does that answer satisfy you?" Roar. Suddenly, a spirited roar erupted, and the three-headed dragon, invigorated, unfurled its 6 wings, soaring into the heavens with Njiming, appearing as joyful as a three-headed, 6-winged dragonling. My friends, if you cast me away, I shall take a reckoning upon your fate. Below, in the valley, Wang Yi and his companions, the ones who had set up the 9-sword extermination array, lay sprawled on the ground, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Several boys turned to their leader, Wang Yi, and one inquired, "Leader, who do you think is more formidable, Jiming or our extermination array?" Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply, and replied, "You must ask Jiming. He will surely claim it is our might. But regardless of what he says, Jiming is always humble, and we must possess some self-awareness. All right, brothers?" The other boys wore expressions that revealed their unspoken thoughts, but dared not voice them. Wang Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt, and exclaimed, all right. I know what you all are thinking. You merely wish to hear Jiming praise you. Fine. I shall inquire on your behalf." With that, Wang Yi shouted towards the sky. "Jiming, how is our sword array? Is it impressive?" In the sky, and Jiming gently patted the dragon's scales, stabilizing their flight, and responded to Wang Yi and the others below. "Of course, it is formidable. The ability to slay that giant was primarily due to your sword array. I merely lent a bit of strength. You all did splendidly." On the ground, Wang Yi and his companions wore expressions akin to those who had just tasted honey. Grasping the stone engraved with the formation, Wang Yi called out, "Class leader, did you hear that? Jiming praised us." On the other side of the stone, Class 8's leader, Hu Ku, could only respond with silence. Chapter 64. You desire my head? Here I come. The repercussions of Njiming's slaying of the demigod Titan were manifold. Firstly, among the foreign warriors who had been lurking and barely surviving within the secret realm, after a day of battle, the organized foreign forces had largely been eliminated by the students of Morning Star. Yet, many still clung to a glimmer of hope, witnessing Njiming, riding upon 3-headed dragons and wielding a sword against the Titan. The spirits of most foreign warriors who had come with the intent to assassinate him were utterly shattered, leading many to surrender to the nearest Morning Star warriors. Secondly, various high-sentience alien creatures within the secret realm followed suit. Upon emerging from the spatial rift, the 3-headed dragon willingly submitted to fate, while the Titan, faced with its impending demise, also knelt before destiny. The other alien beings were no different. Numerous bizarre alien creatures emerged from the mountains, mimicking human gestures to bow and pay homage to Njiming in the sky, all hoping to alter their own fates. Seated atop the dragon, Njiming surveyed the vast secret realm, and with a few subtle gestures of his fingers, most alien beings returned whence they came, while only a select few lingered along the Qingshan Highway, awaiting quietly. Lastly, the dragon guards responsible for safeguarding the entirety of the South Taihang secret realm were affected. From frontline guards to secondary duty personnel, upon witnessing the Titan be cleaved in twain by Njiming's sword, all staff received notifications for emergency rotation. Those on duty were summoned to the base for urgent training. However, this was merely the impact surrounding the South Taihang secret realm. As the events within the secret realm had yet to be disseminated, the more significant repercussions had yet to unfold. The night within the secret realm swiftly passed, and dawn broke the following day. According to the time outside the secret realm, it was morning. Yet, from within, the sky remained dim, albeit slightly brighter than before. Dong, dong, dong. The incessant knocking at the 5th class's encampment finally ceased. A black and gold carriage resembling an ancient chariot, crafted from the refined treasures of various foreign warriors, emanated an aura of mystery. Intricate magical patterns adorned the carriage, ensuring stability and comfort, while the plush, snow-white fur of an alien creature enveloped it. Should the 3-headed dragon be harnessed to pull it, it would undoubtedly exude an air of majesty. Nearby, several wheels comparable in size to ordinary automobiles lay waiting. The plump classmate Su gazed at his creation, breaking into an endearing smile as he mused, "I believe Jiming will be pleased, right? Of course, he would be." A gust of wind surged through the air as the colossal dragons descended. And Jiming, yawning as he leaped down, addressed the portly Su. "Thank you, Su. Is the harness ready?" The affable Su grinned widely and replied, "It is certainly ready. I'll help you put it on." However, when Su approached the 3-headed dragon, carrying the harness made from some unknown alien sinews, a moment of confusion struck him. Jiming, it seems your 3 dragons have no place to attach the harness. And Jiming casually reclined against a nearby unoccupied tree. Closing his eyes as he said, "No worries, just put it on. The rest will take care of itself." Su blinked, turning to the dragon whose head was larger than himself, and innocently asked, "Are you able to manage?" The dragon, possessing its own pride, chose to ignore him, merely rolling its eyes and snorting. Unfazed, Su circled the massive dragon and managed to secure one end of the harness, connecting the other end to the black and gold carriage and affixing the wheels. Upon observing the 3 majestic dragons, although Su, a fellow student, believed that the chassis might not necessarily require wheels, it had been crafted nonetheless, and thus they were affixed. The ensuing hours slipped by as Jiming rested in slumber. Chen Tianhua, the class leader of Class 5, vigilantly stood by Jiming's side, resembling a statue in his stillness. 18 noon. Jiming awakened, stretched languidly, and, glancing at the dim skies within the secret realm, said to Chen Tianhua with a certain nonchalance, "We shall depart tonight. It is time to tie up some loose ends." Chen Tianhua immediately responded, "Jiming, speak your mind." And Jiming casually mentioned a coordinate and instructed, "Contact the leaders of the other classes to assemble at this coordinate. There is no rush. They may arrive whenever they please. But do not tarry too long. I shall set off first." With that, Jiming mounted the chassis crafted by Su, settling onto the snow-white exotic fur, exclaiming with a smile, "Quite comfortable indeed." "Everyone, let us be on our way," he bellowed. The 3 dragons emitted a thunderous roar, their 6 wings flapping vigorously, the reins taut as they soared swiftly into the sky. Heading towards the northern expanse of the secret realm. As Jiming departed, Chen Tianhua promptly communicated the coordinates to the leaders of the other classes and swiftly summoned all members of Class 5 to assemble. Pointing towards the direction in which Jiming had flown, he commanded with authority, "Follow that infernal dragon. No matter the terrain or conditions, proceed at full speed. Excluding Su Yi, the last one to arrive will face my wrath. Off we go." As soon as he finished speaking, the members of Class 5 hastily gathered their belongings, swiftly vanishing into the woods like shadows, while those lagging behind pursued the dragon with the urgency of a gale. Only Su, having toiled through the night to create a means of transportation for Jiming, took his time packing his gear, moving leisurely, his plump form ambulating at a measured pace. Class 4 was no different. At the summit of Tiger Howl platform, after receiving the coordinates from Chen Tianhua, Li Tianhao issued orders to his classmates, "Advance at full speed. Gather with Jiming. The last to arrive shall engage in duels with me." The members of Class 4 sprang into action, yet Qian Mu approached Li Tianhao, pointing skyward, "Captain, Li Hao has yet to return." Li Hao was the student who had transformed into a raptor to launch an assault on the foreign warriors stationed at Tiger Howl platform. Li Tianhao glanced upward, dismissively stating, "It matters not. He will not perish as long as he returns by the time we leave the secret realm. All will be well." Qian Mu hesitated, "No, Captain, I am not worried about Li Hao. Rather, I meant to say that since he is always the last to arrive, can I afford to slow my pace?" Noticing Li Tianhao's expression grow increasingly frigid, Qian Mu quickly clarified, "No, Captain, I certainly do not seek to be lazy. I merely mean to say that as a mage, it is understandable for me to be somewhat slower, is it not?" A flash of electricity sparked in Li Tianhao's eyes, and with a crack, an arc of lightning struck precisely at Qian Mu's heel. Ouch! This startled Qian Mu greatly. "Captain, I was wrong. I shall hasten my journey." With that, Qian Mu tapped his wand to the ground, merging into it, only to re-emerge several hundred meters away in the next instant. The situation among the other classes mirrored this urgency. Students dashed through the mountainous terrain of the South Taihang secret realm like gusts of wind, swiftly converging towards the direction of the soaring dragon. When the 3 dragons, carrying Jiming, descended, they were met with over 200 black-clad warriors of the Morning Star, poised and ready for confrontation. The dragons roared towards a dilapidated village ahead, while Jiming rose from his chassis. The dragons fell silent yet maintained their fearsome postures. With a slight smile, Jiming addressed the leaders of the foreign warriors gathered in the village. "You seek the head of Jiming, do you not? Well, here I am." Chapter 65. "You have lost. Next one please." At this moment, upon Jiming's declaration, the dilapidated village remained eerily still. Jiming, unperturbed, remained seated within the spacious dragon carriage. patiently awaiting the response. During this time, he even retrieved a few bags of snacks and a bottle of sugar-free cola from his white cloth bag, leisurely eating and passing the time. By the time he finished his cola, nearly all the warriors of Morning Star had arrived. Glancing back to see his classmates present, Njiming smiled, "With you all here, I feel quite reassured." Among the closest to him were the members of Class 3, one of whom confidently assured him, "Njiming, just sit tight. Whatever emerges from that village, we shall handle it." The class leader of Class 3, a strikingly beautiful girl named Luo Luo, sharply retorted, "Silence. Njiming was merely being courteous." "Do not overestimate your worth," the student scoffed. "Captain, must you always speak your mind?" With a glare, the girl silenced him instantly. After a brief moment, having finished his snacks and drink, Njiming tidied up his litter, dusted off his pristine training garb, and, surrounded by the intimidating warriors of Morning Star, calmly addressed the village ahead. "Everyone, do not entertain thoughts of delaying. I am well aware that your respective officials are currently engaged in urgent negotiations with the Summer Kingdom's officials. However, I can assure you, today, all of you shall become the captives of Njiminji. Do not think that the Summer Kingdom's officials will come to your aid. Even if they did, when the Dragon Guard arrives, all they could take from me would be your corpses." Upon finishing his statement, a gentle breeze swept through the secret realm, a chilling air wafting between the Morning Star warriors and the decrepit village, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. Outside the village, a faint light flickered. A tall, slender, blonde-haired foreigner appeared, standing in the middle of the road at the village entrance. Initially taken aback by the three dragons, which were faithfully bowing at the side, he then looked to Njiming and inquired, "You are Njiming?" Njiming nodded. "Indeed. And this foreigner possesses quite a remarkable ability." "Who is he?" "He is the Knight of the Holy Light from the British residence." "Karis." "Indeed, it is he. It seems he is also a prince of the British royal family?" "Correct, he is a prince, but lacks royal blood. He has merely been bestowed the honorary title of prince by the British residents in an attempt to win over him as a warrior." The Western Caucasian, who had unleashed the domain of the gods, stood behind the shimmering barrier, gazing at Njiming, and inquired, "Do you dare to approach?" Njiming scratched his head and replied candidly, "I dare not." A hint of arrogance flickered across the opponent's face. "So, it appears that fate is not omnipotent?" Njiming nodded and stated, "Indeed, fate is not all-powerful, but if you presume that your actions have brought this about, you are gravely mistaken." With that, Njiming raised his left hand, gently beckoned with his fingers under the other's watchful gaze, and softly uttered, "Break, buzz." A sudden surge of energy rippled through the heavens and the earth, and in the eyes of the onlookers, the vast barrier erected by the Western Caucasian rapidly became riddled with cracks, subsequently shattering like glass into countless shards. The Caucasian's complexion drained of color, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I in utter disbelief," he murmured. "How can this be? How can this be?" As he spoke, he endeavored to reconstruct the barrier, but this time, no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. Njiming, now motionless, patiently awaited the Western Caucasian's repeated failures. Just as the latter was on the brink of collapse, Njiming softly remarked, "Your Highness Karis, every warrior must possess mastery over themselves. Yet, even so, it is not guaranteed that every technique will succeed flawlessly. Theoretically, if one is sufficiently unfortunate and devoid of fate's favor, consecutive failures are indeed a possibility, are they not? Your Highness Karis, you have lost. It is time for the next challenger." Chapter 66. Such a world is too narrow. Cough. After a violent fit of coughing, Karis finally exhausted his strength, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Looking ahead at Njiming, his eyes were now vastly different from before. How does one fight against such an opponent? Suddenly, Karis conceived an idea. What if the other party could directly alter his fate and compel him to surrender? Contemplating this, Karis turned to Njiming, who nodded. "It is possible, but unless in dire circumstances, I generally refrain from such actions." Karis instinctively asked, "Why not? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Njiming slowly replied, "Whether friend or foe, first and foremost, you are all human. I prefer to regard you as human beings, rather than mere dogs that can be manipulated at my whim. If I so desired, I could turn every person in this world into my dog. Yet, such a world is too narrow. devoid of meaning and value. And Jiming spoke. A reminiscent expression crossed his face, glancing at his classmates beside him, and continued. I respect my foes and cherish my classmates. In our school, there were many unworthy of being my classmates. For such individuals, I would rather offer them an apology, sever their lifelines, and send them away, than alter their destinies to become someone entirely contrary to their original fates. However, for those who merit being my classmates, as long as they are willing to put in the effort, I am more than willing to provide them with a modicum of assistance to facilitate their journeys as warriors. Effort? Karis looked at the intimidating Morning Star warriors, realizing that even he, favored by the British royal family, would likely struggle to defeat them alone, and asked, What have they contributed? And Jiming responded, At Morning Star. Enrollment requires an oath.as for the specifics of the oath, I presume. Since you led the assassination attempt against me, you are already aware of it. Karis was momentarily taken aback. The enrollment oath? Can that really hold weight? Faced with Karis's clumsy attempt at speaking the language of Xia, and Jiming smiled silently. Ultimately, Karis staggered to his feet, turning to the dilapidated village behind him, and proclaimed loudly, I surrender. You all fend for yourselves with that. He began to walk towards Jiming. Approaching the three-headed dragon, he seemed somewhat apprehensive of the massive creatures and called out from a distance. I am usually a very chivalrous person. Not this cowardly this surrender because you altered my fate. And Jiming's eyes seemed to pierce through all, as he pointed to his left and smiled. Your Highness, there is nothing wrong with valuing one's life. It is human instinct, however, to feign humility while seeking to survive and avoiding confronting the choices of your heart will only lead to disdain. Karis's face flushed instantly as he lowered his head and quietly stepped aside. And Jiming glanced back and asked the class leader nearest to him, Which class is in charge of managing my personal belongings this time? The exceptionally beautiful class leader, Luo, promptly answered, Jiming. Last time it was Class 8. This time it should be Class 1. Jiming nodded and looked toward the class leader of Class 1, who immediately understood, signaling two male students from the back line to escort Karis aside. Once Karis was defeated, another figure emerged from the village. A robust, non-native individual, clad only in a tattered cloth around his waist, approached. His body was charcoal black, and he brandished a curved knife in each hand. His skin gleaming ominously, he appeared agitated, raising one of his knives from a distance, shouting in a common tongue. Are you ready to be bait? Before he could finish, and Jiming intoned, Farewell. Then, closing his eyes and gently beckoning with his left hand, an inexplicable surge of exhilaration washed over all the Morning Star warriors present. Everyone knew this meant Jiming was about to take a life. Whoosh! A scarlet arc of blood erupted from the non-native's neck like a geyser, accompanied by a round, dark object, his head. The spray of blood transformed into a crimson rain, falling alongside the head, which struck the ground, creating a modest crater. Even long after the head had fallen, the body of the non-native remained standing, motionless, and Jiming gestured occasionally. The three formidable dragons would lend a small hand. The observers among the Starry Martial Arts Academy. These encounters initially appeared as mismatched battles. However, as more and more foreign warriors were reduced to mere displays of combat prowess before Jiming, followed by either severe injury or instant demise, it became clear that these were not battles at all. Rather, the foreign warriors seemed to be welcoming the judgment of fate. The fighting stances they exhibited in their final moments were but a fleeting dance of brilliance in their martial careers. When the last practitioner from Nantai, a master of curses, knelt before Jiming and took his own life, the desolate mountain village was left devoid of any presence. Yet, this did not imply an absence of life within. Jiming gazed upon the land, now completely stained with the blood of foreign warriors, and proclaimed, I shall wait 5 minutes. If no one emerges after that, I shall deal with the matter myself. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with all present. As 5 minutes elapsed, the village remained eerily empty. Jiming raised his gaze, closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation, and when he opened them again, he lifted his right hand. Slap! All the Morning Star warriors stood at attention, awaiting the command from the figure draped in white seated upon the dragon carriage. Jiming remarked, This feels somewhat cruel. After a brief pause, he added in a subdued tone, Reduce it to rubble. Upon hearing these 4 words from Jiming, the 8 class leaders simultaneously gestured forward, their voices rising in unison, "Reduce it to rubble." In response, over 400 Morning Star warriors echoed a single word that shook the heavens: "Kill." Each of the 8 classes took charge of a specific quadrant. Melee warriors were tasked with sealing routes while others awaited orders. The class leaders convened for a brief discussion, ultimately leading Class 6 leader, Huang Long, to address his team. Su Yin, Zhang Huahua, stepped forward. A young man and woman emerged, a fire mage and a warrior of the flame domain. Respectively, the boy inquired, "Huahua, shall we proceed as usual? You've recently made a breakthrough. Can I save some effort?" Zhang Huahua smiled. "Su, can't you exhibit a bit of gentlemanly demeanor?" "Do as you please." "Very well," Su Yin replied, forgoing his wand as he pointed towards the dilapidated mountain village from a distance, reciting a series of incantations. Ultimately, his finger, aimed at the sky above the village, slashed downward, uttering the syllable of a summer nation. Fall. Above the village, 5 tiny flames materialized, blossoming forth to envelop the area in 5 distinct directions, encasing the entire village. As these flames hovered midair, Zhang Huahua turned to face the village with fiery eyes. Boom. The 5 flames erupted simultaneously, swiftly expanding and engulfing the village, resembling a colossal fireball that had appeared from the heavens. At that moment, as the fireball took shape, a mass of dark shadowy substance shot forth from within, darting towards Zhang Huahua with remarkable precision. Yet, there was no hint of fear upon her face. Through countless collaborations, she had come to trust that her comrades would safeguard her. The defensive warriors of Class 6 reacted instinctively, 6 talismans soaring forth to shield Zhang Huahua, forming a mirror-like barrier between her and the incoming shadow. Additionally, 2 life magic light patterns were cast upon her, while the soul mages of Class 6 assisted in stabilizing her spirit. With this series of protective measures in place, Zhang Huahua hardly regarded the approaching shadow. However, the shadow suddenly dissipated, only to reconstitute itself in another area. Having evaded the mirror-like reflection above her, the shadow then disregarded the 6 protective talismans surrounding Zhang Huahua, akin to a speeding arrow piercing directly into her mind through her blazing eyes. The faint glow from the life magic that had enveloped her vanished the instant the shadow entered her sight. Subsequently, the flames in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a heavy, ashen hued. The appearance of the shadow, and Jiming, seated upon the dragon carriage, merely twitched a finger, then released it in front of Class 6. A look of profound anguish manifested on Zhang Huahua's face. The soul mage in her class gazed anxiously at the rapidly spinning pointer on the soul disc, exclaiming, "Huahua's 3 souls are being compromised. Something is eroding her spirit." While speaking, the soul mage, entwined with several red threads, desperately attempted to stabilize the spinning pointer. Yet, the pointer continued its frantic motion, escalating in intensity. 2 life priests and an ancient physician rushed to Zhang Huahua's side. Upon touching her wrist, the ancient physician recoiled, exclaiming, "Her hand is burning hot." He then hastily pointed at her wrist from a distance, urging, "Huahua, cease using your abilities. That will prevent the entity from attacking your spirit." His words prompted the realization that even as Zhang Huahua suffered, the massive fireball engulfing the village continued to blaze, showing no signs of abating. On the contrary, the flames intensified, with fiery tongues thrashing like venomous serpents, relentlessly assaulting everything within the fireball's reach. "Huahua, stop, stop. If this continues, your spirit will shatter," the ancient physician cried out. The 2 priests unleashed additional life spells upon her, but the dark shadow that had infiltrated Zhang Huahua remained impervious to their magic. The shadow entered her in mere seconds, leaving many stunned and unable to react in time. Within Class 6, a somewhat dazed figure observed Zhang Huahua's agonized expression, clasping their hands in silent prayer for their classmate. Meanwhile, Zhang Huahua's face contorted in pain, her eyes growing increasingly vacant as she muttered incessantly. The 2 life priests, enduring the searing sensation emanating from her, drew near, finally discerning the words escaping her lips amidst her soul's torment. "Reduce it to rubble. Reduce it to rubble. Reduce it to rubble." Boom. Suddenly, the colossal fireball engulfing the village erupted violently, flames surging skyward. Chapter 68. From this moment forth, you are no longer considered human. The sudden explosion of flames was not instigated by Zhang Huahua. At that moment, her soul was under siege, and maintaining the active flame domain was already a Herculean feat. The one responsible for this onslaught was Su Yin, the fire mage, positioned nearby. Faced with the sudden attack on Zhang Huahua, Su Yin, unable to assist her, channeled his fury against the foes hidden within the village. Yes, reduce it to rubble. I shall incinerate you all, burn you all to ashes, Su Yin roared, wielding his wand to inscribe a magical array, instantly intensifying the flames that devoured the village. The dilapidated houses were reduced to ashes, the earth scorched and cracked, with dark red magma bubbling forth from the depths. Amidst the swirling flames, shadowy figures could be seen fleeing in various directions, some taking to the skies, others burrowing into the ground, while others charged straight towards the boundaries of the blazing domain. Yet, despite their diverse escape tactics, they faced only one fate before the ever-prepared warriors of the Morning Star: death. Most perished in their frantic flight, consumed by the ferocious flames, while a few who managed to break free were met with merciless blades from the nearby melee warriors, each strike claiming a head. Those swift enough to evade the melee fighters found themselves ensnared by the agile, controlling ranged warriors who would not let these stragglers escape. Even as some knelt in supplication before Njiming, desperately bowing their heads in plea, he remained oblivious. Eyes closed in a state, he approached Zhang Huahua, who was contorted in excruciating pain, and said, I am Du Tian, a wielder of dark abilities. You have been struck by a dark energy attack. Tio, heal you. We must address the source of the attack. I will go deal with that scoundrel. You must hold on with that. Du Tian strode purposefully toward the mountain village engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin halted his actions, the raging inferno within the fireball momentarily subsiding. Nevertheless, even in his weakened state, Zhang Huahua endeavored to maintain his fiery domain, and within the confines of the village. The flames persisted. Standing at the edge of the blazing fire, Du Tian hesitated only briefly before boldly stepping onto the serpentine flames. The martial arts training attire from Morning Star Martial Academy successfully shielded him from the searing heat. Yet the intense pain still sent shockwaves through his nerves. Amidst the roaring flames, Du Tian gazed at the ashen remnants of the village ahead and coldly declared, Stop hiding. Come out. The only response was the crackling of the inferno. Suddenly, a dark shadow, akin to the one that had previously attacked Zhang Huahua, erupted from a cloud of black smoke, hurtling straight toward Du Tian. He merely smirked and said, Playing with dark energy? I am your ancestor. With a subtle shift, he remained in place, yet his form transformed into a swirling mass of darkness. The incoming shadow dissolved into him as if it had vanished into the depths of the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Behind Du Tian, a pair of dark, wing-like apparitions unfurled slowly, his eyes turning a vivid crimson as his voice deepened. Teacher, you mentioned you delight in devouring dark energy. Today, I have finally encountered one. Although its purity leaves much to be desired, it is a token of my gratitude. Finishing his words, Du Tian gently caressed the dark angel pendant around his neck, raising his hands as ashes. Scorched earth and debris began to rise from the seared ground beneath the flames, only to fall back down moments later. Turning his gaze toward a specific area within the fire, he taunted, Ah, found you. With a slight movement of his wings, he seemed to vanish in an instant. When he reappeared, he was holding a Western warrior, charred and barely clinging to life, yet still struggling, however. Upon grasping the Western man, Du Tian sensed a surge of dark energy emanating from beyond the flames, and he quickly looked up toward the outskirts of the inferno. A sharp, piercing scream erupted from Zhang Huahua, the sound escalating in pitch before fading into silence. Simultaneously, the flames extinguished. Zhang Huahua collapsed into the arms of a nearby priest. Du Tian's heart sank. He thought, No, over the past 2 years, none of my classmates have encountered misfortune. No, fate would not allow such a thing to happen. In Class 6, upon hearing Zhang Huahua's scream, every student's heart tightened in unison, including a certain somber figure who had been fervently praying for Zhang Huahua. At that moment, he became utterly devout, consumed by a single thought. No, you shall not die. You shall not perish in a daze. Shen Shiliu's mind fixated solely on one idea. I cannot allow my classmate Zhang Huahua to die, despite having been classmates for merely 2 days. She could not bear the thought of her demise. Suddenly, Shen Shiliu felt something within her mind shatter. In an explosive surge, flames erupted skyward. Zhang Huohua was engulfed in fire, her expression of anguish vanishing entirely. In her eyes, apart from the flames, there was only indifference. The next moment, with a resounding blast, the flames surrounding Zhang Huohua flickered, and everyone within the southern Taihang's secret realm felt the searing heat. Likewise, flames ignited across the entire expanse of the southern Taihang's secret realm. It was only at that moment that Jiming, who had dozed off in the dragon carriage, slowly opened his eyes and softly remarked, "Congratulations, Huohua. In just a few days, you have made 2 significant breakthroughs. From now on, you are no longer merely a human. You are of the earth." With that, Jiming raised his hand and uttered calmly, "Extinguish." Within the secret realm, the flames that had begun to surge were abruptly snuffed out. Simultaneously, Zhang Huohua, ablaze with fire, suddenly found her eyes shining brightly, only to realize something, and she gasped in fear. Beside her, the life priest, ignited by her flames, had never relinquished his supportive grip, preventing her from collapsing. Upon seeing her awaken, he immediately exclaimed, "Huohua! Huohua! Please, don't burn anymore. You're about to incinerate me." Chapter 69. The Burning 5-Spice Meat. Indestructible domain attributes. Upon hearing her classmate's plea, a flicker of emotion returned to Zhang Huohua's otherwise indifferent gaze. In a flash, she vanished from her spot, reappearing within the blazing sea of flames. Within the inferno, Du Tian was still holding the barely conscious foreign warrior. He was startled when Zhang Huohua, engulfed in flames, suddenly materialized beside him. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Huohua expressed her gratitude and vanished again. Du Tian blinked, then looked down to find that the foreign warrior he had grasped had quietly transformed into a wisp of smoke. As the smoke rose, he caught a glimpse of a figure, seemingly enduring the torment of being seared by fire. Taking a step closer, he heard the anguished screams of the shadow within the smoke. Gasping, Du Tian summoned the shadowy figure into the dark angel pendant hanging around his neck and stepped away from the inferno. Next to Jiming, a sudden eruption of flames occurred. When Zhang Huohua saw Jiming, the indifference in her eyes completely vanished, and she exclaimed excitedly, "A classmate! It seems I have broken through again." Jiming smiled and nodded, saying, "Congratulations." Feeling a bit shy, Zhang Huohua asked, "I felt like I was on the brink of death just now. Thank you, classmate, for saving me once more." Jiming shook his head, replying, "It was not I who saved you this time." He then gestured toward Class 6, saying, "You should thank the new student from your class, Shan." Not you. A new classmate." Zhang Huohua looked at Jiming in surprise for a couple of seconds. Then her flames flickered as she disappeared, her voice echoing from afar, "Thank you, new classmate, and thank you, classmate. Without you, the new classmate would not have been able to save me." As she spoke, Zhang Huohua appeared before the unconscious Shen Shiliu. Upon her arrival, the surrounding temperature rose several degrees, causing the 2 priests assisting Shen Shiliu to frown slightly, especially one who had previously been scorched by Zhang Huohua's flames, his face paling in fright. Noticing their reactions, Zhang Huohua quickly apologized and stepped back, asking from a distance, "Is Shen classmate all right?" One of the priests, who had been burned, nodded and said, "Yes, fine. He just awakened his abilities and exhausted his mental energy." "Awaken his abilities just now?" Zhang Huohua inquired eagerly. "What kind of abilities did he awaken?" A fellow student, a traditional healer, replied, "It should be a domain-type ability, but the specific attributes are still unclear." Zhang Huohua said, "A classmate mentioned that Shen classmate saved me, so his domain attributes should be life-related, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Domain abilities were already quite rare, and life attributes were among the scarce types. The combination of rare abilities and rare attributes, a student from Class 6 succinctly concluded, "Indeed, there must be a reason why he only became our classmate just before the end of the term." Close to the martial examination, before long, with the combined efforts of the priests and the traditional healer, Shen Shiliu slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a wave of heat and the sight of flames. "Shen classmate, you're awake? Thank you for saving me. I am Zhang Huohua, and if you ever need my help, just ask," she added. "Also, after we return, I'll treat you to barbecue, and if any other classmates bully you, let me know, and I'll set them ablaze." Groggy and hazy, Shen Shiliu finally discerned a face amidst the flames. Remembering the events that had transpired, he joyfully remarked, "You're the classmate who was attacked? You didn't die? That's wonderful. Could you possibly extinguish your flames?" Zhang Huahua glanced down at herself, realizing that her clothes had long been incinerated, leaving only flickering flames as her attire. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, Shin classmate, that's not really convenient. Nearby, other classmates asked, "Shin classmate, what kind of domain attributes did you awaken?" Yes, please tell us. Hearing their inquiries, Shin Shilio furrowed his brow and thought, "I'm not sure. How do we distinguish it?" As fellow warriors of the realm, Zhang Huahua reminded, "What did you see when you unleashed your domain?" Shin Shilio shook her head, replying, "I saw nothing." Zhang Huahua continued, "Then what did you feel?" Shin Shilio again shook her head, stating, "I felt nothing." Zhang Huahua was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Huang Long, the class leader of Class 6, inquired, "Shilio, what were you thinking at that time? What was the sole thought in your mind?" Gazing at Zhang Huahua amidst the flames, Shin Shilio replied blankly, "I was only thinking that Zhang, please do not die. That was my only thought." The other students of Class 6 fell silent. After a brief pause, Huang Long cautiously asked, "So, your domain attribute is invulnerability?" Shin Shilio blinked, "I don't know." Nearby, a plump boy who appeared somewhat sprightly spoke up, Class leader, why don't you give it a try? You could make a cut on your neck." Allowing Shen to unleash her domain, class leader, "I was wrong." Gazing at the boy, Huang Long coldly remarked, "Chao Peng, I find your suggestion quite reasonable. Come, let me draw some blood for you." The boy pointed behind Huang Long, saying, "Class leader, someone is looking for you over there." Huang Long, unconvinced, raised his hand to draw the knife strapped to his back. The boy exclaimed, "Class leader, I am serious." Huang Long unsheathed his long blade. The boy stammered. Huang Long scrutinized the boy from head to toe, while the boy opened his mouth. Just as Huang Long raised his hand, the boy roared, "Roar!" A powerful lion's roar erupted from his lips, stunning Huang Long momentarily. Had this boy found his courage? But seeing the boy's unwavering gaze fixed on the flames surrounding Zhang Huahua, Huang Long understood. The boy was targeting Zhang Huahua. Observing that the flames enveloping Zhang Huahua remained undisturbed by the forceful roar, Huang Long quietly sheathed his blade and turned to the other students beside the boy, instructing, "Everyone, step aside. Do not get caught in the crossfire." The crowd swiftly moved aside, leaving the boy behind. Then, a cold, murderous voice emanated from Zhang Huahua, "Hu Chao Peng, do you wish to become a roasted pig?" Hu Peng's plump face suddenly paled, and he pleaded, No, I was just trying to appease the class leader." "Huahua, spare me." Boom. Zhang Huahua remained motionless, merely blinking, yet Hu Peng was already ablaze. Subsequently, the students of Morning Star Martial School beheld a figure resembling a running roasted pig bouncing around the secret realm. Chapter 70. After this battle, half of the elite warriors of the world perished. As the gloomy sky within the secret realm deepened, the 2-day hunting expedition in the southern Taihang secret realm came to a close amidst laughter and joy. Alternatively, it could be said to have concluded amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The environment appeared rather grim, yet the atmosphere was jubilant, as the bloodshed was solely that of enemies. Such circumstances had long become commonplace for the students of Morning Star Martial School. Each class reformed its ranks, preparing for the return journey. Among them, Luo, the leader of Class 3, was assigned by Njiming to handle the concluding tasks. Though termed a concluding task, it essentially involved relaying a couple of messages. The various classes of Morning Star prepared to return. 3 individuals had already arrived at the southern Taihang secret realm several hours earlier via the military spatial array. Yet it was only now that they ventured into the core area of the secret realm. Li Faming furrowed his brow, observing the dragon guard leading the way. Were it not for the verification of the individual's iris and soul imprint, he would suspect that this person was under someone else's control. "Comrade, it has been 4 to 5 hours. Aren't you responsible for guarding this secret realm? Why are you leading us astray?" In response to Li Faming's inquiry, the Dragon Guard warrior appeared equally perplexed, stating, "Sir, first and foremost, we are only tasked with guarding the boundaries of the secret realm. Our searches within are infrequent. Furthermore, I have no idea. Today feels as though I have been bewitched. The routes I used to remember clearly are now completely unfamiliar. But rest assured, We have found the correct path and will soon reach the southern ridge village you specified. Upon hearing this, Li Feiming exchanged glances with his two companions. One of the older men nodded, saying, "Indeed, it must be that they do not wish to see us." The younger man added, "This fellow doesn't he even appreciate the people we sent to protect him? How could he possibly welcome us?" Li Feiming sighed silently, seated in the elemental-powered vehicle developed by the Summer Nation's military, gazing at the dense forest of the secret realm, his brow remaining furrowed. As the daylight gradually dimmed, they finally encountered a Morning Star team resting on the spot. Upon seeing them, Li Feiming immediately instructed the Dragon Guard to halt, and he, along with his two companions, disembarked and hurried towards the Morning Star warriors. Before they even arrived, Li Feiming's hearty laughter could be heard. "Ha ha! Once again, I meet the young heroes of Morning Star. You are all truly valiant youths." Approaching, Li Feiming grinned and asked, "Which class are you from at Morning Star?" A sweet-faced girl stood at the forefront of Class 3, stepping forward to salute Li Feiming, saying, "Greetings, sir." The three men of Li Feiming stood at attention. Replying, "Greetings," the girl continued, "I am Luo Luo, the leader of Class 3, here to await your handover." Handover? Upon hearing this term, Li Feiming's expression shifted slightly. Did this imply that Jiming had agreed to hand over those foreign warriors who had infiltrated? Luo Luo smiled. Jiming said that since you are willing to cooperate with him in bringing these warriors into the southern Taihang secret realm, he is naturally willing to assist in your endeavors. Hearing this, the three men felt their faces flush with embarrassment. In truth, they had been reluctant to allow these foreign warriors entry, but before Jiming, they ultimately acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Jiming's subtle maneuvering had dictated their actions. Li Feiming awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, "Then please lead us for the handover, class leader Luo Luo." "Certainly." Subsequently, Luo Luo guided Li Feiming and his companions toward a thicket ahead. Along the way, Li Feiming initiated a conversation with Luo Luo. "Class leader Luo Luo, you are truly beautiful. The martial exams are approaching. Which martial university do you wish to attend? Let fate decide." She replied, "I suspect that Jiming will surely take you to the same university." "Let us hope so." Li Feiming continued, "Class leader Luo Luo, being as lovely as you are, I am certain many boys are utterly enchanted by you. Doesn't Jiming harbor any feelings? I hope he does." "Beautiful class leader, do you know which martial university Jiming wishes to attend? You must have some insight, being so charming." "I truly do not know." Throughout their journey, the trio continuously showered Luo Luo with compliments while subtly attempting to extract information. However, Luo Luo remained tight-lipped, leaving them without a shred of insight. As they neared the thicket, the increasingly acrid scent of smoke and blood reached their nostrils, causing Li Feiming's expression to shift. Upon arriving at the edge of the woods, Luo Luo turned, indicating the thicket, and said to Li Feiming, "Sir Li, Jiming has instructed that all individuals you can take away are in this thicket." The mention of take away. A heavy silence enveloped Li Feiming. He glanced at his two companions, who immediately understood, rushing into the thicket to investigate. Shortly after, a retching sound emerged from the woods. The older man returned, his face pale, and reported to Li Feiming, "Sir, it's all corpses. Not a single intact body remains." Li Feiming's countenance drained of color in an instant. He took 2 deep breaths to steady himself before looking at Luo Luo, anxiously asking, "Are there any survivors?" Luo Luo did not conceal the truth, nodding as she replied, "There are, but if you wish to find the living, you may need to seek Jiming." Without hesitation, Li Feiming commanded his two companions, "Let us go." The trio hurried back to the elemental-powered vehicle driven by the Dragon Guard stationed at the secret realm, determined to catch up with Jiming. The Dragon Guard responded without hesitation, "No problem. Sir, rest assured, this time we will not lose our way." Half an hour later, Li Feiming and his companions found themselves gazing at a collapsed section of a mountainside, alongside the half-buried corpse of a titan. The 4 of them, including the driver, the Dragon Guard, fell into a profound silence. Li Feiming inquired, "Dragon Guard comrade, where exactly have you brought us? You assured us we wouldn't get lost on the return journey." The Dragon Guard was equally bewildered. "This is strange. I was following the return route. How did we end up here?" Beside Li Feiming, the older man pointed toward the half-buried titan corpse, remarking, "Is this a new species from the southern Taihang secret realm that we've never encountered before?" The younger man, still shaken by the earlier gruesome scene in the thicket, paled and said, "Wang Gu, this must be a high-level creature." The message from the vicinity of Longmu indicated that a cataclysmic creature had appeared in the southern Taihang secret realm last night, which must refer to this entity. Li Feiming paid no heed to the words of his two companions. Instead, he gazed upward with a deep sigh, producing an artifact reminiscent of an ancient document. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed upon it, "We three have become lost en route and could not reach the military in time to relay the information, resulting in a failure of the mission." Upon finishing this line, the words shimmered briefly before vanishing from the document. His companions observed this act in silence. Indeed, one could only attribute the oversight to their own failings, rather than implicating any unwillingness to cooperate from another. As night enveloped the land, the military convoy transporting the members of Morning Star departed the southern Taihang secret realm, traversing the Qingshan Highway. On a nearby ridge, a slender boy stood atop a hill, observing the departing convoy below. With one hand gripping a soft bristled steel pen, he wrote in his antiquated scroll. In the new calendar year 17, at the end of April, and Jiming led the Morning Star martial artists into the southern Taihang for a hunt. Over 100 foreign leaders were slain, and more than 3,000 elite warriors fell. 50-odd foreign leaders were captured, alongside over 300 elite warriors. After completing this sentence, he reflected briefly and added a note. From this battle, half of the world's elite warriors have perished, and all of the remaining elite martial artists have come under Jiming's command. Chapter 71. Two eagles soar together. What is the solution? Within the convoy carrying the members of Morning Star as they departed the secret realm. In the fourth compartment, Qian Mu surveyed the surroundings, glancing at each member of his team before gripping Li Tianhao's arm in alarm, exclaiming, "Class leader, we're in trouble." Li Tianhao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, inquired in a calm voice. "What's the matter?" Qian Mu replied, "We forgot about Hao. He is still in the secret realm. He is probably flapping around aimlessly right now." At once, Li Tianhao opened his eyes, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing, nonchalantly stating, "When we counted heads at the boarding point, none of us sensed anything amiss. The absence of one individual went unnoticed by all, which implies what?" Understanding dawned on Qian Mu, who remarked, "It signifies that fate does not wish for us to notice." Li Tianhao nodded. "Indeed, it suggests that Jiming intentionally left Li Hao behind in that southern Taihang secret realm. But why?" Qian Mu queried in confusion. What could possibly require Hao to remain there? Li Tianhao turned his gaze towards the rear of the convoy, glancing in the direction of the southern Taihang secret realm. Recalling the look in Jiming's eyes when he was instructed to lead his team to the Tiger Howl platform, sighing, "Who knows? Perhaps Li Hao may be departing from us." Qian Mu pouted, commenting, "Is this the first time we've lost a member from Morning Star?" Li Tianhao chuckled, patting Qian Mu on the back, asking, "What do you suppose Jiming is doing right now?" Qian Mu pointed towards the military heavy truck following behind, saying, "He is at the back in the 8th class vehicle. Who knows what he is busy with? Perhaps he's chatting with the 8th class's soul arts instructor." At this, several boys gathered closer, engaging in discussion. "Class leader, who do you think is prettier, the 8th class leader or the 3rd class leader?" Li Tianhao feigned indifference to the topic, replying coolly, "They're both the same." Though he lacked interest, the other boys seemed to have ignited a lively conversation. Qian Mu was the first to interject. "What makes Huke comparable to Class Leader Luo?" "Class Leader Luo is undoubtedly more beautiful." Su Chao countered, "Nonsense. I think Huku is more attractive. Do you understand elegance?" Qin Chao added, "Yes, I get it. If one can't surpass in looks, they must resort to elegance," Zhuge Zhani declared. "I also cast my vote for Huku." Lin Xiaochun chimed in, "I believe Jin Kaikai from the 2nd class is the most beautiful. And that new teacher, Heiyi, in the 8th class vehicle, the last military heavy truck in the convoy." And Jiming sat at the rear, observing the receding southern Taihang secret realm with a tranquil gaze. However, the 8th class leader, Huku, sensed a hint of conflict within Jiming at that moment. Not wishing to intrude, she likewise stared out into the night, lost in thought. Before long, Jiming suddenly spoke, asking, "If we kill it, one of our classmates will forever harbor resentment towards me. Conversely, if we spare it, we will lose a classmate." HU class leader, "What is the solution?" Huku blinked, smiling as she replied, "Isn't that simple? Kill it, then alter fate so that the classmate holds no grudge against you." Perfect. Jiming chuckled, glancing at Huku, playfully asking, "Do you truly believe that, class leader?" With a sweet smile, Huku answered, "Just kidding, I understand." You generally refrain from meddling in the emotional destinies of others. To you, the distinction between humans and other beings lies in the presence of emotions. An Jiming nodded. Precisely. For instance, if I were to alter your feelings towards me, making you fall in love with me directly, would you still consider yourself the same? Huko was taken aback for a moment, words almost spilling forth, but her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Well, yes, that would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Yet, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad." And Jiming replied, "Let me phrase it differently. If I were to directly alter your emotional trajectory, inciting you to harbor intense hatred for your parents, would you still regard yourself as you are?" "Of course not." This time, Huko answered decisively. "Such a version of myself would truly be no different from a dog you raised. Jiming, if there ever comes a day when you feel the need to alter my emotional destiny, please, do let me know, all right?" And Jiming nodded slightly. After a long pause, Huko quietly said, "Thank you, Jiming. You're welcome." Nearby, a student from the 8th class initiated the first round of thanks, prompting the others to express their gratitude towards Jiming, who reciprocated each acknowledgement. In the southern Taihang's secret realm, upon Li Feiming and his companions successfully reaching the entrance of the secret realm's Qingshan Highway, and Jiming and the others had long since departed. Gazing at the note left by the Dragon Guard, Li Feiming turned to observe the three-headed giant dragon resting on a nearby hill. He pointed at the creature and asked the Dragon Guard, "Are you saying that he wants me to help him take that thing away?" The Dragon Guard nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar as he replied, "That classmate mentioned he has already communicated with you, stating you would assist him, and he requested that you transport both the dragon and the vehicle to the Qinling secret realm next month. He said he would need it then." Ally Feiming. Behind him, an older and a younger colleague exchanged glances, the older one looking up and saying, "Well, it's not like this is our first time doing such a thing." The younger one, with tears glistening in his eyes, exclaimed, "I never imagined that after enduring countless trials to join the Federation's most elite martial forces, the legendary Dragon Soul, my daily tasks would involve currying favor and cleaning up after others." The older colleague reassured him, "No worries, this is just the beginning. Eventually, you'll grow accustomed to it. The workplace isn't all about fighting. It's about navigating human relationships." Ally Feiming shot a glare at his two companions, muttering, "Why don't you two consider a career in comedy?" Both fell silent simultaneously. Turning back to the Dragon Guard, Li Feiming inquired, "Did that classmate have any further instructions?" "Yes," replied the Dragon Guard, pointing towards the highest peak within the secret realm. "He mentioned that one of his classmates is currently unable to leave the southern Taihang secret realm and has entrusted you with this matter." "Eh?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of Li Feiming and his companions lit up simultaneously as they exclaimed in unison, "Where is he?" The Dragon Guard directed them to the mountain peak, stating, "In Area A71. At the Tiger Howl platform." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feiming and his companions turned and boarded the elemental-powered vehicle, exclaiming, "Let us go." This time, the Dragon Guard navigated without error, successfully bringing them to their designated location. At the Tiger Howl platform, the signs of battle between the members of Morning Star's 4th class and the foreign martial artists had nearly been cleared away. The bodies of the foreign warriors were neatly covered with white cloth and arranged together. Cleaning the battleground was a commendable habit cultivated by the students of Morning Star through numerous secret realm engagements. However, aside from this, the Tiger Howl platform was devoid of any further activity, let alone the presence of Morning Star students. Just as Li Feiming and his companions were engulfed in confusion, a sudden sound pierced the air. Crack, whoosh. They looked up to see a blood-red giant eagle, the very one that had launched an assault on the foreign warriors before Jiming and his group had arrived, soaring through the night sky, with another similarly sized raptor perched upon its back. The two large birds flew across the heavens, with the raptor making gestures that transcended species, clearly understood by all. Li Feiming and his companions were left speechless. Chapter 72. A special recording in advance. Li Hao's choice. "No, Commander, this. The youngest member of the Dragon Soul team, taken aback, stammered, "Thinking about it, that should be quite thrilling." The older colleague remarked, "Absolutely. Just flying up there is already exhilarating, and to think they could do that." Li Feiming remained silent, yet the more he gazed at the raptor, the more he felt something was amiss. The Blood Eagle and the raptors did not pay heed to Li Feiming and his two companions. Instead, they circled relentlessly above the Tiger's Roar platform, showcasing their aerial prowess. The young colleague remarked, "This sound is quite exhilarating. To which the senior colleague responded, indeed. It harmonizes perfectly with their movements, exhibiting a remarkable sense of rhythm. Li Feiming, somewhat exasperated with his two colleagues, turned sharply and admonished, focus on the task at hand. Let us maintain a serious demeanor. The young colleague, pointing skyward with a perplexed expression, replied, Boss, it's hard to take this seriously. The senior colleague remained silent, fixated on the sky, until Li Feiming turned away, prompting him to mutter under his breath, Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Suddenly, Li Feiming exclaimed, Get the binoculars. At this announcement, both colleagues, a senior and a junior, were taken aback. The young colleague stammered, Boss, do you really need binoculars? The senior colleague insisted, Absolutely, it wouldn't be thrilling otherwise. With that, the senior hurried back to the elemental power vehicle, retrieving a pack and extracting a pair of binoculars to hand to Li Feiming. After receiving the binoculars, Li Feiming intensely observed the raptors and blood eagles for a while before he gradually lowered them, inhaled deeply, and sighed. What a truly remarkable sight! Upon saying this, under the bewildered gazes of his two colleagues, he pointed to the soaring raptors and blood eagles, exclaiming, Gentlemen, that giant eagle up there may very well be our future colleague. The two were not particularly surprised. The young colleague commented, So, the exotic beasts team has gained another member? The senior colleague shot a questioning glance at Li Feiming, who shook his head, clarifying, not the exotic beasts team, but rather a standard operational group. The two colleagues exchanged glances, perplexed. The young colleague ventured, So, this is a warrior with transformation abilities? Li Feiming nodded affirmatively. The young colleague gasped, I recall that Morning Star has several transformation warriors, one named Li Hao, who can transform into a raptor. The senior colleague's expression froze, pointing skyward, he inquired, and that blood eagle? At this question, the young colleague instinctively held his breath, as if fearing he might miss something crucial. Li Feiming closed his eyes and sighed. That blood eagle is a purely exotic species, devoid of any human traits. Aside from the howling peaks of the secret realm, a profound silence enveloped the three. After a prolonged moment, the young colleague observed the spectacle of the two eagles clashing above and remarked, This isn't the new colleague's dark past. It's merely the path he traversed to arrive here. The senior colleague nodded, Indeed. You young people have a way with words. Li Feiming settled onto the ground. Awaiting the outcome. 2 hours passed before the battle concluded. The raptor descended toward the tiger's roar platform, landing and transforming into a youthful figure. As soon as he touched down, the boy dashed into the nearby forest to retrieve the garments he had shed prior to his transformation, redonning them before emerging. Upon seeing Li Feiming and his companions, the boy grinned broadly and approached, extending his hand. Greetings, Commander Li. My name is Li Hao. We've met in other secret realms. Li Feiming gazed at Li Hao's outstretched hand with a complex expression, momentarily unsure if he should shake it, and at a loss for words. The young colleague, sensing the awkwardness, interjected, Bro, have you washed your hands after your business? Hearing this, Li Hao immediately withdrew his hand, sheepishly admitting, My apologies. I forgot. Hee. Please don't hold it against me, Commander. Li Feiming pointed at Li Hao, then at the sky, and finally directed his gaze toward the realm beyond. Observing Li Hao's perplexed expression, Li Hao chuckled. Commander Li, I've spoken with Ximing. I fell head over heels for blood at first sight. I've finally found my other half, and I wish to be with her. The trio stood in stunned silence. The senior colleague mused, Shui? What a lovely name. The young colleague quipped, Brother Wang, this isn't just about a snowstorm of blood, is it? Li Feiming took a few deep breaths to steady himself before asking, Classmate, what are your plans? Will you take the martial arts exam? Li Hao gazed adoringly at the blood eagle overhead, replying, I will take the martial arts exam, but since blood cannot leave the secret realm, even if I pass, I might not attend the martial academy. I wish to remain here to accompany her. Li Feiming cautioned. Li, this is a significant decision. The young colleague suggested, Why not reconsider? The senior colleague added, Isn't it a bit premature to commit so young? Li Hao's gaze remained transfixed on the sky as he shook his head, asserting, Commander Li, and you two esteemed officers, you know how rare it is for transformation warriors to find a suitable partner. The young colleague countered, It's not just for you transformation types. All warriors face challenges in finding compatible partners. The senior colleague elaborated, It's risky to pursue ordinary individuals, and among warriors, the numbers are scarce. Not to mention the mutual disdain they often harbor. Li Hao nodded. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the blood eagle above as he continued, precisely. So, when I encountered blood, I knew she was the one. Nothing else matters. The three exchanged glances once more. The young colleague finally ventured. Well, as long as no coercion is involved regarding the will of the female exotic species, it seems not too problematic, the senior colleague quipped. Be confident. Even if there was coercion, it would not matter. One would advocate for the exotic species. However, a more pressing concern arose. How can a transformation warrior, essentially human, reconcile with an exotic species? How would they reproduce? The young colleague retorted, Brother Wang, didn't you just witness the process? The senior colleague snapped back, I'm not referring to the process. I'm talking about the outcome. Do you understand the outcome? Li Feiming intervened, calming the two, and turned to Li Hao. No, classmate, let us set aside discussions of true love and whether warriors can unite with exotic species. Let us focus on a very practical matter. How do you plan to explain this to your parents? Li Hao finally lowered his gaze from the blood eagle, turning it to Li Feiming. He glanced toward the realm beyond, stating, Jiming assured me he would help resolve this matter. Li Feiming blinked, gesturing to his two companions. Li Hao smiled and nodded, yes, that's exactly what he meant. Later that day, the Morning Star Martial Academy's administrative office received a notification from the Summer Nation's military. Due to the exceptional performance and outstanding results of student Li Hao during the recent Secret Realm trial, he has been pre-selected to join the Dragon Guard's Dragon Soul Operations Department, effective immediately. The Academy is to prepare all necessary documentation for Li Hao, as military personnel will collect it within 5 working days. Li Hao's parents also received notification. Upon learning that their son was pre-selected for the Dragon Guard without taking the martial arts exam and for a core position in the Dragon Soul Operations Department, they were overcome with joy while Li Hao's father, filled with excitement, embraced his wife, choking back tears as he exclaimed, I told you. I told you. Our Li Hao has always been kind-hearted, bringing home homeless children for meals since he was little. He is bound to be rewarded. See, I was right. Wasn't I, dear? Yes, yes. You've just manifested a prophetic fart. Oh my, such wonderful news. I can't help but cry. Chapter 73. Liang City at 4 in the morning. The Morning Star convoy exited the South Taihang Mountains. First entering Yincheng, then heading south, crossing the Yellow River, and making its way to Liang City. However, the convoy's destination was not the Morning Star Martial Academy, but rather the military airport located in the southern outskirts of Liang City. According to relevant laws in the Summer Nation, all Martial Academy students participating in Secret Realm training, as well as the safety of the escort along the route and within the realm, are the responsibility of the military. Only a select few schools are directly overseen by the military, and Morning Star is one of those few. Despite having experienced a fierce battle in the South Taihang Secret Realm, this was merely a covert operation. The formal Secret Realm training had only just begun. The airport tarmac, 2 Y-30 transport aircraft awaited in the night. Over 400 students from Morning Star stood in neat formation. And before them, Li Tianhao pushed in Jiming, who was seated in a wheelchair, to face the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Jiming addressed his classmates, saying, Soon, we will commence our final Secret Realm training as martial arts preparatory students. Excluding the martial arts exam, when we next engage in Secret Realm training, we will no longer be mere preparatory students but bona fide martial artists, provided, of course, that no unexpected incidents occur. He continued, Let us not dilly-dally. This is just a routine Secret Realm training exercise. I have nothing specific to convey, so I wish you all a pleasurable experience. And do remember to exchange your 10-fold source power runes for 100-fold. As requested by the principal, should you return without doing so, do not blame me. The 100-fold source power rune signifies that the martial artists of Morning Star must endure 100 times the physical exertion and energy expenditure for the same actions. Previously, during their time in the South Taihang Secret Realm, the requirement was merely 10 times that. Upon hearing this, Jiming noticed a palpable shift in the expressions of those around him. It became evident that Principal Wang's popularity within the school was not without reason. Exchanging a knowing glance with the 2 Dragon Guards present, Jiming signaled for Li Tianhao to regroup. One of the Dragon Guards stepped forward and commanded everyone. All personnel, listen to my orders. Classes 1, 3, 5, and 7, report to Helipad 2. Classes 2, 4, 6, and 8, report to Helipad 4. All personnel, right turn, march. Over 400 preparatory martial arts students, clad in black Morning Star training uniforms and carrying standard-issue backpacks. Advanced with a unified grace, their diverse weaponry, including one young man even carrying a dog, making no sound save for the rhythmic thump of their footsteps. The Dragon Guard leading them observed with evident approval. The remaining Dragon Guard turned to Njiming with commendation. "Student, your school students exhibit commendable spirit. They could give our Dragon Guards a run for their money." However, upon receiving such praise, Njiming's expression darkened. He scrutinized the officer, thinking to himself, "This one doesn't appear villainous. Why the sudden jibe?" Shaking his head, Njiming resolved not to stoop to the officer's level. With a firm pat on his wheelchair, which obediently began to move, he drew closer. The Dragon Guard approached with urgency, stating, "Student, our superiors ordered us to escort you back. The vehicle is ready over here." Njiming glanced at the sky. It had been night when he left the South Taihang's secret realm, and after a long journey back to Liangsheng, it was now the early hours of the morning, with dawn not far off. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's fine. I can walk on my own. There's no need to trouble you." The Dragon Guard eyed his wheelchair and insisted, "Let me take you. It's quite far from the city, and your electric wheelchair isn't very reliable." The implication that it was insufficient stung Njiming, who felt a slight tremor of indignation from his wheelchair, as if it had suffered some indignity. With a swift clap on the armrest, he acquiesced to the Dragon Guard's kindness, allowing him to escort him back to Morning Star Martial School. As the sky remained dark, he waved farewell to the Dragon Guard who had driven him and murmured, "It's a bit early today. Only someone as diligent as I am can witness Liangsheng at 4 in the morning." With a creak, the gates of Morning Star Martial School slowly swung open. The gatekeeper, Old Qin, drowsily rubbed his eyes and squinted into the darkness, grumbling, "Who the hell is it? At this hour?" Spotting Njiming in his wheelchair. Old Qin rubbed his eyes again, muttering, "What the is that really you?" Shaking his head vigorously, upon confirming it was indeed Njiming. Old Qin incredulously asked, "What on earth are you doing here?" Njiming. Old Qin turned back to the guardhouse and retrieved an oil lamp, approaching Njiming with a serious expression. "I warn you, no matter who you think you are, there are some people you cannot impersonate. You thought you could fool me without even knowing an schedule?" Slightly exasperated, Njiming replied, "Master Qin, it's me, not an impersonator. Has someone been pretending to be me at school these past few days?" Old Qin blinked rapidly at Njiming, then took a few steps closer, ensuring the lamp showed no signs of deception before he sighed in relief. "It really is you. Why are you here so early?" "It's only 4 o'clock, Njiming fibbed. "With the martial exam approaching, the pressure is mounting." Old Qin chuckled, "You rascal. I know there are classes these days. Every time there's a secret realm training, if you're not there, it means you have classes." Njiming smiled and nodded, patting his wheelchair, which then activated itself to carry him through the gates. Watching Njiming's figure disappear into the campus, Old Qin returned to the guardhouse and dialed the principal's number. "Hello?" On the other end, Wang Dong's voice was groggy with sleep. "Principal, get over here and clean up," Old Qin ordered without hesitation. "Principal." Wang Dong's sleepy mumble came through. "What is going on?" I said, "Get over here and clean up." Hearing silence on the line, Old Qin was about to take a deep breath for a second round when Wang Dong cut him off, sensing a familiar prelude to Old Qin's commands. "Stop," Old Qin retorted. "You're not asleep. I thought you were dozing off again." Wang Dong replied, "Old Qin, can you please get your roles straight? I'm the principal here, okay? Who do you think is going to clean up at this hour?" Old Qin. Noting Old Qin's silence, Wang Dong smugly declared, "I won't hold this against you this time. I'm going back to sleep." Old Qin quickly interjected, "Njiming is back." Wang Dong. Old Qin continued, "He's already on campus. I don't know where he's wandering about." Wang Dong, Old Qin added, "They had a barbecue on the back mountain last night, and the place is still a mess." Wang Dong shouted, "Don't say another word. I'm coming right now." He inquired, "What should I say when I get there?" Old Qin replied, "Just say it was the dog that made the mess." Wang Dong affirmed, "Smart." Chapter 74, Cleaning Duty. The Cage of Fate. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Dong's vehicle stopped at the entrance of Morning Star Martial School. Clutching a bag in one hand and rubbing his palms together anxiously, he rushed through the gate, where Old Qin was already waiting with a bucket in one hand and a mop in the other. "Principal, here." Wang Dong gasped, "Hey, Old Qin, you're really cut out for this gatekeeping business." You have a good eye and know how to handle things? Old Qin, visibly impatient, retorted. Enough of the chatter. Hurry up and go wag your tail. Right? Where are Lao Bai and Lao Zhao? They've been notified. They both staying at the school, so they're probably already busy. Good. Wang Dong handed over the items to Old Qin, grabbed the mop and bucket, and dashed toward the back mountain of the school. He wasn't going to clean up the mess left from the barbecue, but rather heading to the nearby buildings of the Fate Park. Upon arrival, he found Director Zhao and Chef Bai already hard at work, one sweeping the floor and the other wiping the walls. Upon seeing the principal arrive, Director Zhao pointed to the floor with a broom in one hand and gestured. Principal, the first floor is clean. You can start mopping. Wang Dong wasted no time, giving an okay sign and immediately getting to work. Strangely enough, the anomalous creatures on the lower floors of Fate Park were unusually quiet today. As if they feared interrupting the cleaning efforts of Wang Dong and his team. The creatures on the higher floors were even more cooperative, assisting the trio in their cleaning endeavors. Since they were merely tidying up common areas that were already quite clean, their work was more ceremonial, and by 11 in the morning, they had reached the 15th floor, where the imprisoned foreign martial artists were held. After a grueling morning, Wang Dong finally exhaled with relief. Gesturing to Director Zhao, Old Zhao, let the teachers on the upper floors handle it from here. I'm exhausted. Director Zhao picked up a device resembling a walkie-talkie and announced, Attention teachers on floors 15 and above. Please cease all current activities. For the next half-month, there will be a daily cleaning of the common areas. Cleaning supplies can be collected from the utility rooms on each floor. We appreciate your cooperation. Repeat, on the 25th floor, room 2526, the night teacher, deep in meditation in a dark environment, was stirred awake by Director Zhao's voice. Initially, she felt a flicker of annoyance. It's a natural reaction for any martial artist to be disturbed during their training. However, she quickly suppressed her irritation, realizing that cleaning was indeed necessary, and opened her door. The iron chain hanging from the door coiled around her, transforming into a delicate bracelet adorning her wrist as it obeyed her thoughts. As she gazed at the silver bracelet, she found it intriguing, but when she lifted her head, she was startled. In the pitch-black corridor, several eerie and enigmatic figures stood, among them an old friend she recognized, a four-winged dark angel, alongside unfamiliar entities, such as a headless general clad in the ancient fish-scale armor of the Summer Kingdom. His neck, conspicuously bare, it was evident that he was a relic from another time. There was also a humanoid mechanical being equipped with mechanical prosthetics, a faceless entity floating silently in midair, and an extraordinary Maine Coon cat, its 6 eyes glistening like sapphires, surrounded by a peculiar, leaping blue flame that appeared deceptively mundane, exuding a languid aura. Additionally, there were some warriors of this realm, as dark as the night itself. Among the distinguished martial artists from various federations, familiar faces from the night were present, including Alok, a technological warrior from the Americ Federation. Upon their eyes meeting, Alok let out a self-deprecating smile and remarked, It seems that the beautiful ghost King Miss has not escaped the shackles of fate. The knight, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, Why the sudden need for a cleanup? Alok shook his head, I don't know. I haven't been here for even a month. And many things remain unclear. Not even a month, the knight recalled and suddenly realized, stating, The attack on Liang City in early April was initiated by you? Alok nodded. Indeed, that operation was quite tragic, truly tragic. As he spoke, his eyes reddened slightly, lamenting that such a senseless assault should never have been launched. He then chuckled ironically, gesturing around, in the face of fate. All is in vain. The knight nodded slightly and walked towards the back of the group. As the cleaning commenced across the various floors, Wang Dong, Director Zhao, and Master Bai began their descent, tools in hand. Wang Dong asked, Is there food available in the cafeteria? Director Zhao glanced at Master Bai, whose expression was as fixed as if sculpted, responding indifferently, No need to prepare anything. It is not yet noon, and it's in Tong's break time. He won't go to the cafeteria for a meal. Wang Dong rolled his eyes. Master Bai, I meant, can I go eat something? Master Bai shook his head. No, I have no obligation to cook for you. From that day forth, the cleaning of the various floors in the Fate Park became a daily routine. The trio was responsible for the floors below the 15th, while the teachers took charge of those above. On the following day, a new batch of teachers arrived at Fate Park, all captives caught by Njiming in the southern Taihang secret realm. Each assigned to different floors, day by day, The knight observed that the other teachers on her floor, despite their peculiar appearances, were generally quite amicable. However, due to her inherently reserved nature, she deliberately chose to clean her area during less populated hours. On the 5th day, having completed the cleaning of her public area as usual, the knight returned the tools to the prop room and was about to head back to her room when she suddenly heard a languorous yawn echoing from the stairwell. The lazy sound startled her. She had once spent a night with Njiming, even pushing his wheelchair to school. The yawn she had just heard bore an uncanny resemblance to his, almost identical. The sound came from above in the stairwell, and as she looked up, she saw nothing. Just as she was about to dismiss it as a mere figment of her imagination, a figure in white descended the stairs. It was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, his gaze calm and his demeanor lazy, carrying a white cloth bag, bearing an almost identical resemblance to Njiming. Even his aura was strikingly similar. Chapter 75. The Era of Civilization. My name is Yang Ning. Upon seeing the newcomer, the knight momentarily felt dazed. Mistaking him for Njiming himself. It was only when he spoke that she realized he was not. A new face. Are you a new teacher? His voice was languid, and his entire presence exuded a sense of lethargy, as if he were disinterested in the world around him. The knight smiled and nodded. Stepping back to allow him passage at the stairwell's corner, she had intended to return to her room and immerse herself once more in the endless night. Yet the unique aura emanating from him compelled her to linger and observe a moment longer. As the man yawned while descending the stairs, the knight casually glanced upward and asked, "Which floor did you come from?" The man paused, his expression slightly taken aback, rubbing his head in contemplation. Finally, he chuckled awkwardly at the knight, saying, "I'm sorry, I forgot." The knight interpreted this as reluctance to share, offering a gentle smile that indicated it was no trouble. "I truly forgot. I couldn't be bothered to remember. I just know I kept going down until I reached the first floor to exit." "Oh, I remember now. It must be around the 40th floor." The knight recalled Director Zhao mentioning that Fate Park comprised 44 floors. Inferring from the height of the floors, she felt a deep respect for the man before her. Recognizing someone of his caliber. "Are you also a teacher at the school?" "Sort of," he replied with a smile. "Though I only have one student, I haven't been here in a while and wanted to step outside to buy some things. Would you accompany me? I don't have any of the local currency on me, and it would be convenient to have you with me rather than seeking someone else." "Me?" The knight gestured to the bracelet on her wrist, saying, "I don't think I can go out." "No worries." He smiled and waved his hand, causing the bracelet to clatter and detach, landing on the doorframe of her room. "No one will notice you're gone." "Let us go." With that, he started down the stairs, and the knight glanced back at her room, feeling uncertain. Having witnessed Njiming's abilities firsthand and recalling Director Zhao's earlier warnings, she instinctively sensed that sneaking away might carry some risk. However, the very next moment, all her apprehensions vanished, her mind cleared, and she confidently followed in his footsteps. This sensation was akin to a sudden shift in her thoughts, as if her fate had been quietly altered. Upon reaching the first floor and seeing the sunlight outside, the knight realized that she had just been led to a change in her destiny. The feeling of an abrupt 180-degree shift in her thoughts was something she had experienced before and remembered vividly. The ability to so effortlessly alter one's fate. Who else but Njiming could accomplish such a feat? With this thought, the knight shed her mental burdens, her steps lightening as she followed him. How should I address you?" "You can call me the knight." The man stood in the sunlight, tilting his head back, arms outstretched, as if savoring the rays of the morning sun after a long absence. "Ah, this feeling, this world. How nostalgic. Teacher Knight, my name is." He paused, looking contemplative. "Ah, I can't recall how many epochs have passed. I've even forgotten my own name. Let me think. I believe my surname is Lu Qingqing? No, that doesn't seem right. Qingqing? Yes, that sounds correct, but it feels inappropriate for you to call me that." "Oh, I remember. Teacher Knight, my name is Yang Ning." "Yang Ning?" The knight felt as though she had heard that name before. Yet she couldn't quite place it. She didn't expend effort to ponder it further. Her attention was fully captivated by Yang Ning's recent remarks. "Epoch? What kind of unit is that?" As if sensing the knight's internal confusion, he continued while basking in the sunlight. "An epoch is a unit of time, but it does not have a fixed duration. The entire process from the birth of a civilization to its destruction is termed an epoch. Some are long epochs, while others are short." The knight keenly picked up on a subtle detail. "We term it an epoch." "We, Teacher Knight, You are quite perceptive. Please wait a moment. I haven't felt the sun's warmth in ages. Let us set off shortly. All right. After about half an hour, Yang Ning smiled at the knight and said, let us go. The two walked side by side through the deserted Morning Star campus towards the main gate. As they approached the entrance, the knight reminded Yang Ning, it seems we need an exit permit. Yang Ning waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry about that. He walked straight toward the large iron gate, which swung open automatically with a resounding clang as he drew near. Yang Ning led the knight out into the world beyond. After Yang Ning and the knight had departed, approximately 5 minutes later, the perspiring figure of old Qin finally emerged from the guardhouse, peering intently at the direction in which Yang Ning had vanished. As he finally saw no one in sight, he let out a sigh of relief and tremulously emerged from the guardhouse, resolutely locking the imposing iron gate behind him while muttering to himself, what kind of people inhabit this fate park? It nearly scared the life out of me. In the principal's office, and Jiming had not returned to his home on Qing'an Street for several days, spending his nights and meals within the confines of the principal's quarters. Meanwhile, in the junior principal's office, Wang Dong cowered beneath his desk, clutching himself tightly, too fearful to even raise his head. In the office of the academic director. Director Zhao sat poised behind his desk, delicately applying powder to his face with an elegant flourish, yet his perpetually trembling hands infused his grace with an undercurrent of disquiet. Outside the school, Yang Ning led the knight through the darkness to Qingyuan Street. Stopping before Jiming's shop, he paused for a moment, surveying the establishment without entering, and instead made his way to the convenience store across the street. After gathering an assortment of beverages, ice cream, and snacks, Yang Ning filled several shopping baskets to the brim and had the knight assist him at the checkout. Only then did he guide the knight back to the shop across the street. As soon as Yang Ning departed, the convenience store clerk promptly dialed a number. Boss, the person you mentioned seems to have returned. And Jiming's shop was familiar to the knight, as she had visited before and even spent a night there. It was an ordinary doll shop, with 4 shelves on the first floor displaying an array of dolls, while the second floor served as Jiming's living quarters. However, this time as Yang Ning approached the shop's entrance, the door swung open on its own. Whoosh! A surge of overwhelming energy swept over the knight, rendering her pale and inducing an unusual sensation of panic and nausea. Such symptoms were typically reserved for ordinary individuals, seldom manifesting in seasoned warriors, yet the knight was undeniably affected. The atmosphere within the shop was profoundly unsettling. Inside, aside from the 2 dolls, Tian Dao and Gue Jian, that remained motionless on the desk, the rows of dolls on the first floor seemed to spring to life, each waving their tiny arms at Yang Ning, not in a welcoming gesture for their former master's return, but rather in utter disdain, cursing and hurling venomous insults with a depth of malice. In that moment, the knight, hailing from the Sakura Island military, experienced the pinnacle of the dark side of human linguistic artistry for the very first time. Chapter 76. Master, do you truly know my fate? Faced with the onslaught of vicious curses and insults, the knight instinctively wished to silence the dolls. Yet, Yang Ning, laden with his purchases, strode into the shop as if reuniting with family. His face aglow with joy, he stepped inside with a buoyant air, exclaiming, "Long time no see, my old friends. It feels so familiar." Seated at the grand desk facing the entrance, he clasped his hands together and addressed the 2 dolls that had refrained from cursing him, saying, "Thank you both for your protection over my disciple all these years." Yang Ning is truly grateful. The 2 dolls, Tian Dao and Gue Jian, waved back slightly. Yang Ning shook his head and replied, "No, even though Jiming has grown significantly in strength in recent years and no longer requires your assistance, gratitude must still be expressed. Your friendship, I, Yang Ning, will hold dear, and once this era concludes, I will surely repay you." At that moment, Yang Ning noticed the knight standing outside the shop, her complexion ashen and visibly unwell. He chuckled. "I almost forgot. The curses from these dolls carry a bit of weight." With a gentle tap on the desk, silence enveloped the shop. The knight's color began to return. He gestured for her to join him, smiling. "Teacher Knight, come and help me enjoy the snacks you treated me to. It has been ages since I last savored these delights." The knight approached and took a seat opposite Yang Ning, eyeing the array of drinks and snacks freshly purchased from the convenience store. Connecting this to Yang Ning's earlier statement regarding what they termed an era, she tentatively inquired, "Do you, too, enjoy such foods?" Yang Ning handed her a box of ice cream while opening one for himself, replying in the past, "My friends and I relish these treats. Jiming enjoyed them as well when he was younger. It's not merely about the food. It's about the memories." He then focused on indulging in the ice cream before opening a bottle of sugar-free cola, accompanied by a few small breads, oden, and assorted biscuits. The knight could see that this young man, who appeared to be in his 20s, was genuinely savoring these items, which, in a sense, could hardly be classified as food. Yang Ning did not rush, and after an hour, all the snacks had been consumed. He ascended to the second floor for a brief while, bid farewell to the two dolls on the desk, and departed with the knight. Not long after Yang Ning left, a Rolls-Royce pulled up on Qingyuan Street, and a man hurriedly disembarked, making his way directly to Jiming's shop. However, after knocking several times, he received no response. Disheartened, he muttered to himself, "Old Yang, upon hearing you returned, I rushed over, yet I still couldn't meet you. It seems fate is not on my side." He then crossed over to the convenience store, where the clerk, upon spotting him, exclaimed, "Mr. Xiang, that person truly came today." Xiang Dong nodded. "Did he buy something from us? Please bring me a list of his purchases." "Certainly. Let me pull up the surveillance footage so I can see what young Master Yang has become after all these years." As he viewed the footage of Yang Ning, Xiang Dong's eyes reddened, tears brimming as he lamented, "Young Master Yang, after all these years, how have I aged so drastically while you remain so youthful?" After leaving Jiming's shop, Yang Ning guided the knight through Liang City. They first arrived at the management office of a farmer's market, where a woman in her 50s was energetically announcing the prices of vegetables through a loudspeaker. To the knight, she appeared to be just an ordinary person. Not even someone as distinguished as Yang Ning commanded her attention, let alone her, an ordinary warrior. Yet, Yang Ning fixated on her for a considerable time. Finally, when the knight grew impatient, Yang Ning remarked, "Teacher Knight, do you know what the issue is with that woman?" The knight shook her head. Her son attended Morningstar 3 years ago and was subsequently killed by Jiming. Upon hearing this, the knight's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Ning continued, "She must harbor immense hatred towards Jiming, yet look at her. There is not a hint of animosity in her demeanor," the knight speculated. "So, she has also had her fate altered, hasn't she?" Yang Ning did not respond, instead turning to lead the knight to their next destination. They arrived at a construction site, where a carpenter was diligently carving wood. Observing him, the knight ventured a guess before Yang Ning could speak. "He is also." Yang Ning nodded, "Indeed." They proceeded to several more locations, a government office in Liang City, a nearly 100-square-meter private office, a rural forest area where a forest ranger was at work, the headquarters of a corporate group in Liang City, where a board member held court, and a high-end residential estate, where a woman of considerable charm resided. After visiting numerous places, Yang Ning glanced at the sky and smiled. "All right, we've wandered enough. It's noon, and Jiming should have finished his meal by now. It is time for me to teach him. Teacher Knight, let us return." The knight nodded, puzzled. What was the purpose of observing these individuals? Yang Ning sighed. "Before teaching others, a teacher must first prepare themselves. No? Let us go, Teacher Knight." "Very well, AT Morningstar Martial School." In the teaching building on the first floor, Room East 1, a modest classroom designated for cultural studies, yet notably spacious, with a single low desk in the center. Upon Yang Ning's arrival, Jiming was already seated behind the desk, awaiting his mentor. Seeing Yang Ning, he rose with a smile, bowed his head, and greeted, "Master, you've come." Yang Ning positioned himself opposite Jiming, returning the gesture of respect. He sat cross-legged behind the low desk and said, "Please, take a seat." Jiming complied. A teapot rested on the table, and Jiming poured a cup for Yang Ning, saying, "Master, it has been a long time." "Indeed. How fares your mastery of fate techniques?" "I am now able to discern and control human fate, earthly fate, and comprehend heavenly fate. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask." "Master, I have understood heavenly fate for 5 years, yet why am I still unable to control it? It feels as though the principles of heavenly fate are worlds apart from those of human and earthly fate." Yang Ning chuckled. "What's this? Have you already begun contemplating controlling my fate?" Jiming responded with a smile, "Master, you jest. I have attained the realm of heavenly fate, naturally understanding you must possess powers beyond mere heavenly fate. You are at least 2 realms higher. He gazed at the teacup offered by Jiming. Yang Ning remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Jiming, Do you think it possible that your fate may be destined to halt at the realm of heavenly fate? Unable to break through to the control of heavenly fate, Njiming looked at his master and smiled faintly, replying, Master, my name is Njiming, a name you bestowed upon me. And Ji Ming, Master, do you truly know my fate? Yang Ning did not shy away from the sharpness embedded within his disciple's words, responding, curiously, Jiming, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding your fate. I humbly request you to elucidate, Master. Yang Ning lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, Nonsense. I told you long ago, but you wouldn't listen. An Jiming, unperturbed, silently accepted the teacup that Yang Ning had used and refilled it for him. Yang Ning continued, Speak up. Why did you do that? And Jiming replied, What? Yang Ning, exasperated, asked, I visited those people in Liangqing whose fates you have suppressed. When I taught you about fate, I made it clear. First, treat people as people. Second, respect their destinies. Did you heed my words? The tone of Yang Ning's final question carried a hint of sternness. An Jiming maintained his composure and calmly responded to his master, Master, if I had listened, would I still be seeing you today? Yang Ning sighed, Of course not. Had you listened, you would have harbored no doubts. You wouldn't be stuck in the realm of knowing destiny. In that case, there would have been no need for my visit today. With that, he scolded, You rascal, and yet you claim not to want to control my fate. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of tea, along with several tea leaves. Chapter 77. Rewriting the Will of Heaven. Thank you for being a stunning presence in the mortal realm. Recognized by the divine. Master, this is not about controlling fate. It's merely a disciple expressing his longing for you. Nonsense. Master, can you perhaps convey a message to the heavens, asking her not to target me so harshly? You brought it upon yourself. Every day, before stepping out, I must first calculate whether I'll be struck by lightning. Who can endure that? You deserve it. I've spoken to her many times. Aunt Hong and you have suffered together since childhood. Even without me, she would not have become Aunt Hong, yet she refuses to believe it, always thinking I have usurped her rightful glory. She is not wrong. So, as your disciple, I must be targeted by the heavens? Of course, Master. Do you mean to say that as your disciple, I am destined to be bullied by the heavens, to endure such indignities? Yang Ning shot Njiming a cold glance and retorted, Then you truly are a worthless fool, bringing me shame. Njiming, surveying Yang Ning, inquired, Master, have you been possessed by something? Yang Ning glanced at him sideways, saying, Then go fetch a soul plate for me to examine. Njiming chuckled, pulling out a turtle shell and placing it on the table. I don't have a soul plate, as I do not practice soul arts, but I do have Uncle Shell. Upon seeing the turtle shell that Njiming produced, warmth flickered in Yang Ning's eyes. He gently picked up the shell, which trembled slightly in his hands. Turtle, it has indeed been a while since we last met, Yang Ning said, gesturing a high sign towards Njiming. About to speak, but Njiming preempted him, stating, I know, Uncle Shell used to jump high in his youth. You were rather lazy back then, always making him do the calculations for you. Yang Ning nodded. I am still quite lazy now. An Jiming lowered his head, indicating he had no response to that. After a moment of silence, Yang Ning gently caressed the turtle shell, saying, Jiming. Jiming? Yang Ning scowled, and Jiming, I am calling you. And Jiming rolled his eyes, responding, Master, I am sitting right across from you. I'm not deaf or blind. Can't you just say what you need to say directly? Must I respond every time? When did our communication develop such a gap? Yang Ning, you say one thing, and I must respond thrice? Have your wings grown too strong? It seems you are asking for a beating. And Jiming said nothing, raising both hands with palms open, offering them to Yang Ning. Yang Ning waved his hand. No ruler today. Let us save it for next time. I meant to ask you, how much time has passed since my last return? And Jiming smiled mysteriously. Master, if I tell you, don't be frightened. Yang Ning replied calmly, a dog's mouth cannot spit out. And Jiming raised a finger, 1 year. Yang Ning's voice abruptly halted. An Jiming continued. Not yet. A look of surprise flickered across Yang Ning's face. And he laughed heartily, good, well done. Ha ha ha. When I last came, you had just grasped the concept of fate, and now, in less than a year. Realizing he had let something slip, he paused, and Njiming, with an understanding look, said, Master, it seems I shall enter the realm of controlling fate today? Yang Ning set down the turtle shell, Regarding Njiming with seriousness, you are inherently suited for the art of fate, from knowing nothing to understanding human destinies. It took you 5 years, from understanding human destinies to controlling them, 3 years. Then, from knowing earthly destinies, 2.5 years. Controlling earthly destinies, 2 years. Knowing heavenly destinies, 1 year. Now, in less than a year, you are about to control heavenly destinies. Ordinarily, the higher the realm, the more difficult the breakthrough, yet the opposite is true for you. Njiming, had you not suppressed the destinies of those individuals, accumulating doubts and obstacles, you might have entered the realm of controlling heavenly destinies much sooner. Why wait until now? And Njiming's eyebrows lifted slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. If anyone's praise could bring him joy, it was undoubtedly from this very person before him. Master, in truth, besides wishing to see you. My suppression of those individuals' destinies is not solely due to my own inner turmoil. Their closest kin were dealt with by me, yet none were without reason in their demise. Those individuals themselves were blameless. I do not wish to see them plunge into despair seeking vengeance for their loved ones, hence I have restrained their fates. This indeed contradicts the principle you taught me about respecting others' destinies and treating them as human beings, causing inner conflict within me. Beyond that, Njiming lightly tapped the teacup with his finger, drawing lines on the table to represent steps. Master, I need to pave the way for the future, paving the way for others in the future, as well as for myself. Yangning nodded slightly, suddenly making a comment unrelated to their previous conversation. Be kind to that team leader CAO. Njiming nodded, inquiring with a smile, there must be a reason for that? Yangning reminisced for a moment, replying, he resembles an old acquaintance, in name and temperament. All right, Njiming affirmed, I shall treat him well. Subsequently, the master and disciple engaged in a casual conversation, and before long, half the day had swiftly passed. For Njiming, the evening twilight was always enchanting. Dawn was similar, but he was usually asleep at that hour. Standing in the campus, gazing at the evening glow, Yangning asked Njiming, is there anything else you wish to inquire? I must take my leave, master. When will you come again? When you accumulate doubts and obstacles next time. You could simply say you want to come, couldn't you? Looking at Njiming, Yangning stated earnestly, I wish I could, but alas, some individuals are truly too foolish to deal with. Njiming. Pointing towards the Destiny Garden, Njiming remarked, Master, the path lies that way. Remember, the 44th floor, I have a good memory. No need for your reminders. I'm off. With that, Yangning walked away with his hands clasped behind him. Suddenly, the heavens shifted ominously, thunder rumbling. Yangning did not falter in his stride, but Njiming looked up at the sky. Speaking solemnly, apologies, O heavens, my master does not wish to engage with you. Please show some restraint. Lightning streaked across the sky, striking mere steps in front of Yangning. Observing this, Yangning raised an eyebrow slightly, while Njiming's voice turned icy. Wishing to converse with my master? No, you do not. With that, he flicked his right hand gently. Thus, the lightning that had appeared in the sky suddenly fizzled out, transforming into a web of lightning that interwove through the clouds. Subsequently, the clouds dispersed, and the heavenly thunder vanished entirely. Before Njiming, alongside Yangning, stood a slender boy, holding a soft-haired steel pen, inscribing upon an ancient scroll, on the last day of April in the 17th year of the new calendar. Njiming entered the realm of controlling heavenly destinies, and on that day, he first rewrote the will of heaven. Chapter 78. Farewell, Master. Once the boy finished writing, he noticed Yangning staring at him. The boy? Yangning. The two locked eyes, neither speaking. The boy blinked, uncertain whether this peculiar-looking individual could see him. Thus, he took a couple of steps to the side. Yangning's gaze followed his movement. Confirmed, the boy realized that this person could indeed see him. He grinned widely, scratching his head, and said, Emperor Ning, hello. I never expected to meet you in this era. Yangning scrutinized the slender boy before him, who appeared quite young, and remarked, Sure D. What brings you here, you old ghost? Why make yourself look so youthful? Pointing towards the Morning Star campus, the slender boy chuckled. When you spend all day with young folks, you inevitably become youthful yourself. All day? Yangning pointed at Njiming and inquired of the boy before him, Have you taken a liking to my disciple? Sure D sniffled awkwardly, remaining silent. Yangning raised his hand in a gesture as if preparing to strike. Asking, "What isn't thinking?" The boy hurriedly exclaimed, "Ning Di, please don't act rashly. If I've taken a fancy to your disciple, it's certainly preferable to the likes of Hun Di or Chong Di setting their sights on her. Right? Let me explain. I've recently perused 100 epics of historical records, and they were rather dull. I utilized the power of Amaterasu once, and saw that the history of this epoch would be quite riveting. Hence my personal visit, and what do you know? I stumbled upon your precious disciple. No wonder the history of this epoch is so fascinating. Ha ha, it seems you have taught your disciples well." Yang Ning took the ancient scroll from the boy's hands, perusing its contents thoroughly, before snatching the boy's soft, feathery pen. He added to the sentence the boy had just written about Njiming's first rewriting of the heavenly will. On the same day, Njiming's master made a stunning appearance in the world. His master, strikingly handsome and tall, possessed a radiant countenance, exuding an aura of boundless power, with divine strength akin to the vastness of the universe and the infinity of heaven and earth, instilling awe in all beings and prompting the writer to cover his face in profound shame. Having finished, Yang Ning returned the paper and pen to the slender boy, who, however, appeared utterly dazed, showing no inclination to accept them. Yang Ning asked, "What is the matter?" The boy replied. Yang Ning pressed on, "Sure Di, why do you look as if you've lost both parents?" The boy gazed at the scroll and pen in Yang Ning's hands, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "She is no longer pure." Yang Ning was taken aback. The boy pointed at the scroll and pen in Yang Ning's possession, his eyes reddening as he lamented. "Yang Ning, do you know what your recent actions felt like to me? It was as if you defiled my wife right in front of me." Yang Ning responded. The boy continued, "Does having boundless power and divine strength grant one the right to act as one pleases?" Yang Ning remained silent. The boy pressed on, "Does being handsome and dignified allow one to bully the weak?" As he spoke, tears began to roll down the boy's cheeks. Yang Ning raised a hand and said, "Sure Di, enough flattery, I'll make amends. Just tell me what you desire." Upon hearing this, the boy's tear-streaked face brightened. The tears that had flowed down his cheeks reversed course, returning to his eyes. Grasping the paper and pen offered by Yang Ning, he smiled triumphantly, saying, "I haven't decided what I want just yet, so you can owe me for now, Ning Di." Yang Ning's expression shifted slightly, realizing he had been outsmarted. "You little rascal, are you trying to trick me?" The boy quickly jumped back a few paces, exclaiming, "Ning Di, you must keep your promise. If you don't, then the things you just wrote in my historical record won't count either." Yang Ning snorted coldly, stating, "You can ask me whenever you wish. As long as you dare to ask, there is nothing I, Yang Ning, would refuse." The boy chuckled, "Ning Di, if I asked for your life, would you grant that as well?" Yang Ning also chuckled softly in response, "Sure Di, then you wouldn't be the old immortal. In the phrase old immortal, only one character would remain. Can you guess which one?" The boy pouted, finding the jest amusing. Rolling his eyes, Yang Ning turned to leave, only to find Njiming gazing at him with an expression of bewilderment. "Master, what are you underestimating over there?" "Nothing, just catching a breeze." Unfazed by his precious disciple's complex yet endearing gaze, Yang Ning waved goodbye to Njiming. However, it seemed this farewell was destined to be anything but smooth. After taking just a couple of steps, Yang Ning noticed the ground beneath him beginning to tremble, then collapse. The evening sky, ablaze with fiery hues, grew even more vivid. There were indeed clusters of flames flickering in the heavens. Suddenly, ice flowers appeared in the air, alternating between hot and cold temperatures. Vast stretches of land began to levitate, buildings hanging upside down as if the laws of physics had momentarily unraveled. Observing the transformations occurring around him, Njiming murmured, "The laws of heaven are losing their grip. Good heavens, are you trying to escape?" He closed his eyes, preparing to reassert control over the heavenly will, but then heard Yang Ning's voice beside him. "Do not move. I will handle this. The heavenly will was startled by your first alteration of destiny just now. Be cautious moving forward," Njiming obediently replied. "Understood." He opened his eyes to see his master, Yang Ning, raising a finger before him, as if grasping something, then gently shifting it to the left eye in an instant. All the chaotic changes around them reversed, returning to their original state. The flames and ice flowers dissipated, the floating earth and overturned buildings restored to their rightful positions. Not only that, but time began to flow backward. The lightning that had vanished due to Njiming's alteration of destiny reappeared in the sky, and everything returned to the moment when the heavenly lightning had struck mere paces before Yang Ning. Subsequently, Yang Ning waved his hand as if erasing something from the air. After completing this task, he turned to Njiming with a smile and said, "All done. You need not intervene. As for the heavenly will's intentions, simply disregard them. It cannot force me to remain." Njiming blinked in confusion and asked, "Can I interpret this as you just utilized an enhanced version of time manipulation?" Yang Ning shook his head. "No, it was a destiny technique from our Lingmen." Njiming appeared puzzled. Yang Ning explained, "It's akin to altering a person's life. I just modified the destiny of this epic. One advantage I have over you as your master is that I can not only alter the past, but also the future. Strive diligently. You are not far from reaching my current level." With that, he waved goodbye to Njiming once more, finally saying, "Little one, I truly am departing now." Njiming stood solemnly in place and bowed deeply to Yang Ning. "Master." "Travel safely." Yang Ning strode into the realm of destiny. Behind him, the slender boy stared intently at the ancient scroll in his hands for a long while. The words left by Yang Ning were still clear and intact. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Wasn't it promised that we would alter the epoch? Why are the words still here? Alter? Why don't you just vanish?" However, no matter how he lamented, the ink of Yang Ning's writing remained inscribed in his scroll, showing no signs of disappearing. Chapter 79, Wang Dong. Have I discovered a bug in this world? In the administrative building, the principal's office, small, leaning against the wall outside the restroom, Wang Dong sensed something was amiss with his body. More precisely, it felt as if his mind and vision were troubled. Shaking his head vigorously to assure himself that the world before his eyes was still normal, Wang Dong muttered, "What the hell? Am I seeing things? Is my memory muddled?" Grumbling, Wang Dong exited the office and encountered Director Zhao coming towards him. "Old Zhao, trouble has arisen." Upon seeing Director Zhao, Wang Dong quickly grasped his arm, anxiety etched on his face. "My mind is playing tricks on me." With a delicate gesture, Director Zhao scrutinized Wang Dong's chubby face and remarked elegantly, "Principal, you have finally come to realize your own issues? That is a good sign. I don't have time for your nonsense. Listen to me." Wang Dong glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then leaned closer to Director Zhao and whispered, "Old Zhao, I just had a bowel movement, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, I felt disoriented." "Guess what happened next?" Director Zhao, with an air of disdain, replied, "What else could happen? Whatever you expelled can't just return, can it?" Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he stared at Director Zhao in disbelief. "Hey, old Zhao, you're quite the genius. I'm telling you, it actually did return. I distinctly remember having relieved myself, but just a moment of disorientation and poof, I was back to the state before I went." As Director Zhao quietly removed Wang Dong's hand from his arm, he suddenly glanced at the principal's hand. Wang Dong swiftly interjected, "Sorry, didn't he wash my hands? Forgot." Director Zhao's fingers trembled thrice, and he dropped his elegant pose. Now expressing his disgust, "Principal, we can't assist you with this matter." "Hey, old Zhao, it's not just that. I also witnessed the world upside down, with ice and fire everywhere in the air. Just a moment of bewilderment. And everything restored itself?" As he spoke, Wang Dong turned his head to survey the surroundings, shivering slightly. "Old Zhao, do you think I've discovered a bug in this world?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Director Zhao's eyes. But he maintained his distance, simply stating, "Principal, let us set aside your remarkable discovery of a world bug for now. We need to submit the review materials for all candidates participating in the martial arts examination to the Martial Education Department shortly. Would you like to go over them?" Wang Dong waved his hand impatiently. "What is there to review? I trust you to handle it. Submit it." Director Zhao's refined expression revealed a hint of gratitude. "The principal has such faith in me?" Wang Dong chuckled. "Of course, if you don't put in the effort, fate will arrange for you to step in dog excrement when you step outside." Director Zhao replied, "Principal, we can ascertain that your mind is still sharp and functioning well." After saying this, Director Zhao promptly turned and returned to his office, where his first order of business was to wash his hands. He then removed his suit jacket and called a courier to take it for dry cleaning. Once he completed these tasks, he retrieved a new suit from his office wardrobe, adjusted his meticulously tied tie in front of the mirror, delicately formed a graceful hand gesture, and elegantly declared, "Time to work." Subsequently, Director Zhao made his way to the school's archive room, where 16 prepared storage boxes awaited him. He methodically transported the boxes numbered 1 to 8 down to the garage on the basement level, loading them into his car before driving away to BY this time. Darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Director Zhao arrived at the school gate and honked his horn. Inside the security room, Grandpa Qin poked his head out, trembling as if in a fit, and shouted at Director Zhao's car. "Exit permit." Director Zhao rolled down his window and replied, "Official business, delivering materials to the Department of Martial Arts." Grandpa Qin retorted, "Official business doesn't require an exit permit?" Director Zhao sighed silently and opened the passenger door. Moments later, Grandpa Qin rushed out of the security room, climbed into the passenger seat, and exclaimed, "Good heavens! Did you just see that, Lao Zhao?" It was like the world had turned upside down, fire and water everywhere. Director Zhao, with his hand elegantly poised on the steering wheel, replied calmly, "Stay composed, it's a trivial matter. Look, everything is still stable, and life is serene. Isn't it?" Grandpa Qin, apprehensive, looked skyward and asked, "But Lao Zhao, what exactly happened? Who was that person who emerged from Fate Park this morning?" Director Zhao remained silent, while Grandpa Qin stared at his own hand and, as if possessed, muttered, "Strange. Why do I suddenly feel like slapping myself?" Director Zhao glanced outside the campus and remarked with a smile, "Because you inquired about matters that should remain unspoken." "All right," Grandpa Qin waved his hand and made to exit the car. "I'll open the door for you." "Wait," Director Zhao called out to Grandpa Qin, gesturing for him to look outside the campus. Across the road, a man clad in a trench coat stood silently, holding a chainsaw. Nearby, a sorrowful woman squatted on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while a man beside her offered consolation. On the opposite side of the road, several cars were parked, their windows tinted, rendering them opaque to ordinary passers-by. Yet, both Director Zhao and Grandpa Qin could discern that there were occupants within those vehicles. Director Zhao chuckled, "It seems today is quite lively outside the school gates." Grandpa Qin nodded, "Indeed, there are some individuals present, which is why I was inquiring about that person from earlier, at this hour. There should be a soul outside. Yet now, with his arrival, everyone has come out." Director Zhao scrutinized the man with the chainsaw and slowly said, "That individual must be Zhao Qinquan's father." "What?" Grandpa Qin blinked in surprise. "Who is Zhao Qinquan? Is he a relative of yours?" Director Zhao rolled his eyes and replied, "He was a delinquent student eliminated by Jimin 3 years ago. 3 years." Grandpa Qin fixed his gaze on the chainsaw in the man's hand and chuckled. I see. He is one of those who were oppressed by an isn't he? So, after 3 years of protection, and is finally ready to send them on their way." Director Zhao spoke softly. "Respect the destinies of others." Grandpa Qin took out his phone, dialing as he spoke. "No need for N to take action. With a single call, I can send them all in." Halfway through the call, Grandpa Qin suddenly frowned. "Strange. Why do I feel like throwing this broken phone?" Director Zhao replied. "Who told you to meddle in affairs that don't concern you? Jimin can handle his own matters without your interference." Before long, an armed convoy passed by outside. Upon seeing the convoy, Director Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with Grandpa Qin, who immediately opened the door. Director Zhao followed the convoy out of the Morning Star Martial Arts School. As soon as his car exited the gates, it was targeted by a multitude of unidentified individuals loitering nearby. However, Director Zhao remained unfazed. Observing the armed convoy ahead, he murmured to himself, "What? Are you daring to ambush the convoy transporting student files from the Longway Preparatory School? Why do I have such little faith?" Chapter 80. I share no peace with Morning Star Martial Arts School. Trailing closely behind the Longway Preparatory School's convoy, Director Zhao gradually understood the situation. He pondered. How could it be that he suddenly decided to deliver files to the Department of Martial Arts today? It turned out that fate had already orchestrated this. "Thank you, Owen, for alleviating our burden. Had I driven alone, I would have had to expend considerable effort to deal with these individuals." Just as Director Zhao was lost in thought, a figure rushed towards his SUV. "Morning Star Martial Arts School. Return my son's life." A man screamed hoarsely, brandishing a kitchen knife as he lunged from the roadside straight towards Director Zhao's vehicle. Clang! The man struck the windshield of Director Zhao's car with all his might. The reinforced glass remained unscathed, while the kitchen knife was sent flying from his grip due to the impact. This ludicrous scene left Director Zhao in a rather difficult predicament. The assailant was clearly an ordinary citizen, not a martial artist. If he were a martial artist, it would have been easier to handle. At that moment, The convoy from Longwei Martial Arts School came to a halt, and Director Zhao had no choice but to stop as well. The enraged man, with bloodshot eyes, picked up the fallen kitchen knife and continued to hack at the windshield of Director Zhao's car, repeatedly shouting for the return of his son's life. This scene unfolded not far from the gates of Morning Star Martial Arts School, causing more and more onlookers to gather around the stopped convoy, each face etched with intense resentment. Finally, the man attacking the car caught the attention of a second individual, a woman who, in a frenzy, sprinted towards Director Zhao's vehicle, crying, "And my child. Morning Star, you return my child's life." With the arrival of the second, the third, fourth, and more individuals began to follow suit, angrily cursing as they rushed towards Director Zhao's car. Although the gates of Morning Star Martial Arts School were just ahead, these individuals seemed fixated solely on Director Zhao's vehicle. Just as Director Zhao prepared to respond, a squad of armed soldiers descended from the convoy ahead. The Longwei Martial Arts School, being a military-operated institution, was under strict military management, and thus, the escorting convoy was composed of military personnel. Anticipating an impending conflict, a commanding officer fired a warning shot into the air, which somewhat quelled the unrest. The officer then ordered the soldiers to intervene. Pulling the increasingly agitated crowd away from Director Zhao's vehicle, the officer approached and tapped on Director Zhao's window. As he rolled it down, he said, "Thank you." The officer waved his hand, gesturing towards the surrounding individuals. "What's going on here?" Director Zhao produced his identification, explaining, "I'm not entirely sure. I'm just responsible for delivering student files to the Department of Martial Arts, yet upon exiting, I was surrounded." Upon hearing this, the officer's expression turned serious. "This is a grave matter. We cannot delay the students from attending their martial arts examinations. Please come to the front. We will escort you. Thank you very much." After expressing his gratitude, Director Zhao drove his vehicle into the front of the Longwei convoy, while the officer instructed an armored vehicle to follow closely behind. As the officer signaled for the convoy to proceed, he quickly grabbed a megaphone, addressing the crowd. "If anyone has concerns, please come and speak with me. We are the Special Operations Team of the Longwei Military Department. Although we are not martial artists, we are soldiers, rest assured. We will contact our superiors to resolve your issues, and now, please line up and explain your concerns." Although the officer urged them to line up, the man who had been attacking Director Zhao's car with the kitchen knife lunged forward, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Sir, my son died 3 years ago at Morning Star Martial Arts School for unknown reasons. Suddenly, sir, you must seek justice for me." The officer comforted the distraught man. "Please, don't cry. Rest assured, in our nation, martial artists are not permitted to arbitrarily kill ordinary citizens. Someone will certainly provide you justice." As the officer gestured for soldiers to assist the man aside, he looked at the others, and without needing to speak, a group of individuals crowded around. "Our child, too, officer. You must keep your word. Our child was so well behaved. How could they suddenly become a corpse? Woe is me. My brother, too. I share no peace with Morning Star Martial Arts School. It was that wretched Jimin who killed my daughter. It was him. It is he." Amidst the chaotic throng, the officer patiently listened to the accounts of all present. Then, with a megaphone in hand, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please be silent. I have comprehended your circumstances. Now, I must inform you that the Wuqin Bureau is far more suited to intervene in your matters than we are. Their responsibility is to manage martial artists, and martial academies fall under their jurisdiction. Now, my comrades and I can escort you to the Wuqin Division in Liangqing. Please follow me. Come, all of you, this way." As he spoke, the officer led the agitated crowd toward the Wuqin Bureau. Most indeed followed him, yet a small faction, their eyes wild with frenzy, remained outside the gates of the Morning Star Martial Academy. In Liangqing, at the Wuqin Division, Chao Mingjian was utterly bewildered. Since the afternoon, his division had devolved into a veritable marketplace. People of all ages, men and women, arrived incessantly. The sole reason for their presence was the same. They had lost beloved ones 3 years prior, either directly or indirectly, at the Morning Star Martial Academy, or had seen them perish at the hands of its martial artists. Listening to a gray-haired grandmother weep and wipe her nose as she recounted how obedient her precious grandson had been and the horrific nature of his demise, Chao Mingjian inquired, "Auntie, why have you only come to us now?" Concurrently, Wan Mingyuan, who was taking notes, echoed, "Yes, it has been 3 years. Why is it that you have only sought us now? The elderly woman froze momentarily, clearly at a loss for words in response to the inquiries of Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue. She could only draw a shuddering breath and cry out, "My fate is so wretched. My grandson, how could you abandon your grandmother and leave alone? My life is truly tragic. Heaven, take me instead. My suffering is unbearable." Chao Mingjian and Ruan Mingyue exchanged glances, signaling a nearby colleague to take over their duties. And both rose to their feet. At that moment, a Wuqin officer rushed over, breathlessly reaching Chao Mingjian's side, whispering, "Boss, another group has arrived outside. A sergeant named Wang Hao has brought along about 40 to 50 people, all here to confront Jiming and the Morning Star." Chao Mingjian felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he waved his hand and commanded, "Notify everyone in the division. No one is to leave today. Everyone must come to take statements, understood?" Subsequently, Chao Mingjian returned to his office, with Ruan Mingyue trailing behind. Through the office window, they gazed at the densely packed, tumultuous crowd in the courtyard of the Wuqin division. And Ruan Mingyue's expression grew increasingly grim. She turned to Chao Mingjian and said, "You are now aware of Jiming's background. He is a core confidential personnel of the military. You are also cognizant of the situation at the Morning Star Martial Academy. Those students, whose powers are unfathomable, are fervently devoted to Jiming himself. This is a difficult situation, Mingjian. How do you intend to handle it?" Chao Mingjian offered no reply, but Ruan Mingyue already knew the answer. She observed him, transfixed, holding a martial artist's service badge, lost in thought. Chapter 81. I am not protecting him. I am protecting you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chao Mingjian took a sip of water, donned his coat, and beckoned Ruan Mingyue, "Let's go. You drive." Ruan Mingyue glanced at the raucous crowd in the Wuqin division courtyard. "Where to?" "The division is currently overwhelmed." Without looking back, Chao Mingjian replied, "To Morning Star. Have Zhou bring his team along with us." Ruan Mingyuan immediately grasped the implication and hastily followed suit. Outside the gates of the Morning Star Martial Academy, the majority of those who had previously surrounded the campus had been guided away by the officer to the Wuqin division. Yet a small number remained, lingering at the school's entrance. Among them stood a man clad in a black trench coat, wielding a chainsaw, like a statue, his gaze fixed intently upon the gates of the Morning Star Martial Academy. As the clock approached 10, a vehicle arrived at the entrance of the academy. Before the window could be rolled down, Grandpa Qin from the guardhouse called out, "Who goes there? Show your exit permit." As the window descended, a gleaming bald head appeared before Grandpa Qin, wearing an eternally indifferent expression, with features seemingly frozen in time. Upon recognition, Grandpa Qin exclaimed, "Old Bai, what are you doing out at this hour?" Master Bai gestured for Grandpa Qin to look into the back seat. There sat Jiming, resting with his eyes closed. Without hesitation, Grandpa Qin moved to open the gate, but hesitated upon noticing the crowd outside. Master Bai mouthed to Grandpa Qin, "Just open the gate." Grandpa Qin nodded, casting a worried glance at the crowd, and cautioned Old Bai, "They are still people, not mere livestock. If you must act, do it swiftly and let them depart cleanly. Do not treat them like meat, cutting them into pieces." Old Bai nodded. Yet, Grandpa Qin remained uneasy, advising, "Not even in pieces, just one swift strike, separating the body from the head." Old Bai nodded once more. Finally, Grandpa Qin slowly opened the gate, standing aside to silently pray, "Remember, grievances have their source, debts have their owners. Should you become ghosts, do not come seeking me, for I will ensure you experience a suffering more profound than life itself." As Master Bai drove out of the Martial Academy's gates, the crowd outside began to stir. Cries of anguish erupted, with voices pleading, "Return my son's life! Return my son's life!" Several individuals advanced toward the school gates. Master Bai pretended not to see, continuing to drive out, when suddenly, headlights shone in the distance. The Wuqin division's vehicles were arriving. Chao Mingjian picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed, "Vehicle 4, everyone in your vehicle must disembark and secure the scene. Employ the phrasing I just taught you. The other 3 vehicles should follow the Morning Star vehicle." Received. A vehicle halted, and several Wuqin officers disembarked, dispersing to confront those approaching the gates of the Morning Star Martial Academy. From a distance, these individuals displayed their identification, regardless of whether the darkness rendered it visible, and promptly declared, "Do not be agitated. We are from the Wuqin Bureau conducting an investigation. Please, do not engage in extreme actions, as the matters you seek to understand will soon be clarified. We are already aware of the specifics. The investigation has commenced, and all matters require a process. Please trust us. We will not allow any innocent child to suffer a tragic fate. Grant us a chance. Perhaps you possess details about the case that we may not know, which you can share with us. However, if you engage in reckless behavior now, you may never witness the truth revealed. Such rhetoric indeed calmed many, and even if it did not fully assuage their emotions, it encouraged several to share their experiences with the Wuqin personnel before them. But I believe you are all in cahoots. Someone shouted, charging toward Master Bai's vehicle, which had just exited the school gates. Within the Wuqin Bureau's convoy, Chao Mingjian commanded over the walkie-talkie, Vehicle 3, intercept those individuals. Exercise caution. You are martial artists, yet they are merely civilians. Do not harm them. Vehicle 3 immediately pulled over, and several Wuqin officers leapt out, rushing toward the agitated individuals. Apologizing as they approached, they swiftly subdued and restrained those who had rushed toward Old Bai's car. Executing the entire sequence with fluidity and precision in mere seconds, 4 or 5 Wuqin officers had subdued about 10 individuals rushing toward Old Bai's vehicle. One officer gently patted the back of a recently controlled man, who continued to shout curses, saying, "Brother, stop cursing. I am not protecting him. I am protecting you." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow darted past. Simultaneously, the roar of a diesel engine erupted. It was the man in the trench coat with the chainsaw. While the crowd had surged toward Old Bai's vehicle, he had remained motionless. But at the moment when the crowd was subdued, he sprang into action. It was precisely at the red light at the intersection outside the Morning Star Martial Academy. And he revved the chainsaw, charging forward with determined strides. The Wuqin officers responded, pursuing him, but he swung the chainsaw without hesitation toward the nearest Wuqin officer. The officer evaded just in time, and the man pivoted, continuing his charge toward Old Bai's vehicle. At that moment, several Wuqin officers from Vehicle 2 exited to intercept him, but the man, a grimace upon his face, shouted, "Whoever dares stop me, I will kill them." Time had run out for a third warning. The chainsaw in that man's hand was already swinging towards Wu Qin's neck. Liu dodged to the side. Bang. A gunshot rang out. A bullet flew in from behind, piercing the body of the man wielding the chainsaw, sending a spray of blood forward. It nearly became a double tragedy, striking Wu Qin, who had been targeted by the chainsaw assailant. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he heard his colleague shout and leaped sideways just in time. Chao Mingjian stood beside the car door, the gun still smoking in his hand. Upon seeing the chainsaw man collapse, he turned and strode towards the vehicle where Njiming was seated. He struck the car window with a forceful punch and, as Njiming groggily opened his eyes, he inquired in a low voice, "What on earth are you doing?" For 3 years, these people had been uneventful. And today, all of a sudden, the word "all" was repeated twice, as Chao Mingjian struggled to find a more precise term to describe the behavior of these individuals today. Chapter 82. The Distinction Between Human and Inhuman, Part 1 of 1. Njiming lowered the window. His eyes still heavy with sleep as he regarded Chao Mingjian. Blinking, he glanced towards the nearby scene of chaos and seemed to finally grasp what had transpired. Rubbing his forehead, he asked, "Captain Chao? What exactly do you want to know?" Chao Mingjian pointed at the individuals being restrained on either side of the road, as well as the chainsaw man whom he had just shot down. His voice tinged with barely suppressed anger. "These people have been dormant for 3 years. Today, it's as if they've all awakened and come looking for you. Not just them. Do you have any idea how many people at the Wuqin Bureau have reported you today?" The night breeze rushed in through the open window, causing Njiming to tighten his white training suit. "It seems, Captain Chao, you are quite perceptive. You also understand that they have all awoken today." Hearing Njiming use the word awoken, Chao Mingjian gradually confirmed his suspicions. He suppressed his rage and said, "Then why can't you keep them asleep? Why suddenly release them? Or are you targeting me?" Njiming smiled faintly, glancing at the chainsaw man lying in a pool of blood. "Captain Chao, you see that man? You just saved me. How could I possibly target you? Tomorrow, I will ask our principal to present you with a banner of gratitude." "Ask your principal?" Chao Mingjian blurted out. "Is Wang Dong your pet?" Realizing the inappropriateness of his comment, he hesitated to retract it, but ultimately did not. Njiming shook his head. "Captain, that remark was quite insulting. It's rather inappropriate," Chao Mingjian replied. I apologize. An Jiming smiled. No need to worry. Our principal takes my requests very seriously. Dio, you have any other matters to discuss? With that, he pointed towards the traffic light at the intersection. The light is green. Chao Mingjian pressed down on An Jiming's car window. You still haven't answered me why, after 3 years of these individuals behaving normally, have they all suddenly erupted today? Also, this afternoon, Liang City experienced another calamity that appeared for just a moment before vanishing. Originating from Morning Star. What is going on? Have you become possessed by calamity? And Jiming appeared hesitant, and ultimately, he shifted in his seat, gesturing for Chao Mingjian to enter the vehicle. Captain, why don't we discuss this in the car? Chao Mingjian hesitated briefly before opening the car door and getting in. It was then that he noticed the bald driver, Master Bai, who was driving for An Jiming, signaling for Bai to start the car. An Jiming slowly remarked, So, where should we begin? Chao Mingjian replied, Start from 3 years ago. Why did you kill those people back then? An Jiming responded, Captain, could you please turn off the recorder in your pocket? You know my background. Do you really think you can capture me with such trivialities? It's rather naive. Chao Mingjian raised his hand and took out a recording pin from his coat pocket, switching it off in front of An Jiming. Can we speak now? An Jiming replied, There's still one in your pants pocket. Chao Mingjian retrieved another recording pin from his pants pocket and turned it off. An Jiming continued, You should also turn off the recording on your phone. What are you trying to achieve with all this subterfuge? Chao Mingjian replied calmly, I'm sorry, but you guessed wrong. The phone's recording is not on. An Jiming glanced at his wrist. Chao Mingjian clarified, That's a work bracelet. It has nothing to do with my phone and cannot be turned off. It is specific to Wu Qin. An Jiming said. Then I won't say anything. Chao Mingjian questioned, Did you not say these things pose no threat to you? An Jiming replied, They do not pose a threat to me, but one day, these things could become your dark history. Chao Mingjian thought he had misheard. My dark history? Mine. An Jiming nodded. Indeed, yours. Staring at An Jiming for a couple of seconds, Chao Mingjian removed the bracelet from his wrist and threw it out the window. Can we talk now? Yes. An Jiming began. That man with the chainsaw, even if you hadn't fired, he wouldn't have harmed your colleague. Yet, you still shot him. Why? Chao Mingjian responded, Firstly, the chainsaw posed a threat to my colleague's life. Secondly, that individual was clearly exhibiting aggressive behavior. My colleague had already issued 2 warnings. Therefore, I was justified in firing. An Jiming nodded. I will reciprocate your response. This is precisely why I eliminated those individuals 3 years ago. The only difference is that the lives they threatened were not mine but belonged to others. Chao Mingjian was mentally prepared for An Jiming's answer. He continued to inquire, Then why, after 3 years of those individuals being inactive, did they suddenly erupt today? An Jiming replied candidly, Because for the past 3 years, I have been suppressing their fates, preventing them from being blinded by hatred. Me, the ones who erred were their children. Not them. They had no need to sacrifice their lives. As for why they erupted today, An Jiming paused for a moment, then continued. That day in the South Taihang secret realm, a classmate of mine found true love, which caused me to reflect. Tell me, can those whose fates I have suppressed still be considered human? Chao Mingjian interrupted, Wait a moment. When did you go to the South Taihang secret realm? I recall that there are hidden foreign martial artists there. I just reported this information a few days ago. An Jiming confirmed. Yes, but they are no longer there. Chao Mingjian was left speechless. An Jiming added, It was precisely because of the intelligence you provided that the military's actions were given a target. Rest assured, Captain Chao, the military will accurately report your contributions to the Wuqin General Office. Chao Mingjian exclaimed, Are you joking? Does the military really need my intelligence? I am now suspicious that they deliberately released those individuals. As he spoke, he scrutinized An Jiming. Are you trying to win me over? An Jiming yawned and replied, Even if I didn't give you this credit, I wouldn't gain anything from it. It's better to do you a favor. Chao Mingjian replied, I thank you. An Jiming smiled, You're welcome. Turning to look out the car window, Chao Mingjian urged, Continue. What should I say? Finish what you were saying earlier. Where did I leave off? Whether those whose fates are suppressed can be considered human. Oh, right. An Jiming recalled and continued, Captain, do you think such individuals can be considered human? Chao Mingjian waved his hand. Just speak your mind. Do not mind my opinion. All right. An Jiming resumed, In my view, such individuals cannot be considered human. My master taught me 2 things. First, respect the fates of others. Chao Mingjian began to understand and remarked, That is to let those who deserve to die meet their end. An Jiming replied. Second, treat people as people. Chao Mingjian added, that is to allow people to love when they should love, and to hate when they should hate, to change others' lives if necessary, but not to alter their feelings, ideals, aspirations, or ambitions, unless they themselves choose to change. As he spoke, Chao Mingjian expressed his confusion, but some people's ideals and aspirations are to kill you, like those foreign martial artists, as Master Bai drove them into Qingyuan Street. And Jiming yawned again and said, that is their goal. It is not their ideal. Who would want to kill without animosity? Of course, if someone truly desires to kill me, then I must respect their fate. All right, Captain, you should get out now. The car came to a stop, and Chao Mingjian exited. Before bidding farewell, and Jiming smiled at him through the car window. Feelings, ideals, aspirations, ambitions. Captain, your standards for distinguishing between human and inhuman are quite commendable. Readers, the next chapter has been submitted for review. Let us wait for tomorrow. Chapter 83. Beware of a knife in your back, gazing at An Jiming, who remained seated inside the car. Chao Mingjian pondered for a moment. Finally, he pointed at the martial badge on his chest and said, regardless of the reasons that led you to commit murder in the past, I will not allow your nefarious evidence, though perhaps it is not as nefarious as it seems, to go unexamined. In the Summer Nation, it is strictly forbidden for martial artists to kill indiscriminately. Therefore, as long as I remain in this position, and as long as there are accusations against you, I shall not relent in my investigation. And Jiming nodded with a smile and replied, well, Captain Chao, knowing my background, is it worth your effort to assist those individuals? Are you not concerned about the impact on your future? Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Chao Mingjian gently patted his chest and responded nonchalantly, it is my duty. The world needs individuals like me. Otherwise, your lives would be utterly monotonous, wielding power unchecked. An Jiming replied with a thoughtful hum. Be wary. Someone may stab you in the back. Chao Mingjian sensed an underlying meaning in An Jiming's words. However, he dismissed it and merely gazed into An Jiming's eyes, saying, I fear no one who would stab me in the back. As long as you do not resort to treachery against me. An Jiming pointed behind Chao Mingjian and spoke emphatically. I said, be cautious. Someone is behind you, ready to stab. At the sound of An Jiming's urgent warning, a wave of vigilance surged within Chao Mingjian. His instincts were sharp, yet he had been so focused on An Jiming that he failed to notice the shifting dynamics around him. Upon An Jiming's alert, he swiftly turned around to see an elderly woman with graying hair, her hands gripping a sharp dagger as she lunged toward him. Instinctively, he seized her wrist, twisting and maneuvering the dagger into his possession, and barked, what are you doing? The old woman, her face twisted with rage, lunged at Chao Mingjian, clawing and shouting, you know this beast? I will kill you first, then him. Chao Mingjian raised the dagger, allowing the woman to strike at him with fists and feet, and calmly said, Auntie, please remain composed. In response, the old woman screamed hoarsely, my son died mysteriously at the Morning Star Martial School. How can you expect me to stay calm? I will avenge my son by killing you beasts. Meanwhile, on the martial vehicle, Ruan Mingyue had rushed out as soon as the old woman attacked Chao Mingjian. A sudden turn of events, she and her team restrained the seemingly deranged woman. Binding her wrists, Ruan Mingyue glanced at the dagger in Chao Mingjian's hand, and then at An Jiming inside the vehicle before addressing the old woman loudly, Auntie, debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. You cannot seek revenge indiscriminately. Now, the person who killed your son remains unscathed, and you will be the one facing imprisonment. I will kill you. I will kill you. The restrained old woman was completely consumed by madness. Her eyes bloodshot as she ignored the voices around her, fixating on Chao Mingjian and menacingly repeating, I will kill you. Observing the scene, Chao Mingjian tossed the dagger into the air and caught it deftly, stating to Ruan Mingyue, this dagger is mine, and has nothing to do with this lady. His words significantly mitigated the gravity of the woman's earlier assault on an official. He continued, please take her to the hospital for evaluation. Arrange for a psychologist to assess her. Once confirmed that she poses no danger, release her. After speaking, Chao Mingjian seemed to ponder something, turning to look at An Jiming, then glancing back at the frenzied old woman. His eyes conveying a clear message. An Jiming shrugged helplessly and pointed toward the surroundings outside the vehicle. Upon looking, Chao Mingjian finally noticed the numerous figures standing on Qingyuan Street at this late hour. Each person was glaring at the car that Jiming occupied, their expressions filled with hatred and fury. It was evident that these individuals were targeting Jiming, and many had redirected their animosity toward Chao Mingjian and his team. Noticing their hostile gazes, a shiver ran down Chao Mingjian's spine. How many lives had you taken? And Jiming sighed. How could I possibly keep track? If you wish to understand this matter, Captain Chao, you may need to delve into the history of our school. Do you think the affection shown by my classmates is without reason? Chao Mingjian nodded slightly. Indeed, there is no unconditional love in this world, much like the attitude of the Morning Star Martial School students toward Jiming now. Likewise, there is no unprovoked hatred, just as the individuals on Qingwen Street, those who had stood guard outside the Morning Star School, and those lining up to report grievances against Jiming, all have their reasons. Observing the crowd, for some inexplicable reason, Chao Mingjian felt a flicker of satisfaction. He turned to Jiming and asked, "You may not sleep well tonight. That is why I took Master Bai's car back today." Jiming replied, gesturing toward the driver, "Old Bai," and instructed, "Master Bai, take care of it." "Understood," Old Bai responded with a single word, startling Chao Mingjian. "What are you doing? We cannot act recklessly." He watched as Old Bai donned a pair of Bluetooth headphones and then uttered two words, "Clear the area." Received. A decisive voice echoed through the earpiece, and then figures began to stir on Qingwen Street. Chao Mingjian felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and after hearing a series of muted thuds, he observed that the individuals who had gawked at him with anger just moments ago were now all sprawled on the ground, eyeing the shadows of the night behind them. A few cold and indifferent figures stood like stone statues. At first, Chao Mingjian believed these individuals to be students of the Morning Star. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. Their presence was distinctly different. With his keen instincts, he accurately discerned the disparity between them and the Morning Star students. These were all soldiers. Leaning against the car window, Chao Mingjian casually remarked, "These are not ordinary Longwei troops, are they?" And Jiming replied, "No, they are Longya, the elite of the Longwei military." Chao Mingjian chuckled self-deprecatingly, sighing by the way. "I heard that there's a student named Li Hao from your school who was specially recruited by Longwei." And Jiming nodded, "Yes, he joined Long Hun, the operational command department of Longwei." Chao Mingjian. And Jiming inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to know about Longwei, Captain Chao?" Gazing at Jiming, Chao Mingjian questioned, "What kind of status do you hold within Longwei to warrant protection from Longya?" And Jiming opened his mouth, glanced at Chao Mingjian's martial badge, and smiled, "Captain Chao, if you wish to know my status, you will need to rise a few ranks first." Suddenly, Chao Mingjian recalled the words he had seen when he first searched for Jiming's file. "Sorry? You do not have permission to view. Chapter 84 Background Check. I do not wish for you to become the next." Upon returning to the Martial Brigade from Qingyuan Street, Chao Mingjian and his team found the station bustling with activity. Upon their arrival, it became even more hectic as more people were brought in, some from outside the Morning Star gates and others from Qingyuan Street. The moment they arrived at the Martial Brigade, Chao Mingjian did not even take a sip of water, immediately joining everyone in their flurry of work. After a night of taking statements regarding the allegations of indiscriminate killings by Jiming and the Morning Star Martial School, the paperwork piled high enough to touch the ceiling. Chao Mingjian did not permit those who had completed their statements to leave. Instead, he arranged for psychologists to be brought in from nearby cities overnight to provide support. Additionally, he stationed personnel outside the Morning Star gates and on Qingyuan Street throughout the day. Early the next morning, after allowing his exhausted colleagues some time to rest and eat breakfast, Chao Mingjian gazed at the mountain of reports before him, took a deep breath, and reached for the first document. Ruan Mingyue swiftly pressed her hand against his, saying, "Mingjian, is there not another way to handle this matter?" Chao Mingjian turned to her, and she continued, "Today is already May. Next month is the martial examination. This incident could be postponed until after the exam. By then, the students of the Morning Star will have dispersed, and we can observe how the military intends to handle Jiming before making any decisions." Chao Mingjian comprehended Ruan Mingyue's implications and countered, "Mingyue, those individuals lost their loved ones last night. Do you think they can wait?" "Whether they can wait is irrelevant," Ruan Mingyue asserted firmly, locking her gaze with Chao Mingjian's. "We can delay for a while, then publicly announce that progress has been made, buying us more time. Given your recent achievements in Liang City, and with General Chen's assistance, it is quite likely you will not even be in Liang City by then. There would be no need to wade through the murky waters of Jiming." Observing Chao Mingjian's obstinate demeanor, Ruan Mingyue added, There is no need to clash with core military personnel. Who is clashing with core military personnel? Chao Mingjian pointed to himself and asked Ruan Mingyuan, Mingyue, pay close attention. I am Chao Mingjian, I am not someone else, and I will not confront anyone unless that person has truly committed an act they should not have. In my eyes, there are no core secret personnel of the military, only subjects of suspicion. Indicating the mountain of records piled before him, Chao Mingjian stated word by word, now, so many people have reported that Jiming has committed murder without authorization. Do you expect me to let this matter slide? I'm sorry, but I cannot let it slide. Not only can I not let it slide, but you, as my assistant, must face this alongside me. Ruan Mingyue pressed down on Chao Mingjian's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Do you know what happened to the previous few individuals? The captain of the Liangqing Armed Forces Qinqin team. Chao Mingjian smiled faintly and replied, I do not care, but if you wish to speak, I am willing to listen. Ruan Mingyue shook her head, saying, none of those individuals ended well. I do not wish for you to become the next. Chao Mingjian glanced out the window, where the new day's sun was just rising. Mingyue, he turned back to look at the girl who had grown up with him in the welfare home and sincerely said, thank you for your concern. After saying this, he reached for the first document in the towering pile of records. Ruan Mingyue rolled her eyes, let out a long breath, and with a self-deprecating smile, ultimately pressed down on Chao Mingjian's hand that was about to open the case file, saying, even if we have work to do, we must eat, right? Let us have some breakfast first, then return to the task. Chao Mingjian chuckled, that's acceptable, let us go. The two stood up and left. After finishing their meal, Chao Mingjian officially delved into the investigation of Jiming and the murder incidents connected to the Morning Star Martial School over the past few years. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a call came into the Armed Forces Qinqin unit. The staff member who answered the call came to Chao Mingjian's office and said, Captain Chao, we received a call from the Martial Education Bureau. They informed us that their system has successfully integrated with ours. This is primarily for the background checks of students for next month's martial arts examination. We are the supervising unit for Qinqin, and we are responsible for this review, which is due by the 15th of this month. What do you think? As the staff member spoke, he glanced at the mountain of documents in the office. His voice growing softer. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the office, including Ruan Mingyue, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Looking at the mountain of case records before them, Ruan Mingyue instinctively said, if a case has not been filed yet, even if it involves martial artists and murder cases, can it still pass the background check? Although Ruan Mingyue appeared to be asking, she was actually speaking to Chao Mingjian. However, Chao Mingjian addressed the colleague. All right, I understand. You can return to your duties. After the colleague left, Chao Mingjian pointed to the stacks of documents in the office and said, compile a list of all the students from the Morning Star Martial School involved in murder cases. The busy office fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A staff member who had worked in Liangqing for many years instinctively asked, Captain, are you planning to scrutinize the background checks of the Morning Star candidates? Chao Mingjian shook his head, saying, not scrutinize. The review deadline is the 15th of this month. We just need to clarify everything that should be clarified before then, right? Looking at the mountain of files, Ruan Mingyue instinctively remarked, the other Morning Star students are one thing. At most, they might be involved in 3 to 5 cases, which we could clarify with some special handling, but at least 2/3 of these cases involve complaints against Jiming. Can we really clarify this before the 15th? A nearby Qinqin staff member chimed in, yes, at least 200 cases are related to Jiming. This. Captain, if Jiming cannot participate in the martial arts examination. Chao Mingjian seemed not to hear, methodically organizing and reviewing the documents in his hands. Noticing that everyone was lacking motivation to work, he finally said, rather than worrying about this and that, it would be better to focus your energy on your tasks. If we truly cannot clarify the situation, then Jiming presents a questionable background, a student who has been jointly accused of mass murder by over 200 citizens. Do you think he qualifies to be recognized as a martial artist by our Xiagua Federation? Even if he possesses exceptional abilities and a strong background, tell me, does a candidate with such questionable behavior deserve to be a martial artist in our Xiagua? Seeing that everyone remained silent, Chao Mingjian continued, what we need to do now is investigate everything thoroughly within these 15 days to clear this candidate's doubts. Do you understand? Ruan Mingyue asked, what if we cannot clear them? After all, the workload is quite substantial. Cannot clear them? Chao Mingjian smiled. If we truly cannot clear them, it would mean one of 3 things. Either we did not perform our duties adequately, or the existing martial artist regulations are unjust. Oren Jiming genuinely does not deserve to participate in the martial arts examination and become a martial artist in Arshagwa. I have no say in the matters of martial artist regulations. Whether Jiming deserves to be a martial artist is not something I can determine right now. What I can do is ensure that we fulfill our responsibilities in the Qianqin. Why is everyone dawdling? Get to work. In the large office, the Qianqin personnel, with expressions of mixed emotions, threw themselves into their tasks. Chapter 85. Someone wants to arm wrestle with our military in the following days. Some were idle, while others were busy, and some were training in secret realms, shedding tears. Some were like lovebirds, inseparable. The idle one was Jiming. The busy ones were the Liangqing Qianqin staff. Those shedding tears were Jiming's classmates, who were undergoing rigorous training in secret realms, adorned with hundredfold power runes. The lovebirds were in the suburbs of Zhengzhou, the capital of Central Plains Province, within a military district bearing the army's insignia. A military vehicle drove through the main gate of the military district, passing the training grounds and barracks, and stopped in front of an inconspicuous gray-white four-story office building. Li Hao stepped out of the vehicle. Surveying the building before him, frowning, "Commander Li, is this where you work?" Li Feiming, holding Li Hao's dossier, smiled at him. "What is the matter? Are you disappointed?" "Disappointed is not quite right." Li Hao shook his head. "It's just somewhat different from what I had envisioned. You don't reside here often. Come on, let me give you a tour." Li Feiming led Li Hao into the office building, asking as they walked, "Have you made up your mind? Which military university under the military department will you attend?" Without hesitation, Li Hao replied, "I've decided on the Jizhou Military University in Yanjiao Province." Hearing this, Li Feiming stopped and looked at him. "Although you have been specially recruited by the military, attending a military university will also be under the identity of a staff member rather than an examination candidate. However," Li Hao proactively interjected, "I understand. Please rest assured, Commander. I will definitely submit a satisfactory answer sheet for today's examination." Li Feiming nodded, patting Li Hao on the shoulder as he led him into the gray-white office building. As soon as they entered the building, the guard on duty saluted Li Feiming, saying, "Report, Commander, speak. The Intelligence Department and Personnel Department are looking for you. Advisor Wang instructed that there's an internal call from the General Staff this morning asking you to report to them as soon as you arrive." Understood. Li Feiming gestured for Li Hao to hand over all communication devices. The guard stepped forward and checked both of them with the device before allowing them to pass. Li Feiming took Li Hao first to the Intelligence Department. At first glance, the office of the Intelligence Department looked similar to an ordinary agency office, albeit with some peculiar computers. The wall cabinet contained some unknown electronic devices. Upon entering, Li Feiming immediately asked the few staff members on duty, "What is going on?" Upon seeing Li Feiming, one person immediately stood up and said, "Commander, news from Liangcheng." After speaking, the individual handed a document to Li Feiming. Upon receiving the document, Li Feiming did not look at it directly but glanced at Li Hao instead. The latter blinked, asking, "Should I excuse myself?" Li Feiming replied, "What do you think?" Li Hao answered, "I believe it's unnecessary." Li Feiming remarked, "Indeed, it's about your classmates, but for now, you cannot participate in the consultation. Take your dossier and wait for me in the personnel department." "Yes." Li Hao accepted his dossier from Li Feiming and turned to leave. After Li Hao departed, Li Feiming opened the document bag and carefully reviewed its contents. After finishing, a smile crept onto Li Feiming's face as he said, "Advisor Yang, contact the security department and have them retrieve the file of the Liangqing Qianqin unit captain for me. I want the most detailed version." One of the staff members in the intelligence department stood up and asked, "Commander, what is the reason? The Qianqin is not under our system. Although Central Plains Province falls under our advisory jurisdiction, we still need to have an explanation when the General Staff investigates later." "What reason?" Li Feiming shook his head. "No need for a reason. The General Staff is already aware of the Liangqing situation." "All right, do you want the electronic or paper version? Both will suffice." Within just a few minutes, a substantial personnel file was delivered to Li Feiming's desk. At that moment, two staff officers who had previously accompanied him to the southern Taihang secret realm were present in his office. The elder, named Wang Chao, and the younger, Zhang Peng, observed as Li Feiming meticulously perused the file page by page. Opposite him, Wang Chao and Zhang Peng had become aware of the events transpiring in Liangqing, which boiled down to the intervention of the Wuqin department in the qualification review for the martial arts examination of the Morning Star Martial Arts School students. They awaited Li Feiming's examination of the file on Chao Mingjian. The two engaged in discussion. "Brother Wang, do you think Captain Chao is doing this intentionally?" What do you mean by intentionally? Come on, Brother Wang. Don't pretend to be ignorant at this juncture. It seems to me that anyone with a modicum of sense, having spent a few days in Liangqing's Wuqin Brigade, would recognize that Njiming is one of ours. He is fully aware of Njiming's military background and yet orchestrates this situation. Isn't that telling? Brother Wang, you understand my point, right? The older officer, Wang Chao, shook his head. No, I do not understand. The younger Zhang Peng smirked, patting Wang Chao on the shoulder. Brother Wang, you needn't be so cautious. I assure you, I won't set any traps for you. If you're not going to say it, I will. Sir, I believe someone is attempting to engage in a power struggle with our military. If this were in Xia country, it would have resulted in dire consequences. After Zhang Peng's remark, Li Feiming looked up. What's on your mind? Leaning forward, Zhang Peng pointed to the photograph of Chao Mingjian in the file. Sir, we are all essentially aware of the situation regarding Morning Star. The fates of those who perished, whether just or unjust, are not our concern. However, what does concern us is that our duties in the Central Plains province may be adversely affected. Originally, we expected a smooth transition for Morning Star students to enter university. The Dragon Guards from various regions would distribute the candidates, and Njiming would be absorbed into the general staff. All would be well, and everyone would be pleased. Now, however, if this matter is handled according to Wuqin's regulations, those students from Morning Star might indeed be barred from participating in the martial arts examination. Without the ability to take part, they cannot attain official recognition as certified martial artists, nor can they receive ranks within the military. If it were anyone else, it might be inconsequential, but Njiming is a person capable of altering destinies. A cherished asset to our superiors. A.S. Li Feiming continued to read the file. He murmured, "What are your plans?" Zhang Peng glanced at Li Feiming and then at Wang Chao. Sir, I do have a plan, but it may not be advisable to speak of it openly. Following this, Zhang Peng fell silent, while Wang Chao even closed his eyes, softly snoring. Soon, Li Feiming reached the last page of Chao Mingjian's file and muttered to himself, "This Captain Chao is quite the talent. It seems he is not deliberately obstructing these students' academic progress." Suddenly, Li Feiming smiled, holding up the file, and said to Zhang Peng, "You just mentioned someone wanting to engage in a power struggle with our military?" Zhang Peng nodded, pointing at Chao Mingjian's photograph. "Yes, that is precisely how I feel. I suspect this Captain Chao is currently waiting for us to reach out, hoping for flattery and gifts. Let me tell you, sir, I am all too familiar with such individuals. They wield trivial power as if it were a decree, complicating matters for others within their jurisdiction." Li Feiming pondered for a moment, then pointed at Chao Mingjian's file. "Let us put this matter on hold for now. They are still investigating and have yet to conclude that Njiming cannot participate in the martial arts examination. Even if he does not pass Njiming's review, we can still maneuver internally, so there is no need for concern." Wang Chao opened his eyes. "All right, meeting adjourned." Zhang Peng muttered, "Sir, this is frustrating." Li Feiming shot him a glance, gesturing towards the outside. "By the way, I need you to take care of something. Over the next few days, guide Li Hao through all the personnel procedures, oversee the oath-taking and training, and then send him back to the Southern Taihang's secret realm. He will serve as our Dragon Soul staff officer in that location." Zhang Peng nodded resignedly. "Understood. I will entertain the new colleague. Do you have any other instructions, Chief?" Li Feiming shook his head. "No, that is all. The general staff called this morning. They're likely inquiring about Captain Chao's investigation into Njiming. I need to return their call. So you're dismissed." As he spoke, a sudden realization struck Li Feiming, and he looked at Zhang Peng, feeling as though he had overlooked something. "Chief?" Zhang Peng asked, "Is there something you wish to convey?" Li Feiming blinked and waved his hand. "It's nothing. Carry on with your tasks." "All right." Zhang Peng took his belongings and exited the office building of the staff officers, where he coincidentally encountered Li Hao. Li Hao had just collected his phone from the guard and was making a call outside. Zhang Peng stood by waiting. After Li Hao finished his conversation, he approached and inquired, "Little brother, who are you calling?" Li Hao smiled. "Oh, just chatting with some friends back home." "Chatting about what? Aren't your classmates currently training in the secret realm?" Li Hao put away his phone. "Brother Peng, is it not permissible to have a casual conversation with our principal?" "Of course," Zhang Peng replied. "For the next few days, I'll be your guide. Today, we'll just handle the file. And in a couple of days, you'll take the oath and learn about the accomplishments of your predecessors before heading back to the Southern Taihang secret realm to find your footing." "Haha, you catch my drift, right, Li Hao's face flushed slightly. "Brother Peng, is there nothing else for today?" I'd like to visit Liangqing to see my parents and I'll return tomorrow morning. Is that all right? Of course, you haven't officially started yet, so it's no trouble at all. Zhang Peng pointed to his military vehicle. Come on, I'll give you a ride. The military vehicle smoothly made its way. And Zhang Peng dropped Li Hao off at the entrance of the military compound. In truth, Liangqing was not far. It took less than an hour by car. Shall I take you all the way home? Faced with Zhang Peng's kind offer, Li Hao decisively declined. No need, Brother Peng. You go about your business. I can just take a taxi. Zhang Peng nodded. All right, I'll wait for you to get in before I leave. Shortly after, Li Hao waved goodbye to Zhang Peng as he got into the taxi. Zhang Peng watched him depart, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Captain Chow, is it? You wish to contend with the military? Do you? Ha, best of luck. With that, Zhang Peng drove back. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, he encountered Wang Chao, who approached with a smile. Brother Wang, let us have a smoke. Wang Chao handed over a cigarette. And after Zhang Peng lit it, he casually asked, Zhang Peng, are you not worried about facing disciplinary action for such antics? Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Zhang Peng pointed towards the staff office building. Brother Wang, do you think the chief is unaware of what I just did? Wang Chao fell silent. Zhang Peng continued, he certainly knows, but he also tacitly approves of my actions. Given what Captain Chow has done, my approach is the simplest and most efficient. Wang Chao frowned, lighting a cigarette for himself. Are you certain there won't be any repercussions? Zhang Peng chuckled, Brother Wang, what could possibly go wrong in Liangqing? And Jiming is right under our noses. If something truly goes awry, it would undoubtedly be due to that Captain Chow's own misfortune. Wang Chao remained silent, taking a deep breath and exhaling a smoke ring. Meanwhile, Li Hao, seated in the taxi, dialed Wang Dong's number once more after leaving the military compound. On the other end, Wang Dong's voice was laced with unmistakable anger. Li Hao, speak. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm he had shown when facing Li Feiming and Zhang Peng. Li Hao's expression was icy and forbidding as he replied, Principal, I will arrive in the afternoon. Good, damn it. I am eager to see just how resilient that surname Chow is. Damn it, I in Liangqing. At the Wuqin Brigade, deep into the night, 5 days had passed since Jiming and the others had been freed from their suppression. During these 5 days, there were still individuals stationed at the entrance of the Morning Star Martial Arts School or on Qingyuan Street. However, due to Jiming's absence from school and the Wuqin's surveillance, no adverse incidents had occurred. The Wuqin Brigade had been operating almost around the clock, under extreme pressure. Unbeknownst to the busy Chao Mingjian, he had become a focal point in the eyes of the Dragon Guards of Xia Country. Mingyue, have you organized the materials I asked for? Yes, good. After dawn, we'll head to Morningstar and let Wang Dong wait for us at the school. Understood. I notified him this afternoon. But what? Ruan Mingyue frowned. Previously, after Wang Dong learned that we were investigating his students, he spoke to us in a furious manner. This afternoon, though, he suddenly seemed like a different person. He wouldn't be plotting something against us, would he? Chao Mingjian raised a hand. You're overthinking it. People with Wang Dong's temperament do have fluctuating emotions, but would he dare to openly confront us? He certainly lacks the audacity. Ruan Mingyue approached Chao Mingjian and inquired, could it be because of Jiming? Chao Mingjian's gaze shifted slightly. He walked to the window, lost in thought. It was already May, and the nights in Liangqing were somewhat sultry. Chao Mingjian felt a growing discomfort and leaned his head out to catch a breath of the night breeze. When suddenly, chaos erupted, a fierce wind swept in, and a sharp talon of a raptor rapidly enlarged before his eyes. With a crash, the reinforced glass of the Wuqin Brigade office shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. The lethal talon lunged at Chao Mingjian, accompanied by a howling gale, seizing him and taking flight. Chapter 86. A gift for your investigation into Jiming. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck Chao Mingjian as the talon gripped him painfully. He felt the surrounding winds raging, rendering his eyes unable to open. Eventually, as he struggled to acclimate to the high-altitude airflow, he managed to open his eyes and gaze below, in a lifetime filled with dangers. This was an unprecedented experience. Observing Liangqing beneath the night sky, Chao Mingjian realized that the raptor had carried him aloft. As he examined the talon that held him, he immediately surmised the identity of his captor. He attempted to touch Li Hao's claw to discern its texture, opening his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by the fierce wind that rushed in, causing him to cough repeatedly at that moment. The raptor adjusted its flight posture, shifting its talons slightly forward to shield Chao Mingjian from some of the high-altitude winds, allowing him to speak with great effort. You are Li Hao, aren't you? I heard you were specially recorded by the Dragon Guard military department ahead of time. Congratulations. The raptor inclined its head slightly, and Chao Mingjian strained to meet its gaze. As their eyes locked, he witnessed a chilling human face gradually materializing on the raptor. A sharp, hoarse voice emanated from the raptor's beak. So, you are the one investigating Jiming. Do you know that those who were dealt with by Jiming deserved their fate? No, death would be a release for them. Had I possessed Jiming's capabilities back then, I would have confined those individuals to the first floor of the Fate Park, forcing them to watch as the feasted on their flesh and blood every day. Chao Mingjian was about to respond when another gust of wind struck him, causing him to cough violently. He forced out, Li Hao, can we descend and talk? The human visage on the raptor's face vanished. Yet Li Hao did not lower his altitude. Instead, he flapped his wings and soared higher into the night sky. Gripped by the raptor's talons, Chao Mingjian faced the high-altitude winds directly. He felt utterly frozen and experienced an urge to faint from lack of oxygen. As the raptor ascended higher, Liangqing shrank beneath him. The human face reappeared, and Li Hao coldly declared, Chao, take a good look. At this height, if I were to release you, you would have no chance of survival. Dazed and teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, Chao Mingjian managed to utter, Li Hao, you think this can intimidate me? You underestimate me. Chao Mingjian. Li Hao's wings beat unevenly as he circled in the air, bellowing, are you not afraid that I might simply let you go right now, resulting in your bones being shattered? With his eyes closed and arms shielding his body, Chao Mingjian felt the bitter cold. The raging night winds almost rendered him completely numb. Sensing this, Li Hao lowered his altitude, allowing Chao Mingjian to regain a modicum of comfort. He spoke slowly. Li Hao, I have worked at the Shanghai Safety Department for over 10 years. You know, it's quite a lucrative position. Almost every few days, someone offers me money. If I were spineless, I could achieve financial freedom in just 3 years of work there. I would have long since gone abroad to enjoy life. Li Hao, I have encountered many martial artists who abuse their abilities, yet they ultimately receive their due punishment. I know you are not that kind of person. You merely wish to avenge Jiming, right? Li Hao's cold voice inquired. How do you know I am not that kind of person? Chao Mingjian, shivering from the cold, managed a slight smile. If you were, then among those killed by Jiming 3 years ago. You should have been one of them. Without a word, Li Hao spiraled around in the night sky above Liangqing with Chao Mingjian still in his grasp. Each time Chao Mingjian felt himself on the brink of fainting from the cold, Li Hao would lower his altitude, and when Chao Mingjian seemed to recover slightly, he would suddenly pull up sharply. Though martial artists possess exceptional physical capabilities, Chao Mingjian was nearing his limits, exclaiming, Li Hao, do you realize you are torturing me? This is a crime. Oh, a crime. Li Hao replied with a cold laugh. My apologies, Captain Chao. I shall let you down right now. Chao Mingjian chuckled to himself, shaking his head. No, you won't. You are not that kind of person. What the hell? You actually. Li Hao. Li Hao. Chao Mingjian's piercing scream echoed through the sky as Li Hao truly released his grip, sending him plummeting from the heights. In that moment, Chao Mingjian was utterly stunned. He watched helplessly as the ground approached rapidly. Liangqing below seemed to expand before his eyes, and his mind went blank. Then, he felt as if he were seeing his deceased great-grandfather. Just as Chao Mingjian closed his eyes to begin reciting his last rites, a sudden clap. Li Hao descended from above, his sharp talons grasping him once more. Then, Li Hao flapped his wings, pulling him up again. Captain Chao, was that enjoyable? Shall we do it again? In response to Li Hao's mockery, Chao Mingjian resolved to ignore him that moment. All he could do was to subject Li Hao to a taste of his cold indifference. In truth, this tactic proved effective. After 2 rounds of this flight, Li Hao himself grew bored, extending his wings and flying toward a certain direction in Liangqing. As Chao Mingjian felt the altitude diminishing, he opened his eyes to find the Morning Star Martial School within close proximity. Li Hao continued to lower his altitude, hovering above the comprehensive building, and then flung Chao Mingjian upwards. Due to the momentum of flight, this throw nearly sent him crashing to the ground. For Chao Mingjian, an ability-based martial artist, although he was not as physically robust as a close combat martial artist, a fall from such heights could not result in death. But injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to cling desperately to the ledge of the rooftop. A pair of fair hands reached down from the rooftop, pulling Chao Mingjian up. At first glance, he assumed it belonged to a woman, only to discover it was Director Zhao, dressed in an exquisite suit. With a touch of makeup and slicked back hair, Director Zhao extended a delicate hand towards Chao Mingjian, apologizing. My apologies, Captain Chao, for frightening you. Looking up at Li Hao in the sky, Chao Mingjian was still shaken and momentarily speechless, simply gasping for breath. After a while, Li Hao descended, transforming into a hybrid of man and raptor, perching on the railing of the rooftop. Gazing at Li Hao, Chao Mingjian, now recovering, appeared as pale as a ghost, stating, "You nearly scared me to death." Li Hao, with a glint of derision in his eyes, replied coldly, "Captain Chao, you seem not so unafraid of death after all." Chao Mingjian retorted, "Do you even realize what you just did?" Li Hao responded, "Are you referring to the act of catching you just before you fell to your certain demise and tossing you onto this rooftop? I believe I saved your life. No need to thank me. Consider it a gift for your investigation into Zhiming." Chao Mingjian. Chapter 87. The complete account of the over 1,000 victims' fate in truth. Chao Mingjian was not particularly inclined to hold a grudge against this student before him, even though the latter had nearly brought him to his end. However, he felt it necessary to instill some caution in this newly recorded student by the Dragon Guard's head, Long Hun, regarding his future conduct. Thus, he had made that remark about Li Hao's behavior. Seeing the lack of remorse on the student's part, Chao Mingjian was about to say something further when Director Zhao intervened, stating, "Captain Chao, Li Hao indeed made a mistake today. We will report this to his workplace, and you may also reach out to the Dragon Guard to clarify the situation. The Dragon Guard is strict in discipline, and the Long Hun Advisory Department even more so. I trust they will provide you with an explanation." Chao Mingjian furrowed his brow, looking at Li Hao and saying, "It wouldn't be ideal for you to face disciplinary action so soon after being recorded. If you could write me a handwritten 3,000-word reflection, clearly acknowledging and explaining your mistakes, I shall consider today's incident as if it never occurred. I won't require Director Zhao to report it to the Dragon Guard. How does that sound?" Li Hao, perched on the railing, imitated in Zhiming's demeanor and yawned, his talons tightening as the massive raptor leaped and turned in place, wagging its tail at Chao Mingjian. "Dear, I suggest you should still report this to the Dragon Guard." Chao Mingjian. As Chao Mingjian prepared to lash out, Director Zhao seized him, saying, "Captain, work is paramount. We have the evidence materials you require for the case." Upon hearing this, Chao Mingjian turned and asked, "What materials?" Director Zhao led the way, urging, "Just follow us and see for yourself." Chao Mingjian cast a final glance at Li Hao, noticing that the latter was still clinging to the railing and wagging his tail like a dog. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he scolded, "What are you flaunting there, you bare-bottomed brat? Do you not feel any shame for transforming into a bird? Bah, utterly shameless." Instantly, Li Hao's colossal raptor form froze as if struck by lightning. It was not just Li Hao who felt this way. The inability to don clothing after transformation, akin to being completely naked, had always been a critical vulnerability for shapeshifters, particularly for those with thin skin. Many had even forsaken their transformation abilities because of this. Having worked in the Martial Affairs Bureau for many years, Chao Mingjian was well aware of this. At that moment, his words made Li Hao's face flush crimson, wishing only to find a place to hide. Satisfied, Chao Mingjian smiled and followed Director Zhao off the rooftop. The complex boasted 12 floors in total, and Director Zhao led Chao Mingjian down to the eastern side of the 12th floor, where he opened a door. Upon entering, Chao Mingjian discovered an exceedingly large room, better described as a warehouse, occupying nearly all the eastern area of that floor. It was lined with rows of shelves, each stacked with neatly arranged boxes, every box bearing a label inscribed with a name. As he glanced at those names, Chao Mingjian felt an overwhelming familiarity. They were all students from Morning Star who had tragically perished 3 years ago for various reasons. For the past few days, he had barely slept while compiling the statements of their relatives. He casually picked up a box labeled Zhang Xiaolong and opened it, revealing a USB drive, the kind that could be directly connected to a mobile phone. Chao Mingjian turned to Director Zhao, who nodded and said, "Captain Chao, feel free to examine these. They were prepared for your arrival today. All of them are original, unedited videos, no copies made. Even though the current laws have relaxed evidence requirements, these videos would still hold up in court under the old laws." Chao Mingjian reached for his phone only to realize he had not brought it, having been invited. Director Zhao casually handed him a spare. "Thank you." After receiving the phone from Director Zhao, Chao Mingjian connected the USB drive and opened the video. The footage began in a wooded area where three boys were mercilessly beating another boy. One of the assailants was clearly AI. Shall proceed at once. In the dilapidated neighborhood of Gusu City, 1,000 miles away from Liangsheng, outside the entrance of an old residential complex, one of three black business cars parked along the roadside swung open its door. Wang Dong, clad in a black suit and a floral shirt, held a phone in one hand while clutching a bag with the other, his ample flesh jiggling as he alighted from the vehicle. Suddenly, the other two cars followed suit, their doors flinging open as several dapper young men in black suits emerged, each sporting an expression of defiance. They gazed at Wang Dong, and one stepped forward, bowing slightly as he declared, "Boss, today, whoever you choose to deal with, we shall not hesitate." Wang Dong promptly initiated a video call with Chao Mingjian, showcasing the spectacle before him. Instructing the eager young men beside him, "Brothers, reveal your adornments for Captain Chao to behold." In unison, the spirited young men displayed their tattoos, rolling up their sleeves or tugging at their collars for the camera. Wang Dong grinned widely, revealing a prominent gold tooth, exclaiming, "Captain Chao, do you see this? Are you certain you wish for me and my brothers to visit your abode?" Chao Mingjian hardly regarded the spirited young men, simply responding, "You may go on your own." Wang Dong interpreted this as a sign of fear, nodding with a chuckle, "All right, Captain Chao, whatever you say, I shall comply, but in return, you must acquiesce to my demands. I will do my utmost. Not just your utmost, but your absolute commitment. If there are indeed candidates who cannot evade suspicion, then so be it." "How dare you, Chao? You refuse the wine of respect yet choose the bitter cup of punishment." "Principal Wang, spare me the rambling. Your antics only delay my work." Fine, fine. You certainly are impressive. Shall I still proceed to your home? Did you not prepare gifts? Then go ahead." Seeing that Chao Mingjian displayed no hint of trepidation, Wang Dong was undeterred. "Very well, I shall go." He set down his phone, leaving the video call open, and strode purposefully towards the residential complex before him. After a couple of steps, he hesitated, pointing at the spirited young men. "Someone come, accompany me." A quick-witted young man dashed forward. "Boss, I shall go with you." "Good, let us depart." Wang Dong walked while live-streaming to Chao Mingj. As Chao Mingjian observed the familiar scene through his phone screen, he remained silent, his eyes gradually reddening. He switched pages on his phone, sending out several messages. Soon, Wang Dong arrived at the base of building number 6. The elevator was under maintenance, so Wang Dong led the young man up the stairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they stood before room 701. Wang Dong leaned in to listen at the door. Hearing the voices of a man and a woman within, he was momentarily taken aback. Awkwardly addressing Chao Mingjian on the phone, "Chao, it seems there is a man in your home?" No, you have me perplexed." Chao Mingjian chuckled, his eyes glistening. "It's all right, Principal Wang, just knock." Wang Dong hesitated, raising his phone then, "I shall record this for you." "But, Captain Chao, this is, well, all men that I can understand." "It's no issue, Captain Chao, a good man traversing the world. Who among us is without a touch of green on our heads?" Chao Mingjian smiled in silence. Wang Dong lifted his hand. "Captain, shall I knock now?" "Go ahead." Wang Dong knocked on the door. The woman's voice rang out from within. "Who is it?" Wang Dong replied, "Hello. Is this Chao Mingjian's residence?" The door swung open, revealing a woman in her 30s, who scrutinized Wang Dong and inquired, "Who are you?" Wang Dong smiled, "Sister-in-law, I presume. I am a friend of Mingjian's, passing by, and brought you a little something." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, realizing he had forgotten the gifts, and quickly called back the young man who had accompanied him. Turning to the woman, "I left the gifts in the car. My friend is retrieving them." "Sister-in-law, may I come in for a moment?" The woman appraised Wang Dong with a discerning gaze before stepping aside to allow him entry. "Sure, come in." After all these years, it was her first time having a friend visit. "Is this address hard to find?" Wang Dong queried, puzzled. The woman's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "You are aware of the nature of Chao Mingjian's work, are you not? Normally, even if someone comes to the house, they cannot ascend the stairs, being restrained at the entrance. You are the first to successfully reach the doorstep." Wang Dong's expression stiffened, and he raised his thumb in admiration. "Captain Chao, how noble!" Upon entering the room, Wang Dong observed that it was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, styled in an outdated decor. A man sat at the dining table, eating, his demeanor suggesting he was not particularly welcoming to Wang Dong's presence. Wang Dong intentionally rotated his phone slightly for Chao Mingjian to clearly see the man's face. The woman closed the door, gesturing for Wang Dong to sit on the couch, asking, "You've been holding your phone since entering. Are you recording a video?" Wang Dong immediately shook his head. No. He placed his phone on the coffee table, gesturing toward the man at the table. Sister-in-law, who was that?" The woman candidly replied, "That is my husband, Wang Dong." Noticing Wang Dong's stunned expression, the woman chuckled softly. "I am Wu Fong. In name. I am still Chao Mingjian's wife, but in reality, we have long ceased to be in a marital relationship. Chao Mingjian is aware of my plans to start anew, so there are no concerns about wearing a green hat." Wang Dong questioned, "You two are divorced?" "To my knowledge, that does not seem to be the case." The woman affirmed, "Indeed, there is no divorce, which is precisely why I allowed you to enter. Since you are a friend of Chao Mingjian, you can certainly reach out to him, right? Please inform him to return promptly and finalize our divorce." Wang Dong nodded. "Very well, I shall convey your message honestly." Casting a glance toward the dining table, Wang Dong lowered his voice. "Sister-in-law, have you truly considered this? Your new partner, I must say, does not compare to Mingjian. His work, status, and position are impeccable." The woman remained silent for a moment, gesturing to her home. The benefits of the Wuqin Bureau are indeed substantial, and the special allowances for martial artists are generous. Chao Mingjian's income is undeniably high, yet I still reside in such a place. He grew up in an orphanage and contributes a significant portion of his salary to it every month. We have been married for 5 years, and it has always been this way. As for status and position, that is even more laughable. His status brought me no tangible benefits." As she spoke, she crossed her arms, forming and with her fingers. "In 5 years of marriage, we have met less than 10 times, the longest being during our wedding, which lasted 7 days. I married him at 28. Now I am 30-3. At this age, I could endure until last year when he found another man in this marriage. I have been more than benevolent." Wang Dong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sister-in-law, you are commendable." The woman smiled faintly, saying, "I must admit, I am quite curious about the gift you brought. Before marrying Chao Mingjian, I thought, given his status, gifts would certainly not be lacking. However, ideals and reality often diverge. You are the first guest to successfully deliver gifts to Chao Mingjian's home." Before Wang Dong could respond, the man at the dining table coldly interjected, "What, Chao Mingjian's home? This is my home." The woman confirmed, "Yes, this is no longer Chao Mingjian's residence." Turning to Wang Dong, she inquired, "So, will you still present the gift?" "Of course." Wang Dong wiped his face, internally berating himself for his foolishness. After a brief conversation with Wu Fong, the spirited young man who had departed earlier returned with numerous gifts, placing them down. Wang Dong hastily bid farewell to As he stepped outside the door. Wang Dong slapped his own face, cursing himself. Wang Dong, truly deserve this. After the self-reproach, he picked up his phone, addressing the now engrossed Chao Mingjian. "Captain Chao, today's events were entirely my fault. I apologize, however. If you dare hinder my student's martial arts examination, I shall certainly hold you accountable." Chao Mingjian sighed. "I have said it, Principal Wang. I will do my utmost. Not merely your utmost, but your absolute commitment." "I will do my utmost. It is an absolute necessity." "Chao Mingjian, since you can scarcely spend a few days with her each year, why not divorce her?" "It is an absolute necessity. Divorce is not an option." "Why not?" After a moment of hesitation, Chao Mingjian smiled gently, gazing at Wang Dong through the screen. "If I were to divorce, she would encounter misfortune within a month. I have too many enemies. Only by maintaining our marital bond can the Wuqin Bureau ensure her protection as my immediate family." Wang Dong. "So, what does today's encounter signify?" Chao Mingjian chuckled. "Consider it a cordial family visit. And once the commotion concludes, return, Principal Wang. There are some cases that require your testimony as a principal." Wang Dong eagerly nodded. "Understood. I shall return post-haste. As long as my students' background checks for the martial arts examination are not hindered." "Your words hold no weight. The 5 days have swiftly passed. It is now May 10th, in the mystical realm of Rongza, Tang City, in Kaiyun Province. Unlike the southern Taihang mystical realm, Rongza has been completely developed, with all anomalous creatures operating under the watchful eye of the assistant dragon guards. Consequently, many martial arts schools utilize this location as a training ground for their students. At this moment, 2 distinctly different student teams from various schools are conducting a rapid march within the Rongza realm. One team presents a disciplined formation, with each student radiating vitality, traversing the humid marshlands as if they were on solid ground, in stark contrast. The other team resembles a group of the frail and ailing, straggling behind and appearing utterly exhausted. The team from Morning Star is the latter. Each member bears a 100-fold source power talisman, resulting in an immense burden with every step taken and each breath drawn within this realm. The former team consists of students from the Dragon Guard Preparatory School in Mingyue City, Kaiyun Province, who have effortlessly surpassed the disheveled Morning Star team. The students from Mingyue Dragon Guard Martial School do not mock the unfamiliar training team. Instead, they cheer them on. Comrades, keep it up, brothers. Which martial school are you from? Your school has an abundance of beautiful girls, teacher. I want to transfer. Keep going, brothers. The martial arts examination is next month. Persevere until the end. That student with red hair, could I have your contact information? A similar scenario unfolds in the Ice River mystical realm of Imo City, Longjiang Province. 2 Morning Star teams, separated by north and south, have 2 days remaining until they conclude their training and return to Liang City. 2 days in the office of the Wuqin Brigade in Liang City. Ruan Mingyue murmurs to herself as she glances at Chao Mingjian. Only 2 days left. What will happen if the students from Morning Star return and discover their martial arts examination identities have been obstructed? Chao Mingjian, looking at the neatly organized files before him, replies, "No worries, most of it is already sorted out. Even if the parents do not approve, it is irrelevant. Just a small portion remains." Ruan Mingyue interjects, "But there is still the case involving Njiming that has not been addressed." Chao Mingjian sighs. Out of a total of 512 cases, he alone accounts for over 270. I can only deal with his last. Ruan Mingyue counters, "If we do not process Njiming's case, it renders the efforts for the others meaningless." Chao Mingjian raises his hand, saying, "Mingyue, enough chatter, let us get to work." Chapter 89. Well done. Firmly resisting the forces of evil in the interrogation rooms of the Wuqin Brigade. Personnel collaborate with psychological experts, utilizing video footage and relevant evidence to elucidate to the parents, whose reactions vary, the reasons behind their children's tragic fates. You say my son's death was self-defense on their part? Can I not retaliate in self-defense and kill you instead? Damn you. All you bureaucratic units are cut from the same cloth. I won't let this go. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My child was so kind. How could he possibly bully his classmates? This video is fake. You are slandering my son. Fine. If you want to give my son justice, I will avenge him myself. So, my brother died in vain, did he? In truth, I have a rough idea of my child's temperament. It was just that the cause of death was initially shrouded in ambiguity, leaving me unsatisfied. Now that the truth has emerged, we bear no grievances. The blame lies in our inadequate discipline. We harbor no resentment towards anyone. Thank you for your efforts. Chao Mingjian sits in the control room, observing the reactions of the various families through the surveillance cameras. Within just 2 days, apart from Njiming, all students from Morning Star Martial School implicated in murder cases have been exonerated of any suspicion. Not a single one acted out of malice or without cause. Although some cases appear to involve Morning Star students launching unprovoked attacks on individuals, such incidents crumble under scrutiny. A deeper investigation reveals that the victims are often intricately linked to foreign martial factions. On the evening of the 14th, at 8 p.m., the piles of documents in the Wuqin office have dwindled by half. However, the expressions of each Wuqin member remain weary. Ruan Mingyue enters the office, her gaze sweeping over the mountain of paperwork, and informs Chao Mingjian, "We have finished processing. Aside from Njiming, all background checks for Morning Star students are clear." The atmosphere in the office is somewhat tense. Someone nearby asks Chao Mingjian, "Captain Chao, what about the cases involving Njiming?" Not a single one has been processed. Chao Mingjian glances at him and replies, "The deadline for reviews is midnight tonight. He alone has more cases than all the others combined. It's too late now. Everyone should take a break. You've all worked hard these past few days. It's already 8 p.m., so let us not work overtime today. Those with no other tasks can head home." After speaking, Chao Mingjian turns to another colleague in the office, Zhang Wu. "Could you please operate the system and approve all background checks for Morning Star at the Martial Education Department?" All approved? Zhang Wu looks at Chao Mingjian, his expression shifting slightly. "Captain Chao, does that include Njiming as well?" Chao Mingjian points to the pile of documents in the office. "Are you foolish, or am I? When I say all, I mean those cleared of suspicion, not a blanket approval without discernment." Zhang Wu silently nods. accessing the computer system, selecting all, and then individually unchecking and Jiming. Captain, think this through. By doing this, we are irrevocably at odds with the military and Morning Star Martial School. We are following protocol. We are not intentionally setting up obstacles for them. Do not fear. Even in this new era, reason must prevail. Listening to this, Zhang Wu hesitantly clicks the approval button. The two martial schools in Liang City have already had all their students from the Dragon Guard Preparatory School approved. Only Jiming remains unapproved. Gazing at Jiming's solitary name in the system, Zhang Wu does not reject it. Knowing the system would automatically deny it after midnight.89 p.m., Chao Mingjian's phone rings. It is a call from the Martial Education Department. Captain Chao, there is a student from Morning Star who has not yet passed the background check. What is the situation? Apart from one student involved in over 200 murder cases, all others have been approved. So, this student will not be approved, correct? Correct. All right, thank you for your time. 18:03 p.m. Chao Mingjian receives another call, this time from Wang Dong. Before Wang can speak, Chao Mingjian pulls the phone away from his ear. Damn you. You Chao, did you not have a proper upbringing? Or does your wife refuse to cooperate, leaving you with a mouthful of expletives? You eat without defecating, drink without urinating, and only burp without farting, swallowing everything like a dog. Chao Mingjian. He decides to set the phone aside and patiently waits for Wang Dong to tire himself out from cursing, saying, Principal Wang, another call is coming in. We'll talk later. I'll be damned. You. Chao Mingjian hangs up on Wang Dong and notices yet another call coming in. Checking the time, he realizes Wang Dong has been berating him for 5 minutes. This call is from the Wuqin General Office of Central Plains Province. Hello, this is the Wuqin General Office of Central Plains Province. May I speak to Chao Mingjian? Yes, go ahead. Following orders from above, please approve the background check for a martial arts examination student named Jiming. Chao Mingjian glances at the number and responds, This is an external line from the General Office. If you wish to issue orders, please use the internal line to contact me. I apologize. I am merely relaying orders from above. This command pertains to martial artist management laws and can only be communicated via external lines. Consider it a favor owed to you by the provincial office. I kindly ask for your understanding. First, I do not require any favors from the provincial office. Second, since you acknowledge that this matter conflicts with the martial management laws, it is even less negotiable. Otherwise, how will we instill discipline in those reckless young martial arts students? Captain Chao, I see you have transferred from Huhai. You likely want to remain in Liang City for long. Would you reconsider? Even if I leave Liang City tomorrow, as long as I am here today, I will fulfill my duty for this day. The caller hangs up abruptly. Chao Mingjian sets his phone down, and at that moment, a text message arrives from Li Hao. Chao, are you still not done playing after our last escapade in the sky? Chao Mingjian chuckles and chooses to ignore it. Just as he lowers his phone, another message comes in, this time from Jiming. Captain Chao, well done. We must resolutely resist the forces of evil. Chao Mingjian. Who exactly is the force of evil? To label others as such, is it not entirely your fault? In that moment, Chao Mingjian experienced a sensation akin to having ingested something vile, foul, sticky, difficult to swallow, and impossible to regurgitate, leaving him utterly nauseated. In truth, every encounter with Jiming elicited such a feeling within him. Chapter 90. Not to say that one is omnipotent, but it is quite similar. At 9 o'clock, Chao Mingjian's phone rang once more. It was a call from the Wuqin General Administration of Zhongyuan Province, this time through the internal line. Hello, this is the Wuqin General Administration of Zhongyuan Province. We have just received a notification from the Jinling Federal Wuqin General Administration. We hereby inform all local leaders of the municipal Wuqin teams regarding adjustments to this year's background checks for martial arts examination students. Firstly, the audit date has been postponed. Originally set to conclude at midnight on the 15th of this month, it has now been extended to midnight on the 31st. Secondly, there are changes in the requirements for auditors. We request all auditing personnel to adhere to principles of fairness and justice, diligently processing the background checks of each candidate. Thirdly, relevant documents have been formally distributed via internal email. We urge all leaders of the Wuqin teams to faithfully implement the directives from above. The caller continued with a barrage of information, but the crux of the matter was clear. The review period had been extended by 15 days. As Chao Mingjian listened to the voice on the line, a singular thought crossed his mind. Look at their background. Their connections are nearly celestial, if not entirely so. After hanging up, he glanced at the mountain of documents piled before him and suddenly chuckled. Reflecting, it seems the higher-ups at the official residence are determined to usher Jiming across the threshold of Wu University. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Wuqin team. Chao Mingjian turned to see someone shouting profanities at the door. A duty officer had already approached to handle the situation, but having been cooped up in the office all day, he decided to don his clothes and investigate the matter himself. Initially, Chao Mingjian assumed it was the parents of victims dissatisfied with his handling of their cases, but as he drew closer, he realized it was an old acquaintance. Wang Dong, reeking of alcohol and clutching an empty bottle, stood at the entrance of the Wuqin team, hurling insults at the office building. "You lot are utterly useless, wielding your authority like so much chaff. Do you believe? Chao Mingjian stepped forward and inquired. "Principal Wang, what do you believe? What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" The inebriated Wang Dong raised his bottle, pointing behind him at a dilapidated factory across from the Wuqin team. Cursing vehemently, "Do you believe I could establish a university right across from you, just to enroll in Jiming as a student? If you refuse to register him as a martial artist, who, pray tell, would care? I shall create a title specifically for him and register him myself." Waving off the duty officer, Chao Mingjin approached Wang Dong, attempting to placate him. All right, I understand your passion. Tomorrow, your students will be returning?" "Yes, go prepare." Just then, the higher-ups had issued a notice, extending the review period to the end of the month, providing ample time. The intoxicated Wang Dong asked, his eyes narrowing. "What has been extended to the end of the month?" Chao Mingjian was about to elaborate when, suddenly, he felt a violent tug as he yanked Wang Dong aside. An elderly woman with graying hair charged at Wang Dong, clutching a dagger with both hands. Screaming, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" The woman was in a frenzy, lunging toward Wang Dong with wild thrusts of the knife. Completely unaware of the danger, the drunken Wang Dong was saved by Chao Mingjian, who quickly subdued the elderly woman. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the same woman who had attacked him indiscriminately on Qing'an Street before. "Auntie, what brings you here again?" Chao Mingjian exclaimed, twisting her wrist to disarm her. This marked the second time he had seized a weapon from her. The old woman, still in a crazed state, flailed at Chao Mingjian, shouting, "You return my son to me. I will kill you all. I will kill everyone at Chunxing." Summoning the station Wuqin officers to restrain the woman, Chao Mingjian reassured her, "Auntie, rest assured I will provide you with an update on your child's case by tomorrow." Afterward, he instructed the officers to take the still writhing, cursing woman to the observation room. Following the recent harrowing incident, Wang Dong, previously intoxicated, suddenly found himself remarkably sober. He crouched behind the slender figure of Chao Mingjian, gripping his arm and shouted at the woman, "You deranged lunatic! Have you lost your mind coming here to cause a ruckus? This is the Wuqin team." Only after the woman had been completely taken away did he turn to Chao Mingjian and express his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Chao. Thank you. Chao Mingjian, casually toying with the dagger in his hand, replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing. You should head home now. Be cautious on the way, especially with all the recent homicides. Stay safe." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong blinked a couple of times and asked, Captain Chao, what was that about extending the time frame?" Chao Mingjian, aware that he was inquiring about the background checks for Jiming, briefly replied, "Check your email when you get back. The Martial Arts Education Department will notify you about such matters." "Got it. So, it's settled that Jiming can participate in the martial arts examination, right?" Initially intending to clarify that it was not guaranteed until specific cases were assessed, Chao Mingjin reconsidered and nodded, saying, "Yes, and Jiming will be able to participate in the martial arts examination." "Fantastic, thank you, Captain Chao. I knew you were a fair man. You wouldn't make things difficult for us common folk?" "Ha, Captain, you keep busy. I'll take my leave now." "All right, take care." As he watched Wang Dong depart, Chao Mingjian returned to his office. He did not waste time on anything else. Instead, he sought out the woman's testimony. He retrieved the corresponding video footage from Qinxing and a series of forensic reports and autopsy results, printing them out. Armed with all the materials, he approached the observation room and addressed the woman. "Lu Mingqin?" At that moment, despite her hands being shackled, the woman still bore an extremely fierce demeanor, incessantly shouting at Chao Mingjian, "I will kill you all. I will kill you. I must avenge my son." Seeing her in such a state, Chao Mingjian called for Wan Mingyue to come and calm her. Once she had settled, He presented the video to her. The footage revealed Jiming sitting in a wheelchair, gazing at the evening sky from the rooftop. Behind him, a boy approached stealthily. The video clearly captured the boy's face, and upon seeing it, Lu Mingqin in the observation room instantly erupted in madness. It's Xiaohu. It's my son, son. As the woman began to spiral into hysteria again, Chao Mingjin quickly signaled Ruan Mingyue to administer another calming technique. In the video, the boy, Xiaohu, stealthily approached Jiming and suddenly thrust his hands forward, pushing Jiming's wheelchair. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jiming's wheelchair shifted at an odd angle. Xiaohu, unable to halt his momentum, tumbled off the edge of the rooftop. The video concluded there. Chao Mingjin added, Madam Lu, our investigation reveals that although your child, Wang Xiaohu, was enrolled at Qinqing Martial Arts School, it is a private institution. They accept any student willing to pay tuition, regardless of martial arts talent. Had he been a martial artist, he might have survived the fall from this height, but regrettably, Wang Xiaohu was not a martial artist. I have cross-referenced the death records and the forensic autopsy results. The cause of death aligns perfectly. Chapter 91. The details of the martial arts examination, confronting the unusual. Lu Mingqin stared at the video that had concluded, her face contorted in agony as she cried out, No, it cannot be. My son is so kind. How could he ever push someone? It must be that person who has a problem. Yes, it is that person who has a problem. Why would my son push him and not someone else? That person is to blame. That person caused my son's death. You must return my son's life. Seeing Lu Mingqin on the brink of madness, Chao Mingjin gestured for Ruan Mingyue to administer the calming technique once more. Once Lu Mingqin had regained her composure, Chao Mingjin addressed her, Rest assured, we have located Jiming, the one your son attempted to push off the building. During this period, I must ask you to refrain from any further extreme actions. I chose not to hold your previous attack against me, but this time, to prevent you from harming others, I will need you to reflect on your behavior. With that, Chao Mingjin stood and instructed Ruan Mingyue. Detain her for a week, and we shall reassess the situation at that time. Ruan Mingyue glanced at Lu Mingqin, who appeared dazed and disoriented after the calming techniques, and nodded in agreement. The two then exited the interrogation room. As soon as the door to the interrogation room closed, Ruan Mingyue turned to Chao Mingjin and asked, Why didn't you reveal the true circumstances of her son's situation? We have already gathered information on her son while investigating other cases involving Qinqing students. Like several other ordinary students who are not martial artists, he was bribed by intelligence agents from foreign special agencies, willing to harm their classmates for a mere 20,000 yuan. Chao Mingjin let out a faint sigh and said, Look at her demeanor. At this moment, if you accuse her son of treason, do you think she could possibly survive? She won't even need to be sent to the detention center. Just go through a special processing procedure and keep her with us. We can have a psychologist come every day to provide her some counseling. Ruan Mingyue rolled her eyes and remarked, You truly are a great sage. This is hardly detention. It's clearly special care. This lady is also a victim of fate. As Chao Mingjin walked, he continued, Speaking of which, Jiming has survived numerous assassination attempts over these 3 years, yet he remains unscathed. Tsk'd. By the way, have there been any updates on Dajing in the past few days? He left in quite a rush. Is there something going on? You still care about him? He has been promoted and seems to have been assigned a special task. Upon hearing this, Chao Mingjin halted. Looking at Ruan Mingyue with confusion, a special task? Ruan Mingyue nodded. Indeed, a special task. She smiled and added, After all these years at the Shanghai Security Bureau, we know the ins and outs here. Essentially, a so-called special task is an internal investigation. It seems there are pests to root out again. The following morning, on Qingwen Street, Jiming had locked himself in his home for the past few days, venturing out only occasionally to buy some necessities or grab a meal. Around 11 o'clock, he rose from his bed, freshened up, and sat at a wooden desk in a ground-floor shop, gazing at a piece of pale yellow cloth resembling a ghostly scribble, his brow furrowed. He occasionally flicked his right fingers, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. Today marked nearly half a month since his classmates' training had concluded, and he still hadn't devised a solution. I can alter her fate, but that old lady is quite clever. The moment I change her fate, she'll flee, which is quite bothersome. Consequently, after altering her fate, I must also influence her desire to escape. If only I could find the essence of her fate. I could directly alter her destiny's trajectory, but I can't locate it at present. Whenever I attempt to glimpse the essence of her fate, she senses it. How can this be resolved? It seems impossible to resolve. And Jiming muttered to himself while glancing at the two dolls on the desk, one representing a heavenly blade, the other a ghostly sword. Master Lu, Master Li, how did my mentor perceive the heavenly laws of fate? The ghostly sword doll, Li Wawa, slowly turned around, prompting Jiming to quickly lay a sheet of white paper on the desk. Gradually, blood-red characters began to appear. In terms of fate skill, he is inferior to you at the same age. The other doll, the heavenly blade, Lu Wawa, followed suit, revealing more blood-red text. He never observes the heavenly laws of fate. He is too lazy, and the heavenly laws do not resent him. An Jiming supported his chin in confusion. Lazy, I understand. That is something I owe to him. But the heavenly laws do not resent him. Surely, they cannot love him. Can they? Nonsense. The heavenly blade responded. You should ask him yourself. The ghostly sword advised. I suggest you refrain from asking. He is he, and you are you. Live your own life. An Jiming, glancing at the time, remarked, it's almost noon. I must head to school, or I'll be late. Masters, please watch over the house. I'm off. With that, An Jiming stood, slung a white cloth bag over his shoulder, grasped his tortoiseshell, and pushed the door open. As usual, he first stood by the roadside, raising his right hand to the sky. Then, An Jiming slightly bowed towards the heavens, saying, Thank you, old lady of fate, for sparing me today. In truth, since that day in class when An Jiming gained control over fate, the so-called old lady of fate had not harbored any murderous intent towards him. He stopped by a nearby convenience store to purchase some bread, milk, oden, a small cola, and steamed buns, then headed to the adjacent ice cream shop for a cup of milk tea, slowly wheeling himself toward school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he noticed a military convoy of heavy trucks parked by the roadside. It was not the students from Morning Star returning. This was the third batch of captives transported back from the southern Taihang's secret realm, and also the last batch. Director Zhao was negotiating with military personnel for the handover. Spotting An Jiming, Director Zhao pinched his fingers in a gesture and called out, Student N, we have your documents here. Please head to the principal's office and wait. We'll bring them to you shortly. All right, thank you, Director Zhao. Waving to Director Zhao, An Jiming allowed his wheelchair to smoothly carry him to the principal's office in the comprehensive building. Passing by the vice principal's office, An Jiming suddenly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, causing it to halt automatically. He stood up and pushed open the door to the vice principal's office, where he found Wang Dong sitting behind a computer. His plump face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, intensely focused on the screen. An Jiming, holding a bun in one hand and milk tea in the other, sat down opposite him and asked, Principal, what are you busy with? Checking the qualifications needed to register a university. What the hell? You're here. What made you think of coming to school today? Wang Dong immediately removed his glasses, appearing eager to take credit. Ancestral, let me tell you. You have no idea how I scolded Chao Mingjian into a state of disarray last night at the entrance of Wuqin Brigade. And Jiming inquired between bites, Really? How did that situation conclude? What else could be done? Did they dare to prevent you from taking the martial arts exam? Wang Dong scoffed coldly. Of course, they had to extend the review period. But don't worry, even if they refuse to allow you to take the martial arts exam, it doesn't matter. I'll just establish a martial arts university myself, right across from Liangqing Wuqin Brigade. You'll come here to study. Even if you're the only student, I'll ensure that school is running. And Jiming abruptly halted his chewing, fixing his gaze on Wang Dong with a frown. Principal, what's wrong? Is the bun not to your liking? I can have old by make you a fresh batch immediately. And Jiming shook his head, placing the bun down and asking Wang Dong, Principal, why do I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before? Wang Dong furrowed his brow in response. Really? Where did you see it? I don't recall. An Jiming waggled his finger. 3 years ago, Qingyuan Street, Liangqing Bun Shop, when I first met you. You were eating buns there, and I came over to ask if you could spare us a couple. Wang Dong seemed to recall, yes, that was when I first met you. I thought you were a little kid who couldn't afford a meal, so I ordered a whole steamer of buns with different fillings. We sat there and had a great time eating, and Jiming blinked and asked, We? Who's the elder? Wang Dong replied, Of course, that would be you. How could it be me? Your question lacks decorum. And Jiming ignored that remark and continued. While we were eating, you asked me where I was studying, and I said I had nowhere to go. You then inquired which school I wanted to attend and offered to help me with the tuition. Wang Dong slapped the table. Exactly. You mentioned wanting to come to Morning Star, and I immediately called my brother to arrange it. But then, lo and behold, I found out the principal of Morning Star had absconded with the tuition fees, and the school had become a bad asset. Seeing your pitiful state, I don't know what possessed me, but I boldly took over Morning Star. Ha ha ha. And Jiming nodded. Yes, that's what you said, that even if Morning Star had only me as a student, you would still keep the school running. Wang Dong leaned forward, lowering his voice to ask in Jiming, Ancestral, tell me the truth now. Did you control my fate back then? Otherwise, why would I, without recognizing you as my ancestor, spend money to buy a school just for a little kid? And Jiming looked at Wang Dong earnestly and replied, No, the task my master assigned me for ensuring 3 meals a day had a stipulation. I could only calculate, not altered. I was to determine who would help me, not directly change others' fates to gain their assistance. I calculated that you could bring me meals, so I sought you out. The matter of schooling was just a casual remark on my part, and I didn't expect you to agree. I still remember you were on the phone, grinning and saying that the schooling matter was on you. A few days later, you informed me that you had purchased Morning Star. Wang Dong, listening, wore a mix of pride and embarrassment. Hee hee, you see, Ancestral, our coming together is purely fate, just fate. And Jiming continued to eat the bun, nodding, yes, fate. With that, his wheelchair began to move on its own, exiting the vice principal's office and heading to the principal's office next door. Wang Dong respectfully escorted his ancestor back before returning to his computer, donning his gold-rimmed glasses again, meticulously focusing on the screen, reading each word carefully. At 2 in the afternoon, Director Zhao finally delivered the last batch of captives from the southern Taihang secret realm to the Fate Park and then brought a document to the principal's office to hand over to Jiming. How could Jiming, having not even glanced at the document, declare, It remains the same as before, Director Zhao? Please sign my name and return it to the concerned parties? Understood. An hour later, the Summer National Martial Education General Administration publicly released the specific guidelines for this year's martial arts examination on their official website. Prior to this, the General Administration had announced that real combat testing would take place in the Qinling secret realm, generating considerable public discourse across various sectors. However, upon the announcement of the examination guidelines, nearly everyone was left utterly astounded. Every candidate would confront exotic creatures directly within the Qinling secret realm. The evaluation would focus on the primary offensive and supportive actions against the number of these creatures, teamwork, command, multifaceted scoring calculations, and comprehensive performance assessments. Unlike previous martial arts examinations, which typically consisted of a written test and a practical test, the current examination would mark an unprecedented occasion where candidates would face real exotic creatures in an actual secret realm. Many martial artists' parents, upon receiving such news, immediately erupted in outrage, causing the Summer National Martial Education General Administration to trend on major media platforms. If my child is to confront these creatures now, why should I even allow them to take the martial arts university entrance exam? Would it not be better to hunt these creatures for profit? They lamented. If any accidents occur during the examination, who will take responsibility? They are facing exotic creatures, beasts. I have made up my mind. I will withdraw my child from the exam, either to return next year or to forego the martial arts examination altogether. This is absolute nonsense. In light of the overwhelming public outcry, the Martial Education General Administration swiftly issued a response. Firstly, the examination area has been delineated within a fixed zone of the Qinling secret realm, divided into 3 tiers, S, A, B, and C. Notably, Zone C is entirely controlled by the military, with no wild exotic creatures present. The creatures within this zone are selected and deployed by the General Administration. Categorized as safe-level creatures, posing minimal threat to students, albeit with lower scoring potential. Secondly, only candidates who achieve a certain score in Zone C will qualify to advance to the military-controlled Zone B, which contains a limited number of wild exotic creatures, designated as a threat level. All wild creatures are subjected to constant monitoring by examination oversight authorities, who will intervene promptly in the event of any unforeseen incidents. Naturally, wild exotic creatures carry higher scoring potential. Similarly, candidates who attain a specific score in Zone B will be granted the opportunity to proceed to Zone A. Zone A comprises dangerous-level exotic creatures. Any candidate who eliminates or assists in the elimination of such creatures by any means will directly secure admission to the 311 Martial University. Each candidate entering Zone A will be accompanied by a seasoned martial support personnel. Upon achieving a certain score in Zone A, candidates will be eligible to advance to Zone S. Securing qualification for Zone S signifies that the candidate has already been admitted to the 311 Marshall University. They may choose to withdraw or continue onward. Each candidate proceeding to Zone S will be accompanied by an active-duty Dragon Guard martial artist. Those opting to continue to Zone S will attract the attention of the Dragon Guard Military Department, which will subsequently prioritize their selection after the conclusion of their martial studies. Ultimately, the Martial Education General Administration expressed understanding of the parents' concerns and affections for their children, yet urged them to recognize that the martial arts examination is a means of selecting martial artists. Not every child is suited to become a martial artist. If you do not wish for your child to constantly face life and death situations, perhaps opting out of the martial arts examination is indeed a viable choice. Chapter 92. The eve of the martial arts examination, farewell dinner. The response from the Martial Education General Administration assuaged some of the discontent among parents of candidates. Although public sentiment persisted, it eventually returned to a relatively normal state, allowing the examination process to proceed without significant hindrance. On the evening of the 15th, all students of Morning Star returned to campus, except for Li Hao. Due to his previous unauthorized actions, he faced a severe reprimand from Li Feiming upon his return, and was currently undergoing disciplinary measures. Subsequently, the Dragon Guard sent representatives to apologize personally, but they were not the only visitors. Previously, when parents of victims had besieged the Morning Star Martial School, Chao Mingjian, who had rescued Njiming, received a banner in gratitude, along with several other parents who, despite their grief over the loss of loved ones, had found clarity through Chao Mingjian's revelations. Chao Mingjian's tenure had barely lasted a month, yet he had already received several banners as tokens of external recognition. Internally, the Martial Support Unit noted his impressive achievements, including the successful elimination of a ghost ninja upon his arrival in Liangqing, the subsequent interrogation of Zhou Zhan and He Yi, the acquisition of information regarding foreign martial artists lurking in the southern Taiyang, and the resolution of a crisis involving Njiming and students of Morning Star. These accomplishments strongly indicated that a promotion for Chao Mingjian was imminent. Had he not arrived in Liangqing so recently, official documentation would likely have already been issued. Following this, Morning Star Martial School observed a 10-day break, a tradition after secret realm training, allowing the young students some time to relax. Typically, martial schools offer only 3 to 5 days off after such training, but as only a small fraction of Morning Star's students hailed from Liangqing, with many coming from various parts of Summer Nation, the holiday was extended. Within the Martial Support Unit, despite the numerous cases involving Njiming, investigations had already compiled substantial evidence applicable to his case, allowing for a swift resolution within 5 days. All allegations of homicide involving Njiming were thoroughly investigated, revealing no incidents of unprovoked or indiscriminate killing on his part. On that same day, Chao Mingjian activated the system to approve Njiming's background review. That evening, the principal of Morning Star, Wang Dong, celebrated with fanfare, presenting a banner to both Chao Mingjian and the Liangqing Martial Support Unit. On the same night, the internal department of the Martial Support Bureau issued a comprehensive commendation for Chao Mingjian, citing the recognition he received from Liangqing Society, martial schools, military, and the internal Martial Support Unit of Central Plains Province within just 1 month of his tenure. On May 20th, the Summer National Martial Education General Administration, the Secret Management Bureau, the Martial Support General Bureau, and the Dragon Guard Military Department convened a joint press conference to announce the complete closure of the Qinling Secret Realm, effective immediately, barring entry for societal martial artists. Each martial school within Summer Nation may send up to 3 representatives to the Qinling Secret Realm for on-site reconnaissance of the terrain. The Martial Education General Administration declared that this year's Summer National Martial Examination would feature several teams of foreign martial artists as participants, primarily aimed at fostering international exchanges among young martial artists for mutual advancement. The Martial Support General Bureau announced that personnel would be dispatched from various support units nationwide to Qinzhou City for training, assuming full responsibility for the safety of the examination candidates. The Dragon Guard Military Department disclosed that 2 mechanized combat brigades and a contingent of Dragon Guard martial artists had been deployed to the A-grade examination zones within the Qinling Secret Realm. During the press conference, a journalist inquired of the representatives from the 4 departments what exactly lies within Zone S of the Qinling Secret Realm. The spokesperson for the Secret Management Bureau succinctly replied, "Due to the nature of the martial examination, we cannot disclose that information." On May 26th, Morning Star Martial School resumed classes. With only 10 days remaining until the martial arts examination, it was an otherwise ordinary school day. Albeit with a few new instructors for elective courses across various departments, in the elective course for ancient martial arts and heavy weaponry, Karis observed the students before him, many of whom were unfamiliar to him. Except for a few he distinctly recognized, those who had chased him through the southern Taihang's secret realm, nearly bringing about his demise. And now, he was to teach these very individuals. What could he possibly impart? Standing before the assembly, Karis felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The Morning Star students, however, were quite understanding. One male student, wielding a double-sided giant axe adorned with a bronze lion head, comforted Karis, saying, "There's no need to be nervous. Teacher, I may have slain around 20 of your British martial artist colleagues in the southern Taihang's secret realm, but since I couldn't kill you, it must mean you possess considerable skills. I believe fate would not allow you to survive without merit." Yes, teacher, do you remember me? How embarrassing it is to admit, but I am the one who chased you for over 20 miles yet failed to best you. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Karis. Is that what you call a defeated subordinate? Lin Xiaochun, supporting her heavy sword, also reassured Karis, "No need to worry, teacher. There are plenty of teachers who are subpar, so you won't be missed." Upon hearing this, Karis felt somewhat relieved, so it was acceptable to be less than stellar. However, the next moment, he noticed that as Lin Xiaochun began to speak, the students turned their gazes toward the nearby mountain. Before Karis could inquire, Lin Xiaochun proactively stated, "Those teachers who did poorly have all been buried over there on that mountain. Some gravestones have grass growing taller than the headstones." Karis. With a slight sigh. He thought, "Since I am here, I might as well impart whatever knowledge I possess." Similar scenes unfolded in various classrooms, arenas, and playgrounds. Teacher He Yi conducted her second lesson for the domain department students. This time focusing on the theoretical aspects of setting ambushes, detonating multiple points, and silently initiating a domain force field capable of enveloping an entire city. Of course, not all teachers were willing to cooperate. For instance, while Karis demonstrated how to combine fighting spirit with the inherent intent of weapons on the playground, a group of students could be seen merrily carrying one of the instructors from the Celestial Phenomena Department toward the back mountain, laughter echoing as they went. Some students even began carving gravestones at the foot of the mountain. Upon witnessing the glimmer of yearning for laughter and joy in the eyes of his students, Karis wiped the sweat from his forehead and resolutely decided to hold nothing back. He was determined to teach these students as if they were his own sons. While the students were engaged in their lessons, and Jiming had his own matters to attend to, Wang Dong knocked on the door of the principal's office, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he lowered his head, pushed the door open, and approached with a sycophantic expression, saying, "Ancestor, in a couple of days, the other classes will be leaving. Class 9, Class 10, and the 6 classes behind them. Although they are not martial arts classes, they are still students of our Morning Star. Aren't they? Today, Class 9 and Class 10 are having a farewell dinner together. Shall we go?" And Jiming opened his eyes, yawned, and slowly rose from the expansive sofa, replying, "Yes, we should attend. After all, we are all classmates. Could you please inform the Wu Qin Brigade that they might want to join the dinner for these 2 classes? Certainly. Chapter 93. With the heart of a bodhisattva and the methods of a Vajra, Wang Dong returned to his small office and called Chao Mingjian. However, what made Wang Dong want to curse out loud was that in response to his enthusiastic invitation, Chao Mingjian merely curtly stated he was busy and hung up the phone. Wang Dong dialed Chao Mingjian again and, this time, he did not wait for him to speak, instead taking the initiative to say, "Captain Chao, you have been in Liangqing for over a month now, focusing solely on our martial arts class, without paying any attention to the other classes at Morning Star. So, Captain Chao, regarding the students of Class 9 and Class 10 at our Morning Star Martial Arts School, I suggest you consult the highest authority you can reach and see what their opinion is before making any decisions." All right. After speaking, Wang Dong seemed a bit concerned about Chao Mingjian's notoriously stubborn temperament and asked, "Captain Chao, consider this. Those foreign martial artists are afraid that our Xia country has produced a martial artist capable of altering destinies. Hence, they continuously send people to assassinate. You think our own high-ranking officials in Xia country, those, indescribable prominent figures, are not afraid of a martial artist appearing out of nowhere who can change destinies?" On the other end of the line, Chao Mingjian fell silent for a moment before asking, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Wang Dong grinned and replied, "I believe that our prominent figures in Xia country, Like those foreign dignitaries are indeed fearful. But Captain Chow, have you ever heard of any significant figures attempting to harm Jiming? Could it be that our prominent figures in Xia country are exceptionally benevolent, firmly believing that Jiming will not alter their fates? At that point, even a fool like Chao Mingjian could grasp the underlying message. He directly inquired. Location. Wang Dong responded. Tonight at 6 o'clock. In the West Banquet Hall of Liangqing Hotel. After relaying this, Wang Dong hung up the phone. Even after agreeing to attend Wang Dong's invitation, Chao Mingjian still contacted the highest-ranking person he could reach in the Wuqin department, General Chen Wei from Jinling. This man was his former superior at the Shanghai Security Bureau. Once the call connected, Chao Mingjian briefly explained his purpose, to which Chen Wei responded with some skepticism. Mingjian, this is quite the coincidence. There is something I haven't had the chance to mention to you. Just yesterday, our headquarters #1 told me that his child is studying at your Liangqing Morning Star. Isn't that absurd? A person of his stature with his children attending school in such a small fourth-tier city? If the principal has invited you, then you should go. It's just a meal, after all, by the way. I should give you a heads up. The Wukao security team will also be there, along with your Liangqing Wuqin Brigade and the team from Huhai. Understood. After hanging up with Chen Wei, Chao Mingjian furrowed his brow in contemplation. By 5:30 in the afternoon, he arrived punctually at Liangqing Hotel. The concierge led him inside, where the dinner had yet to commence. The students from Class 9 and Class 10, numbering around 180, were seated at tables of 8, creating a lively atmosphere in the banquet hall. As soon as Chao Mingjian entered, he scanned the youthful faces around him, none of whom he recognized. To him, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. He casually found a place to sit, waiting for Wang Dong to arrive. Before long, someone called out to him. Are you, Chao Chu? Chao Mingjian turned to see a young boy looking at him in surprise. Is that you, or have I mistaken you? I remember you worked at the Shanghai Security Bureau. The boy continued, you and my father seem to be colleagues. Chao Mingjian, puzzled, asked, who is your father? The boy smiled and said, my name is Zhou Bo. And my father Zhou Liebin also works in Wuqin. Upon hearing the name Zhou Liebin, Chao Mingjian immediately understood that this boy's father did not merely work in Wuqin. He was guiding the operations of Wuqin, essentially the #1 in Wuqin mentioned by General Qin. Chao Mingjian chuckled self-deprecatingly and replied, I am no longer with the Shanghai Security Bureau. I am now with the Wuqin Brigade in Liangqing. The boy understood the implication of Chao Mingjian's self-deprecating humor and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Chao Gu, don't be disheartened. Small places have their own advantages. Chao Mingjian nodded and inquired, how did you end up at Morning Star? Didn't your father send you away? Even if not, you should be staying in Yindu or Huhai, right? How did you end up here? The boy laughed and shook his head. I don't know. One day my dad suddenly brought me here, and strangely enough, I was willing to come. Perhaps this is, fate. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Chao Mingjian's eyes as he responded with a smile. Fate is indeed a peculiar thing. Haha, yes. Just then, several classmates approached, pulling the boy towards the banquet hall, and he waved farewell to Chao Mingjian. As Chao Mingjian's gaze followed Zhou Bo's movement, he assumed that given Zhou Bo's father's status, he would undoubtedly be seated at a central table in the banquet hall. However, in reality, Zhou Bo was seated at a table on the fringe of the middle section, some distance from the core area. This revelation left Chao Mingjian even more astonished. Oh, Captain Chao, you arrived quite early. I was just about to wait for you at the entrance. Wang Dong's boisterous voice came from behind Chao Mingjian as he threw an arm around his shoulder and said, Come. Let me take you to your seat. Without a doubt, Wang Dong led Chao Mingjian to a table situated in the very center of the banquet hall. As soon as he sat down, Chao Mingjian felt as though he were perched on pins. He could barely stabilize himself in the chair. Wang Dong, noticing his discomfort, smiled and reassured him. Captain Chao, relax. No matter how impressive these youngsters' parents are, they wouldn't dare to harm you. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Chao Mingjian's forehead as he asked Wang Dong, are all the students in Class 9 and Class 10? Are they all the offspring of influential families? Wang Dong grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, cracking them open as he replied. To be precise, they are the second-generation heirs of those with original shares in the Xia country's official residence. Moreover, only the 51 students from Class 9 belong to this category. Class 10 does not. With the presence of these students from Class 9, Jiming would not face internal opposition from the Xia country's officials and could focus on dealing with those foreign entities seeking his life. Chao Mingjian sensed something amiss and questioned. If these individuals' elders are truly determined to deal with Njiming, it wouldn't be so easy for them to give up, would it? Wang Dong grinned and replied, of course. Their elders have all been through bloodshed. Intimidating those individuals cannot rely solely on benevolence. Therefore, these students have all been meticulously selected. Meticulously selected. A thunderous realization struck Chao Mingjian's mind. Despite Wang Dong's casual mention of this selection process, the actual implementation was far from simple. Observing Chao Mingjian's expression, Wang Dong nodded and added, yes, just like the students in the martial arts classes. Those who qualified became classmates, while those who did not have already been eliminated. The difference is that those who were removed had no opportunity to report to you. Jiming did not threaten their lives. Rather, he took them all in, and this process would remain unknown to the average person. Wang Dong's face beamed with joy as he continued, Captain, look, Jiming possesses both the heart of a bodhisattva and the means of a vajra. Isn't that impressive? Chao Mingjian could only respond with silence. Chapter 94. If the path ahead is night, then I shall be the Morning Star. Chao Mingjian discovered that Njiming and the Morning Star Martial Arts School consistently managed to surprise him. He glanced around and inquired, if Class 9 consists of the Saiyans, then what is the situation with Class 10? Wang Dong sighed and said, when I took over Morning Star, there were some children who neither had the talent to become martial artists nor the patience to study, making them unsuitable for the liberal arts classes. Their dispositions were such that it was not appropriate to eliminate them. Thus, Class 10 was formed. Chao Mingjian began to understand, summarizing. So, they are essentially students with no other merits apart from their character. Wang Dong glanced at him and shook his head. Not quite out of character were sufficient. Jiming could simply beckon them with a finger and have them join the top 8 martial arts classes. Chao Mingjian felt somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he scrutinized a few students from Class 10 who were seated nearby. Despite his keen intuition, he was unable to discern any underlying issues. As Chao Mingjian's brow furrowed increasingly, Wang Dong, with a smug smile, declared, "Haha, Chao, stop guessing. Let me enlighten you. Class 10 consists of nothing more than a bunch of ordinary children, devoid of any exceptional traits. They merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in becoming students of Morning Star, and of course, one cannot truly say it was fortunate that they were able to attend Morning Star back then. As the school was mired in chaos, however, the fact that they can remain at Morning Star until graduation is indeed a stroke of luck worth celebrating. You've seen how things are now under my management at Morning Star." Chao Mingjian found it hard to believe and continued to observe for a while longer. Indeed, as Wang Dong had stated, the students of Class 10 were predominantly unremarkable, lacking any distinctive qualities. Noticing Chao Mingjian's skeptical gaze, Wang Dong shrugged and remarked, I too am unsure why this particular class was retained. However, since Jiming insisted on keeping them, I complied. Chao Mingjian took a sip of tea and inquired, so, what you're implying is that aside from the martial arts class, you also have liberal arts classes? Wang Dong nodded affirmatively, yes, indeed. There are 6 classes, and like classes 9 and 10, they are situated in another campus, specifically classes 11 to 16. In fact, classes 9 and 10 are also liberal arts classes, but they differ somewhat from the latter 6, which have a heavier academic load. You could say Class 10 is more about simply passing the time. Class 9 does engage in some learning, but for the average person, the subjects they study are entirely unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Chao Mingjian gave Wang Dong a thumbs up. In recent years, the population had been dwindling and schools were reducing their enrollment. Even typical academic institutions might not boast 6 graduating classes. Yet, Principal Wang's martial arts school astonishingly supported 6 liberal arts classes. It was unexpected to discover that Principal Wang possessed such ideals. Wang Dong, with a complex expression, remarked, in this current state of affairs, everyone seems eager to become a martial artist. However, I firmly believe that while martial prowess is commendable, the advancement of technology and culture cannot be neglected. Right, Captain Chao? Chao Mingjian queried. So, the development of liberal arts classes is the principal's personal agenda. Wang Dong chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. Not quite. It's still Jiming's idea. Ha. Before long, and Jiming arrived. However, his appearance seemed merely symbolic. After having a meal, he participated as a representative of the martial arts class alongside Wang Dong and Director Zhao in a graduation photo with classes 9 and 10, before quietly slipping away. Although Chao Mingjian was also present, he did not represent any specific faction. His connection lay solely with a graduate named Zhou on May 31 SD, while other martial arts schools were intensively preparing their students with terrain knowledge for the Qinling Secret Realm or conducting targeted training based on the manual issued by the Martial Arts Examination Administration. Morning Star Martial Arts School appeared unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the impending examination. On this day, classes 11 to 16, 6 legitimate liberal arts classes, were graduating. Wang Dong did not extend an invitation to Chao Mingjian, but he attended nonetheless, returning to Liang City's restaurant, this time opting for a larger banquet hall. When Chao Mingjian arrived, Wang Dong was delivering a speech to the 6 graduating students. The banquet had yet to commence, but at that moment, Principal Wang seemed somewhat inebriated, holding the microphone with an expression of profound sorrow. "Children, let me tell you, you are truly unfortunate. If we were in the old calendar, each of you would have been a prodigy. But now, in this new calendar, the era of high martial arts, those prodigies have become martial artists, leaving you, the cultural studies students, in a rather pitiable state. But do not despair, for those who rely solely on martial prowess cannot uphold the future of humanity. Heaven would not bestow upon us the brains to learn scientific and cultural knowledge for naught. It will ensure that, at some point in the future, those of us who delve deeply into traditional subjects will once again stand in the spotlight of the era." As he spoke, Wang Dong's intoxicated demeanor grew increasingly sorrowful. "Children, do you know? It is only in your presence that I feel like a true principal. Those martial arts class rascals are utterly outrageous. If they are the future of humanity, then humanity's future is indeed a lamentable one, with no respect for their elders and lacking decorum." Hearing this, Chao Mingjian chuckled. Subsequently, he listened to Wang Dong vent his frustrations to the liberal arts graduates for a full half hour until Director Zhao intervened, reminding him that the food in the kitchen was getting cold. Reluctantly, he set down the microphone and proceeded to attend to the meal. As Wang Dong stepped down from the podium, Chao Mingjian was also preparing to leave when someone beside him remarked, "The principal has his own ideals, doesn't he?" Turning to look, he found it was Jiming. Chao Mingjian was somewhat taken aback, asking, "What brings such an esteemed figure here?" And Jiming replied, "In recent days, whether on my way to school or at my doorstep, I have seen the figures of martial personnel. Thank you, Captain Chao, for looking out for me." Chao Mingjian sighed, "We can't have you slaying those people again, can we?" And Jiming smiled silently. Chao Mingjian casually inquired, "With only a few days left, have you decided which martial arts university to attend? Yindu? Huhai?" And Jiming gazed at Wang Dong, who had begun to eat, and said, "Captain Chao, I didn't finish my earlier thought. I mentioned that Principal Wang has at this moment over 400 students from the Morning Star Martial Arts School displayed radiant smiles upon their faces. Having worn the source power runes for so long, they had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, without this item, it felt somewhat disconcerting. Source power runes, why do I suddenly feel a surge of tears?" And Jiming set down the microphone, allowing his classmates a moment to release their emotions. When he picked up the microphone again, an enveloping silence fell over the crowd. Although it appeared no different from before, from the instant those 400 students removed their source power runes, countless gazes from around the world converged upon Liang City, and Jiming smiled faintly, sensing how many were monitoring him through various means at this moment. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to it. Pointing towards a row of military vehicles parked beside the square, and Jiming proclaimed to his fellow students, "Morning Star comrades, we shall meet at Qinling S District. Let us depart." The more than 400 young warriors from Morning Star stood at attention. A resounding battle cry emanating from Liang City, reverberating across the central plains like an earthquake. Military or martial logistics convoys carrying students from various martial arts schools traversed the traffic-controlled city, making their way to regional military airfields without hindrance. Along the route, numerous citizens paused to watch, with some retired soldiers saluting the passing military vehicles, tears glistening in their eyes as they remarked, "If a true war were to arrive, they would be heading straight to the battlefield." All factions, including the Dragon Guards and martial logistics, busily yet orderly received the candidates for the martial arts examination. Waves of military transport planes took off from various locations in Xia Country, heading directly to Qinzhong City, the closest city to the Qinling Secret Realm. Meanwhile, the public response to the sudden assault of this year's martial arts examination was somewhat delayed, primarily as parents rushed to send their children to the gathering points. However, as time passed, public outcry eventually erupted. What is happening? The martial arts examination. An exam that determines our children's fates, and you conduct a surprise assault? Indeed, wasn't it supposed to start on June 6? Why has it suddenly begun this year? With only 2 days to prepare, the timeline is too tight. My neighbor, Old Chun, took his child on a trip abroad to relax before the exam. Now, who knows if they can make it back? First, they confront the aberrations, and now this unexpected assault. One might think we are truly at war. I have grown accustomed to the peculiarities unfolding on this land. In response to the public's outcry, the General Administration of Martial Education issued a public letter during the evening news on June 1. We understand the concerns of parents regarding the changes to the martial arts examination format and sincerely apologize for this. However, the examination guidelines have undergone extensive review and do not contain significant errors. Now, regarding the issue of the arrival time at the gathering points, we provide the following clarification. First, we require all candidates to arrive at the gathering points within 2 days. Each city will have at least one gathering point established by the military or local martial logistics. This requirement for candidates to reach the local gathering points within 2 days in unexpected situations is a standard expectation for aspiring warriors. Furthermore, this year's martial arts examination commenced the moment we announced it. Arriving on time at the gathering points